A catastrophic aviation disaster has transported the brilliant scientist Chun Fan back 2 decades, with the aim of his rebirth being to relish life. No, the journey of a researcher is destined for the stars and the seas. The recovery of rockets, controllable nuclear fusion, lithography machines, aerospace engines, lunar landings, space elevators, and other cutting-edge technology shall emerge from his hands. Discrimination against underprivileged students, differential treatment, the unspoken rules for recruiting members into the school team. Chun Fan has no time to engage with such trivial matters. Reborn back into high school, Chun Fan's foremost task in this life is to resolve the Riemann hypothesis, a conundrum that has plagued humanity for an entire century. Chapter 1. Rebirth, once again a youth. On December 31st, 2067, at 4:47 p.m., the world-renowned mathematician, biologist, artificial intelligence scientist, Fields Medal laureate, chief engineer of the lobotomy laboratory, and lifetime honorary professor at Jingping University, academician Chun Fan, tragically departed from us due to a plane crash. The wisdom, passion, and relentless pursuit of science exhibited by academician Chun Fan will forever inspire us to remain true to our original aspirations and to forge ahead resolutely. This is a solemn announcement of his passing. At Linchuan No. 2 High School, the evening breeze caressed the classroom curtains, and the aging fluorescent lights on the ceiling flickered momentarily. While on duty, Chun Fan suddenly felt the world spin around him, his head pounding with pain. A scholarly conference, boarding a flight home, encountering a plane crash, an avalanche of memories surged into his mind. Rebirth? Or merely a fleeting dream during a break? The overwhelming sensation of dizziness compelled Chun Fan to pause, pressing his hand against his temple as he took a moment to rest at the edge of his desk. At that moment, a boy beside Chun Fan, pen in hand, was scratching his head in contemplation over a mathematical problem. Given 10 lim 1-1/xx. Chun Fan's gaze swept over the question. It was a competition-level mathematics problem. In his past self, with his then-current high school math skills, he would have struggled to comprehend it. Yet now, after merely reading the problem, the answer flowed into his mind with the ease of a gentle stream. Chun Fan found himself murmuring instinctively. As x approaches infinity, we disregard the equivalent infinitesimals. First, we simplify using the method of piecing together, then apply the Taylor expansion. In that moment of clarity, Chun Fan realized the Taylor expansion, the squeezing theorem, the Maclaurin formula. This was knowledge not befitting a 16-year-old. Both the rebirth and the memories are undeniably real. After the plane crash, he returned to his youthful days at the age of 16, armed with 50 years of future research achievements. Beside him, Shi Tunming, who was tormented by the problem and questioning his life choices, turned in confusion upon hearing Chun Fan's guidance, just in time to see a smile gracing Chun Fan's handsome face. Shi Tianming, a second-year student, was a member of the mathematics competition team at Linchuan No. 2 High School. With the provincial mathematics competition looming, the entire team was under pressure, voluntarily extending their evening study sessions to overtime in a classroom. The students in the competition team were all mathematical prodigies, but today's problem was one that the teacher had warned them about before leaving. This limit problem is quite challenging, and it could be a decisive question in the provincial competition. Spending an evening study session attempting it is worthwhile. The focus is on the process of trying and thinking. Those who finish are welcome to come to my office to discuss. There's no need to panic if you can't solve it. I'll cover it in the small class on Sunday. Shi Tianming glanced at his chaotic draft paper, then looked back at Chun Fan, suspecting that someone from the competition team had found the answer and was now posturing next to him. However, observing Chun Fan wielding a broom and dustpan, clad in this year's notoriously unattractive school uniform, Shi Tianming thought this must be a first-year student, perhaps just passing by to sweep the floor. His irritation began to mount. He had a short temper, and ordinarily, anyone who disrupted his problem-solving would have faced his wrath long ago, yet Chun Fan's casual suggestion seemed to offer him a glimmer of insight. Thus, suppressing his inner frustration, Shi Tianming patiently inquired, "The method of piecing together sounds straightforward, but what are the specific steps?" Chun Fan replied fluently, "This is a fundamental technique for finding limits. For instance, in this problem, we should first think of the critical limit. We need to unify 3x and x based on consistent variables." Shi Tianming's eyes lit up, hurriedly marking a few points on the test paper, then exclaimed, "Ah, your method is so clever. But what exactly is this Taylor expansion you mentioned?" Chun Fan casually swept the scrap paper into the dustpan, about to explain, when he suddenly recalled that the Taylor expansion likely fell within university-level content. In his previous life, Chun Fan stood at the forefront of theory, atop the pinnacle of technology. If knowledge were likened to an ocean, he would be Poseidon, ruler of the seas. A mere high school competition problem was akin to a small puddle on the beach dam. considering that high school is a foundational stage, a critical juncture for developing thinking skills. Leaping into university-level concepts would only hinder the student's progress. With a heart for nurturing talent, Chun Fan responded, "The Taylor expansion is beyond your current level of difficulty. It is not content that you should master at this moment. Why not try applying Lapida's rule 4 times after you simplify?" Shi Tianming's mouth twitched. What did it mean that this was not something he should be mastering now? A second-year mathematics competition, students struggling with concepts that a mere freshman seemed to grasp. This was indeed a decisive question for the competition, and upon further inquiry, Chun Fan had provided him with a new approach to solving it. Though there was reason to suspect this younger student was merely posturing, the insight he offered was undeniably valuable. Shi Tianming continued to scrutinize the problem for a while longer. Although the steps were somewhat intricate, a path to the solution had emerged. It was merely a matter of time before proving it was achievable. The junior had only uttered a few words, yet each was a gem of wisdom. For Shi Tianming, it was akin to hearing a single insightful remark is worth more than 10 years of study. Shi Tianming had intended to engage Chun Fan in further discussion, but the girl seated in front of him had grown displeased with his behavior. Turning around, she placed her index finger to her lips and gestured for silence. Maintaining quiet in the study room was a fundamental courtesy. Shi Tianming glanced at Chun Fan, awkwardly scratching his head, and apologized to the girls in the front row, saying, "I apologize for my volume. I have one last small question," he added, but this time the entire class denied him the opportunity, exclaiming, "That's too much, Shi Tianming. Everyone has sacrificed their leisure time to gather here, all in preparation for the mathematics competition. Your chatter and clamor in the classroom have disrupted others. Indeed, I had a fleeting thought that was completely interrupted. If you cannot solve it, you might as well go back to sleep. I will be the first to submit my answers to Teacher Wu." It seemed that the difficulty of the evening study session had heightened the tension within the class. The slightest disturbance would provoke a collective outcry. The students on the competition team, who were considered the darlings of the teachers due to their commendable academic performance, often enjoyed various privileges within the school's disciplinary framework, which led to their arrogance. Now, with the underprivileged students making noise in the classroom and disrupting the educational order, they became even more relentless, resorting to derogatory remarks. Chun Fan was directly targeted. "You, the impoverished student sweeping the floor, what are you doing flailing that broom around in class? Can't you see the sign at the study room door that says no entry for idle people?" The competition team bears the significant responsibility of restoring the glory of Linchuan No. 2 High School. You cannot afford to delay us. Finish sweeping and get lost. Don't be a nuisance here. Exactly. If you're poor, go do some labor. While while studying and working at school. Although Chun Fan would later rise to prominence as a renowned scientist, his youth was fraught with challenges. An orphan, he was raised by Aunt Chun from his village. This year, through the Dream Fulfillment Scholarship Program, he became a public-funded student at Linchuan No. 2 High School due to his impoverished background. Shortly after enrolling, Aunt Chun was unable to engage in heavy labor due to a herniated disc and could only manage some sewing and mending tasks in the village. This unfortunate circumstance compelled the already struggling Chun Fan to participate in work-study programs, such as assisting in the cafeteria, to earn living expenses, and he even had to set aside some for household support. The labels of poor student, rural dweller, and laborer rendered Chun Fan a figure of ridicule in the eyes of some classmates. Observing the so-called elite students in the classroom, who were in truth a disorganized rabble, stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Their presence elicited a bittersweet feeling of both laughter and sorrow. Shi Tianming gazed longingly at Chun Fan, curious about how he would retaliate, ready at any moment to engage in a verbal sparring match with him. However, Chun Fan maintained a tranquil expression, seemingly indifferent to the uproar in the classroom. He picked up 2 pieces of discarded paper from the floor and quietly exited the classroom. Chapter 2. A destitute student? This is the sweeping monk. Chun Fan chose not to retort. Engaging in a verbal spar with a group of high school students would be beneath his dignity. Having been reborn, Chun Fan had an abundance of research ideas yet to be transcribed into manuscripts and papers. Moreover, inspiration in mathematics often flickered away in an instant. He could ill afford to squander time on trifling disputes. Jensen's inequality, sigma algebras, the regression of prime numbers. All these concepts filled his mind and could perhaps aid in resolving one of humanity's 7 great mathematical conundrums, the Riemann hypothesis. Prior to the plane crash, Chun Fan had been engrossed in proving the Riemann hypothesis, tantalizingly close to success. In that fateful moment of the crash, he lamented that his manuscripts and ideas would never see the light of day. He resolved to present this as his inaugural grand gift to the mathematical community in his new life. As Chun Fan departed the study room, The classroom remained abuzz with commotion. Thanks to the earlier uproar, it had devolved into a prolonged discussion. Damn it, my train of thought was interrupted by the duty student. Stop pretending. What thought did you even have? I saw your draft paper. It's entirely blank. Has anyone solved it yet? Teacher Wu mentioned that if a student can explain this problem by Sunday, he would treat them to a buffet. Old Wu is so stingy. If this problem were simple, would he boast about treating us to a buffet? Jia Shueba, have you figured anything out yet? The tall, slender boy known as Jia Shueba adjusted his glasses. Feigning profundity. Almost there. Although it's a challenging problem, I've previewed advanced calculus from university. The Taylor series isn't very effective. I plan to try the Maclaurin series instead. University mathematics? Impressive. A true scholar. Previewing content ahead of the curve. You must be close to finishing all university knowledge, right? Unlike me, who has only learned L'Hopital's rule. Jia Shuva relished the flattery. Even though he had yet to solve the problem, his confidence soared. We are all competitors here. Relying on such basic knowledge like L'Hopital's rule is simply too lowbrow. Enough of this. Once I complete the proof, I'll explain it to you all. Jia Shueba is amazing. Once you've finished, may I borrow your answer for reverence? While the entire class echoed in agreement, only one student was fervently scribbling away, Shi Tianming, who had been inadvertently guided by Chun Fan moments earlier. Mathematics is a discipline steeped in logic. Following Chun Fan's lead, Shi Tianming's proof flowed seamlessly. With each step written, he felt the equations simplifying and becoming increasingly familiar. Until at last, he arrived at the solution, experiencing a euphoric clarity akin to the clouds parting to reveal the moon. Despite the classroom's cacophony, Shi Tianming's thoughts remained lucid and orderly. 10 minutes later, upon completing the final stroke of the problem, he triumphantly raised his draft paper. I've done it. At that moment, many students in the study room had already resigned themselves. If you can't solve it, neither can I. We're all at a similar level. It can't be our fault. The problem is just too difficult. Let's all give up. Shi Tianming's proclamation stunned the room. Students who had been whispering moments ago turned to gaze in his direction. What? Is it true? Shi Tianming solved it? No way. Jia Shueba hasn't even finished yet. Many classmates suspected they had misheard. Though Shi Tianming had made it into the Olympiad competition team, his mathematical talent was merely average. After much perseverance, he had only achieved a middle-tier level, remaining rather inconspicuous in class. Upon hearing this news, the previously boastful Jia Shueba's expression darkened. In the entire competition class, he had been the earliest to register, boasting the most experience and the fastest progress, having previewed all university mathematics. Yet someone had surpassed his speed. Jia Shueba, flustered, rose abruptly from his seat and strode directly to Shi Tianming. This is impossible. I have tried numerous formulas and failed. You must have misinterpreted the conditions. Show me your proof. The difficulty of the problem had indeed unsettled the other students, who began to gather around. Let me see. I want to take a look too. Jia Shueba snatched Shi Tianming's draft paper, his eyes scanning the lines of the solution, his expression darkening with each passing moment until it resembled the bottom of a pot. Shi Tianming had utilized precisely the L'Hopital's rule that he had earlier disparaged as too basic. Astonishingly, it had simplified the complex problem. The onlooking students were equally astounded. Although the L'Hopital's rule belonged to university-level knowledge, it was frequently employed in solving physics problems. The competition team's scholars could not possibly be unaware of it. Yet they had not anticipated its clever application. A wave of realization swept through many classmates, igniting a sense of confidence within them. Wow, did you not expect this? Applying L'Hopital's rule 4 times, you've practically taken it to the function's roots. Shi Tianming, how did you come up with this? Shi Tianming was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Although the inspiration had originated from the duty student, he was the first to complete the proof. He relished the moment, basking in the praise of his classmates. However, the moment was fleeting as the girl in front of him mercilessly revealed the truth. Isn't this what that duty student just said? The girl, too, had been troubled by her inability to solve the problem. She had only half listened to Chun Fan's remarks. Now, witnessing Shi Tianming's complete proof, she felt a sudden clarity. Shi Tianming sheepishly scratched his head. The other students erupted into chatter. Who from our team solved it first? It wasn't from our team. It was that duty student, a destitute student. The competition class felt as though they had been slapped in the face. Just moments ago, they had vehemently criticized Chun Fan for disrupting their focus and had ridiculed him, only to now find themselves thoroughly humbled in the very domain of mathematics they prided themselves on. How long had the duty student even been in the classroom? Students who had been distracted while working on problems noticed that Chun Fan had only been in the classroom for about 5 minutes, and during that time, he had to both clean and glance at the problems, with no pen or scratch paper at hand. He had merely stolen a few glances as he passed by, and within mere seconds, he had gleaned the insight for a complex problem. Sure, Tianming was elated. He had interacted with Chun Fan the most, knowing that the solution he had arrived at was merely a suboptimal one. The insight that he had not yet fully comprehended was, in fact, the most elegant proof for this challenging problem. Thus, that day, Shi Tianming resolved to pack up early and return to his dormitory. He had several university mathematics textbooks there and had previously flipped through the chapter on Taylor expansions. He felt inspired, certain that he could grasp the concepts with renewed vigor. With envious and jealous gazes from his classmates upon him, Shi Tianming exited the classroom. In the competition class, he had never been a standout student, often overshadowed by Jia Xueba and others. This time, mastering 2 methods for solving the challenging problem would undoubtedly allow him to shine in the weekend study group. Upon leaving the classroom, Shi Tianming made a point to run to the sanitation corner, seeking the notice that displayed the responsibility of the duty student for maintaining cleanliness in the study room. High School Year 1, Class 15, Chun Fan. Shi Tianming committed this name to memory. A destitute student? What destitute student? This is a sweeping monk. Chapter 3, an invitation from the competition class. The next day, High School Year 1, Class 15. Ding ling ling. The bell signaling the end of morning self-study rang, prompting the engrossed students to instinctively drop their pens, stretch, yawn, and chat idly at their desks. Chun Fan, the class has already ended, yet you are still studying? I saw you in the classroom before dawn today. Are you preparing to compete for a spot in a prestigious 985 or 211 university? There is no need to exert yourself to such an extent. It's futile. If diligence alone sufficed, what place would talent hold? As soon as class concluded, his deskmate Wang Qin began to pester Chun Fan. Wang Qin is a master of laziness. He is not a bad person and comes from a decent family, yet his academic performance leaves much to be desired. It is said that he spent a fortune of 100,000 just to gain admission to high school. Chun Fan, on the other hand, is a publicly funded student, while Wang Qin is a sponsored student. It is indeed remarkable that both of them have managed to secure a place in the second-tier high school of Linchuan despite their respective circumstances. In the past, Chun Fan would have exchanged a few playful jibes with him. However, currently, Chun Fan is preoccupied with proving the Riemann hypothesis and has no time to spare. The cacophony during the break makes it impossible for Chun Fan to concentrate. Reluctantly, he decides to step into the corridor for some fresh air. Wang Qin, grinning mischievously, scoots his chair forward. Brother Fan, could you lend your math practice book for a while? Chun Fan gestures towards his backpack. Get it yourself. Wang Qin's eyes crinkle with laughter. Brother Fan, your generosity knows no bounds. I'll treat you to chicken legs tonight. The moment Chun Fan's figure disappears from the classroom door, Wang Qin begins to wail. Brother Fan, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What have you been busy with this early? The math practice book hasn't even been touched. It's a disaster. The first period is Old Wu's class. Who has done the math homework? Let me copy. Help a brother out. At the end of class 15, there is a large floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony around the corner, which offers a panoramic view of the campus. Back in his youth, Chun Fan relishes his high school life, yet he knows that this phase is destined to be short-lived. In no more than 3 months, he intends to complete the proof of the Riemann hypothesis and seek a more suitable environment for scientific research. For now, he breathes in the fresh air and observes the students running on the playground. He allows himself to savor this moment of tranquility. Ah, I found you. Junior Chun Fan. A voice suddenly calls out from behind him. The newcomer, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, clutches a few crumpled sheets of draft paper and a carbon pen missing its cap. I am Shi Tianming from the math competition team. Thank you for your guidance yesterday. Without your help, I could never have solved such a challenging final problem and held my head high in class. Oh, it was nothing, Chun Fan replies, surprised that a problem he casually solved yesterday would lead to such an aftermath. I self-studied the Taylor series expansion yesterday and have a few questions I would like to consult with you, senior. Shi Tianming initially intended to share the joy of his successful proof with Chun Fan. However, Chun Fan's composed demeanor exudes an air of authority akin to that of a senior faculty member in the academic affairs office, which makes him nervously address Chun Fan as senior and frame their discussion as a consultation. Shi Tianming hands over his draft paper. Although the questions are quite elementary, Chun Fan is not one to look down on others. In his previous life, whenever students sought his advice, he would share his knowledge generously, time permitting. Chun Fan takes the paper and pen, glances over the content, and notices several issues. Your conclusion is correct, but the proof lacks elegance. Firstly, this part can be simplified by using equivalent infinitesimals. Give it a try. Secondly, your proof here is convoluted. Consider the derivation process of the Taylor series expansion. You can optimize this section and write it as. Lastly, there's a slight flaw here. Sure, Tianming's expression shifts. He had thought he was well prepared after studying the Taylor formula and solving several related exam questions. He had come to engage in a peer discussion, only to find himself being guided once again. Chun Fan is concise and clear, elucidating the problems thoroughly in just a few words. Sure, Tianming feels as though he has experienced an epiphany, raising his knowledge to new heights. He cannot help but give Chun Fan a thumbs up. Junior, your level is beyond that of the other 90 students in a math competition class. Even Teacher Wu might not explain things as clearly as you do. With talents like you, our school could surely contend for a good ranking in this year's provincial math competition. As for the international high school mathematics competition, Chun Fan did not participate in this contest during his previous life, yet he has some connection to it. After his mathematical research earned him the highest honor in the field, the Fields Medal, he became a guest speaker at the awards ceremony for the finals. All students who triumphed in the provincial and national competitions and reached the top 3 in the world finals would have the opportunity to hear Chun Fan deliver a speech and present awards. Noticing Chun Fan's indifferent expression and his lack of awareness regarding the significance of the math competition, Shi Tianming grows anxious. He begins to enlighten him. Junior Chun Fan, I believe you possess extraordinary talent. Please do not squander your gift. The math competition offers not only a prize of 100,000 yuan, but also invaluable opportunities for direct admission to prestigious universities. Opportunities that are worth their weight in gold. Take me for example. I struggle significantly with English, scoring only in the low 40s. If I were to take the standard entrance exam, I would barely manage to get into a first-tier university. However, if I were to win an award in this year's math competition, gaining admission to a 985 university would be entirely feasible. Chun Fan is unconcerned about his own academic prospects. Should he choose to, he could easily replicate some of his past research achievements, which would suffice for him to be nominated as an academician. However, his aim in scientific research is not the pursuit of fame, but the quest for truth. Nonetheless, the financial matter does require urgent attention. According to the timeline of his previous life, in April of this year, his only relative, Aunt Chun, will require surgery due to a herniated disc, which entails a substantial amount of money. In his past life, young Chun Fan had limited capabilities, forcing Aunt Chun to rely on her savings for conservative treatment, which was ultimately ineffective. In this life, although Chun Fan prioritizes research, given the opportunity, he still hopes his family can enjoy a better quality of life. The provincial math competition will take place at the end of March, with awards expected to be distributed in early April, coinciding perfectly with Aunt Chun's surgery. Chun Fan's understanding of the math competition is limited to this, and he is unsure about the participation process. How does one enter the competition? Shi Tianming, well-versed in this area, speaks confidently. The schedule has already been released, but registration is conducted through the school, so you must first pass the school team selection exam. The school will organize the exam this Friday. In principle, anyone can register. However, if you genuinely wish to join the school team, most of our team members are selected from extracurricular classes, as I was back in my day. Chun Fan furrows his brow. This aligns with some unpleasant experiences from his previous life. The competition class offers specialized training. The teachers guide us through learning, problem-solving, and explanations. I enrolled in a class with Teacher Wu. He teaches quite well and primarily provides us with previous exam questions used for team selection. As Shi Tianming continues to speak enthusiastically, he suddenly notices his recommended teacher Wu approaching with a practice book and excitedly greets him. Teacher Wu, I solved the final problem from yesterday as homework. Come and see. After the morning class, Teacher Wu appears somewhat fatigued, having intended to casually discuss the problems to pass the time. Encountering his students from the competition class surprises him a bit. Oh, it's Tianming and Lin. Ah, Chun Fan. How did you two end up together? Teacher Wu, who teaches class 15 in grade 1, is not particularly attentive to his responsibilities within the class. Besides holding on to the secure job of the teacher, he also runs an extracurricular competition training institution to earn some extra income. Chun Fan, a student from a disadvantaged background, has little to offer in terms of contributions, and thus, Teacher Wu has consistently chosen to overlook him. This occasion was no different. Wu's gaze passed over Chun Fan and directly engaged with Shi Tianming. Have you solved the final problem? Let me see. This question incorporates many concepts that we have not yet covered. Shi Tianming, brimming with excitement, presented his rough calculations. Wu swiftly scanned through the work. Despite its somewhat verbose nature, the reasoning was refreshingly novel, displaying commendable logical coherence. In Wu's eyes, this was already quite remarkable. However, on the blank spaces of the draft paper, there were annotations, concise and incisive remarks that caught Wu's attention. Yet, it was evident these were not written by Shi Tianming. Shi Tianming scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Teacher Wu, Chun Fan is your student, isn't he? Previously you mentioned that a dark horse would join this year's competition team. Could it be Chun Fan? He's incredibly talented. Wu was taken aback. Yesterday's final problem was one of the tough questions in the competition. Even the previous year's contest, the official accuracy rate was merely 78. 1. Wu was well aware of the capabilities of his extracurricular students. Only one or two might be able to fully prove it. Yet, there was such a genius in the school class. It had completely escaped his notice before. Wu scrutinized Chun Fan from head to toe. If he could recruit him into the math competition team and nurture his talents, he could potentially become an award-winning prodigy. Should he win accolades in the future, becoming his protege would facilitate the promotion of his extracurricular math classes among parents, making subsequent enrollments easier. However, this year, the school allocated only one spot for the first-year students in the math competition team, and Wu had special plans. His daughter, Wu Yuni, was also in the first year, and he intended to reserve this spot for her to participate in the provincial competition, hoping she would achieve commendable results. If not, it would merely serve as a trial. After pondering for a moment, Wu devised a compromise, gently suggesting, I hadn't anticipated Chun Fan's talent. However, success in math competitions does not rely solely on sudden insights, but rather on consistent effort and accumulation. The competition team is predominantly composed of second and third-year students. Without having undergone systematic training in a competition class, even if you participate this year, your results may not be ideal. It would be more prudent to join our math competition training for a year. Such a well-intentioned reminder and invitation is difficult for any high school student to decline. Yet, Chun Fan had been ensnared by similar entrapments before. In his previous life, during his senior year, he had an opportunity to join the school team and represent the school. However, Teacher Wu persistently argued that without proper training, participating in competitions would waste time and hinder his preparation for the college entrance examination, manipulating and psychologically pressuring Chun Fan. At that time, he had been as naive and straightforward as Shi Tianming, utterly defenseless against the teacher's ostensibly benevolent warnings, ultimately forfeiting his qualification for the competition. After Chun Fan's withdrawal, the vacancy on the school team was covertly filled by Wu, who exploited his position to manipulate the selection process, leaking exam questions and prioritizing students from his own extracurricular class. Had Wu possessed any integrity, Chun Fan might have considered some interaction with him. However, recalling events from his previous life, Chun Fan had no intention of engaging with him. As for the spot on the math competition team, he would simply take an exam to secure it. Chun Fan declined the so-called invitation. No, thank you. I'm too busy. Chun Fan spoke the truth. For him, returning to high school and participating in such training would merely be a waste of time. Shi Tianming felt disheartened. He genuinely believed Chun Fan to be a valuable ally and thought that joining the school team would temper the arrogance of the top student, Jia Xueba. Listening to Chun Fan explain the problems once more, Shi Tianming clearly sensed that, despite being a year younger, Chun Fan was leagues ahead of those so-called experts in the competition class. Wu initially presumed that Chun Fan's lack of ambition stemmed from his economic constraints. After his well-meaning suggestion, he considered making concessions regarding the training fees or agreeing to family loans or installment payments to secure the student. However, he was taken aback when Chun Fan outright rejected him, and as a teacher, Wu found it difficult to save face and persuade him further. Shi Tianming, eager to promote Wu, chimed in, Chun Fan, with your talent, join the competition class, you could definitely achieve a good ranking in the provincial competition next year. The atmosphere in the competition class is excellent, and Teacher Wu is very approachable. I was the first in the class to solve yesterday's problem, and Teacher Wu even offered to treat me to a meal. Chun Fan looked at Shi Tianming, whose eyes were bright, yet somewhat foolish, reminiscent of his own past self, and smiled as he replied, see you at the provincial competition. Shi Tianming failed to grasp the meaning behind Chun Fan's words. Wu scrutinized Chun Fan, narrowing his eyes. The bell rang, signaling the brief interlude of class time. As the sound faded, Teacher Wu entered the classroom, clutching his book with an air of false piety. Upon entering, his first action was not to greet the students, but to listen to his daughter, the class representative, Wu Yuni, report on the class situation. Though he termed it a concern for student status, it bore the undertone of a report to the authorities. After hearing the report, Wu's gaze swept over the last row of the classroom, his eyes narrowing. At this moment, the students realized that Wu was once again on the hunt for a scapegoat among the underperformers. Those caught in his line of sight would face reprimands, or at worst, be suspended for reflection. Wang Qin, the carefree student, was often a target of Wu's ire. Sensing Wu's unusual demeanor, Wang Qin involuntarily shivered, nervously flipping through his exercise book to ensure he had copied all his homework, and nudged Chun Fan with his elbow. It seems Teacher Wu is about to lose it again. Brother Fan quickly copied down the exercises. Chun Fan had no time to waste on such trivialities. He intended to take a leave of absence to retreat to his dormitory and work on proving his world-class mathematical conjecture. Regrettably, his homeroom teacher, Cheng Wei, was not on duty that morning, and he would have to wait until the afternoon to discuss matters with her. Before Chun Fan could find a moment of peace, Wu, having received a report, had already set his sights on him. Striding to the last row, Wu casually flipped through Chun Fan's exercise book, then slammed it down on the ground. Chun Fan, stand up. I initially thought you were a good student, but what is with this attitude toward your studies? You haven't even completed your math homework? You, a rural student from a poor background, thought that mere effort would suffice? And now you're using public assistance funds to study with this kind of attitude? You might as well go home and tend to pigs or sell sweet potatoes. Wu's sudden vitriol escalated a minor issue regarding homework into a grand indictment of Chun Fan's socioeconomic status, as if he had committed an egregious crime. This was a stark contrast to his earlier invitation for Chun Fan to join the competition team. The slight to his pride from Chun Fan's rejection was secondary. More importantly, Wu's daughter Wu Yuni was also participating in this year's selection for the team. Witnessing Chun Fan's insightful corrections to Shi Tianming's problem-solving approach, Wu felt threatened. Under my nose, you wish to participate in the provincial math competition without enrolling in my extracurricular class? Dream on. Thus, Wu resolved that if he could not have it, he would ensure it was destroyed. After all, whether Chun Fan possessed talent or maintained a positive mindset for exams was of no concern to him, as he was not one of his students. In the realm of academia, the foremost concern is one's own contentment. The students turned their heads to observe the unfolding spectacle. They were well aware of Mr. Wu's propensity for inexplicable outbursts directed at particular students, yet such a tirade was unprecedented. Mr. Wu paced the aisle at the rear, hands clasped behind his back. Chun Fan, stand up. What is this attitude? High school is not compulsory education. Who indulges you? If I say you're suspended, you will be suspended. Do you believe I can send you home for a week of reflection? To ordinary students, the notion of being suspended for reflection was akin to a grievous offense. For instance, Wang Qin, how many times had he been sent home only to receive a thorough scolding? Ultimately, he had to appease Mr. Wu before he could return to his studies. However, Chun Fan was unfazed. He was at a loss for a reason to leave this hub of turmoil, preferring instead to settle down and engage in his mathematical inquiries. Suspended? Now that sounds like a delightful opportunity, Chun Fan remarked. Mr. Wu found himself momentarily speechless, having made numerous miscalculations regarding Chun Fan today. This ordinarily inconspicuous student was behaving rather differently. Mr. Wu sought to provoke him, while Wang Qin, who had initially worried for Chun Fan, found himself laughing uncontrollably at this unexpected turn of events, silently giving Chun Fan a thumbs up. The other students in Class 15, initially merely spectators, dared not breathe a word. Yet, upon hearing Chun Fan's retort, they could no longer suppress their laughter. Mr. Wu had intended to unleash a torrent of verbal abuse, but the sound of commotion caught the attention of the school's academic inspectors, who peeked in through the back door. The institution boasted a rigorous inspection system, tasked with scrutinizing both errant students and non-compliant teachers, wielding considerable authority within the school. Just as he was about to vent his frustration on the students, Mr. Wu noticed the inspectors and refrained from his outburst. Engaging in verbal tirades in a classroom, should they be overheard by the inspectors, would not only lead to criticism at the academic meeting, but could jeopardize the year-end award for quality and civility. He quickly donned a congenial demeanor towards the inspectors at the door and redirected his attention to Chun Fan. You, answer the multiple-choice questions from the workbook. Let us see if everyone can verify your responses. Chapter 5. The Challenges of Rising from Humble Beginnings. Mr. Wu's tone softened, yet his gaze remained fixed on Chun Fan, silently coercing him to provide the answers. If the responses were egregiously incorrect, it would reflect poorly on the student's attitude toward learning. Even though the inspectors had overheard his earlier outburst, he could later justify it by claiming it was due to the student's incomplete or poor quality assignments. Ultimately, it would not be the fault of the teacher. However, Chun Fan, for his part, would face consequences for failing to complete his homework, resulting in a deduction of points for the class and a discussion with the homeroom teacher. Wang Qin was genuinely concerned for his friend, knowing that Chun Fan had not completed his assignments. He discreetly nudged Chun Fan under the desk, positioning himself to reveal the copied answers. Yet, to his astonishment, Chun Fan, holding an unmarked workbook, scanned the questions and audaciously recited the answers. Question 1, 5, BBCDA. Mr. Wu had initially intended to reprimand Chun Fan for his lack of homework, but was taken aback when Chun Fan spontaneously fabricated answers on the spot. Lacking the reference answers, he sought help from the class. Ahem, today's exercises are rather challenging. Let us see how many students got them right. What do you all think? Is Chun Fan's answer correct? To Mr. Wu's surprise, several diligent students chimed in unison. Chun Fan is right. As Mr. Wu approached the podium, he had anticipated that Chun Fan would falter, yet the entire class affirmed his correctness. What? Did Chun Fan truly get it right? His workbook was practically blank. Outside, the inspectors continued to monitor the classroom, leaving Mr. Wu feeling increasingly unsettled. Violations of school rules or incomplete assignments would merely result in point deductions for students. In contrast, a teacher breaching professional ethics could face serious financial penalties. Mr. Wu hastily postponed the inquiry. Since there seemed to be no issues with these questions, Chun Fan, please continue providing answers for the next 5. Chun Fan effortlessly responded, 6, 10, Kadba. This time, before Mr. Wu could even attempt to engage the class. Several bright students exclaimed, "We got those right too." Finally reaching the podium, Mr. Wu began to rummage through his reference answers. However, the small, densely printed booklet, combined with the unexpected presence of the inspectors, left him flustered. Just then, a female student raised her hand. "Mr. Wu, why did you choose C for question 7? Mr. Wu, still unable to locate the answer, found himself at a loss. He even forgot to call on another student. Chun Fan, could you explain question 7? For Chun Fan, the high school level assignments posed no challenge. He began to elucidate. This question examines the principles of similar triangles. Given triangle SSA, where angle A is a common angle, we can derive congruence using the properties of right triangles, constructing B perpendicular to AC at E. Chun Fan's explanation was methodical, even capturing the attention of the struggling Wang Qin, who diligently jotted down notes. At last, Mr. Wu located the answers in the workbook and, upon a cursory glance for verification, found that they matched Chun Fan's explanation precisely. Cough, cough, well explained. Class, does anyone have any further questions for me? Now that Mr. Wu had found the reference answers, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him and gradually resumed his teaching. The inspectors, witnessing the restoration of order, exchanged glances with Mr. Wu before departing the vicinity of Class 15. Despite his irritation over Chun Fan's defiance, the incident with the inspectors had inadvertently salvaged his dignity. Thus, Mr. Wu, perhaps out of a twinge of conscience, refrained from further antagonizing Chun Fan, clearing his throat to say, "Let this be the last time, Chun Fan." However, Chun Fan, unperturbed, not only remained seated but began to pack his bag, preparing to leave. The entire class stared in disbelief. Ignoring their astonishment, he nudged Wang Qin, who, still in shock, instinctively moved his chair aside to allow Chun Fan to pass. Wang Qin, bewildered, exchanged glances with Chun Fan, unsure of what had prompted this behavior. "Chun Fan, where do you think you're going?" Mr. Wu exclaimed, exasperated. Having been a long-time fixture in the school, he found it baffling that after having been put in his place, the student would dare to defy him further. Chun Fan, without glancing back, retorted, "For reflection on my suspension." Mr. Wu's frustration peaked. Although he was indifferent to the school's curriculum, his notorious methods had instilled a sense of fear in students, and he never expected that Chun Fan, so audaciously unafraid, would leave after the inspectors had departed. Chun Fan no longer wished to squander time. Initially, he had planned to discuss his absence with the homeroom teacher that afternoon. Yet, with an overwhelming number of chaotic events transpiring, he resolved it would be quieter to use his suspension as an excuse to return home. Modern students truly tested the limits of patience. For the remainder of the session, you will engage in self-study. Mr. Wu did not pursue Chun Fan, slamming the classroom door behind him as he exited, likely retreating to his office to stew in silence. Once the teacher departed, the classroom erupted in discussion. When the inspectors arrived, I was reading a novel at my desk. It terrified me. I brought my phone to school, and it was my own allowance. I'd be heartbroken if it got confiscated. Had it not been for Chun Fan's timely response to the questions, the order would have surely unraveled, and the inspection would not have spared our class. Truly, Chun Fan is a benefactor. Is it not to be credited to Wang Qin? After all, Chun Fan had not completed his homework and merely recited Wang Qin's answers. Nonsense. Wang Qin copied my homework. Only he knows the truth of the matter. Though Wang Qin took the opportunity to plagiarize during his spare time, his accuracy was abysmally low, getting 7 out of 10 multiple-choice questions wrong. If we were to read off those answers, it would be a laughingstock. Meanwhile, Chun Fan's practice book remained completely blank. He had not done any homework at all and merely improvised after being called upon. Wang Qin always thought of Chun Fan as honest and easy to bully. Yet the audacity with which others challenged the teacher is truly admirable. Speaking of which, what has gotten old Wu so worked up today, suddenly targeting Chun Fan? This has never happened before. A gossip-loving student remarked, I know. I just overheard it while passing by the restroom. Old Wu initially wanted to invite Chun Fan to join his extracurricular class, but Chun Fan declined. What? Why would he not go? Did we not say that although Old Wu is somewhat of a taskmaster, he excels at teaching math competitions? I heard that 90% of our school team consists of students from his extracurricular classes. A girl at the front desk shook her head in disapproval. Old Wu's competition class charges exorbitant fees. You all know that. Chun Fan is from a poor family. How could he possibly afford the tuition? Is Old Wu really picking on him for that? Bringing up Chun Fan's poverty is a blow to his dignity. What a petty move. Half the class cursed Old Wu, while the other half felt pity for Chun Fan. Chun Fan is quite academically capable. If he could participate in a math competition and secure a prize, it would at least open the doors to a 985 university, wouldn't it? What a pity. If it were my family, they would definitely support my pursuit of advanced mathematics, but alas, I lack the talent. Sigh. It is indeed difficult for those from humble beginnings to rise to prominence. Chapter 6. May I borrow a pen? In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. It was Friday, the day of the selection examination for the school's math competition team. As the clock in the library chimed, Chun Fan set down his pen and stretched his limbs. Since Wednesday, he had taken advantage of the class suspension for reflection to retreat to the library and tackle the century-old conundrum of the Riemann hypothesis. After days of diligent effort, he had organized the manuscripts from his previous life and the existing proof strategies in his mind into a coherent form. This preparation was crucial for his subsequent research. Balancing work and rest yields the best results. Now, it was time to participate in the school team examination and relax a bit. How delightful. A competition exam means half a day off. Math, physics, biology, if only history and geography had competitions too. Let the top students compete while we enjoy fewer classes and more time off. I feel the same. Were it not for my reflection on the suspension leading to a beating, I would want to go home and surf the internet every day. Speaking of which, after Chun Fan clashed with Old Wu last time, he has been absent from class for 2 days under the pretext of reflection. That's quite impressive. As Wang Qin exited the teaching building, he was regaling his friends from class 16 with tales of Chun Fan's illustrious deeds when he suddenly spotted the man himself approaching and hastily waved. Whoa, Brother Fan. Chun Fan greeted him with a smile. Wang Qin gave a thumbs up. Brother Fan, compared to you, our skipping class is mere childish play. You, who normally adheres to the rules, have taken 2 days off. If you don't return soon, Sister Wei Wei will be calling the police. Sister Wei Wei is the affectionate nickname for Chung Wei, the homeroom teacher of class 15, who holds a graduate degree and teaches English. Chun Fan slapped his forehead. He had intended to seek leave from his homeroom teacher, but he had become so engrossed in mathematics that he completely forgot. Wang Qin invited. Since we have half a day off this afternoon, how about we sneak out and go online? Chun Fan declined, stating, I need to attend the school team selection. No way, Wang Qin exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. This year's competition team is exceptionally difficult to join. Our school hasn't placed in the top 3 of the provincial math competition for 4 years. The principal is under pressure. Thus, this year's selection emphasizes strength over fairness. All previous team members with awards from grades 2 and 3 will participate. We must strive to bring glory to the school. Those who have never won an award must retake the assessment based on their scores for eligibility. As for the first-year students who have been in school for merely half a year, with limited training and no competition experience, they have left only a symbolic slot for us. In Wang Qin's eyes, even if Chun Fan performed well academically, with over 1,200 students in grade, all vying for the same opportunity, who knows how many prodigies have been studying advanced mathematics since elementary school. This opportunity certainly would not fall into the hands of someone from a rural background with a poor educational foundation like Chun Fan. Oh my heavens! Is there not even a preliminary screening for the new students for the school team selection? All sorts of people are signing up. What a waste of exam papers. What a disgrace to paper. 3 students clad in senior high uniforms hurried toward the teaching building. The leading boy, portly and round-faced, upon hearing about Chun Fan's exam. Wasted no time in mocking him. The two girls behind him stifled their laughter. Wang Qin and his friends, sporting unconventional hairstyles and tapered pants to appear cool, stood beside Chun Fan, making him seem no more studious than they. Chun Fan had no interest in banter. Were it not for the prize money from the provincial competition, he would not stoop to bullying these students. However, Wang Qin was incensed. Only he could insult his brother. No one else could dare. Who do you look down upon? My buddy Chun Fan is quite formidable. Just wait and see how our brother Fan shines and wipes you all out. The moment Wang Qin spoke, the three laughed even more shamelessly. These three were exempt from the selection assessment and were directly participating in this year's school team. In particular, the chubby leader, surnamed Dong, was favored by all the competition teachers at the school. They were here merely to simulate the exam, enhance their problem-solving skills, and identify any gaps in their knowledge. In fact, during subsequent phases, they would assist the school in grading the papers. Wang Qin, impulsive by nature, was about to charge at them, but was halted by Chun Fan. Senior Dong, I apologize. These students from our class are being rowdy in the exam area. I will discipline them appropriately. Chun Fan sought to avoid trouble, but a girl suddenly emerged behind him to apologize on his behalf. It was Wu Yuni, the class representative from Class 15, the daughter of the mathematics teacher, and also an appointed rival to Chun Fan for the school team. Senior Dong grinned widely. Junior Wu, how is your exam preparation coming along? Like Wu Yuni, he was a child of educators and, due to his commendable grades, held a certain arrogance in school. Wu Yuni had indeed received the key example problems drawn by old Wu before the exam, but she dared not speak too boldly in front of the senior. She stuck out her tongue, saying it's just SOSO. I'll be relying on Senior Dong's assistance later. 1 TI. Wu Yuni knew that Senior Dong would assist in grading the papers later, so by maintaining a loose grasp on his help, her own scores would appear more favorable. Senior Dong, ever slick with words, replied, Junior is joking. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The offspring of a mouse knows how to dig holes. Your father, Teacher Wu, teaches mathematics, so you've been influenced since childhood. Who could possibly rival you in the first year? I will strive to do my best. Just then, the preparatory bell for the exam rang. Students preparing to participate in the school team selection checked their stationery, ready to enter the examination hall. Apart from a handful of senior students who, due to their experience, are not overly concerned about their chances of joining the school team, the rest of the students are engulfed in anxiety. O divine spirits, manifest your presence. May I excel in every question and achieve complete correctness. I am about to take my exam, and I shall not be nervous. Wu Yuni is no exception. Overcome by nerves, she repeatedly counts the pens and triangular ruler in her transparent exam pouch. She constantly reassures herself. The key problems provided by her father may be incomprehensible, yet she has memorized the answers. After all, she has been studying the knowledge of Olympic mathematics competitions since elementary school. She hopes that the other elite students in her class, as well as the second-year seniors, are not as naturally gifted as she is. Nowadays, it is all about extra classes and private tutoring. The tales of rising from humble beginnings are merely stories. While pondering these thoughts, Wu Yuni's gaze instinctively shifts to Chun Fan. His classroom performance that day left her profoundly shocked, and she has since considered him her imaginary rival. My competitors are the top-tier students, not Chun Fan. He lacks guidance, has no one to rely on, and was even subjected to suspension before the exam. Surely, I shall be the one to secure first place this time. As Wu Yuni motivates herself, her thoughts run wild. Yet, in this tense atmosphere surrounding the examination, she witnesses a scene that leaves her flustered. Chun Fan mingling with a group of students she dismisses as underachievers. When the teacher urges the candidates to enter, he casually pats his pocket and asks Wang Qin, I left my pen in the library. Can I borrow one? Chapter 7. Why does he write faster than I can copy? Can I borrow one? Wu Yuni, having concocted elaborate mental scenarios, finds her alertness to Chun Fan's presence shattered by a simple request. Wang Qin has harbored disdain for old Wu for quite some time. He eagerly anticipates Chun Fan showcasing his talents and securing a spot on the school team. Yet Chun Fan's lackadaisical attitude during the exam frustrates Wang Qin. You've got to be kidding me. Here, take this. Wang Qin offers. This is a blessed 0. 38mm gel pen. This is a 0. 5mm signature pen. This is a fast-drying ink pen specifically for exams. And here, a complete acrylic transparent triangular ruler set, along with dust-free erasers of various specifications. With these, you will surely. Before Wang Qin can finish his introduction, Chun Fan randomly selects one pen and slips it into the pocket of his school uniform as he enters the examination hall. Wang Qin mutters, just one black pen? Can't you at least show some respect for the selection exam? Second-year student Shi Tianming also enters the hall. Since he consulted Chun Fan about a problem last time, he has become an ardent admirer. Unfortunately, he arrives a bit late today and, despite running, fails to greet Chun Fan, only managing to smile at Wang Qin. Don't be nervous. With Chun Fan's ability, he will definitely make the team. Wang Qin, exasperated, replies. He doesn't even have any tools. What will he do for geometry questions? Doesn't he need a protractor for angles? If he makes a calculation error, doesn't he need an eraser? Sure, Tianming reassures him, don't worry. The underachievers have plenty of stationery. The top students only need one pen. Wang Qin, what kind of nonsense is this from the competition class? I feel personally offended. As they enter and take their seats, the candidates' seating numbers are arranged alphabetically by surname. Coincidentally, Chun Fan sits directly in front of Wu Yuni. Chun Fan, feeling rather bored, spins a pen to empty his mind. If sheer hours of work were effective, the Riemann hypothesis would not have plagued humanity for a century. Engaging in mathematical research requires inspiration and relaxation. Solving a set of high school-level Olympic math problems is a delightful form of leisure. Wu Yuni, however, is exceedingly tense. She observes the new candidates entering the classroom, her mind racing with assumptions. That one is from the Hope class. They surely struggle with Olympic math despite the pressure from other subjects. And that one is a second year. He didn't even qualify for the competition team in first year, so he certainly won this year. As Wu Yuni speculates, her anxiety remains unresolved, prompting her to silently recite the formulas and examples her father, Teacher Wu, had given her the day before. After another 5 minutes, the loudspeaker in the corner crackles to life, announcing the examination rules. The invigilator distributes the test papers and answer sheets. Chun Fan flips through the paper, scanning the question types, and effortlessly recalls the answers in his mind. This innate numerical intuition is a result of his years of mathematical research in his previous life. As he works through the problems, he finds himself internally critiquing the questions. This question is quite interesting. It plays a word game. If I hadn't noticed, I would have mistakenly selected D. This question lacks depth. If it were me, I would intertwine the solutions of functions and equations with inequalities, incorporating dynamic point problems that necessitate auxiliary lines for accurate solutions, ultimately testing for sequence patterns as well. This question barely passes. If the provided numbers 1 and 2 were changed to 1 and 3, it would eliminate at least 80 of the candidates present. This question is truly insidious, separating the two given conditions across lines. A moment's carelessness could lead to errors. Oh, this question is somewhat intriguing. For Chun Fan, this examination is exceedingly easy. Rather than focusing on answering questions, he directs most of his energy toward critiquing the questions themselves. However, to his classmates, Chun Fan's speed seems rather abnormal. In this selection exam, consisting of 10 questions arranged by difficulty, while everyone struggles over the last 2 choices, a swift sound is heard as Chun Fan flips his paper to the back. A boy seated diagonally behind him glances at Chun Fan, then looks at the clock, realizing that only 10 minutes have passed, and he breathes a quiet sigh of relief. For him, this exam is relatively challenging. He has only managed to answer 3 questions, with one being a guess between B and D. Observing Chun Fan's pace, he decides to turn his paper over as well. The teacher said that one must understand what to prioritize when solving problems. Functions are not my forte, but analytical geometry and proof questions is where I excel. If it's difficult for me, it will be difficult for others too. I'll tackle the questions I know first. Having arrived at this conclusion, the boy flips his paper. The previously quiet classroom suddenly buzzes with the sound of frantic page flipping as more students begin to turn their papers over, creating an atmosphere of restless agitation. Wait, everyone else is done? What if I can't solve this? No, I mustn't waste time on questions I can't answer. I'll flip my paper and give it a try. Consequently, the classroom fills with the sounds of papers flipping and restless murmurs. Yet, Wu Yuni experiences something different. Upon receiving her exam paper, all her anxiety and urgency vanish without a trace, because this very set of questions was explained to her by her father, Teacher Wu, just the day before. What a fright. Thank goodness the person setting the questions is my father. While others strive with all their might, Wu Yuni is determined to leverage her father-esque guidance. Not only do the knowledge points and formulas align perfectly, but even the order of the questions and the sequence of the options remain unchanged. As Wu Yuni writes her candidate number, she simultaneously fills in the answers for the multiple choice questions, leaving her only the larger problems to complete in the remaining time. With meticulous strokes, she writes each character with determination, resolved to compose a flawless proof process. Despite having tackled these questions yesterday, mathematics is an abstract discipline that demands logical coherence. Without grasping the true essence of each step, even previously encountered problems can lead to unexpected challenges. Brain, I have mastered it. Hand, the first step is complete. Please provide the next instruction. Brain, from junior high school onwards, Wu Yuni was assigned by Old Wu to study Olympiad mathematics. She possesses a solid foundation, her logic is clear, and she has no issues with proof steps. Mathematical symbols leap off the page. Today, she performed admirably, completing nearly all the questions without a single smudge on her answer sheet. I must submit the most perfect paper. No lost points, no deductions. I shall become the first member of the Linhua No. 2 middle school team to achieve a full score. After finishing a problem, Wu Yuni admired her completed proof. Suddenly, Chun Fan, seated in front of her, stood up, pushed his chair under the desk, and turned to leave the classroom. The invigilator softly inquired, "Classmate, there's still an hour and a half remaining until the end of the exam. Are you certain you do not wish to check again?" Chun Fan nodded gently, not intending to disturb anyone. However, the other students in the classroom were nonetheless affected by his decision to submit. Completed in an hour? Ridiculous. We know where he came from to fill the quota. This is utterly challenging. Had I known, I wouldn't have registered. Now that he is leaving, sigh, I might as well submit too. I have already taken down one opponent. If I just write a little longer, do not panic. Success in entering the school team is within reach. Yet, the most astonished of all was Wu Yuni, who sat behind Chun Fan. After he exited the examination room, she lifted her gaze slightly and caught sight of the densely packed answer sheet on Chun Fan's desk. Although the answers were not entirely legible, the print-like handwriting made it hard for Wu Yuni to believe that Chun Fan's paper was merely a product of random guessing. At that moment, one question consumed her thoughts. Why does he write faster than I do when copying? Chapter 8. An error in the exam paper? Chun Fan, Junior, I finally found you. When did you submit your paper? I rushed to your exam room right after I handed mine in. After submitting his paper, Chun Fan went to the playground for a run. It took Shi Tianming quite some effort to encounter him. Chun Fan slowed his pace, glancing at the clock hanging on the distant teaching building. About an hour ago, Shi Tianming was in disarray. I am keen on comparing answers after the exam. However, few have managed to solve the final problem. Many I asked either couldn't write it or provided strange answers that were hard to persuade him with. Thus, he remembered to seek Chun Fan for clarification. However, upon hearing that Chun Fan had submitted his paper in just 1 hour, he found it impossible to ask further. It seemed that the day he explained the Taylor series to himself was precisely when he encountered a familiar point of knowledge. Chun Fan inquired curiously, "Is there something on your mind?" Shi Tianming, after much internal struggle, finally blurted out, "I came to ask about the answer to the last question. I have been proving for quite some time and feel it cannot be solved using conventional methods. It's rather peculiar." Chun Fan nodded in agreement. "Ah, this question indeed possesses some intrigue. First, one must use Cauchy's convergence criterion to prove it is monotonically bounded, and then apply the nested interval theorem to derive an increasing sequence with an upper bound." Initially, Shi Tianming was disengaged, merely wishing to chat casually with Chun Fan. Yet, this casual exchange seemed to open the door to a new world. Chun Fan spoke rather quickly, and he couldn't fully grasp every sentence, but being a competition student, he still had a grasp of some basic mathematical concepts. "Wow, there's a rather strange condition in this problem. I thought it was a printing error." The invigilator confirmed there's no issue. Hearing the junior speak, it turns out I was just too inexperienced. Chun Fan waved his hand, indicating that he need not belittle himself. This question indeed posed a challenge, suitable even for graduate assignments. Shi Tianming proceeded to inquire about several other questions he was uncertain about, and Chun Fan provided answers to them all. Yay! It seems I'm secure with a score of 90. Grateful, Shi Tianming leaped 3 feet high in excitement, his address shifting from Junior to Brother Fan. "Brother Fan, later my friends from the competition team and I are heading out for a meal. Would you care to join us?" Chun Fan declined with a wave. "Thank you, but I'll head to the library after my meal." This weekend, with a holiday in observance of the moon, Chun Fan had ample time to engage in proof work. Shi Tianming gave Chun Fan a thumbs up. No wonder others excel beyond him. Even during a holiday, they do not rest. The following week, on Monday, "Congratulations, Wu Yuni, Class Representative Yuni. You are simply remarkable, competing against over 200 students in the entire grade. Who would have thought you would secure the sole spot for first-year students? And a perfect score, no less." In the front row of the classroom, Wu Yuni was surrounded by students showering her with flattery and chatter. "Oh, it's not as impressive as you all say. I was just lucky." Wu Yuni feigned modesty, yet inwardly, she was brimming with pride. Just yesterday, Senior Dong from the competition team privately messaged her, stating that the papers had been graded and she had achieved a perfect score of 100. After exchanging playful banter with Senior Dong, he further rewarded her. Not only was your solution flawless, but your paper was also clean and tidy, without any corrections. A good friend of mine in the student council will post your paper in the student work display when the results are announced. Wu Yuni's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. She also inquired about Chun Fan's score. Chun Fan ranked second with a score of 95. This score already eclipsed all the second and third-year seniors, but unfortunately, the school had determined that only one spot was available for first-year students. Serves him right. Who told Chun Fan to argue with my father in class that day? Otherwise, perhaps we could have generously discussed with the principal to allow him to compete as well. Relying on her father's influence, Wu Yuni had already come to regard the team as her own. No way. This is outrageous. If Brother Fan had performed poorly, it would be one thing. But 95 points, second overall, and just because of a limit on spots, he's not selected for the competition team. Wang Qin dragged Chun Fan to see the results announcement, lingering nearby and murmuring in disbelief. It's not fair. The second-year students didn't perform as well as you. And why select someone like Wu Yuni from the first year? It's truly nauseating. Wang Qin harbored a deep disdain for the snitching Wu Yuni, feeling angered at the sight of his good friend being excluded. Chun Fan, how can you remain so indifferent? You didn't make the school team, and you seem completely at ease without a hint of reaction. You scored 95, higher than the seniors in the second and third years. Can't you plead to be included in the team? Not necessary, Chun Fan replied. He was not apathetic. Rather, the difficulty of high school-level competition problems posed no threat to him. If he couldn't achieve a perfect score on these, then his previous life would have been in vain. He might as well have met his end in a more dramatic fashion. The highest score possible in the competition was 100. He could anticipate that Teacher Wu would leak questions to Wu Yuni. Chun Fan retained memories from his past life. Everyone would pursue their own paths, at most ending in a tie. Once they reached the provincial competition, their abilities would be the true measure. However, with this posted exam paper, Chun Fan did not believe any teacher at Linchuan No. 2 Middle School possessed the capability to deduct points from his paper before checking the school's notice board. Chun Fan had feared that this selection process would lack transparency. Yet, since Wu Yuni's perfect paper had been displayed, the matter was settled. Do you have a red pen? Chun Fan asked. Yes. Wang Qin replied. Chun Fan took the pen, opened the glass of the display case, and then proceeded to write a few strokes on the blank space of Wu Yuni's answer sheet. Huh? Brother Fan, what are you doing? This constitutes a disruption of school duties, which may result in a deduction of moral conduct points. Oh dear, there's a surveillance camera right above. Chun Fan merely inscribed a brief 3-line response. In the first line, he incorporated Wu Yuni's standard answer into the function presented in the question. The second line simplified the function in a manner comprehensible even to a middle school student. The third line culminated in an inequality. Wang Qin initially intended to detain Chun Fan, but upon observing his earnest demeanor, he merely stood by, captivated. Once Chun Fan completed his work, even someone as dim-witted as him comprehended. Oh dear, this answer, when substituted back into the question, renders the equality invalid. What is this so-called perfect score? Truly, Brother Fan is impressive. I understand all. I'm just waiting for passing students to nitpick, ha ha ha. In the subsequent recess, due to the school's strict closed management policy prohibiting mobile phones, students primarily gleaned fresh news and gossip from the bulletin board. A throng of students gathered around, both participants and non-participants of the selection examination, creating a bustling scene. The first thing they noticed was the selection examination rankings. First place, Wu Yuni. Second place, Chun Fan. Who are these two, achieving such high scores? They are also members of the mathematics competition team. How come they've never been heard of before? As first-year students, look, over there in the showcase of student excellence hangs Wu Yuni's answer sheet. Choices, fill in the blanks. Proofs, 20 questions in total, devoid of any smudges. Excelling in the first year like this, has our school produced a genius? Next, they glanced at the student work display area. The mathematical content itself is rather abstract, lacking the readability of poetry or essays. A clean and tidy math test paper, one would typically just glance at and move on. However, the glaring annotations in red pen by an unknown hand caught their attention. ISNT at a perfect score? Why are the comments? Something feels off. This answer, when brought back to the paper, does not hold true. Absurd. Upon discovering this anomaly, the students began to converse. Is that really the answer to the last question? This is outrageous. If the method were that simple, I too could have thought of it. While working on the problem, I read the given conditions 3 times and attempted calculations 7 times, yielding no results. But the problem states, ft1 f times 1, doesn't it? Wu Yun's approach diverged completely from the question. Indeed, this formula can only be applied when fx0. Wu Yun's reasoning is clearly flawed. How did she receive a perfect score? In front of the public listing, a group of competitive students pointed and whispered. Some of the students who participated in the selection examination voiced their discontent. If the question were phrased this way, I could solve it too. If that were the logic applied, I could have done it. I was so close to being selected for the school team. Alas, I'm in my senior year and ineligible to participate this year, and thus I have no more chances. No, we cannot let our youth be marred by regrets. Let us go seek out the teacher and discuss this matter. A group of students, feeling they had been unjustly graded, marched resolutely to the administrative building's mathematics competition office. Chapter 9. The greatest scandal of the selection examination. In the administrative building, within the mathematics competition office, Wu Yun's selection examination results settled, and Teacher Wu leisurely enjoyed his cigarette. On the coffee table opposite him lay an ashtray, yet the record of the rankings from this examination was littered with ash, particularly the name Chun Fan, which had been scorched black by the cigarette butts. Chun Fan? That little rascal. I told you to refrain from opposing me in class. You chose to drink the bitter wine instead of the sweet. Now you've learned your lesson. Haven Tea you? Huh. As long as you Haven Tea graduated. You won Tea, enter the competition team. Though Chun Fan had been eliminated, the matter was far from over. Wu Yun still needed to continue in the school team, and at noon, she would host a meal for the leader and senior students. Suddenly, the teaching secretary entered, handing over a selection test paper. Teacher Wu, there seems to be an issue with the final question of this test. Many students have raised objections and have caused quite a stir at the academic affairs office. As the question setter, we hope you can provide an explanation. Old Wu took the test paper, discovering that the problematic part of the final question had been circled in red pen. The function fx had an extra component. Mathematics is a precise discipline. A slight error can lead to vastly different outcomes, and a change in known conditions might even render the problem unsolvable. Damn it, what is this Murphy's Law? I had meticulously double-checked everything, yet it still turned out wrong. Old Wu cursed inwardly, but the error on the test paper had already been highlighted, leaving him no room for defense. He could only feign ignorance. Oh dear, there seems to be a minor issue. It must have been a careless mistake during the typesetting of the paper by the printing department. However, why are there so many students questioning this? In previous years, such errors had occurred occasionally, but generally without significant consequences, as the difficulty of competition questions meant few could reach the last one. The teaching secretary, reluctant to deal with trivial matters, preferred to sip tea and read the newspaper in peace. He lamented, Wu Yun's perfect score paper has been posted on the honor roll by the student council. Many students have discovered that when the answers are brought back to the function, the equality fails, leading to the teaching secretary, being from a liberal arts background, was not well versed in mathematics competitions. However, even elementary students understand the basic principle that both sides of an equation must be equal. Old Wu slammed his thigh in frustration. Oh dear, those imbeciles in the student council. The answers from the selection examination have not been released, so nobody knows where they went wrong. They cannot all attribute their lost points to this erroneous question. However, once the answer is posted, it becomes quite challenging to explain. The teaching secretary did not want to bear the blame. This isn't primarily the student council's fault. It was your math competition team, S. Little Dong, who insisted that the younger student's talent was extraordinary and worth emulating, hence requesting us to display her paper as a model in the showcase. Damn it, this troublemaker is more hindrance than help. Old Wu cursed softly, then paused to ask, can we let this slide and deal with it quietly? The teaching secretary appeared troubled. That seems rather inappropriate, as it involves many students, and the school leadership is already paying attention. Old Wu lit a cigarette for himself. He gazed at the error on the test paper, pulled out a scrap of paper from the drawer, calculated several times, and ultimately gave up, shaking his head. This might truly be a teaching accident. This question, if based on the erroneous known conditions, has no solution. So how do we explain Wu Yun's perfect score? During the grading of the papers, some may have misinterpreted the question, arriving at the same solution, which isn't too difficult to justify. Thus, I shall write a public apology letter and propose that all students receive 5 points for the last question. Would that suffice? After all, the number of competitors remains constant, and our school team S spots are relatively fixed. The teaching secretary pondered for a moment before agreeing to the plan. This is a relatively standard course of action. If we were to reschedule the entire examination due to a minor error on the paper, the cost would be exceedingly high. This way, the workload for the school's academic affairs remains minimal. Only old Wu's eyelids twitched in dismay. Every student receiving an additional 5 points would elevate Chun Fan's score to 100. He had just claimed that Chun Fan would never make it into the competition team. Yet now, under these circumstances, they seemed compelled to invite him to join. What a slap in the face. Soon, a correction notice was disseminated and posted. Students gathered around. The test question was erroneous. Everyone receives an additional 5 points? I get 5 points, and others also get 5 points. What use is that? Indeed, what good does that do? I'll let be. It seems I'm not destined to excel in mathematics. Perhaps I should focus on my studies and prepare for the college entrance examination. A few students wore forlorn expressions, lamenting, "No, I misread the given conditions." My answer matched that of Wu Uni, but now they've suddenly issued a correction, granting others extra points while I'm left behind. At noon, old Wu gathered his daughter and some relevant leaders, along with the captain and key members of the school team, for a meal. Old Wu is quite commendable. He has nurtured a prodigious daughter. This year, the first-year students performed admirably. Initially, only one slot was allotted for team members, but since both candidates achieved full marks, we made an exception to select 2 first-year students. Old Wu, isn't Chun Fan from your class? Why didn't you bring him along for the meal? Someone inquired. Indeed, apart from Wu Uni, who else could achieve full marks? We would like to meet them too. As everyone sat at the table, they teased old Wu, who was visibly uncomfortable, as he had never been fond of Chun Fan. Shi Tianming, a core member of the school team, also attended the gathering. His personality was rather boisterous and somewhat oblivious. That's wonderful. Junior Chun has joined us too. With so many at the table, old Wu chose not to elaborate. It seems Chun Fan had prior commitments and wasn't able to join us. It is worth mentioning that this fellow is rather fortunate. Despite the correction to the exam questions, other scores remained unchanged, while his was adjusted upward by 5 points, thus allowing him to join the school team. Shi Tianming scratched his head. Huh? After the correction, isn't there a standard answer? How could they just have 5 points? Shi Tianming, who favored being meticulous, proceeded to pull out the solution Chun Fan had written after their recent exam. After returning home that day, he had delved into extensive materials, comprehending the problem thoroughly. Today at the gathering, he was poised to showcase his prowess. What began as a simple meal transformed as Shi Tianming spoke, altering the expressions of many around the table. A few team members listened with a mix of understanding and confusion, reminiscent of Shi Tianming's initial experience with Chun Fan's explanations. Yet it appeared that the correct answer should indeed align with his explanation. The competition team leader, Teacher Lu Zhong, attempted to verify the problem after Teacher Wu announced it was unsolvable. However, upon hearing Shi Tianming's remarks, he suddenly experienced an epiphany. The previously jovial school leaders now shifted their focus to the complex mathematical dilemma. While they struggled to grasp the problem, they understood that it indeed possessed a solution. So, Shi Tianming, you mean to say that even with the erroneous prompt, this problem can still be proven solvable? Thus, the correction and apology letter imply? Leader Lu Zhong felt that nothing else mattered anymore, gazing at Shi Tianming with excitement. Shi Tianming, your line of reasoning is remarkable. Why didn't you discuss this with everyone after the exam? Teacher Wu's expression soured considerably. He had spearheaded the explanation, asserting that there was no correct answer, and now, out of nowhere, a solution emerged. Furthermore, showcasing Wu Uni's test paper would become a public scandal during the selection process for the school team. Chapter 10. The leader's reception and joining the school team at the table. Only Teacher Wu wore a troubled expression, desperately trying to conceal it by bowing his head. The others turned their attention to Shi Tianming, eagerly awaiting his response. Shi Tianming awkwardly scratched his head. My line of thought? Actually, the solution approach isn't entirely mine. It was taught to me by my junior. Leader Lu Zhong's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Who is this junior? Which class is he in? Is he also a member of our school team? Shi Tianming, feeling a bit dazed by the questioning, replied. His name is Chun Fan, from class 15 of the first year. He is not a member of the school team yet. Oh wait, he will be shortly, having just qualified in this election. Several school leaders nodded in acknowledgement. The competition segment of the school is primarily overseen by the mathematics faculty. They weren't concerned about the problem's difficulty. Their focus lay on future provincial competition rankings. Yet Lu Zhong felt his heart racing. That erroneous problem bore some relation to his doctoral research direction. However, he had delayed his studies for 2 full years without yielding any results, eventually choosing to withdraw and return to his high school alma mater to teach. He had nearly abandoned his aspirations for research, yet unexpectedly found inspiration in a high school student's problem-solving approach. Excellent. Shi Tianming, are you close with Chun Fan? I would like to meet him this afternoon. Lu Zhong abruptly set down his chopsticks. By the way, Please ensure that the correction for that final problem is publicly announced. Although it may tarnish the school's reputation, nothing is more significant than acquiring a genius. If Chun Fan cannot join the competition team, I fear I may struggle to remain here as well. After Lu Zhong finished speaking, he stood to leave. The other school leaders exchanged glances. Comprehending the situation, Lu Zhong was an alumnus of this school, having returned last year as a teacher after completing his master's degree. Even if he ventured into major cities, he would likely earn a respectable income. It was solely out of loyalty to his alma mater that he returned without hesitation. Moreover, the competition results of this school had been declining year after year. If they did not inject some fresh talent soon, they would stagnate, and it remained uncertain whether they would even qualify for the provincial competition. As for Teacher Wu, if the first correction and notification could be somewhat tolerated, the second instance was indefensible. As the person responsible for drafting the questions, he could not excuse the quality issues that led to errors. Furthermore, how could he explain that a question he previously declared unsolvable suddenly had a solution? And besides, if the question was flawed, how could his daughter's answers align with the standard ones? Even a fool might suspect that he had leaked the questions. Director Zhun put away his smile. Adopting a serious expression, Old Wu, although we have been colleagues for decades, this matter is truly beyond my ability to protect you. Over 1,000 students below, and 2,000 eyes are watching. He continued, a formal reprimand, a demotion, and the cancellation of your year-end bonus. As for Wu Yuni, if she meets the scoring criteria in future assessments set by Teacher Lu, she may also join the school team. Old Wu's countenance darkened. He was indifferent to the loss of his year-end bonus, as he could still earn extra income from extracurricular classes. However, a formal reprimand implied that the school might start scrutinizing him closely. It seemed he would need to be more discreet with his extracurricular classes in the future. Wu Yuni lowered her head, on the verge of tears. Faced with a group of school leaders and teachers, she had felt a mixture of pride and anxiety. She never anticipated being exposed at the dinner table. Now, she would have to retake the exam, and this time with a different examiner. Her mathematical prowess was far below that required for competitions. How could she possibly perform well? Not to mention securing one of the top positions. Merely passing would be a challenge. In the afternoon, Shi Tianming rushed into the classroom with his backpack. Waking many of his classmates from their afternoon slumber, another announcement has been posted. It's fantastic. Brother Fan, you are currently ranked first in the selection exam and will definitely join the school team. Wu Yuni's scores have been revoked. Awesome. By the way, Brother Fan, the highlighted corrections on the display board are yours. Why was there another announcement this afternoon canceling Wu Yuni's scores? Did you pull some strings? Chun Fan pondered for a moment, uncertain whether to affirm or deny. He had initially intended to visit the competition team office when students voiced their doubts. But could it be that Shi Tianming had resolved the problem ahead of time? After all, he had only explained the solution to Shi Tianming after the exam. The underperforming students in the back row, who had been intimidated by Wu Yuni, held her in disdain. Upon hearing that Chun Fan was the one selected, they were all quite pleased. Is that true? Wang Qin, don't just blabber. Last time you spread gossip, claiming Yang Wei had a crush at the neighboring experimental primary school, only to find out he was merely picking up his sister after school. Wang Qin wore a scowl on his face. When did this happen? Utter nonsense. He pointed out, the announcement of Chun Fan joining the team was made this morning. It's quite evident that Wu Yuni has been disqualified. Just look ahead. She's there, sobbing at her desk. A girl at the front whispered in disbelief, but I can't comprehend how it could be Chun Fan. He hails from a humble village, utterly destitute, and has never undergone any training. How could he possibly outshine others? Shi Tianming flaunted his arrogance, as if he were the one who had secured first place in the school team. This is what they call 30 years of ups and downs. Do not underestimate the youth for their poverty. Ha ha ha. While everyone was immersed in laughter, Shi Tianming led the school leaders and team captain Lu Zhong to the entrance of Class 15. Chun Fan Jr. Shi Tianming waved at the door. Chun Fan smiled and greeted him as he stepped outside. Shi Tianming warmly introduced, "Welcome to our competition team. Let me introduce you to our captain, Teacher Lu Zhong, and Director Zhun from our school." Among these individuals, Chun Fan had only a vague recollection of Lu Zhong. He seemed to be a talented graduate from Nanda, but his academic journey had not been smooth, and after dropping out of his doctoral studies, he had come to teach at the school. However, it appeared that he had left his position due to depression a couple of years later. Yet he seemed quite optimistic and cheerful at present, although unaware of the details. Chun Fan felt an immediate affinity for him. Upon seeing Chun Fan, Lu Zhong was visibly thrilled. "Ah, you are Chun Fan. Incredible. The final problem. Our entire competition group thought it was unsolvable, yet you proved it. Your approach has greatly inspired my research. By the way, your methodology could warrant a paper. I can assist you in publishing it. Chen Fan was taken aback. To him, that unexpected final question was merely a slight detour, as his attention was primarily focused on the Millennium Prize problems, rendering such minor innovations unworthy of his regard. Lu Zhong, assuming Chen Fan was unaware of the significance, reassured him, "No worries. Now that you're part of the competition team, you're under my wing. I will personally guide you in writing your paper." Shi Tianming looked on enviously at Chen Fan. Publishing a paper, in his recollection, was an endeavor reserved for graduate students, doctoral candidates, or renowned professors, signifying the attainment of groundbreaking research in a particular field. Chen Fan was far more formidable than he had imagined. Chapter 11. Lu Zhong's Dilemma. Once the school team members were confirmed, they swiftly entered the training phase. The competition students, under Captain Lu Zhong's guidance, were exempted from regular classes. Chen Fan packed his belongings and, just as he had hoped, arranged his leave before his homeroom teacher could summon him for a talk. Wang Qin was on the verge of tears from envy. "I wish I didn't have to attend class. Woe is me. I envy you so much, Brother Fan." Chen Fan smiled and waved goodbye. With the justification of being a competition student, Chen Fan would enjoy greater freedom at school, facilitating his subsequent endeavors. Report. Enter. Captain Lu Zhong, seated at his desk, beamed upon seeing Chen Fan. "Ah, it's you, Chen Fan. Guomin, I was just looking for paper writing tutorials for you." He even helped Chen Fan pull up a chair. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude and took a seat, though he felt slightly uncomfortable. If he were in his previous life, such treatment would be expected, yet now, he was merely an ordinary student. There was no justification for it. While Lu Zhong fiddled with some materials, he casually inquired, "As we are approaching the competition, how well-versed are you in the requisite knowledge?" He listed infinite series, power series, vector algebra, spatial geometry, differentiation and integration, limits, and continuity. Are you familiar with these concepts? In his past life, Chen Fan had never participated in mathematics competitions and was unaware of the depth of knowledge required. So he merely listed some college-level mathematics topics. "Goodness," Lu Zhong exclaimed, his eyelids twitching at the breadth of knowledge. "If you truly master all this, you could rival a mathematics graduate." Shen Fan smilad mudasli, manaja. Lu Zhong angled the computer screen slightly towards Chen Fan. "Look, this is a paper writing tutorial authored by a senior from my university. Once you finish reading it, please write out your thought process from that final problem, ensuring your expression and terminology are precise." "All right," Chen Fan replied. He was quite familiar with academic writing. In his past life, he had been recognized as the scholar with the most published papers, having authored 731 articles across various prestigious journals in fields such as physics, mathematics, computer science, and biology. He casually browsed the material and inquired, "By the way, teacher, can we access the external network from our school's computers?" "External network? The school hasn't equipped us with such tools, but I purchased a VPN for my own use, primarily for research purposes." Chen Fan discreetly observed him. Lu Zhong seemed to lack anything further. His response carried a hint of defensiveness. Realizing he had digressed, Lu Zhong quickly shifted the topic. "Ahem, do you have any academic queries that pique your interest?" Given Chen Fan's rebirth, he was well acquainted with future technological advancements and significant breakthroughs, having grasped the essentials. However, as a researcher, his ambition was not merely to rely on past achievements, but to innovate further based on his previous experiences. Those neglected studies or papers might also offer him some inspiration. Lu Zhong nodded, emphasizing, high school students should prioritize their studies and establish a solid foundation. The provincial competition is approaching, so finish that paper first. Although your foundation is solid, you must also participate in the subsequent training. "Okay," Chen Fan replied. Lu Zhong added, "I'll step out for a moment. You can review the tutorial and write on your own. If anything is unclear, feel free to ask me tonight." After saying this, he exited the office. On the rooftop, he lit a cigarette. Because of Chen Fan's proof strategy, the research topic that had stagnated during his doctoral studies suddenly glimmered with a faint hope, rekindling his desire to pursue further education. However, he felt he could not let down his team members or betray Principal Hao, who had supported him in his time of need. Lu Zhong muttered to himself, "The second high school hasn't ranked in the top 3 of the provincial competition for 3 years. Even if I were to leave, I should at least meet Principal Hao's expectations. This year should be achievable, especially with a genius like Chen Fan on the team." Lu Zhong remained fixated on earning his doctoral degree, yet the shame of having wasted his advisor's opportunity when he dropped out weighed heavily on him. If he were to return, he must produce results from his previous failed research as part of his reapplication materials. Lu Zhong's research required referencing a portion of the papers based on Chen Fan's problem-solving strategies, which was why he had urged Chen Fan to complete the paper promptly. As for plagiarizing Chun Fan's work, as a teacher, he would not stoop to such depths. If his advisor were to accept him back for further studies, Chun Fan would have made a significant contribution. Should he apply to Nanda, he would recommend Chun Fan to his advisor as a disciple. Left alone in the office, Chun Fan casually skimmed through the paper writing guide Lu Zhong had provided, setting it aside. He could finish a paper of that caliber in no more than an hour. Yet, what truly thrilled Chun Fan was the prospect of finally being able to surf the internet. As a reincarnator, it is only logical to establish connections with influential figures from my previous life as early as possible, seeking their assistance to reintegrate into a more suitable social circle. Regrettably, being confined within the school feels akin to incarceration, devoid of any means to communicate with the outside world. Whom should I reach out to first? Chun Fan pondered deeply. The first individual that crossed his mind was his university mentor from his past life. However, according to the timeline of his previous existence, he should be engaged in a significant confidential project during this period, likely unable to attend to his emails. Next, he considered his chubby senior from that life. Chun Fan inputted his senior's email address, sent a casual message in an attempt to make contact, but was met with a notification that the email address did not exist. Chun Fan reflected. Recalling the timeline when we first met, I am now in my first year of high school, so he must be in his second year of university? Well, he is still leading a carefree collegiate life. Even if I managed to contact him, it seems I would have little authority in the conversation. It appears I can only take one step at a time. Indeed, in my previous life, I had many friends in academia, but reaching out to them without prior context, or if sending papers lacking experimental support, would likely lead to rejection or be deemed as insanity. After all the experimental data and inventions from my former life reside solely within my mind, rendering them unverifiable to others. If I were to indiscriminately bombard them with emails, their experience would likely resemble receiving a scam message. I am Qin Shi Huang, seeking to return to complete the unification of the empire. I now require you to send me 50 for the resurrection elixir. It would undoubtedly feel absurd. After browsing through several academic websites and reviewing materials related to the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, Chun Fan yawned and began working on the paper left by Lu Zhong. Within 40 minutes, he had completed a draft. He had no intention of further refining it, as Lu Zhong might need to guide him when he arrived. Just as Chun Fan was about to pull out his notebook to continue his research on the Riemann hypothesis, a document on his computer that had not been closed caught his attention. Chapter 12, Guidance. The content of the document was rather abstract. 4 positive integers and 1, 1, 2, 3. When n is odd, colon equals 3n1. When n is even, it equals n2, let common n, inf n colon n denote. Chun Fan focused intently for a moment, realizing that this was akin to the final problem in an exam. Yet upon closer examination, it was even more profound and enigmatic. This piqued his interest. Chun Fan initially intended to continue his research on the Riemann hypothesis after completing the assigned task from his teacher. However, he found himself captivated by this problem. Even elevated to the level of mathematical competition, high school knowledge was trivial for him. Besides the prospect of a prize, it failed to ignite his interest. Regardless of his past or present, Chun Fan's greatest joy lay in traversing the frontiers of technology, exploring and conquering various unknowns. He began typing on his computer, but soon found the keyboard cumbersome and retrieved some manuscript paper from his drawer. As he became engrossed in his work, he easily lost track of time, and before he knew it, it was already 12:30 p.m. After morning of classes, Lu Zhong purchased a lunchbox from the staff cafeteria and made his way to his office. Upon entering, he discovered Chun Fan seated, deep in thought, with numerous sheets of draft paper strewn across the desk. Lu Zhong smiled knowingly. He was quite pleased with this student. Such dedication was rare, even among many of his former graduate classmates. If nurtured, Chun Fan would undoubtedly shine in the field of mathematics in the future. Lu Zhong set down his lunch, wishing not to disturb him, and quietly approached Chun Fan. However, when he saw Chun Fan engaged in verifying the reasoning behind his calculations, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck?" Startled, Chun Fan dropped his pen, turning to see it was Lu Zhong, and he sighed with relief, asking with a puzzled expression, "Teacher, is there something you need?" Lu Zhong's gaze wandered among the sheets of draft paper before he looked at Chun Fan with a complex expression. "Do you know what you're working on?" Chun Fan shook the mouse, illuminating the computer screen, revealing the Word document that had been opened. Chun Fan earnestly explained, "The paper derived solely from that final problem lacks completeness. The topic in your document is an extension of that problem, and I intend to continue proving it. This could make for a commendable paper." Lu Zhong replied, "If successful, it indeed would be an impressive paper." He cleared his throat a couple of times. "Ahem. Do you understand what you are proving?" Without hesitation, Chun Fan answered, "A mathematical problem." Lu Zhong took a deep breath, his expression complex, as he said, "This is the renowned Collett's conjecture, which also happens to be the focus of my doctoral research." Chun Fan set down the mouse. At that moment, Lu Zhong found himself at a loss for words. When he commenced his doctoral studies, he and his advisor had designated the Collett's conjecture as their research goal for the subsequent 3 years. Yet, lamentably, once immersed in the depths of research, he found himself entangled in a web of challenges, with his hair turning gray in the process. 3 years stretched into another 3, and despite his considerable efforts, he had produced little in the way of results. The emergence of Chun Fan and his innovative ideas rekindled hope within him, inspiring him to consider continuing his research. Lu Zhong perused Chun Fan's draft papers. "What step have you reached?" Chun Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat duped. He had thought it was merely a standard mathematical problem, only to realize it was also a mathematical conjecture. Chun Fan had traversed numerous fields in his past life, dedicating limited time to mathematical research. Thus, he was not well acquainted with every conjecture. Life is finite, yet knowledge is boundless. Even with the impressive achievements from his previous life, Chun Fan maintained a sense of reverence in the face of knowledge. Having attempted various methods, upon discovering that this was not a simple mathematical problem, Chun Fan shifted his focus from solving to communicating. If one were to employ the sequence verification method, utilizing an infinite sequence to contend with infinite natural numbers, if the first term is even and the common difference is even, then all natural numbers in the sequence are even. However, following this computational rule would lead to several new complications. Lu Zhong listened in silence. This proof strategy had consumed him nearly a year in his own attempts, ultimately yielding no success. Yet, Chun Fan managed to dismiss this approach in less than a morning. Although he had not proven it successfully, eliminating a fallacy during the research journey is still a step closer to the truth. If one were to disregard even numbers and focus solely on odd numbers, this new verification method would also have its flaws, lacking continuity in calculations. While it could be utilized to validate ascending or descending sequences during ascension, one would need to factorize too. Lu Zhong remained silent, pondering. Much of what Chun Fan articulated was material he had intended to explore after the publication of Chun Fan's paper. Yet, in merely a morning's time, Chun Fan had already helped him eliminate numerous unviable paths. Lu Zhong humbly inquired, "Where do you believe the breakthrough for the Collett's conjecture lies?" Chun Fan replied, "Although the Collett's conjecture may not be as renowned as the Riemann hypothesis, the Goldbach conjecture, or the Hodge conjecture, it has remained unsolved for a full 80 years since its proposal in 1937. I am not a wishful thinker. I have only delved into this content for a morning. What breakthroughs can one realistically expect?" However, upon perceiving the expectant gaze of Professor Lu Zhong, Chun Fan felt compelled to share a few rudimentary thoughts. As he scribbled on a piece of draft paper, he articulated, "I aspire to construct a formula such that, after iteration, all even numbers will be extracted and neutralized, rendering the right side of the equation an odd number. Consequently, this conjecture will be transformed into the following 2 propositions requiring proof. 1. Any given xi, once it enters the iteration, will not revert to xi, thereby avoiding any cycles. Should a cycle occur, it would serve as a counterexample, refuting the Kakutani conjecture. 2. After entering the iteration, the numerical value of xi will not diverge, meaning it will not grow indefinitely, but rather oscillate within a finite range." Chun Fan had yet to explore the subsequent process. He merely provided a preliminary line of thought. Lu Zhong listened, enraptured. Although it was merely an idea, he felt a ray of illumination penetrate his research path. Glancing at the wall clock, Chun Fan remarked, "Oh dear, it's already 1 o'clock. I shall go grab a bite to eat." Lu Zhong then realized his own hunger, though his lunch had long since cooled. "Ah, very well, off you go," he replied. Chun Fan tidied the table casually and inquired, "By the way, Professor, did you need to speak with me about something earlier?" Lu Zhong felt a twinge of discomfort at being addressed as Professor. It's nothing much, just checking whether your paper is completed." Chun Fan opened the paper he had prepared in advance. "This is my first time writing a paper. Could you see if there is anything that requires your guidance?" Having just absorbed Chun Fan's research approach and feeling immensely enlightened, Lu Zhong was hesitant to offer any critique. "I shall take my leave for lunch then. See you this afternoon." After Chun Fan departed, Lu Zhong stared vacantly at the document. The paper was well-structured, coherent, and appropriately detailed, devoid of any errors in punctuation or formatting. Could it truly be that this was his first attempt at writing a paper? Chapter 13. A question I do not understand in the administrative building's conference room. to ensure that the members of the mathematics competition team have an optimal environment for study and preparation. The higher-ups at Linchuan know. Tu High School decided to allocate the large conference room directly to the competition group. The most advanced and user-friendly equipment the school possessed, electronic blackboards, projectors, standing air conditioners, and water dispensers, were all dedicated to the mathematics team. Even tea bags, coffee, and light snacks were prepared at the back of the classroom, eagerly awaiting this year's students to achieve results and bring glory to the school. This year, Linchuan No. 2 High School had 21 students eligible to register for the competition. However, due to Wu Yuni's disqualification midway, the actual number of participants in the competition team stood at 20. As the afternoon simulation session commenced, it was time for roll call. Jia, the academic star, was responsible for maintaining discipline within the team. With only 20 members, attendance was quite evident. Yet, Jia harbored a desire to assert his authority before his junior peers. He understood that if he neglected to enforce discipline, he would be overshadowed by the likes of Dong Wang, a second-generation student. Chen Yang, late by 1 minute, penalized with one challenging proof problem. Zheng Qian, dozing off, please collect a page of multiple-choice questions during the break to awaken. As Jia read out the last name on the list, Chun Fan? Who is Chun Fan? Why is there no response? In truth, he had already noticed Chun Fan's absence during the morning roll call, but wished to indulge in some theatrics before his teammates. Jia felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Chun Fan. First, he had outshone him with a challenging problem during evening study, and then, during the entrance exam, he had achieved a perfect score, overshadowing the upperclassmen. Just a freshman, Jia thought, merely stumbling upon the right answer and feeling accomplished. He disappears on the first day of joining the team, clearly not interested in being part of it. Among all those who signed up for tutoring, the ones who made it to the team are all elites. Jia resolved that when Chun Fan returned to report, he would certainly give him a piece of his mind. The other team members began to murmur amongst themselves. Chun Fan? That freshman? The one from the evening study duty, the impoverished student? What do you mean impoverished? He scored full marks on the selection exam. It seems we have a formidable opponent. Let us see what happens during the provincial competition. Many team members regarded Chun Fan as a hypothetical adversary. Among them, Dong Wang harbored the deepest resentment towards Chun Fan. Earlier, in an attempt to impress Wu Yuni, he had arranged for a grand exhibition of his test papers through the student council, only to face a mishap that led to a thorough reprimand from his father upon returning home. Thus, a rivalry with Chun Fan was born. However, now that Chun Fan had joined the competition team, Dong Wang anticipated a lengthy confrontation. As the team members immersed themselves in their work, the door to the large conference room suddenly swung open. It was Lu Zhong, the team leader. No, it was Lu Zhong who opened the door. And then a youthful boy clad in the latest high school sports uniform, with a fresh haircut and a handsome visage, strode in. Chun Fan walked directly to the podium. Everyone instinctively set their pens down. According to protocol, training was set to begin at 2 p.m., and Chun Fan had already arrived late. Typically, one would quietly return to their seat and address any matters later, but what was he up to now? The gaze of confrontation shifted from Chun Fan to Lu Zhong. However, what Lu Zhong did next astonished them even more. After opening the door for Chun Fan, he slightly turned to the side, gesturing with his hand in a manner that conveyed a genuine respect. The senior members of the competition team were well aware of Lu Zhong's temperament. He had never shown such deference even to the school principal. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Lu Zhong then stepped up to the podium. Students, please quiet down. This is our new teammate, Chun Fan. Let him introduce himself. A few newly inducted students felt a wave of discontent. During the morning registration, everyone had merely stood and stated their names. Yet Chun Fan was given such an elaborate introduction. Standing confidently at the podium, Chun Fan greeted, "Hello everyone. My name is Chun Fan." A silence fell over the room as eyes widened in surprise. The team members had anticipated Chun Fan would speak a bit more, but they were taken aback by his succinctness, far simpler than their own introductions, which included details about their accolades. Chun Fan believed there was little of substance to share. Had he chosen to recount his accolade from past lives, he could have boasted over 20 world-class scientific awards, alongside honors bestowed by various research institutions and foundations, making for a 10-minute introduction. However, the sword of the present cannot sever the ties of the past. Awards from another era carry little weight today. Thus, Chun Fan opted for a truly simple introduction. Lu Zhong, having been thoroughly impressed by Chun Fan's capabilities earlier that morning, had expected him to elaborate further. It was instead met with an awkward silence. Lu Zhong attempted to prompt some conversation to accelerate the team's understanding of Chun Fan. Ahem, Chun Fan. Don't you have anything else to add? Chun Fan pondered briefly before adding, I come from class 15 of the first year. I appreciate your guidance. Lu Zhong's face fell, and he silently face-bombed. This young man, who had spoken so eloquently about the clap problem in the office, now sat in silence. Reduced to this state, Lu Zhong could no longer contain himself. Chen Fan, you're the only candidate who scored a perfect mark in the selection examination. And you even innovatively solved that erroneous final question. Surely, you must have gained considerable insight from your studies and research. Please share your thoughts with everyone. Chen Fan reflected. From my past life to this rebirth, I have indeed traversed many winding paths. The most profound realization I have encountered is that the more one learns and studies, the more one becomes aware of the vastness of the ocean of knowledge, and concurrently, the more acutely one feels their own ignorance. Therefore, after my rebirth, I have come to believe that the two most crucial things are, first, to cherish time, and second, to maintain a humble attitude toward learning at all times. This is what I aspire to achieve in this life, and I wish to impart this to every student present. He continued, life is finite, while learning is boundless. Knowledge resembles an endless sea, and we are but a tiny boat adrift within it. I hope we can learn from one another and progress together. Such humility from Chen Fan was indeed remarkable. Earlier in the morning within the office, Lu Zhong had deeply appreciated Chen Fan's prowess in mathematics. While other students might have flashes of brilliance attributed to innate talent, the knowledge and abilities that Chen Fan exhibited that morning could easily mislead one into believing they were in the presence of a university professor. Upon concluding his discourse, Chen Fan's personal experiences, although authentic, resonated differently with the students, who felt they had yet to reach such a zenith, perceiving his words as somewhat grandiose. Lu Zhong was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Fan, you're not even a science student. How come your eloquence is so remarkable? However, the competitive class often thrived on the weak being overshadowed by the strong. If you continue like this, you might find it difficult to establish yourself in the class. After Chen Fan finished speaking, Lu Zhong added a few remarks on his behalf. Chen Fan is quite modest, yet I suspect he might be playing the fool to catch the wise. I advise you not to be swayed by superficial appearances. He is indeed formidable. Chen Fan, the students. Lu Zhong continued. All right, the new team member has introduced himself. You all may continue your self-study amidst the sea of problems. If you encounter any questions, feel free to approach me. For any queries I cannot address, you may consult Chen Fan. Should he be unable to provide an answer, then the problem must certainly be erroneous. Do not dwell on it. Chapter 14. The darling of the school team after joining the school team. Chen Fan was granted the freedom he had longed for. There was no need to attend classes punctually, nor were there arbitrary disciplinary assessments. To prepare the team for the provincial competition, the school granted the competition team substantial privileges. However, the treatment Chen Fan received was even more outrageous. Chen Fan inquired, do I not need to remain in the classroom? Lu Zhong, bemused, waved his hand, no, you may stay in my office. Learn whatever you wish. Read any materials you desire. If you encounter any issues, we can discuss them together. Just as long as you don't come to the classroom, all right? After Chen Fan arrived in the classroom, he mingled with the others for the entire morning. He was quite content, yet many students began to question their own abilities. Is this method of solving something I should know? He finished it, and he finished it again. Did he arrive at his answers merely by observing? Why did I not see him use his pen at all? This is it, I am done for. With an opponent so formidable, I shall surely not place this year. Don't lose heart. There's always next year. There will be no next year. I will be in university then. Not winning an award in the provincial mathematics competition will be a significant regret in my life. Teacher, as a competition student, I am deeply sorry. I no longer wish to strive. If all the geniuses are competing, what use is my effort? In light of this situation, Lu Zhong decisively asked Chen Fan to leave. This fellow is simply a toxic presence on the team, originally intending for Chen Fan to temper the students' arrogance and prevent them from feeling overly self-important. The result was an overcorrection, leaving them all in a state of despair. No one dared to speak up during class discussions, and if this state persisted, the school would struggle to even participate in the provincial competition. Chen Fan timidly asked, then, may I still partake in the team's subsidized meals? Lu Zhong, his mind in disarray, took a moment to remember Chen Fan comes from a modest background. He was previously even doing chores as a poverty-stricken student and has always eaten simply. The box lunches ordered for the team, with their meat and vegetables, surely surpass what Chen Fan usually consumes. Of course, Lu Zhong affirmed. Dong Wang, when you order the box lunches, remember to include one for Chen Fan, and add an extra chicken leg or braised egg for him. Dong Wang, he had just been contemplating how to cut costs on meal reimbursements for Chen Fan. only to be publicly called out in front of the whole class. Teacher, the budget allocated for student activities by the school team is limited. It's fine for Chun Fan to order a box lunch, but adding a chicken leg might be. Liu Son insisted, no waities. If the school cannot cover the extra costs, you can come to me later. Dong Wang, feeling utterly defeated, conceded, understood, teacher. He dared not let Lu Zhong cover the costs. Previously, when he handled reimbursements, he had often sought out receipts to pocket some extra. The team's lunch and dinner each cost 25 yuan, and with 10 days remaining before the provincial competition, a little manipulation could yield 500 yuan in illicit gains. Enough to afford a new pair of trendy AJ sneakers. Now, adding a meal for this new teammate meant he would have to return some of the money he had pocketed. Dong Wang was on the verge of tears. Chun Fan nonchalantly made his way to Lu Zhong's office to continue his proof work. Lu Zhong, meanwhile, was preoccupied with the intense training schedule of the team, needing to lead the class and teach. As long as Chun Fan didn't cause any disruptions at school, he could do as he pleased in the office. Initially, there were dissenting opinions regarding Chun Fan's position within the team. However, after several interactions, the students began to shift their perspectives. One day, Lu Zhong had to step out for a meeting and encountered traffic, which delayed the afternoon class, leaving many unresolved problems on their tests. Despite a tumultuous discussion in the classroom, no conclusion was reached. At this moment, Shi Tianming proposed, "Why don't we go to the office and consult Chun Fan?" To be honest, considering my exam preparation mindset, I truly did not wish to see him. Chun Fan has a way of affecting one's mentality. Perhaps it was better to skip this. Although Chun Fan had only spent half a day in the classroom, he had left a profound impression on everyone, casually completing a challenging problem as if it were a trivial task. Shi Tianming insisted, "It's fine. Chun Fan is a good person, and he explains concepts patiently and clearly. Trust him." Amidst his research, Chun Fan also engaged in other activities to balance his life. When such matters arose, as a member of the school team, he felt it was his obligation to assist. Eventually, the students discovered that Chun Fan only exhibited arrogance when submitting his answers. But when explaining problems or discussing solutions, he was remarkably accessible and even clearer than Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong maintained a good rapport with the students, and as they grew more familiar, they affectionately referred to him as Lu Ge. The team members finally grasped the meaning behind Lu Zhong's words on the first day when he introduced Chun Fan, saying that any questions they did not understand could be directed to Chun Fan. On several occasions during class, when confronted with complex geometric proof problems, the students would exclaim, "Lu Ge, can you handle this?" Quickly summoned Chun Fan, the great sage. Lu Zhong, both amused and exasperated, would invite Chun Fan to the classroom. At this juncture, Chun Fan was unhesitant, taking a brief glance at the example problem before effortlessly guiding everyone through the solution. Lu Zhong found himself at the back of the classroom, listening intently. He was equally puzzled. How did Chun Fan manage to discern auxiliary lines amidst such intricate geometric figures, with intersections, tangents, and various relations intertwined? Finally, a student dared to ask a question. "Master Fan, what are your thoughts on these auxiliary lines? How did you so effortlessly know to draw them here?" Chun Fan smiled gently, replying, "It's nothing exceptional, merely a matter of practiced hands." Lu Zhong interjected, "Clearly, he is the one with the most practiced hands." Apart from participating in mathematics competitions during high school, he has also been leading the competition class at our school for several years. Chun Fan added a few strokes to the diagram, pondering aloud, if the auxiliary line is not here, could it be here, here, or here? The class, upon hearing Chun Fan's explanation, found the chaotic auxiliary lines amusing. Lu Zhong had fully acknowledged Chun Fan's prowess and, half-jokingly, invited him, "Chun Fan, the competition is approaching. Why not take over the math classes for the competition class for the next few days?" Chun Fan firmly shook his head. "But the class fees would go into your account, Teacher Lu." The class erupted in laughter. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Fan had become the beloved darling of the school team. They also realized that with Chun Fan's presence, even the most complex problems seemed to simplify, gradually elevating everyone's mathematical abilities. Initially, Jia, the top student of the team, felt a tinge of resentment at being overshadowed, but was quickly met with a soul-searching question from his teammates. "Can you clarify that problem for everyone? If you think you can, then go ahead." Jia found himself at a loss for words, stammering, "I personally believe I am still quite the scholar." Facing the scornful gazes of his peers, he continued, "Yet, with Chun Fan's caliber, there is no reason for anyone to fret. There is indeed a distinction between a scholar and a prodigy. As an ordinary scholar, I advise everyone not to dig their own graves." Chapter 15. The journey begins. As the provincial competition drew near, the school administration's attention towards the school team intensified. The balding academic secretary, Shi Gong, hastily made his way to the mathematics competition bus room, a file folder tucked under his arm. The school planned to shoot a promotional video featuring the team's participation, to be displayed on the school's promotional screen. The aim was twofold: to showcase the school's spirit and to alleviate the team members' nerves before the competition. Members of the school's literary society had drafted several speeches, which, although decent, lacked creativity. After much deliberation, Shi Gong decided to let team captain Lu Zhong select one himself. Dressed in a wrinkled, old polo shirt, with the collar deliberately popped, Shi Gong appeared rather disheveled, embodying the stereotype of a middle-aged man. "Hello, Teacher Lu," Shi Gong announced as he entered the office, only to discover that Lu Zhong was not present. A student sat at his desk, intently focused on the computer, engrossed in some task. Over the past week, Chun Fan had claimed the space as his own office, diligently reviewing literature. Shi Gong, responsible for publicity, occasionally took it upon himself to enforce student discipline. Noticing Chun Fan shirking his classes while playing on the computer, he assumed an authoritative tone. "Which class are you from? And what are you doing here?" Before he could finish, another student squeezed past him into the room. "Excuse me, just passing through. Master Fan, here's the red bean taro balls and herbal jelly that Dongo ordered for you. I heard you weren't fond of the jasmine milk tea delivered yesterday, so I thought you might like to try this instead." Chun Fan, beloved by the entire team for his tutoring sessions, had inspired his peers to treat him to afternoon tea as a token of appreciation. While busy, he casually replied, "Thank you, just leave it on the coffee table." The student, peeking around, set down the items and turned to leave, only to be met with a scowl. "My apologies." "Sir, who are you looking for?" Shi Gong, feeling utterly ignored, frowned. "Stand straight. Where are you two from?" "It's 2:30 p.m. Everyone else is in class." "And you're here doing what?" The student replied, "We're all part of the school team. I came to bring afternoon tea from Master Fan." "Damn it. I never got such treatment," Shi Gong muttered under his breath. "Irked. Where's your team leader, Lu Zhong? Call him here." "Oh, okay." The student dashed out. Shi Gong glared at Chun Fan, surveying him. Initially, he contemplated reprimanding him, but upon seeing Chun Fan's earnest demeanor, he hesitated to interrupt. Moments later, Lu Zhong arrived. "Did you call for me, Shirge?" Upon being summoned by the student, Lu Zhong promptly emerged, aware of Shi Gong's notorious penchant for meddling, and worried that he might disrupt Chun Fan before the exam. As expected, Shi Gong began to voice his grievances. "What kind of team members do you have? One delivering takeout during class hours, and another playing on the computer. And when I arrive, not a single greeting. Lu, don't tell me you intend to lead such a team to victory against Zhong." Initially, Lu Zhong had not planned on coddling Chun Fan, yet the circumstances compelled him to do so. With no harm in revealing the situation, he introduced, "This is Chun Fan, the genius student who aced the entrance exam and is pivotal for our team's success this year." Shi Gong finally recognized the name, as the school administration had been particularly attentive to Chun Fan ever since his perfect score during the selection exam. They had instructed that he should feature prominently in the promotional video, deeming him an exemplary candidate for representation. However, Shi Gong's initial impression of Chun Fan was unfavorable, leading him to harbor biases. "What perfect score? Isn't that Wu Yuni who was disqualified for cheating?" Chun Fan might have some tricks up his sleeve that simply haven't been uncovered yet. The chaos in recruiting for the team is evident in Shi Gong's eyes. The interest in Chun Fan stemmed merely from his underprivileged background, which offered a compelling narrative paired with a youthful, vibrant appearance, making him suitable for promotional purposes. Yet, Shi Gong felt that Chun Fan was unworthy. While others were sweating it out during training, why should Chun Fan be in the office enjoying takeout? Such extravagance was hardly befitting a poster child for impoverished students. Shi Gong resolved to report back to the administration at the next opportunity. Nevertheless, the school leadership had already made arrangements, compelling Shi Gong to comply. With a scowl, he questioned, "Young man with such a relaxed attitude, what rank do you expect to achieve in this year's provincial competition?" Chun Fan reclined in his chair, relishing the camaraderie within the competition team. In his previous life, he had started from scratch and struggled immensely. Upon his return, he had initially placed immense pressure on himself, setting a series of ambitious research goals. Yet, this approach proved exhausting. Instead, it was the time spent with his fellow competitors that rekindled his youthful spirit, accelerating his deductive reasoning process due to this shift in mindset. Noticing Shi Gong's growing frustration, Chun Fan half-jokingly assured, "Rest assured, we shall secure the championship. After all, Our meals and lodging are taken care of. Shuri Gong was taken aback. He had anticipated a passionate declaration of ambition, not this nonsensical reply. Lu Zhong couldn't help but chuckle. After more than a week of interaction, he had begun to appreciate Chun Fan's unique character. When they first met, they had delved into the Clat's conjecture together, and during their discussions, Lu Zhong often felt as though he were conversing with an elderly sage rather than a mere youth. However, as Chun Fan interacted with the students from the competition team, he managed to blend seamlessly with them, transforming the previously discontented members of the school team into loyal supporters. During research sessions, he exhibited the demeanor of a scholarly sage. In the company of his teammates, he displayed a delightful wit. Perhaps this reflects the dual nature of genius? Shuri Gong's serious demeanor resurfaced. If only Chun Fan would utter a few conciliatory words, he would certainly provide valuable counsel regarding the promotional video. Yet as it stood, Shuri Gong decided to cease communication with Chun Fan, believing that further discussions would yield no fruitful outcome and would only serve to exacerbate his frustration. If the leadership insisted, they could simply record a segment with Chun Fan separately and splice it into the final edit. Shuri Gong addressed Lu Zhong directly. All right, the provincial competition is imminent. Let's not be overly studious. Everyone needs to engage in other activities to unwind. The Student Council's Cultural Department, in collaboration with the Literature Club, is tasked with filming a promotional video featuring our team members. After class, please gather everyone together. Lu Zhong agreed. The school has truly been considerate. I'll organize the team right away. This indeed seemed reasonable. With the competition approaching, everyone was fervently working through problems. If they performed well, it could bolster their confidence. But poor performances often led to self-doubt. Chapter 16. Reviving the Glory of Number 2 High School. A duty we must embrace. Half an hour later, the school team concluded their intensive training and assembled on the playground, where the photographer from the cultural department had also arrived. Good afternoon, Fan. Good afternoon. Chun Fan greeted everyone with a smile. As the examinations drew near, the team members were under considerable pressure, many still submerged in a sea of problems. Emerging only to take a breath, their expressions deep and contemplative. Shuri Gong nodded in satisfaction. These seemingly somber yet wise students, who were too engrossed in their studies to even spare a moment for personal grooming, epitomized what it meant to be part of the school team. He contemplated that during the video shoot, he would ensure these students received ample screen time, while minimizing Chun Fan's role. All right, everyone, let us first arrange ourselves and select some lines, Shuri Gong instructed the group. However, during the filming process, he encountered unexpected resistance from the team members after just a few attempts. Shuri Tianming glanced at the script and remarked, "This is far too cumbersome. The lines are overly ornate, verbose, stretching over 5 lines. And I have to memorize this? I don't want to participate." Zheng Xian from the team attempted to engage with the script, but soon set it aside, stating, "This is too tedious. I'm a math competition student, not an art student. You all can have your fun." Dong Wang also declined, saying, "Uncle Sure, while I am part of the student council, I can't support this endeavor. It feels too formalistic. I'd rather solve a few problems in my spare time." Jia Shuabai echoed the sentiment. Everyone should get back to solving problems. We still have a long way to go to catch up with Fan if we want a place in the competition. Shuri Gong wished to persuade them, but it seemed futile. Observing the few clips the photographer had captured, he noted that the team members struggled with the verbose lines crafted by the Literature Club, stumbling over their words and appearing forced. Let us leave. Even Chun Fan has opted out of participating. He must have realized this was nonsensical. Fan, the competition is the day after tomorrow. I'm still a bit unclear about the Leibniz formula. Could you explain it to me when we return? I also have questions to discuss with you, Junior Chun. Shuri Gong finally recognized Chun Fan's esteemed position within the team. These competition team members, held in high regard by school leadership, were united under Chun Fan's influence. Absurd. In recent years, the school had sought funding for the renovation of the playground. However, due to subpar performance in various competitions and examinations, the funds were preferentially allocated to the First City High School, despite the principal's numerous appeals. This year's math competition team, having undergone rigorous selection processes, even resulted in the rejection of Mr. Wu's daughter, leaving the school pinning its hopes on the team to achieve notable results, allowing the principal to apply for funding once more. If the promotional video fell short, Shuri Gong would also face repercussions. Gritting his teeth, he approached Lu Zhong. "Little Lu, this won't do. The students have dispersed. What shall we do about our promotional video? Could you perhaps persuade Chun Fan to participate? Regardless of the outcome, we need him to at least show up for the filming." Lu Zhong shared a deep bond with the competition team students. After previously discussing the Clat's conjecture with Chun Fan, His mentor had promised that if he made progress in his original research direction, he would support him in continuing his doctoral studies. Returning to academia would mean parting ways with these students. Over the past 2 years of leading the team, Liu Zhong felt rejuvenated, reliving his youth. Thus, he hoped to create a memorable video. Liu Zhong conferred with Chun Fan. All right then. Chun Fan also considered that, according to his plans, he might soon bid farewell to his high school days, embracing a new life. He desired to leave behind more cherished memories of his high school experience. As for the content of the promotional video, he had a brilliant idea. The Literature Club. Historically, intellectuals have often looked down upon one another. The promotional video for this math competition team would showcase the team members' introductions, which would be repeatedly broadcast on the school's large screen. Being selected would be a great honor. I find the promotional draft written by Sun Lin to be excessively grandiose and lacking in relatability. The team will certainly prefer mine. My votes were the highest during the popularity poll, indicating my widespread appeal. For a promotional video, the script must be grand and impactful, yet still relatable. I know many members of the Student Council's publicity department. The Literature Club comprises predominantly female members, and after the submission period ended, they gathered in small groups to gossip. Although 2 individuals may criticize a third, in reality, the critics harbor mutual disdain for one another. Eventually, they realized that their disparaging remarks had been overheard, leading them to wager on who the team would ultimately choose to write the script. The real drama awaits. Just wait for the promotional video of the Team's battle to be aired. Let us see who will triumph in the end. The female members of the Literature Club incessantly reached out to the school as publicity department members, yet received no responses. It was not until just before the evening study session that the brand new promotional video was played on the school's large screen. The video was shot simply, without excessive theatrics, focusing more on the daily routines of the training sessions of the school team. After deciding to oversee the filming, Chun Fan returned to the classroom with the team members, where Liu Zhong led them in a knowledge review. Subsequently, he requested Shi Yigong and the photographer to capture candid moments from the training, such as students working on problems, asking questions, and Liu Zhong teaching. Next, a series of still images followed, densely scribbled notes on test papers, a large pile of used pen refills, the empty hallways after self-study periods, and students retreating with books in hand. Basic editing tasks were undertaken, with Dong Wang possessing a commendable voice, responsible for the narration of the video. In last year's provincial competition, our team sent forth 20 participants, yet none advanced to the national level, returning home in defeat. At that time, I was a mere ordinary student. I witnessed my seniors despondently slumped in chairs, weeping inconsolably, a moment I shall never forget. If I could become an honored member of the school team, I would strive to reach the national competition and claim victory. Now, with the provincial competition on the horizon, I must consider whether this may be my only opportunity in this lifetime. We possess the finest team members in the history of Linchuan No. 2 High School, alongside the best leader. Due to the post-production reading of the script, we successfully avoided the awkwardness of forgetting lines during video shooting or the dissonance of mismatched voiceovers in post-editing. In the end, all the members gathered on the playground, encircling Liu Zhong and Chun Fan, and together they shouted, "Reforge the glory of No. 2 High School. We are duty-bound." The video, though simple in its execution, became exceptionally uplifting with the addition of music. Chun Fan was dissatisfied with the various drafts the Literary Society had produced, and compounded by the lack of cooperation from the school team, Shi Yigong had almost resigned himself to capturing something mediocre just to fulfill his obligations. However, a few seemingly ordinary shots, combined with the dialogue orchestrated by Chun Fan, yielded a vastly different outcome. Shi Yigong felt as though his youth had returned. Chapter 17. No. 1 and No. 2 High Schools, Open Rivalry and Subtle Struggles. Can you do this? Shi Yigong gazed at Chun Fan, his face brimming with astonishment. He had always viewed students through a rigid lens, presuming that science students were typically reserved and taciturn, while matters such as video recording or speech writing were the forte of their liberal arts counterparts. Not bad, not bad, Chun Fan humbly replied, lost in the mesmerizing effects of the video. No one remains forever young, yet there are always those who embody youth. Chun Fan sincerely hoped that Shi Tianming and the others in the school team could excel in the competition and achieve commendable rankings. Suddenly, the video organized by Chun Fan began to play on the school playground, causing many students to pause and watch. The team members stood at the forefront of the large screen, and one by one, many began to weep. The mundane daily snippets, after a touch of editing, had transformed into something quite poignant. With an exceptional leader like Liu Zhong and a teammate like Chun Fan, why couldn't they strive for a top ranking this year? I'm in my final year. This is my last chance to participate in the provincial competition, and I must seize this moment for a regret-free youth. Let's go. We must honor our efforts. Wow, is teacher Lu crying too? Lu Zhong, with a hint of pride, turned his face away, saying, "The wind is quite strong today." The sand got in my eyes. Some students couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Those who had followed Lu Zhong for years knew that he had faced considerable challenges recently. Besides setbacks in research, Tu High School had not achieved notable results in several years under his leadership. Although many school officials did not voice their doubts, they harbored some skepticism about Lu Zhong's capabilities. Yet in Chen Fan's video, there were glimpses of Lu's past competition photos and honor certificates, bringing Lu a profound sense of comfort that his brilliance had not been forgotten. "Thank you, Chen Fan," Lu Zhong expressed genuinely. "No need for thanks. We are all part of number 2 high school," Chen Fan replied, pleased with the video's success. As the video played on the school's large screen, more students gradually converged, encircling the members of the school team. "Reforge the glory of number 2 high school. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." Bystanders clapped wholeheartedly for the team members. Amidst the applause, the team waved their farewells and returned to the classroom for the final preparations and mobilization meeting before the provincial competition. In the literary society, several girls who had previously clashed over the promotional ideas for the school team began discreetly inquiring with the school's publicity department, seeking to discover whose concepts had been favored. Subsequently, one by one, they received notifications that their submissions had not been selected. This caused their spirits to plummet from the heights of confidence to the depths of despair, as they began to question whether there was some hidden agenda behind the team's selection of drafts. However, upon seeing the final promotional video displayed on the school's large screen, they were all captivated. They had not anticipated that such simple, unadorned words could be transformed into something so stirring. I love that final line. Now the entire school will shout, "Reforge the glory of number 2 high school. We are duty-bound." By the way, did you notice how handsome the boy standing next to Lu Zhong is during the team gathering? Chen Fan's design pleased everyone immensely. And considering the indelible contributions he had made to the school team during the brief training period, everyone unanimously requested that he stand at the center. "Who is that senior from school team? I don't recognize him." "That's Chen Fan from the first year." I asked the publicity department teacher, and apparently, he wrote the creative concept and dialogue for the video. Wow, truly well-rounded. We should try to get to know him and invite him to join our literary society. I believe his writing skills could easily earn him a position as our vice president. What a fanciful thought. Others are striving to reforge the glory of No. 2 high school. In the admissions office, one would expect that by the end of March, it would be a leisurely period for the admissions staff. A time filled with reading newspapers and sipping tea, with occasional visits to junior high schools for promotional purposes, bearing minimal work pressure. However, this afternoon, the phone rang incessantly. Teacher Lee, responsible for admissions inquiries, had been receiving calls since the evening, having answered at least 10 by now. "Yes, No. 2 high school is recruiting outstanding students from across the city. Oh, our students can certainly participate in the math competition, but the team spots require prior selection. We welcome applications to Linchuan number 2 high school." After hanging up the phone, Teacher Lee curiously asked the colleague, "What is happening this year? Why are so many people inquiring about our school?" The colleague played the school team's promotional video on their phone, explaining, "The team filmed a promotional piece before heading to the provincial competition, and it's currently being looped on the large screen." The large screen at Linchuan No. 2 high school is located near the school gate, making it visible to passing students and parents. After watching, Teacher Lee couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This is a tremendous help. With this, our recruitment efforts might become significantly easier this year. In the administrative building, Principal Hao expressed his satisfaction with the promotional efforts, as it not only bolstered the team's fighting spirit, but also united the hearts of faculty and students. His mood was buoyant. The video was excellently produced. Unlike the previous Hollow endeavors, which member of the Literary Society crafted this? I'd like to meet them. We should enlist them for future school activities. Shi Yigong felt as if he had been showered with blessings from above upon receiving such praise from the principal. During the filming, he had hardly exerted any effort, relying entirely on Chen Fan's meticulous organization. If it weren't for the fact that the team was scheduled to take a collective exam the next day, Shi Yigong would have eagerly wanted to bring Chen Fan into the publicity department for a couple of days. It was Chen Fan who did it. Shi Yigong had to concede Chen Fan's capabilities. Oh, Chen Fan? When did the Literary Society produce a talent like him? What? He from the math school team? Impressive, indeed. As expected, heroes do not ask about their origins. Meanwhile, Teachers and students from Linchuan No. 1 High School also took notice of the small video. Wow, their promotional slogan is truly resounding. Reforge the glory of No. 2 High School. We are duty-bound. Stop right there. You're for No. 1 High School. All right. However, the student in the middle, wearing the school uniform, looks so refined. Is he also a member of their team? I've heard that he organized and filmed this promotional video. Wow, so multi-talented. Why are the boys on our competition team so unattractive? Why don't we have an inspiring slogan? The leader of No. 1's team was in a state of distress. While others had proclaimed their own slogans with great fervor, his team members felt overshadowed. He too sought a way to quickly restore his team's morale. Unfortunately, the phrases he could think of all felt too cliché and unsatisfactory. Alas, there is no alternative but to speak resolutely. Fear not, everyone. Though we may not surpass the schools from other districts in the provincial competition, we have consistently triumphed over No. 2 High School for the past 3 years. While they squander their time making videos before the contest, our competitors from No. 1 High School surely have not dedicated themselves to their studies. However, let us not grow complacent. We have never regarded No. 2 High School as a rival. Rather, they serve as our stepping stone. Chapter 18, Late Arrival. Linchuan City, Youth Palace. Prior to the provincial competition, Lu Zhong gathered the students. Tomorrow is the examination. I urge you all to retire early this evening. I have a few points to remind you. Be meticulous when reading the questions. The marks for basic questions can be easily gained or lost. Do not take anything for granted. If you encounter a question you cannot answer, do not leave it blank. Make an attempt to respond. The competition lasts for 3 hours. Once you have completed the fundamental questions, you will have ample time to delve into the more obscure and challenging problems. Do not submit your papers prematurely. At this juncture, Lu Zhong cast a glance at Chun Fan. The members of the school team shared a knowing smile, all too aware of Chun Fan's formidable prowess. He might even surpass Lu Zhong himself. Whether in geometry or algebra, he could almost instantaneously conceive of solutions, outpacing others in his quest for answers. Lu Zhong singled him out. Chun Fan, could you set an example? After completing your work, please review it multiple times. Do not rush. You are the only one from No. 2 High School guaranteed to achieve a perfect score. Sure, Tianming concurred. Fan, the glory of No. 2 High School rests upon your shoulders. Jia, the academic prodigy, awkwardly added. Indeed, I once believed myself to be the best in the world. Now I think striving for second place is quite commendable. Chun Fan, half amused, agreed. Very well. Questions always seemed to reveal themselves to Chun Fan with clarity. He could even mentally verify them through 4 or 5 different approaches. Yet, since Lu Zhong had called him out, he decided to linger a bit longer in the examination hall. However, simply sitting idle after finishing the questions was dreadfully tedious. No. 2 High School had booked accommodations near the provincial competition venue, ensuring that everyone had a single room for optimal rest. Some struggled with insomnia, others feverishly reviewed their notes, while some engaged in research right before the exam. During this period of rebirth, Chun Fan had nearly completed the overarching framework of his proof. The remaining sections should be finalized within the last month. The tranquility of the night often sparked his creativity, and Chun Fan, devoted to his research, favored burning the midnight oil. The zeros of the Riemann zeta function are intrinsically linked to prime numbers. The most direct connection is that the prime counting function can be expressed in terms of the zeros. Lines of theoretical reasoning flowed effortlessly onto the page. As Chun Fan wrote with increasing speed, he suddenly felt as though he had entered a state of epiphany. The door to truth stood before him. In his past life, Chun Fan had experienced such moments, indicating he was on the right path and suggesting a significant breakthrough in his research was imminent. The flow of ideas was like a river. Halting now would risk losing the momentum of inspiration, making it difficult to recapture later. Naturally, Chun Fan paid no heed to the passage of time. For him, conducting research resembled playing a game, with each challenging problem akin to conquering a level, consuming his every thought. It was only when his inspiration finally waned that he glanced up to find it was already 4 a.m. Feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, he quickly tidied his desk, washed up, and retired for the night, utterly exhausted. The following morning, vibrant sunlight streamed through the hotel curtains, slicing through the dimness. Chun Fan groggily rubbed his eyes. The previous night's late-night study of the Riemann conjecture had left him utterly drained. It was now 9:40 a.m., and he realized he had barely slept for 5 hours. But this was not the time for lamentation. Suddenly, it hit him. Today was the day of the provincial mathematics competition, with the examination scheduled from 9 to 11:30 a.m. He had already overslept since getting out of bed, having promised Lu Zhong he would not leave early. He found himself regrettably late instead. How embarrassing. Chun Fan hastily donned his clothes, neglecting his personal appearance, grabbed his pencil case, splashed some water on his face, and hurried towards the Youth Palace Examination Center. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and he arrived just in time to find that the examination was still underway. Lu Zhong paced anxiously outside the examination hall. Upon seeing Chun Fan, he wasted no time in questioning him. What took you so long? Hurry inside. Chun Fan, his face flushed with embarrassment, waved his hand and entered the examination room with the assistance of the relevant personnel. By now, the examination had progressed to its midpoint. Shi Tianming and Chun Fan found themselves in the same examination room. During the morning gathering, Chun Fan's absence had been conspicuous, but with the time for entry having arrived, there was no choice but to proceed with the exam. Shi Tianming had been worried about Chun Fan's well-being, and seeing him arrive now brought a sigh of relief. It's good that Fan is here. Jia, the academic prodigy, was also present in the examination room. He glanced at his answer sheet and then at the clock. More than half of the allotted time had already passed. This year, Jia's goal was to secure second place, yet Chun Fan's tardiness made him feel a surge of confidence. Upon noticing Chun Fan's arrival, he remarked, the academic deity has graced us with his presence. This year, the aim remains to strive for second place. Dong Wang let out a sigh. Is this provincial competition destined for failure? Lu Zhong reiterated his instructions yesterday. So how could Fan make such a rookie mistake at this critical moment? However, upon seeing Chun Fan, his eyes instantly brightened. During their training, Chun Fan's ultimate capabilities had yet to be fully assessed, but he knew his own skills had genuinely improved. Thus, he held Chun Fan in high esteem. It's good that Fan is here. Lu Chuyong from No. 1 High School found Chun Fan somewhat familiar. After wasting 2 minutes pondering, he finally recalled that this was the Glory brother from No. 2 High School's promotional video. In the closing scene of the video, Chun Fan stood at the center, exuding a serious yet youthful vigor, in stark contrast to the other's awkwardness. It didn't take long for him to earn a nickname. Lu Chuyong had noted Chun Fan's presence and considered getting to know him after the exam, perhaps even teaming up during the national competition. However, his disdain for Chun Fan grew. He had initially thought that No. 2 High School had produced a formidable competitor, prompting the promotional efforts, and believed they would need to exert all their efforts to take him down. Yet, it seemed that their main player had arrived late. It appeared they had no chance of victory. Glory would forever belong to our No. 1 High School, albeit through less than honorable means. But being late is not my fault. I sincerely apologize, classmate Chun Fan. The invigilator, maintaining the exam's seriousness, recorded Chun Fan's arrival and assigned him a seat. Everyone, remain focused and answer the questions diligently. Although a bit late, Chun Fan felt no anxiety. He scanned the exam paper and noted that the difficulty of the provincial competition was hardly formidable. With pen in hand, he began to write, his thoughts flowing smoothly. If he were to stumble over high school-level competition questions, it would be better to simply throw himself at a block of tofu. The boy sitting behind him hailed from a county-level experimental high school, lacking a training program for competition students. He had been permitted to participate due to his commendable academic performance, hoping to achieve a respectable result, though he would not mind if he did not. He prided himself on his mathematical prowess, routinely scoring above 140 in monthly and final exams. However, upon encountering the competition questions, he felt utterly overwhelmed, spiraling into despair. Aside from being able to guess on the multiple-choice questions, he had no inkling of how to tackle the short-answer questions. As a local boy observed Chun Fan arriving late, he finally let out a sigh of relief. However, it was not long before he witnessed Chun Fan diligently scribbling away. How splendid! Someone was tardy. Participation was what truly mattered. As long as he didn't end up at the bottom, he would be satisfied. Yet while he lingered in a daze, lost in his thoughts, Chun Fan had already completed the multiple-choice questions and filled in the answer sheet. With a swift motion, he turned to the next page of the exam. The local student gasped, Did others finish or just guess? Would he still need to settle for last place in this exam? He watched as Chun Fan continued to write fervently, crafting lengthy proofs for problems he himself couldn't even begin to tackle. The local student felt a whirlwind of emotions. Do students from the urban area really answer questions this quickly? Are they truly this formidable? It seems the newcomers have outdone us. I might very well end up at the bottom again. Chapter 19. What is the difference? With 15 minutes remaining before the end of the examination, the announcement echoed through the hall. Students, please be mindful of the time remaining. Those who have yet to fill in their answer sheets must do so promptly. In the exam room, some remained calm and collected, adhering to their own pace, while others, disheartened, laid their pens down and surrendered. A few glanced around anxiously, picking up their pens only to set them down again, unsure of what to do. At this juncture, students with solid skills should have completed the questions they were meant to tackle. The remaining moments could be spent filling in the answer sheet or making educated guesses on the trickier questions, and the exam would soon conclude. Don't panic, don't panic. Don't panic. If I find it difficult, so do others. If I find it easy, so do others. Students continuously encourage themselves, though the one most anxious among them was undoubtedly the local student. After engaging in self-persuasion, he sought someone to compare his progress with. Naturally, the last entrant, Chun Fan, became their focal point. Yet, at that very moment when countless eyes darted towards him, Chun Fan set down his pen and yawned. A myriad of thoughts raced through the minds of the other examinees. Has he finished? Impossible. He hasn't completed it? Then why has he stopped writing? Has he written all he knows? But if he knows so little, why did he arrive late and still participate, oblivious to the speculations of others? Chun Fan knew he had completed his paper, and the 10,000 yuan prize from the provincial competition was now secure. He shifted his focus toward the proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Youthful vigor coursed through him, and his thoughts were particularly vibrant. As he gazed out the window, lost in reverie, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang, and the invigilator began to collect the answer sheets. Catching a glimpse of Chun Fan's filled answer sheet, many students in the examination room felt a deep sense of despair. After counting the papers, the announcement was made. Students, you may now leave the examination hall. Everyone hurriedly gathered their belongings and departed. Chun Fan, unable to contain his eagerness, felt the examination time had dragged on a tad too long. After yawning again, he waited for the other students to leave before making his way out. He had no desire to jostle among the crowd. They were far too boisterous. Once the students had dispersed sufficiently, he leisurely exited the classroom. Upon leaving the examination hall, Chun Fan discovered the members of the school team gathered at the entrance. As they spotted him, they surrounded him eagerly, exclaiming, "Whoa, Fan, where have you been this morning? The whole world has been looking for you. Lu Gu is going mad, knowing you didn't show up. Why were you late?" Chun Fan, at a loss for how to explain, could only chuckle awkwardly. "It's all right. I made in time." The first thing Shi Tianming asked upon seeing Chun Fan was, "Is the answer to the second-to-last question the square root of 3? Chun Fan nodded, aware of their habit of cross-referencing answers. He decided to divulge all at once. Question 9 is A. Question 10 has a trick. The final answer is 1, 2. The geometry proof can establish the similarity between two triangles, while the final question requires categorization. Students from the second school huddled nearby, nodding in agreement like chicks pecking at grains. Lu Chuyong from the first school had learned about Chun Fan's accomplishments through classmates and was contemplating how, despite Chun Fan's late arrival, his own victory would feel hollow. He lingered at the entrance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chun Fan's answers. To his astonishment, the answers aligned almost perfectly. How utterly unfair. He had arrived on time, diligently tackled the questions, and submitted his paper with barely enough time to spare, completing all he could. Yet, someone who arrived late and dozed off managed to finish as well. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about why the answer to the second-to-last question was the square root of 3. The students from the second school grew increasingly jubilant as they compared answers. Jia Shuebai exclaimed, "Awesome. I got it all right." Shi Tianming added, "I estimate around 94 points. I should qualify for the national competition." Dong Wang remarked, "I think my performance was somewhat subpar, but I should still snag an excellence award." Lu Chuyong, who had been trailing behind, felt perplexed by how this group could estimate their scores just by comparing answers. Where did their confidence stem from? Given the difficulty and potential traps of the questions, it was quite likely that even two top students might err together. Lu Chuyong attempted to catch up with Chun Fan, but he was surrounded by students from his second school. As a stranger, he found it challenging to approach them. Outside the youth palace, Lu Zhong and the driver sat on the school bus, occasionally glancing out the window. Upon seeing Chun Fan and the throng of teammates surrounding him, Lu Zhong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Team leader Lu. The atmosphere among the team was buoyant. Everyone had grown familiar with Lu Zhong, allowing them to speak freely without reservations. Lu Zhong distributed the prepared cola to the boarding students, pausing just before Chun Fan. "You rascal." Chun Fan replied, "I truly didn't mean to." However, inspiration was paramount, and last night's surge of creativity had significantly propelled his work forward. If interrupted, it would be exceedingly challenging to regain such a state of focus in the future. "What were you doing last night? Didn't I tell you competitions are important, and to sleep early?" Under Lu Zhong's probing, Chun Fan reluctantly explained, "I was researching some mathematical problems." Lu Zhong shot him a disapproving glance. Chun Fan confidently countered, "But during the school mock exams, I always submit early, don't I?" Lu Zhong retorted. But you can't do that during official examinations. Chen Fan interjected. So does that mean my score is perfect? Lu Zhong replied, exasperated, yes. Chen Fan explained. I only need an hour for competition questions. Lu Zhong insisted, no, at the very least you can't. Chen Fan smiled and said, regardless. It's still a perfect score. What is the difference between being an hour late and leaving an hour early? Lu Zhong was momentarily speechless. Finally, he asked curiously, I told you to avoid putting too much pressure on yourself. What were you researching? Chen Fan enjoyed perusing papers in Lu Zhong's office. And sometimes they would discuss insights together. Chen Fan's thought processes occasionally left Lu Zhong astonished, while at times, he found them rather absurd. In the realm of high school students, this can indeed be regarded as remarkably exceptional, given Lu Zhong's sincere inquiry. Chen Fan proceeded to share an excerpt from his research conducted yesterday. I have been contemplating the numerical calculations of Gauss and Legendre, particularly when x equals x, and ln x. The members of the school team were internally exasperated, thinking, what obscure paper is Fan Shun delving into again? Where do these abstract concepts originate? Only the driver chuckled, remarking, the youth possesses such erudition. Every word resonates with me. Yet when they coalesce, I find myself utterly perplexed. The others responded, Master, sometimes the truth can indeed be quite hurtful. After finishing his thoughts, Chen Fan turned to Lu Zhong and inquired, what are your views on the prime counting function? Lu Zhong felt as though he were summoned by a professor to lead a seminar, only to be coerced into speaking, although he did not fully grasp the content. An instinct warned him that offering a careless opinion or admitting ignorance would surely invite Chen Fan's sarcasm. To maintain his dignified image within the school team, Lu Zhong deftly shifted the topic. So, how do you think we will fare in the provincial competition, given our late arrival? Will we still achieve full marks? Before Chen Fan could respond, Jia Xueba interjected, Fan will have no issues. Lu Zhong skeptically retorted, how can you be so certain? Jia Xueba confidently proclaimed, once we exit the examination hall, we shall compare answers with Chen Fan. Our solutions are bound to align. Lu Zhong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Incredible. Having a grasp of Chen Fan's capabilities, and with Jia Xueba's answers being in harmony with Chen Fan's, it seemed they were assured of a favorable outcome. It was akin to effortlessly securing a student for the national competition. At most, Jia Xueba might lose a point or two for incomplete proof, which would hardly be detrimental. Clearly, this year's school team was poised to restore the glory of the second high school. All right then, considering our commendable performance, I forgive you this time. But let it not be repeated. Therefore, as a reward for everyone today, I shall treat you all to a barbecue. The students erupted in cheers. Long live team leader Lu. Chapter 20. First place in the provincial competition. Due to the presence of school leaders accompanying students to the examination, news of Chen Fan's tardiness for the provincial competition had already spread throughout the school. The leaders, aware of Chen Fan's prowess, reacted with mild discontent but refrained from further comment. However, those unfamiliar with Chen Fan, who typically focused on discipline, frowned upon hearing such news. Little Lu, how did you manage your team? The slots for the provincial competition are scarce resources. Look at our students, each one enrolling in classes, tirelessly practicing, yet none have made it to the school team. And here is Chen Fan, who has received no prior training, directly joining your intensive training. And at such a critical juncture in the competition, he arrives late? As a student, particularly one on the school team, what could be more important than the provincial competition? Principal Fu also expressed dissatisfaction. If it were anyone else, it might be forgivable, but Chen Fan, wasn't he the boy standing next to you during the promotional video shoot? All the schools in the city are already aware of him. When the principal of the first high school called me, I even remarked that we had acquired a promising talent, ready for our comeback. And what has transpired? He arrives late for the provincial competition. A dear friend of mine even called to inquire if something had happened to the student, suggesting that this year, the first high school had outperformed the second high school. Where does that leave my reputation? Lu Zhong felt overwhelmed by the scrutiny. Initially, he attempted to explain, it's all right, Chen Fan is quite capable. He completed his paper and even compared answers with Jia Xueba. Their responses were quite similar, so their scores should be commendable. Yet, the leaders were unconvinced. Teacher Wu, still harboring resentment over Wu Yunyi's disqualification, seized the opportunity to strike. I believe this reflects an issue of attitude. Attitude determines everything. A student like Chen Fan, even if he qualifies, should not participate in the national competition. If there are more tardy incidents, everyone will question the moral integrity of the second high school. And we cannot afford to lose face. Competition Office. Due to this year's commendable results, there is a high likelihood that students will qualify for the national competition. and the training sessions have not ceased. Chun Fan, please do not take the school's comments to heart. Once the results are announced, everything will be clarified. Lu Zhong sensed that Chun Fan seemed somewhat despondent lately, engaging less with his classmates. With the national competition approaching, he feared that Chun Fan might be adversely affected. However, Chun Fan remained largely unfazed, utterly absorbed in his quest for proof. Human energy is finite, and during pivotal phases of research, he would often retreat into solitude. 3 days later, amidst the fervent discussions within the school, the results of the provincial competition were finally revealed. First place, Chun Fan, 100 points. Second place, Lu Chuyong, 98 points. Third place, Jia Xueba, 97 points. Once the results were announced, the naysayers in the school promptly fell silent. Principal Hao had initially intended to leverage the results against Chun Fan, but now that he was the top scorer in the provincial mathematics competition, he found it impossible to utter a single word of criticism. Shuri Gong had no choice but to remove his biased lens. Although Chun Fan appeared to exert little effort, he had undeniably secured the first place in the provincial competition. Teacher Wu was nearly driven to madness. Preoccupied with thoughts of how to deal with Chun Fan once he left the competition team, only to be surprised by his first-place finish. As the sole student to achieve a perfect score in the provincial competition, unless the principal had lost his mind, no one would dare prevent Chun Fan from participating in the national competition. Brother Fan is incredible. This is truly beyond what ordinary individuals can achieve. Jia Xueba also performed admirably, attaining third place in the province. I answered just like Chun Fan. Why did I lose so many points for the proof? Because you're inexperienced? If you lack skill, practice more. Scram, your score is still far behind mine. Chun Fan interjected. All right, everyone has performed admirably and exerted great effort. Chun Fan, having been reborn, carried decades of knowledge within a youthful form. However, others were genuinely starting from scratch. Many of their transformations from ignorance to understanding were a result of Chun Fan's guidance, effectively witnessing a collective growth. Thanks to Fan Xin for answering so many of our questions. As the ancients said, one who stays close to vermilion will turn red, and one who stays close to ink will turn black. The ancients were certainly not mistaken. Sure, Tianming also achieved commendable results. Although he did not make the top 10 in the provincial competition, he qualified for the national competition. His previous year's performance was rated as excellent in the provincial competition, and he hadn't anticipated such results this year. He was among the first to align himself with Chun Fan, and thus enjoyed such success. Lu Zhong's eyes brimmed with tears. After many years without the school team achieving such remarkable results, the thought of leading a group of students to Jingping for the national competition rekindled the fervor of his youth. This year's school team had truly succeeded in restoring the glory of the second high school. Such an achievement warrants a prominent place in the school's history. Well done. Lu Zhong. Principal Yin, accompanied by his secretary, made a special visit to the competition team's training venue, bringing along milk tea and fruits. Lu Zhong smiled with sincerity. Not too shabby, not too shabby. This year's competition yielded results for two main reasons. First, Chun Fan elevated everyone's capabilities, and second, we eliminated those who sought to benefit through connections. In the previous 2 years, when Lu Zhong led the team, there are often individuals such as the sons of leaders from the Moral Education Office, the niece of Director Jean, and the protégés of Teacher Lu infiltrating the team. The abilities of these individuals are rather mediocre. They occupy positions on the school team without contributing meaningfully, which is quite problematic. This year, the school team implemented stringent examination selections, effectively eliminating a number of such individuals, thereby significantly enhancing the quality of the team. Speaking of which, an amusing incident occurred. Old Wu, in his fervor to expand his extracurricular classes, fervently publicized in the parents' group that the glory of his second high school is my student. Back when Chun Fan was vying for a spot on the school team, he did not refrain from mockery. Yet now, with the results out, he is paraded as a promotional figure. What a paradox. While Chun Fan was exercising on the playground last Sunday, he coincidentally encountered a parent visiting the school. Oh, you are that student of Teacher Wu. Chun Fan halted, a question mark appearing above his head. Isn't Teacher Wu's math class particularly excellent? We plan to enroll here after the high school entrance examination and also join his math class. A teacher who can cultivate a student like you must be quite esteemed. Chun Fan thought to himself. If only he were reborn, he would undoubtedly recognize Old Wu's limitations and would seek ways to avoid him. To his surprise, however, Old Wu had managed to reap some benefits from this situation. Chun Fan, could you introduce yourself? My daughter is preparing to graduate and intends to come to your school. The second high school welcomes you all. However, I advise against enrolling in any after-school classes, Competitions are inherently dependent on talent. Those who are passionate will excel, while those who are not will only invite unnecessary distress. Chun Fan felt compelled to take measures to impose some restrictions. Chun Fan, do you have time? A reporter from Linchuan Television is here and wishes to interview you. Chapter 21. The Interview with Chun Fan. Is this an interview representing the school team? This marked Chun Fan's first interview of his life. In his previous existence, reporters from around the globe clamored for the chance to interview him, practically trampling the thresholds in their eagerness. Due to his perpetual engagement with research projects, he had little time to attend to journalists. Even at product launches, interviews with Chun Fan would often make headlines. Although he had yet to reveal his brilliance, with the increasing exposure of his work, it was foreseeable that the days of his former life were not far off. Chun Fan was not one for the limelight, nor did he care for superficial fame. Yet, at times, notoriety could indeed alleviate certain burdens. If it was inevitable, then it mattered little whether it came sooner rather than later. At 3:10 p.m., Zhang Xiaowei, a reporter from Linchuan Television, arrived fashionably late. The agreed-upon time was 3 p.m., and Chun Fan, along with the top student Jia and team leader Lu Zhong, had already been waiting on the playground for 10 minutes. Having recently graduated, Zhang Xiaowei found herself at the city television station, eager yet feeling unfulfilled, believing she deserved a broader and more prestigious platform, especially interviewing high school students, which she found beneath her. She had envisioned her journalistic career revolving around renowned scientists, prominent entrepreneurs, and celebrities. Once the photographer signaled the commencement, she began the interview with the obligatory pleasantries. Hello, I am Zhang Xiaowei, a reporter from Linchuan City Radio. You must be Chun Fan, correct? Chun Fan smiled and waved at the camera. That's me. Zhang Xiaowei casually seized an entry point. All right, Chun Fan. Prior to this interview, I have heard some rumors about you. It is said that you possess exceptional talent, able to solve problems in 1 minute that others take 10 minutes to complete. Is that true? I suppose so, Chun Fan conceded, as he had the advantage of a lifetime of experience. In a bid to create sensationalism, Zhang Xiaowei provocatively inquired, did your tardiness to the competition stem from such confidence? Chun Fan responded, I heard you completed the exam early, so you calculated that you needed only 1 hour to finish the paper, arriving an hour late on purpose? While that was indeed the case, expressing it in such a manner made it seem as if the reporter was attempting to embellish his story. Chun Fan shrugged innocently. I truly did not intend to be late. Zhang Xiaowei pressed on with her line of questioning. So, what was the reason for your tardiness, Chun Fan? Is there anything more important to you than the provincial competition? In the days leading up to this interview, Chun Fan had made significant progress in his research on the Riemann hypothesis, which was soon to be unveiled. He decided to give a brief preview. I am working on proving a mathematical conjecture. Zhang Xiaowei could not suppress a smile. She was unsure whether it was youthful audacity or sheer bravado, but here was a high school student delving into mathematical conjectures. Nevertheless, to keep the interview flowing, she gave Chun Fan a thumbs up. I am curious, what area are you researching? Have you considered when you might make a significant contribution to theoretical mathematics? Completely forgetting the fundamentals of interviewing, Zhang Xiaowei pushed the conversation towards potentially awkward territory upon hearing Chun Fan's research interests. The photographer, holding the camera, gestured for her to change the subject, but she remained oblivious. Chun Fan, however, remained composed. Yes, I am attempting a new method to prove the Riemann hypothesis, and I am currently conducting research on it. Zhang Xiaowei could not contain her laughter. Though she did not understand mathematics, she was aware that the Riemann hypothesis was a notoriously challenging problem that had troubled humanity for an entire century. What was this high school student up to? Was he losing his composure in his first interview before the camera? Zhang Xiaowei, struggling to suppress her laughter, asked, So, Chun Fan, can you share your research approach? Chun Fan hesitated for a moment before outlining some of his ideas, based on the studies of von Neumann, Schutzenberger, and Dirac. I am utilizing random Hermitian matrices and Maclaurin series, while also considering another issue. Zhang Xiaowei feigned seriousness as she listened. Yet internally, she mused about the incongruity of it all. The youth of today are truly amusing, willing to expound on their findings without hesitation. However, Lu Zhong, who was knowledgeable, pondered thoughtfully. There is a considerable difference between merely skimming through a paper and genuinely comprehending it. He was unsure where Chun Fan had sourced this information, but such specialized terminology was not something just anyone could articulate. In fact, it could be said that even reading from a script would not guarantee fluency. Halfway through his explanation, Zhang Xiaowei interrupted. All right, Chun Fan, time is limited. Have you contemplated which field you might pursue in your career? Fields. In his former life, Chun Fan had traversed 6 domains: mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, information technology, and aerospace. Deciding which field to embark upon first was indeed a complex dilemma. He would have to take it one step at a time. Chun Fan refrained from answering this question, as some information was confidential and revealing too much would not serve the interests of the great Xia. Thus, he stated, "I will consider pursuing research. However, it is quite difficult to determine which specific area at this time." Zhang Xiaowei concluded with a final question. "All right, do you have anything to say about your mentor, Wu Jinli?" Wu Jinli being the esteemed name of Teacher Wu. It was evident that reporter Zhang Xiaowei had not done her homework, as she was unaware of where Chun Fan had studied. As Chun Fan contemplated how to distance himself from old Wu, this was an opportune moment to set the record straight. "Wu Jinli is my mathematics teacher. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I have never enrolled in any after-school classes. If I were to express my gratitude to a mentor, it would be to team leader Lu Zhong. He is diligent and dedicated, often rising early and returning late for the sake of the school team's success, patiently addressing students' queries. He has also collaborated with Principal Yin to tackle the issue of outside tutoring in mathematics classes. This year, the quality of competition students has seen a substantial leap, largely due to their efforts. The proliferation of after-school classes that enhance students' grades through the sale of exam questions is certainly not a commendable phenomenon. I also advocate for a thorough investigation into this matter. In conclusion, I extend my warmest invitation to junior students to consider applying to the second high school of the city." Lu Zhong, listening nearby, felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. He hadn't actually done anything for Chun Fan, yet Chun Fan was extolling him without restraint. This was an interview in Linchuan City, and how many gazes of admiration were directed towards him. Old Wu, who had relied on Chun Fan for publicity, was taken aback. He had only just secured 7 contracts, and now his own affairs had been laid bare by Chun Fan. After losing this year's year-end bonus due to the cheating incident involving Wu Yuni, he had hoped to make up for it through the after-school class, but little did he know that Chun Fan would expose everything in a single afternoon. Although Wu's skin is thick, he found himself overwhelmed as all the parents accused him of false advertising, demanding refunds. In a state of utter disarray, he attempted to explain himself, but no one paid him any heed. Ultimately, he had no choice but to take a taxi home. Now, not only was he deprived of his year-end bonus, but if he were fined again, he would earn nothing at all. It was possible that the school's disciplinary committee would come around for an inspection as well. Chapter 22, Conditions for Dating Chun Fan. After the interview concluded, Chun Fan made a rare visit to the classroom. The presence of the revered fan god was nothing short of astonishing. "Oh my, Rongwanga has come," Chun Fan quipped, borrowing lines from a certain game from Future Era for the school team's promotional video. How had he also appropriated the nickname? Wang Qin stood up, pushing his chair back onto the desk, and made a gesture of invitation. "We humbly request the deity to return to his rightful place," which made Chun Fan feel somewhat awkward as he took his seat. Among the students, there were those who had previously looked down upon Chun Fan, or considered underprivileged students to be inferior, but now they gazed at him as if he were a demigod. The halo of student life is simple. Those who excel in academics, who are adept at sports, or are active in student government are particularly admired by their female peers. Chun Fan was quite handsome, indeed. Yes, I too have noticed that he differs from the showy boys in class. It matters not that he lacks designer jackets and shoes. The sporty school uniform radiates youthful vigor. Wu Yuni, as a member of the second high school, felt a sense of pride in having someone like Chun Fan emerge from their institution. In truth, she wished to engage Chun Fan in conversation. But due to the selection for the school team, she feared it might be awkward, especially since, according to old Wu's arrangement, they had almost succeeded in excluding him through dubious means. Gathering her courage, she finally said, "Chun Fan, regarding the selection test, I apologize." Chun Fan, maintaining a calm demeanor as if the past events had never transpired, replied, "It's all right if you couldn't participate in the competition. Focus on your studies and prepare for the college entrance examination. We all have bright futures ahead." Wu Yuni responded, "Oh." Had Chun Fan mocked her or expressed his grievances before accepting her apology, she might have felt somewhat relieved. However, Chun Fan's attitude felt like a punch to cotton, neither painful nor stimulating. He had no time to concern himself with a girl like her. In his view, Wu Yuni had committed no grave offense. She had merely utilized a bit of familial influence. The real culprit was her father, Wu Jinli. After Chun Fan's interview, old Wu had returned to reflect on his suspension. This, in a sense, was the punishment he rightly deserved. A girl in the class quietly remarked, "I suddenly find myself liking Chun Fan a bit." Her male classmate flashed his Casio watch and arrogantly declared, So what if he came first in the provincial competition? Even if he gets into Tsinghua or Beida, he'll still have to start from scratch. Unlike me, who hails from a well-off family, receiving 3,000 yuan as pocket money every month. If I were to date a girlfriend in high school, I would treat her to milk tea every day and take her out for cake and pastries on weekends. What was good grades? Would he study in class and then study together with her after class? A nearby chubby girl scoffed. How long can 3,000 yuan last? The prize for coming first in the provincial competition is 100,000 yuan. Forget about buying milk tea for a girlfriend. He can purchase all the figurines and sneakers he desires. If Chun Fan took a liking to me, I would gladly study with him in the library over milk tea and cake. The boy at the same table fell silent. 100,000 yuan. What once seemed a distant dream now felt tangible, awarded to a classmate he had previously looked down upon. In this moment, he truly grasped the disparities of life. If such a sum were given to him, how would he spend it extravagantly? While the girls in class 15 were still grappling with their infatuations, the girls from the adjacent class had already made their move. One of them sneaked to the back door of the classroom to catch a glimpse of Chun Fan. Finally summoning her courage, she called out, Chun Fan, this is for you. Can you take a look at it during recess? Inside the pink, semi-transparent envelope lay a piece of exquisite stationery. Chun Fan, even with his eyes closed, knew it was a love letter, yet he was disinterested in romance. No, thank you. The task of a high school student is to focus on studying. The girl, undeterred in her affections, adjusted her approach. Then, Chun Fan, could you share some insights on math study methods and key concepts? Aware of her ulterior motives, Chun Fan deliberately complicated his explanations, even pulling a pen from his pocket to jot down calculations on the back of the love letter. The girl listened, dazed. Every word Chun Fan spoke was in Chinese characters, yet strung together, they eluded her comprehension. Nevertheless, she found Chun Fan's earnestness while explaining the problems incredibly charming. Could it be that I am the fabled intellectual romantic, drawn to men who possess high intelligence, striking looks, cleanliness, and the ability to solve problems and conduct research? As she daydreamed, she suddenly heard Chun Fan inquire, Did you understand what I said? For an instant, she felt a jolt of electricity, not the romantic kind, but the kind one feels when called upon by a teacher. She stammered, no. Chun Fan furrowed his brows, stating seriously, I apologize, but I am an intellectual romantic. If you can't even grasp this, we have no common language. He casually returned the love letter to her. You should take this back and study it thoroughly. The girl, bewildered, asked, Huh? Chun Fan, with deep-set eyes filled with expectation, continued, I've prepared a study checklist for you. Once you've thoroughly researched real analysis, functional analysis, complex analysis, harmonic analysis, ordinary differential equations, partial differential equations, commutative algebra, homological algebra, advanced algebra, and abstract algebra, we can reconnect. The girl stood there completely dumbfounded. By the time she regained her senses, Chun Fan had already breezed back to class. She stared at the draft paper filled with incomprehensible mathematical symbols in her hand, feeling both angry and embarrassed. Finally, she tucked the love letter back in her pocket and ran back to her own class, covering her face. On the way back, she overheard someone remark, There's nothing wrong with being an intellectual romantic. But while you admire someone else's intellect, perhaps take a moment to reflect on your own. That was a stinging retort indeed. Oh, Chun Fan has received a love letter from a girl in another class. Wang Qin began to tease with rumors. The gossip mongers in the class all gathered around. Chun Fan, with a dark expression, retorted, I merely advised her to focus on her studies. Wang Qin, intentionally stirring the pot, remarked, I saw it. It was pink, adorned with little hearts. Chun Fan corrected him. On pink draft paper, I can certainly prepare a study list for you if needed. Wang Qin quickly waved his hand, saying, No need at all. After a brief exchange with his classmates, Chun Fan glanced at the time, realizing that class was about to commence, which would inevitably squander a precious hour. Consequently, he resolved to depart before the lesson began. However, just as he was about to exit, he encountered his physics teacher. The physics teacher, with her long black hair, appeared to be an attractive woman. Yet her accent was a notable distraction. Her amusing pronunciation of physics symbols earned her the endearing nickname Sisterder among the students. Spotting Chun Fan, her eyes lit up. Ah, Shen Fan, what a rare visitor. Hello, teacher. Chun Fan greeted with a smile. Although reluctant, having met the teacher made it somewhat difficult to skip class. Are you preparing for the National Mathematical Olympiad again? Chun Fan replied, Yes, indeed. I saw your interview. Aren't you a whiz at math competitions? You don't even attend physics class anymore. Is it because the teaching is inadequate? Oh, how disheartening. Chun Fan chuckled awkwardly. No, no, not at all. All right. I was just joking. Your presence in class actually puts me under quite a bit of pressure. I have a favor to ask of you. Chun Fan, taken aback, responded. Huh. The school has 2 spots for the physics competition. Could you participate? Chapter 23. The Physics Team's Secret Mission. The National High School Physics Olympiad, CPHO, is also a highly popular competition among high school students. Chun Fan was bewildered. He had never exhibited any particular aptitude for physics. I'm not familiar with the competition content, he admitted. The physics teacher replied calmly, no worries. The physics competition is similar to the math one. Awards are given to the top 3 in the provincial competition, 100,000 for first place, 50,000 for second, and 10,000 for third. Chun Fan was taken aback. The physics teacher certainly had a clear understanding of her own worth. Chun Fan indeed needed the money, especially for something that guaranteed a reward simply for participating. 2 hours of testing could potentially yield 100,000. Who wouldn't be tempted, considering the prize money? Chun Fan acquiesced. All right then. By the way, does our school have a physics team? Chun Fan had no recollection of such. The teacher replied nonchalantly, not yet established. But we have been allocated 2 spots. It would be a waste not to utilize them. I've chosen you and a girl from the Hope class. Chun Fan asked, so, you're the team leader? The physics teacher shook her head. No. Our school's physics teaching level is average, and the faculty is somewhat stretched. I must remain at the school to teach. Chun Fan thought to himself, a beautiful female teacher is indeed quite dangerous. One must tread carefully. Actually, I've already registered both of you. Chun Fan inquired, if I don't participate, won't that spot go to waste? Our school lacks a physics training program. Others won't be prepared. And even if they went, they wouldn't win. So, even if you don't attend, there won't be any loss for our school. I happen to run into you today to inform you. Remember to participate next week. Your teammate is named Xiang Xiaoyuan. I'll have her come to the math competition office to find you. Chun Fan remarked, the math competition office. This year, due to the excellent performance in the math competition, teacher Lu Zhong planned to continue training students, while the other members of the school team remained engaged in an endless class in a large conference room. Leaving Chun Fan alone, he reviewed materials and conducted research. Ever since Chun Fan secured first place in the provincial competition, the school's chatter had quieted down. A knock echoed on the door. Come in. Chun Fan responded. Excuse me, are you teacher Chun Fan? A girl with a mushroom haircut timidly pushed the door open and asked. Chun Fan questioned, who are you? Hello, I'm Xiang Xiaoyuan, the team member. Chun Fan assessed her. Clad in the first-year uniform, her shoes somewhat faded from wear, she appeared to carry a sense of inferiority, having kept her head lowered for a long while. Thankfully, she was not overly boisterous. Chun Fan primarily needed to focus on his research. Hello, please take a seat. Chun Fan poured a cup of water. Xiang Xiaoyuan hesitantly asked, should I sit across from you? Yes. Chun Fan was engrossed in reading a paper and was somewhat inattentive to her. Seeing Chun Fan's silence, Xiang Xiaoyuan took out a set of papers and began studying. As dinner approached, Chun Fan finally found a moment to stretch his shoulders and neck. Observing Xiang Xiaoyuan still diligently working on her problems, he approached her desk. Her hair fell delicately to her nose as she concentrated on her writing, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. Her reasoning was commendable. Starting from the concept of field kinetic energy and integrating abelian groups with a Maxwell speed distribution function, she derived the vertex form. Chun Fan watched as she completed an entire problem. Xiang Xiaoyuan looked up and was startled to find Chun Fan beside her. Taking a moment to gather herself before shyly saying, Is it okay? Chun Fan reflected, this seems to be university-level physics content? Quite a good preview. Xiang Xiaoyuan shyly smiled and explained, I was notified about the competition. Chun Fan asked, have you encountered university physics before? Xiang Xiaoyuan shook her head, no. But to prepare for the college entrance exam, I completed all high school knowledge as soon as I enrolled. Inwardly, Chun Fan silently commended her. Completing 3 years' worth of courses upon admission is quite impressive. Chun Fan nodded, casually conversing. So, how long have you been preparing for this competition? Xiang Xiaoyuan obediently replied. Since last week when I was informed about the competition. Chun Fan evaluated her learning ability positively in his mind before inquiring further. Did they just inform you about the competition, or do you have teammates? Xiang Xiaoyuan, appearing innocent and avoiding eye contact with Chun Fan, replied, there are, I think. But I'm not familiar. I just followed the teacher's instructions to find you directly in the office. Chun Fan, dressed in casual attire, found it amusing to be mistaken for a teacher, yet from a knowledge standpoint, he indeed could fulfill that role. Xiang Xiaoyuan was working on past physics competition papers. Chun Fan casually glanced over them. Continue with your work. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Xiang Xiaoyuan nodded in gratitude. Chun Fan curiously asked, "You don't know me?" Xiang Xiaoyuan shook her head, then nodded. "I do know, well, the teacher sent me to find team leader Chun Fan." Chun Fan was taken aback. During dinner time, Shi Tianming arrived at the office with food. "Fan Shun, tonight we're having braised chicken rice. I've ordered you the meat platter." He set down the food, only to notice a girl quietly working on problems across from Chun Fan. The two were engrossed in their tasks, undisturbed by one another. Shi Tianming couldn't resist his curiosity. "Fan Shun, who is this?" Chun Fan replied, "Xiang Xiaoyuan from the physics competition team." Shi Tianming expressed confusion. "Does our school have a physics competition team? I've never heard of it." Chun Fan answered, "It was just established." "Oh, it seems there's a physics competition coming up. When did our school start participating, and who signed up?" "Just the two of us." "Then who is the team leader?" "Me." Chun Fan felt quite exasperated with the situation. "Very well." Shi Tianming scratched his head, suddenly struck by a thought, and inquired, "Wait a minute, Fan Gu, aren't you participating in the national physics competition?" Chun Fan responded with a wry smile. "Isn't the mathematics competition already registered?" Shi Tianming praised him. "So, you excel in physics as well, Fan Shin? I thought your prowess in mathematics left us all in the dust. If you compete in physics too, it would truly make me feel inadequate." Chun Fan replied, "It's nothing much, just participating casually to earn a little pocket money." Shi Tianming gave him a thumbs up. "Then first place is a foregone conclusion. You truly live up to the name of Fan Shun. By the way, is your physics competition at the provincial level? When is it?" Chun Fan recalled the schedule. "Next Saturday." That afternoon, while attending class, Shi Tianming was informed by teacher Lu Zhong that this year's national mathematics competition had been moved up to the week after next. A sense of worry crept over him. Would Chun Fan's tightly packed schedule affect his performance in the competition? He placed Chun Fan's meal down and rushed back to the office, shouting at Lu Zhong, "Lu Ge, our math team is being undermined. If you don't intervene, the physics team will steal our talents." Chapter 24. Chun Fan's Young Apprentice. Shi Tianming was quite vocal about Chun Fan's participation in the physics competition, while Lu Zhong remained unfazed, responding, "It doesn't matter." Chun Fan, on the other hand, spent his days in the office, hardly dedicating any time to Olympiad problems, seemingly neglecting his duties. Chun Fan protested, "What do you mean by not doing my job? I am clearly engrossed in reading papers and studying the Riemann hypothesis." Since Lu Zhong's school team was in intensive training, tackling problems and discussing solutions, it was more suitable for them to occupy classrooms or conference rooms. Thus, Shi Tianming and Chun Fan had taken over the office. Furthermore, classmate Dong Wang had to spend extra to order takeaway for Shi Tianming as well. Although Shi Tianming appeared delicate and fragile, he was surprisingly voracious. Initially, Dong Wang ordered a small portion for her and a large one for Chun Fan. However, contrary to his expectations, Shi Tianming could easily finish 2 small portions. Dong Wang was on the verge of tears, complaining to Lu Zhong, "Lu Ge, my little stash of money is running dry. Forget about buying sneakers. With these two eating, I'm starting to subsidize their meals." Lu Zhong looked at him with disdain. Shaking his head in disappointment, "It's just a matter of sharing meals, Dong Wang. You shouldn't be so dramatic." Dong Wang lamented, but Shi Tianming, with a righteous demeanor, chimed in, "Hang in there, Dong Ge. This is all for the sake of retaining Chun Fan. When we reach the national finals, we're counting on Fan Shun to score point for us. Once our school claims the national championship in mathematics, you'll be credited for it." Dong Wang, feeling hopeless, replied, "As long as you can reimburse me for the takeaway, I don't need any credit." Shi Tianming was right. Shi Tianming often came at Chun Fan with questions, and as they grew more familiar, he would occasionally jokingly tease them, "If you can't solve something this simple, why even bother participating in the national competition? You might as well go back to farming sweet potatoes." At these moments, Shi Tianming would often wear a sheepish grin while politely handing over paper and pen. "If we all knew how to solve it, why would we seek your help?" Chun Fan glanced at the problems casually, then replied with a hint of exasperation, "This Wednesday at 9 a.m., you asked about a similar topic. Think about how to solve it." Shi Tianming stared at the problem intently for a long time, scratching his head. Finally, he had an epiphany. The problem he was grappling with seemed to be an extension of a previous example. He feigned enlightenment, exclaiming, "Oh, I see. No wonder you're Fan Shin. You can remember last week's details so clearly. If I had half your memory, I would probably place in the top 3 at the provincial competition." This remark made Chun Fan reflect. In his 2 lifetimes, his memory was indeed remarkable. Many concepts and literature he could recall with near-perfect accuracy after just one glance. While he couldn't claim to have a photographic memory, there was surely a reason behind his excellent performance. Perhaps it was a natural talent he possessed? Once he explained the problem, Chun Fan dismissed Shi Tianming, saying, "Stop flattering me. If you want to achieve a good ranking, hurry up and solve more problems." Shi Tianming was reluctant to leave. Spending time with Chun Fan was both enjoyable and educational. He pouted, jokingly grumbling, "Geez, so stingy. Fan Ge, are you prioritizing romance over friendship? You've never scolded your little girlfriend over any issues." Chun Fan had yet to react when Shi Tianming suddenly perked up, looking serious. "You guys mustn't say that. Chun Fan is my master." Having consulted Chun Fan on numerous questions, Shi Tianming had indeed come to regard him as a teacher in his heart. Chun Fan knew she was not one to joke about, clarifying, "She doesn't get scolded because she remembers all the problems she has solved. If you can do the same, I want to tease you." Shi Tianming was astonished. Is that true? He had always felt that Shi Tianming lacked presence, aside from her delicate appearance. She seemed to have little to offer. Chun Fan cleared his throat and asked, "Xiao Yuan, do you remember the problem Shi Tianming asked me to explain this Wednesday? Please recite it to him." Xiao Yuan obediently retrieved a scrap of paper and, astonishingly, recited the critical conditions of the problem verbatim. "All right. Given triangle ABC intersects circle O at, it can be calculated using vectors." Shi Tianming's eyes widened. Xiao Yuan repeated Chun Fan's explanation almost word for word. However, this was not what astonished him. What truly shocked him was that this was a mathematical competition problem. Shi Tianming was utterly flabbergasted. This girl is participating in the physics competition, yet she comprehends mathematical problems so thoroughly. This is outrageous. Chun Fan raised his hands innocently. "See? When I explain it once, others can remember it, and even apply it to similar problems." Xiao Yuan took the question Shi Tianming had inquired about, scrutinized it for 5 minutes, and then began to write. Before long, the correct answer appeared on the paper, causing Shi Tianming to bang the table in frustration. "What the? So that is how it is. It's that simple. Why didn't I think of it? I must be incredibly slow-witted." "Xiao Yuan, please explain to me how you learned so quickly." Xiao Yuan glanced at Chun Fan and hesitated before replying, "Because if I don't study hard, I'll really have to go home and farm sweet potatoes." Shi Tianming fell into a profound silence. Xiao Yuan's learning ability left Shi Tianming astounded. Goodness, how many talents have we overlooked due to our selection process? If only we had discovered her earlier, she would have been a great addition to the mathematics competition team. Dong Wang, who had just entered the office, shrugged, but she is now Chun Fan's little apprentice. Xiao Yuan nodded earnestly. Being introverted, she had no other hobbies besides solving problems and studying, and she hardly socialized. She felt that the entire mathematics group was filled with dubious characters, with only Chun Fan possessing any semblance of integrity. Lu Zhong slapped his thigh in frustration. "Damn it. That little rascal Chun Fan has already snagged himself a disciple before even graduating. Once I finish this paper and return to pursue my doctorate anew, I shall definitely take Chun Fan under my wing as a junior. By then, Xiao Yuan will have no choice but to address me as Shirshu, uncle disciple." Shi Tianming, known for his blunt honesty, chimed in, "Lu Ge, the national competition is just around the corner. You need to guide our studies. Who has time to write papers?" He continued, "By the way, that Klatt's conjecture you were researching is among the top 100 most challenging problems in the mathematical community. Are you sure your advisor is asking you to finish this paper to return? Or does he simply not want you back?" Lu Zhong gritted his teeth. "Sure. Tianming, you're good in many respects, but your mouth is your downfall. When we return, you'll be punished with 2 difficult problems." Shi Tianming whimpered. "Wrong, Lu Ge. Fan God, save me." Chun Fan waved his hand dismissively. The commotion in the office was unbearable. "Goodbye. Heed Lu Ji's advice and practice more." Shi Tianming retorted. Lu Zhong gritted his teeth and led him away, only to discover upon exiting that the sign on his office door had changed. It had originally read, Mathematics Competition Office, but now it simply stated, Competition Office. In just a few days, even the office had changed hands. After everyone had left, Xiao Yuan suddenly looked up at Chun Fan. "Is it too much to call you master?" Chun Fan responded, In a previous life, there were enough individuals in the academic realm wishing to be Chun Fan's disciple to fill an entire university." Although Chun Fan was deeply engrossed in research, the projects he casually assigned were always at the forefront of technology, world-leading in their fields. With such a mentor, one need not worry about future prospects. Many sought connections with him, hoping to forge even the slightest rapport, but Chun Fan valued only personal learning abilities and creativity. While the jesting was lighthearted, the matter of apprenticeship was one that could not be taken lightly. Chun Fan replied, "Reserving a spot is not out of the question, but it will ultimately depend on your subsequent performance." Xiao Yuan lowered her head even further. She sensed that Chun Fan was testing her, her cheeks puffing in frustration. Yet she finally murmured, "I will strive to do my best." Chapter 25. Participation in Passing. With the provincial physics competition imminent, Chun Fan hastily packed a small bag and called upon Xiao Yuan to prepare for departure. Xiao Yuan was simple-minded but obediently followed Chun Fan's instructions. Upon learning of their departure the next day, she surprisingly posed a question. "We agreed on 2 participants for the competition. Master, where's my teammate?" Chun Fan replied. "That would be me." Xiao Yuan perplexed. "Huh?" The members of the math competition team chuckled unkindly. "Xiao Yuan, you've been tricked by Chun Fan." Chun Fan was in class 15 of the first year, also her classmate and teammate in the physics competition. Xiao Yuan gazed at Chun Fan in disbelief. Chun Fan nodded in affirmation. "Xiao Yuan." Dong Wang grinned. "You've been taken advantage of, haven't you? The master you've been calling for a week turns out to be your teammate. We hinted at it several times, but you didn't believe us and called us bad people." Lu Zhong seized the opportunity to tease. "Xiao Yuan, why not join the math competition team next year? I'm the real teacher. You can follow me." Xiao Yuan hesitated but replied, "But Chun Fan truly has taught me a lot. It's about merit." Lu Zhong sighed. "All right then. Go and participate in the competition with your discounted master. You can always come back to my team if you regret it." Xiao Yuan nodded, softly affirming. Lu Zhong then turned his attention back to Chun Fan, questioning. "So, should I take on a role of a budget team leader to assist you?" Sure, Tian Ming interjected. "What are you doing, Lu Ge? Stay at school and teach us problems. You don't even know physics." Lu Zhong retorted. "I'll provide wake-up services. And if I can help maintain #1 in the physics competition in our school, it wouldn't be a wasted effort." What if Chun Fan oversleeps again? Chun Fan. This time, Chun Fan did not oversleep for the competition. He arrived early with Xiao Yuan, waiting outside the exam hall. "Are you nervous?" Chun Fan inquired. "Not at all," Xiao Yuan replied. Given her introverted nature, she should have been more anxious. Chun Fan pressed on. "Do you feel confident about the exam? What if it doesn't go well? Are you afraid?" Xiao Yuan asserted. "I'm not afraid. There's no worse outcome than returning to sell sweet potatoes." Chun Fan pondered for a moment and encouraged her. "If you can unleash 80 of your usual capabilities, you should at least make it into the top 10. Nearby, students from other schools exchanged fearful glances. The physics competition was notoriously difficult, yet someone claimed that merely performing at 80 could secure a top spot. They wondered if it was mere bravado. "I'm in my 3rd year. I participated in 3 physics competitions, and haven't even grazed the edge of an award." "Which school is that girl from?" One girl, who kept her head down, was actually quite pretty and fair-skinned. "She is from #2 high school. She and her teammate are still in uniform." "Ah, #2 high school's physics competition performance is quite poor. They never placed since the school's establishment. Far inferior to their math competition team." While they conversed, someone suddenly noticed a key detail. ISNT, the boy next to her, the renowned Chun Fan from #2 high school, who achieved a perfect score in math competitions. Upon this revelation, the murmurs around them grew frantic. ISNT, the national math competition next week? What is he doing here at the provincial competition instead of training? A boy with thinning hair and glasses retorted. "This is a physics competition, not a math competition. What is there to fear from him?" Immediately, someone countered, "But math is the foundation of science and engineering. You can't finish a problem in minutes." While he simplifies it in the blink of an eye, the gap is vast. Indeed, based on logic. Chun Fan's prowess in mathematics did not imply he would be lacking in physics. It was truly overwhelming. After the interview, Chun Fan had gained a modest degree of notoriety among the students. Opinions about his participation in the physics competition varied widely. Of course, aside from the pessimistic crowd, there were those filled with fervor, such as Wang Ziding. Hailing from a scholarly family, with parents as university lecturers and grandparents involved in local education, a glance at his ancestry might reveal past scholars and officials. As the sole heir of his family, he underwent rigorous training from a young age, developing a profound interest in physics during his studies. Unlike his peers who lacked excellent educational resources, Wang Ziding's learning conditions were exponentially better. He had attended university summer camps since middle school, spent winter breaks studying in university libraries, and sought out professors in the physics department whenever he had questions. Wang Ziding entered experimental high school this year, also a first-year student. Unlike the others who scrambled for competition spots, he was swiftly claimed by the competition class upon admission. Naturally, Wang Ziding did not disappoint the school. After a series of assessments, he was dubbed the preordained champion of the physics competition by his peers. Following the release of #2 high school as promotional video, Wang Ziding was hailed as the pride of experimental high school. Many remarked, "Ziding, don't rush. Soon it will be your turn to shine in the physics competition." I have colleagues teaching at number 2 high school, and Chun Fan is indeed exceptional in mathematics. But you've also been studying physics for a while. We will cultivate you into a new star in physics. Experimental High School even imitated No. 2 High School's promotional video to create one for Wang Ziding. Wang Ziding was eager to prove himself. He had been anticipating this competition for an entire month. Upon encountering Chun Fan in the examination hall for the physics competition, Wang Ziding boldly approached him to declare war. "You are Chun Fan?" Chun Fan turned around, puzzled. "Who are you?" Wang Ziding, with fervor, introduced himself. "I am Wang Ziding from Experimental High School, and I have harbored a profound interest in physics since childhood. Although I'm merely a first-year student, I have been preparing for physics competitions for 2.5 years. I am aware of your exceptional mathematical prowess. Yet in the realm of physics competitions, you shall not surpass me." After listening intently, Chun Fan inquired, "So, you are declaring war on me?" Wang Ziding replied with certainty. "Of course. While I may not match your skills in mathematics, in physics, you are undoubtedly no match for me. However, since you have entered this competition, you have ventured into my territory. During the exam, I shall show no mercy." Chun Fan felt a twinge of confusion. Was there some past life experience that had rendered him so mature? Should the daily life of a high school student truly be this melodramatic? Perhaps excessive exposure to anime had stunted his emotional maturity? Nevertheless, he acknowledged the youthful ambition of his adversary with a serious response. "Very well, good luck. But do not mistake me for your opponent. I'm merely registered to participate in the competition and collect the provincial prize. If we must compete, you may find me a worthy adversary." Chun Fan then introduced Xiang Xiaoyuan, smiling. "This is Wang Ziding from Experimental High School. He is preparing to challenge you. Do you think you can surpass him?" Wang Ziding felt a surge of indignation at Chun Fan's dismissive attitude, especially when he casually assigned himself a rival. Wang Ziding aimed to prove himself in the provincial competition and forge friendships with other academic elites. This mushroom-haired girl seemed to him like a mere filler in the equation. Just then, the loudspeaker in the examination hall began to announce the examination instructions, signaling the time for security checks and entry. Chun Fan, Xiang Xiaoyuan, and Wang Ziding, initially searching for their respective examination rooms, ended up encountering each other once again at the same examination door. The seating was arranged in a pattern of 7, 8, 8, 7. Chun Fan was assigned number 024, sitting in the first row against the wall. Xiang Xiaoyuan held number 006 by the window. Wang Ziding had number 018, positioned at an angle in the middle row where he could clearly see Chun Fan answering questions. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to give his all. After the papers were distributed, Wang Ziding encouraged himself. He felt invigorated, for upon the conclusion of this competition, he would not only earn the title of Rising Star from Experimental High School, but would also engage in a thrilling battle against the glory of Linchuan No. 2 High School in his area of expertise. However, the reality was starkly different from his expectations. Just as he completed the second calculation problem, Chun Fan stood up and submitted his paper. Wang Ziding was taken aback. What happened to our epic showdown? Why is he leaving halfway? This coward. If he left after answering only half the questions, even if I win, it would bring me no satisfaction. Wang Ziding felt a surge of frustration, causing him to lose focus on his own answers, resulting in a couple of careless marks on his answer sheet. The students in the hall were still paralyzed by the fear of the physics competition questions. Upon witnessing someone submit their paper, many began to contemplate giving up. The supervising teacher, a kind-hearted elderly man, earnestly advised this competition occurs only once a year. We high school students have a maximum of 3 opportunities to participate, so be sure to check your work thoroughly. Take a bit longer. You might just guess the answers to the questions you are unsure of. He turned to Chun Fan. "Are you sure you want to submit your paper?" Chun Fan nodded resolutely. The elderly supervisor, with a hint of resignation, accepted Chun Fan's answer sheet. As he left, Chun Fan nonchalantly remarked, "Guessing is futile. In science competitions, one must rely on genuine ability." The supervisor raised Chun Fan's answer sheet for a quick glance, gestured for silence, and promptly instructed the proctor to open the classroom door for him to exit. Students who had been persuaded to remain and answer for a while longer suddenly felt compelled to submit their papers swiftly. Wang Ziding kept his gaze fixed on Chun Fan. Although he could not discern the content of the answer sheet when the supervising teacher flipped through it, it was filled to the brim. Wang Ziding felt as if he had sustained an internal injury. It was not that Chun Fan was unwilling to compete. Rather, he was simply too far ahead in skill, having finished before Wang Ziding could even exert himself. Wang Ziding discreetly glanced back at Xiang Xiaoyuan. "Everyone, focus on your answers. Do not look around." After receiving a warning from the supervising teacher, Wang Ziding felt reassured upon seeing Xiang Xiaoyuan still engaged in her work. Thank goodness, not all opponents are extraordinary. After the exam, Chun Fan escorted Xiang Xiaoyuan back to school. Along the way, they compared answers. And Chun Fan was greatly impressed with Xiang Xiaoyuan's learning capabilities. If the problem-solving process is seamless and no points are deducted, Xiang Xiaoyuan should achieve a perfect score in the physics competition. She only began preparing 2 weeks ago for a high school student who had never encountered competitions before. This is an impressive amount of knowledge. After dropping Xiang Xiaoyuan back to her class, Chun Fan made a detour to class 15. At that moment, Wang Qin was leaning against the back door chatting. Upon seeing Chun Fan approach, he opened the door, bowed at a perfect 180 degrees, and made an inviting gesture. Welcome back, Divine King. Chun Fan responded, Wang Qin, have you seen the news? They're about to broadcast the interview I gave earlier during the class meeting. It just aired? Oh, Chun Fan had assumed it would be broadcast simultaneously, not realizing there was such a significant delay. After watching the news, many could not help but chuckle. I knew our class was getting a new math teacher. Turns out it was due to Chun Fan's influence. Quite a bold move. Old Wu indeed needed to be replaced. His biases were too severe, and those who did not offer him gifts were either criticized or ignored. The new math teacher in class 15 was quite commendable, dedicated to the class, and everyone was very satisfied. However, the impact of Chun Fan's interview extended beyond the classroom. It rippled through the online realm. With the rise of social media, an increasing number of individuals began attempting news creation. Figures like Chun Fan, who excelled academically, were particularly attractive topics within the fields of education, high school, and learning. Consequently, a multitude of news articles emerged from the interview. The king of tardiness in the provincial math competition. How long can his glory last? High school student claims to prove the Riemann hypothesis. Fear of ignorance or hidden agenda. The glory of Lin Chuan No. 2. High school. The burden of renown on a top scholar. How difficult is high school math competitions? And why can Chun Fan, who submits early, achieve full marks? With the IMO national competition approaching, experts assert that Lin Chuan No. 2 high school's glory may face challenges. Caught attending a physics competition, will Chun Fan's diversification result in a fruitless endeavor? A cacophony of titles flooded the media. Lu Zhong, who closely followed news about math competitions, frequently came across content related to Chun Fan, which only heightened his anxiety. Although Lin Chuan No. 2 high school maintained a closed environment, Chun Fan had access to his office computer. The rampant speculation, malicious conjectures, and online trolls eagerly awaiting Chun Fan's misfortune even stirred frustration within him as a teacher. He feared that the attention would adversely affect Chun Fan during the national competition, prompting him to check on Chun Fan's situation in the office. Chun Fan, how have you been lately? Chun Fan was engrossed in his computer work. He wouldn't be watching those news reports or engaging in online disputes, would he? Lu Zhong felt a sense of unease. He asked, reading papers. Chun Fan replied. If one were to visualize the progress of proving the Riemann hypothesis as a progress bar, Chun Fan believed he had already completed 70. Lu Zhong responded, seemingly nonchalantly, then carry on. Lu Zhong had always been rather indifferent toward Chun Fan. He allowed him to study whatever he wished, treating it like a form of self-directed graduate education, only engaging in occasional discussions. However, after a while, he couldn't help but inquire, have you seen the news online? Chun Fan looked puzzled. What news? Lu Zhong realized he had made a misstep. Chun Fan had not been paying attention to such trivial matters. He stammered for a moment. You know, the rumors about your lack of attitude in the provincial competition and the interviews boasting about it? Huh? Let me take a look, Chun Fan replied, bewildered. Lu Zhong hesitated, but eventually took out his phone, showing Chun Fan a few headlines, refraining from clicking into the content and comments, fearing it would cause Chun Fan distress. Afterward, he indignantly remarked, today's journalists truly lack integrity. They will write anything sensational for clicks. What was originally a minor issue of tardiness has been exaggerated into a matter of quality education. It's absurd. Focus on the national competition. Winning there will certainly secure you a spot at a good university. For instance, my advisor is quite interested in you. Lu Zhong was speaking the truth. Not long ago, he had shown Chun Fan's paper to his advisor, who had mistakenly thought Lu Zhong authored it. When Lu Zhong clarified that it was written by a high school student, the professor was thoroughly impressed. He even proposed the outrageous condition that if they could recruit this young talent to their university as a disciple, Lu Zhong could return to complete his PhD. Lu Zhong continued to ramble. The most important thing is to concentrate on the national competition. In any case, don't let those online matters bother you. Chun Fan tilted his head, looking at Lu Zhong with curiosity. I'm not bothered. Moreover, regarding my efforts to prove the Riemann hypothesis, let me clarify. This is not a rumor. Lu Zhong, Chapter 27. Tied for first place. Liu Zhong did not press Chen Fan further regarding the Riemann hypothesis. Since Chen Fan was not participating in the training camp, the most crucial factor was his own happiness. To be honest, even if he had asked, Liu Zhong wouldn't be able to offer much advice. He could only allow Chen Fan to learn whatever he wished from the papers. At the review center for the physics competition in Linchuan City, a teacher hurriedly entered. Professor Zhou, the questions you set this year are rather difficult. The student scores are unlikely to be satisfactory. The grading committee is considering relaxing the grading standards, allowing partial credit for answers that are not entirely correct. The man referred to as Professor Zhou was perusing a printed materials collection. Upon hearing this, he replied, "No need. Physics is a rigorous discipline. If a competition question requires the graders to search high and low for points, then it is hopeless. We cannot lower the grading standards. I aim to identify geniuses and create a substantial gap. We are conducting a high school physics competition, not a kindergarten activity handing out certificates. Of the papers you grade, those scoring over 90, I will review later." Understood, Professor Zhou. In the grading group, 7 or 8 young graders gathered together, adjusting their postures upon hearing the strict grading directive. One of them chuckled wryly. "Isn't this a bit discouraging? I've graded nearly 600 papers today, and I estimate most 1T even reach 60. I predict that this year, fewer than 10 will score above 90. Another colleague concurred. "My situation is similar. There are even blank submissions for the calculation and analysis questions. And these are the carefully selected participants from various schools." A female grader looked puzzled. "Really? I've already seen 2 perfect papers, along with several around the 90 mark. Oh, Sister Liu, you haven't been too lenient with university students, have you?" Professor Zhou won't be pleased with that. Liu Qingzhou shook her head, lightly tapping a few keys, displaying the 2 perfect papers on her computer screen. The group of graders gathered around, feeling somewhat nauseated by their familiarity with the correct answers due to their extensive grading. Both perfect papers were clean and well organized, with no trace of errors, even warranting the description of perfection. If one had to compare, one paper exhibited more forceful handwriting, with concise steps and incisive answers. The other, while more elegant, occasionally took convoluted routes, yet managed to arrive at the key points correctly, albeit with a touch of unnecessary complexity. Profoundly impressive that someone could dismantle such a tricky mechanics problem. "Sister Liu, did you win a lottery? 2 perfect papers? Professor Zhou will want to check your work." As the graders chatted, Professor Zhou suddenly entered, and the group, compelled by his authority, fell silent. "Let me see those 2 perfect papers." The atmosphere was tense. No one dared to breathe. Professor Zhou was notorious for his strictness, instilling fear in everyone. At Liu Qingzhou's computer, Professor Zhou scrutinized the papers for quite some time before commenting. "These 2 students possess a solid foundation. Were their names?" A male teacher from the grading group remarked. "Professor, isn't this a bit out of line?" Professor Zhou cleared his throat. "I am neither aiding them in cheating nor penalizing them. You all should note their names and ascertain which school they belong to. In the future, if any more perfect papers arise, bring them to me and remember their names. If their performance in the national competition lands them in the top 3, regardless of how high, they will undoubtedly earn a recommendation to Chuan University this year. However, I can't accept disciples. I'll personally discuss it with the principal." Understood, Professor Zhou. The young teachers in the grading group, colloquially known as Young Peppers, exchanged envious glances upon hearing Professor Zhou's intention to take on disciples. He was a renowned authority in mechanics and had been reluctant to accept students for years. Some among them had aspired to enroll in his doctoral program, but regrettably, they had been overlooked. Ultimately, they secured positions as assistant lecturers at universities, only occasionally assisting the professor. Liu Qingzhou noted down the 2 names, Chen Fan and Xiang Xiaoyuan, of Linchuan Experimental Middle School. "Don't worry, old Wang. Your son is with us. We will spare no effort in nurturing him. With his exceptional talent and dedication, he is bound to compete for the national title in the future. The physics competition is a signature program of our experimental middle school. Wang Ziding is in the right place. Wait, I need to take a phone call." Principal Shi of the experimental middle school and Wang Ziding's father were high school classmates. Having maintained their friendship into their 50s, one became a high school principal while the other became a university professor, both regarded as successful individuals. Wang's father initially intended to transfer his son Wang Ziding to a school in Beijing for access to lower admission requirements and superior education. However, with his old classmate's persistent invitations and exceptional support for his son, he ultimately relented. "Hello, who is this? The physics competition grading group? Has the provincial competition results been released?" "What?" When Principal Shi was informed that their experimental star, Wang Ziding, had only secured third place in the competition. It felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. In his fervent desire to continue the illustrious tradition of physics competitions at the school, Principal Schur meticulously devised a plan to retain this prodigious talent. It is a mystery how many promises he made regarding teaching resources and the number of physics faculty members dedicated to one-on-one training, which ultimately persuaded old Wang to allow his son to remain in the small locale of Linchuan, and yet to attain only third place. Standing beside him, his old classmate found it difficult to explain the call he had received. "May I inquire, if it's not too forward, who are the first and second place winners?" The voice on the other end replied, "There is no second place. Chun Fan and Xiang Xiaoyuan from Linchuan know. Tu High School achieved a perfect score and tied for first. Principal Schur, Linchuan number 2 High School, tied for first? Is it not true that their institution primarily focuses on mathematics competitions? When did they begin to rival us, producing 2 provincial champions in physics? Oh, has the result been released? How many points did Zitting score?" As Principal Schur caught sight of his old friend's eager gaze, he immediately wilted, unsure of how to respond. At Linchuan number 2 High School, Principal Hao was convening a meeting on teaching quality. The agenda for today consisted of 2 topics. Firstly, to emphasize the importance of teaching quality work. Secondly, to ensure the smooth conduct of the national mathematics competition. Suddenly, a mobile phone began to ring in the meeting room. With a stern expression, Principal Hao admonished, "How many times have I said that we, as educators, must adhere to regulations? Phones must be silenced during meetings." The secretary, Schur, seated in the front row, quietly reminded him, "Principal, it's your own phone." Principal Hao patted his pocket. "Hello, physics competition? Our school does not have such a program." "What? Our Chun Fan and Xiang Xiaoyuan have tied for first in the provincial physics competition?" Chapter 28, Everything Will Get Better. It was expected, yet astonishing, that the mathematics competition team from number 2 High School could produce a provincial champion, but the physics team had no formal structure. It was merely a makeshift group hastily assembled by the school to meet 2 quotas. The fact that they managed to produce 2 students who tied for first place was truly unbelievable. After hanging up the phone, Principal Hao couldn't help but smile broadly at the podium. He had intended to deliver a lengthy speech, but immediately called it off. "My remarks are concluded. Let us invite teacher Lu Zhong to share some effective strategies for training outstanding students in the school team." Lu Zhong stepped onto the stage, utterly bewildered. "What am I supposed to talk about?" Chun Fan learned entirely through self-study in the office. "I can't very well say I'm just a delivery person, can I?" In class 15 of the first year, upon learning that their class had once again won a provincial competition, the students strutted with pride as they ventured out. Whenever a friend inquired, regardless of whether they had ever conversed with Chun Fan, they would claim to be classmates and well acquainted with him, thus garnering admiration. Upon hearing this, Wang Qin couldn't help but vent his frustration. "Chun Fan has won first place in the physics competition again? Is there no end to this? Why must my desk mate be someone else's child? Why is talent not bestowed upon me? Life is unbearably difficult." Wang Qin was seated at the same table as Chun Fan, a deliberate arrangement orchestrated by his father through the class teacher. He had been instructed to learn from his desk mate, to strive to match his excellence, but now it was evident that the chasm between them was not merely slight, but unfathomably vast. However, the school now had another rival in physics, one who was on par with Chun Fan. Let us see who excels in the national competition. In the mathematics competition team, Shi Tianming had grown numb to the news that Chun Fan had yet again received an award. The individual he encountered in the classroom was truly a rare gem. The intellect of God Fan is simply beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. The mathematics competition alone has left me feeling utterly overwhelmed, and he is managing to participate in 2 competitions simultaneously. Jia Shuabai wholeheartedly concurred. Ever since Chun Fan joined the team, I've come to realize that there is indeed a disparity between humans and deities. Dong Wang picked up his phone to order takeout. "Let us not waste time talking. Let us see what delicious food we could treat God Fan to today." Lu Zhong agreed. "Yes, indeed. We must ensure he is well fed to participate comfortably in our national mathematics competition." In class 1 of the first year, after the competition concluded, Xiang Xiaoyuan returned to her studies as usual. She sat in the row by the window, sometimes daydreaming as she gazed outside. Why did Sister Dita choose her for the competition? She seemed so dazed and quiet. In terms of physics performance, everyone in the elite class was quite similar. Hence, if I can't tackle the competition questions, I doubt she will achieve particularly good results either. But how come I heard the results have been released? Why was TI notified? As the class discussed, they suddenly noticed a hydrogen balloon rising at the school entrance. Pulling along a large red banner Warm congratulations to our school's Chun Fan and Xiang Xiaoyuan for achieving first place in the provincial physics competition. The entire class, Chun Fan first, they had grown accustomed to his excellence. They had already experienced the terror of his abilities during the mathematics competition. But Xiang Xiaoyuan, how did she manage this? As the discussions erupted, Sister Dita, the physics teacher with long black hair and high boots, strode in, placing her books on the podium. The classroom fell silent. All right, no more discussion. If you want to know why Xiang Xiaoyuan secured first place, perhaps you should reflect on yourselves. Long ago, I had already been scouting candidates for the physics competition. I included an advanced question in every assignment, and most of you gave up upon realizing it wouldn't be on the college entrance exam. Yet, Xiang Xiaoyuan consistently chose to tackle it until she succeeded. Why shouldn't she be first? The class stood and applauded for Xiang Xiaoyuan. Amidst the applause, her face turned as red as an apple. In truth, she felt she owed her gratitude to Chun Fan. Many of the advanced physics problems were beyond her own comprehension, yet Chun Fan had served as an excellent guide, enlightening her on numerous concepts. With less than a month remaining until the national competition, she knew that studying independently in class would not be as efficient as seeking help from Chun Fan, although no one mentioned it. Xiang Xiaoyuan had already made up her mind to continue reviewing in the competition team's office. Chun Fan was still busy in the office. In recent days, his progress in proofs had been surprisingly swift, with several directions still needing exploration. Suddenly, the office door swung open, revealing Xiang Xiaoyuan, who entered carrying a large stack of practice problems. Not wanting to disturb Chun Fan, who was engrossed in his work, she quietly took his cup and filled it with water, placing it back down gently. Afterward, she sat quietly across from Chun Fan, unfurling her papers and beginning her studies. You're doing quite well, Chun Fan encouraged. Xiang Xiaoyuan looked up, her clear eyes meeting his, and after a moment, a smile graced her lips. Thank you, she said softly. Chun Fan took a sip of water and replied, we're classmates. There's no need to be so formal. Xiang Xiaoyuan's face flushed a bit as she lowered her head further, her bangs obscuring her eyes. No, it's thank you. Chun Fan was taken aback. Looking at the frail girl before him, he felt as if he were gazing at a past version of himself. Having come from humble beginnings, he had always subconsciously felt inferior, hesitant to engage or converse, and any praise from others left him feeling profoundly embarrassed. The inferiority complex stemming from his family background required a considerable amount of time to overcome. Chun Fan shifted the topic of conversation. The first prize in the physics competition comes with a cash reward of 100,000 yuan, which will be deposited by next month at the latest. Have you considered how you might spend it? Xiang Xiaoyuan was quick with her mathematical calculations. Yet she had little concept of money. She counted on her fingers, pondering. That's quite a sum, isn't it? Chun Fan nodded in agreement. I want to buy a cow for my family, a few sheep, and some seeds. As for the remainder, my younger siblings need to go to school. Xiang Xiaoyuan replied candidly. Chun Fan fell silent. Just as he had suspected, Xiang Xiaoyuan's family circumstances were even more challenging than his own. Although he was an orphan, Anshin still had some capacity for labor and occasionally managed to support him. In contrast, Xiang Xiaoyuan had younger siblings to care for while her father lay paralyzed in bed. Compared to his own situation, the pressures on her were undoubtedly greater. Chun Fan held her in high regard. In the realm of sciences, her talent and dedication were undoubtedly exceptional. A person with such tenacity could thrive remarkably well, regardless of a difficult background. Chun Fan was uncertain of her limits. However, if she possessed sufficient capability, she would learn the necessary content for her future applications. Once he entered university, laboratories would always require manpower. Keep pushing forward. Things will get better, Chun Fan encouraged. Xiang Xiaoyuan nodded earnestly. Chapter 29. Journey to Jinping on Friday afternoon. The students of No. 2 High School eagerly anticipated their long-awaited monthly holiday. The break lasted 2.5 days. Boarding students could either return home or explore the school grounds to purchase daily necessities. Chun Fan had initially planned to visit Aunt Chun in the village, but the schedule for the national mathematics competition was moved up, requiring everyone to report to Jinping University early. Hooray, off to Jinping. Chun Fan thought. Jinping University was the finest institution in his view, and he was determined to explore it thoroughly. It was said that before the national competition, professors from the mathematics department would provide training and explanations, which would surely be immensely beneficial. Chun Fan was on his way to Jinping. Brother Liu had just reminded them to perform admirably, as they might be recognized during the early admissions process. Upon exiting the office, Chun Fan overheard discussions among his peers. Oh, he concurred. Sure, Tian Ming inquired. Did Brother Liu not mention this to you? At that moment, Lu Zhong had just finished packing and, noticing the group had gathered, greeted them before hurrying towards Chun Fan. Chun Fan, do you have any plans for which university to attend in the future? If you have no particular thoughts, perhaps you should consider the University of Science and Technology. My mentor believes your thesis is outstanding. If you come, you could be my junior, and I guarantee you'll reach the doctoral level. Before Chun Fan could respond, the other students looked sour, as if they had bitten into a lemon. It turned out Chun Fan had already been selected. What were they worrying about? It was better to focus on themselves and think about how to perform well during the national training sessions. As they were about to head to Jingping University, Chun Fan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. In his previous life, he had even been awarded an honorary professor title. Now, returning, he could likely meet many old friends. After a 4-hour journey, the school bus arrived in Jingping. Wow, this is a real metropolis. Compared to here, our Linchuan city feels like a rural urban fringe. Jingping had so many delicious and entertaining options. Roast duck, braised dishes, crispy rings. He wanted to try them all, along with the sights he wished to see. Once they entered the city, the members of the school team pressed their faces against the bus windows, captivated by the towering skyscrapers and the incessantly flowing crowds outside. Discussing animatedly. Before disembarking, Lu Zhong emphasized repeatedly, this training is meant to prepare for the national competition, not for leisurely sightseeing. Everyone, focus. Unfortunately, his words had little effect. Chun Fan, however, had a plan. After they got off the bus, he took the team to a small shop on the street and bought everyone a serving of doji, a local specialty. Delicious and affordable, blared the loudspeaker. Among the 10 students representing Linchuan No. 2 High School, Chun Fan ordered only 9 cups of doji, handing them out in turn. Just as Shi Tianming was about to ask why he hadn't received one, the first recipient of the doji had already spat it out. Cough, cough, what is this? Has it gone bad? Those who had yet to taste it saw the grim expressions of those who had, and several cautiously sampled it, only to scowl in dismay. What in the world? Fanshin, what did you buy us? This is horrid. Water, please, a bottle of mineral water, thank you. The elderly shopkeeper chuckled as he sold them water, delighted by the naivete of these out-of-towners. Once everyone had regained their composure, Chun Fan remarked, Jingping has plenty of delicious food, but it's favored by locals. It may not suit your palates. The team members nodded in agreement. Yes, it's too awful. No wonder some say this place is a culinary desert. I didn't believe it at first. Clearing his throat, Chun Fan instructed, let's focus on our training. Don't spend all your time thinking about going out to play. If we perform well in a national competition, we can treat ourselves to a buffet back in Linchuan. All right. Lu Zhong discreetly gave Chun Fan a thumbs up, appreciating his reliable strategy. The training was expected to last 2 weeks. Accommodation was arranged on campus, with 4 students per room, desks below and beds above. Each dormitory also featured private bathrooms and washing machines, quite comfortable indeed. Among the 10 members of the team, 2 had to be assigned to a separate room. After discussion, it was decided that Shi Tianming and Chun Fan would share a mixed dormitory in room 305. Upon entering, Shi Tianming immediately turned on the air conditioning. Cold air, hot air, dehumidifying, auxiliary heating. This place has all sorts of functions, far superior to the broken fan we often have at Linchuan No. 2. Wow, no wonder they say one must attend a good university. Chun Fan silently arranged his bedding, living a relatively simple life and not demanding much from his accommodations. Just then, a boy pushed the door open and entered, tossing his bag onto the nearest desk. He exclaimed, back to dorm life, how annoying. The boy glanced at the dormitory setup and then shot a disdainful look at Chun Fan and Shi Tianming. The national competition is approaching, and my sleep quality is crucial. If either of you snores, it's best to move out. Don't disturb my rest. Shi Tianming, always amiable, replied, no worries, I don't snore. Chun Fan, he probably doesn't snore either, right? What is your name, and which school did you come from? We'll be temporary roommates from now on, so let us get along. The newcomer, dressed in a school uniform but sporting new AJ sneakers and a Versace Medusa backpack, had a clearly affluent background. He huffed, my name is Jin Xin, a student from Jingping University Affiliated High School. I'm a local. Shi Tianming, ever enthusiastic, introduced himself. I'm Shi Tianming, and this is Chun Fan. We come from Linchuan No. 2 High School. Jin Xin sat nonchalantly on the stool, half listening. Linchuan? Where's that? Never heard of it. Shi Tianming replied warmly. Linchuan is, well, it's not far from Jingping, just over 4 hours by car. It's fate that we're training together. On a competition field, we'll be rivals, but in life, let us be accommodating towards each other. By the way, my roommate Chun Fan is exceptionally talented in mathematics. If you have any questions, feel free to consult him. Jin Xin glanced at Chun Fan, noticing his plain attire, even somewhat outdated, and felt a twinge of disdain. How impressive can he be, really? The participants in this training camp are all distinguished figures, having secured positions among the top 10 in their provincial competitions. Let us embark on this journey of learning together. Furthermore, we are at Kyoto University, should any inquiries arise. There is no need for futile discussions. I am acquainted with several professors from the Department of Mathematics at Kyoto University, and I can seek their guidance at any moment. Shi Tianming, with his ample enthusiasm, left no room for Jin Xinshin to display any disdain. Nonetheless, he retained his earlier remarks, putting on a facade of being familiar with university professors. "Oh, thank you," he replied. Shi Tianming, with an honesty that rendered him oblivious to the subtle pretensions of others, finished packing his belongings. Observing that Chun Fan had nearly completed his own preparations, he suggested, "Brother Fan, today marks the student enrollment day, and there are no further engagements this afternoon. I wish to wander around the Kyoto University campus. I've heard there is a historical museum here." Chun Fan, having been reborn, felt a wave of nostalgia for the campus environment of Kyoto University, and he found it agreeable to accompany Shi Tianming on this excursion. Just as he was about to agree, Jin Xinshin interjected, "Exploring the campus? It feels like coming home for me. Allow me to guide you both." Chapter 30, Why Are You So Familiar? Jin Xinshin suddenly found himself intrigued. Due to his personality, he had few friends in class. Even during the national training session, he was assigned to a dorm with others, separate from his peers. With his pride, Jin Xinshin deemed that two outsiders from distant provinces were unworthy of his friendship. Chun Fan appeared rather ordinary, exuding an air of poverty, while Shi Tianming was hardly better off, though he seemed to possess a talent for comic relief. Let us proceed. I will show you the finest university in Jinping. I attend the affiliated high school, and the guards usually do not impede my entry. Jin Xinshin led the way, with Shi Tianming and Chun Fan following behind. This is the most renowned landmark of a university. You outsiders tend to enjoy taking photographs here, Jin Xinshin remarked as he paused by the lakeside. The atmosphere of Kyoto University was rich in scholarly pursuits, and the lakeside, relatively cool as summer approached, attracted numerous students who gathered to enjoy the breeze while studying. Wow, if I were to win an award at the national competition, would I have a chance to be admitted here? Shi Tianming expressed his envy. Jin Xinshin doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Winning an award at the national competition does not guarantee admission to Kyoto University. It is not so simple. Those who aspire to study here are the top scholars from each province, champions for various competitions. Moreover, succeeding the national competition is no easy feat. Countless outstanding students from numerous provinces converge here. In contrast, the educational resources in our larger cities are superior, and the difficulty of the examinations, along with the caliber of competition, far exceeds that of local students. This remark cast a shadow over Shi Tianming's spirits. He had already felt a tinge of luck in qualifying for the national competition this year. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "Alas, it seems my abilities are ill-suited for Kyoto University. Keep your chin up, Fan. When we leave, have Lu take a few extra photos of me. By the way, Jin Go, could you share some insights about the development and history of this place?" Jin Xinshin hesitated, as he was merely a student from the affiliated high school, allowed to visit the campus occasionally. He was utterly unaware of the notable buildings and their histories. At that moment, Chun Fan, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. "By the shores of Weiming Lake, to the east you can behold the reflection of the tower upon the lake. To the west the sunset over the Bell Pavilion, to the south the woods of the lakeside mountains, and to the north the shadows of grand buildings. These vistas can be succinctly captured in the phrase a tower and a lake." A poem states, "Before Boya Tower, one may find the learned, by Weiming Lake. One may find the nameless." Concerning the naming, during the last century, when the university's internal structures were unified in nomenclature, numerous professors and scholars vied for names. Yet after numerous attempts deemed unsuitable, they ultimately decided to simply call it Weiming. Having delivered this comprehensive introduction, Chun Fan attracted the attention of several passers-by, including board students and visiting tourists, with some even applauding him. "Why do you, an outsider, know so much?" Jin Xinshin questioned, his expression turning sour. Gazing into the distance, Chun Fan observed that Weiming Lake resembled an expansive ocean, shimmering under the light as if countless stars floated upon its surface, radiating a kaleidoscope of brilliance. Shi Tianming raised his thumb in admiration. "Fan, you are exceedingly knowledgeable. Your understanding is profound." With a sense of nostalgia, Chun Fan strolled along the lakeshore and addressed the two behind him. "Let us proceed to see the unmoored boat and the Langrun Garden." Shi Tianming, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Yay! Following Brother Fan is the way to go. However, Jin Shinshin's expression darkened. Having been spoiled by his family since childhood, he was intolerant of anyone surpassing him in either competition or life. Whenever he felt overshadowed, he sought to reclaim his standing in other ways. After a few steps, upon spotting the mathematics department's teaching building, Jin Shinshin remarked, "I heard there is an important meeting in the department today, and all graduate students are attending, while undergraduates may join voluntarily. Should we take a look?" Shi Tianming hesitated. Compared to studying, exploring the scenic campus held greater allure. Yet, Jin Shinshin added, "The vice dean of the mathematics department, Zhao Qingjin, will also be present." This revelation made Shi Tianming ponder. Dean Zhao had recently become a prominent figure in the news, having resolved several well-known conjectures in the field of mathematics, making him one of Shi Tianming's idols. After some deliberation, Shi Tianming suggested, "Well, Brother Fan, shall we attend the meeting? Exploring the campus can always wait for another day." Chun Fan considered this. "Then let us go and see." Since his return to the first year of high school and participation in provincial and national examinations, the timelines of both lives had shifted entirely. Yet based on clues from his previous life, some matters could still be inferred. Chun Fan was uncertain about the specifics of the situation. However, with so many professors and students gathered, there must be significant matters at hand to address. Since he had the opportunity to return, he was determined to confront the various challenges ahead. Upon their arrival, they found the auditorium of the mathematics department already teeming with people. The front row was occupied by professors, while lecturers filled the middle and young students filled the back. "Why are there so many people?" Shi Tianming inquired. "I don't know. It appears that all the notable figures are present. Can we even enter?" He hesitated. Jin Shinshin, resolute, replied, "It's fine. Many courses at the university are open to the public. We can often sit in on lectures. The worst that can happen is being asked to leave." Just as he spoke, individuals in black uniforms appeared in the auditorium, patrolling with keen eyes. Shi Tianming, unfamiliar with such settings, felt a surge of anxiety. "This doesn't seem appropriate. If we are discovered, it could cause trouble for us." Jin Shinshin scoffed. "I told you I would show you the world. Why are you so timid?" Perhaps Jin Shinshin's voice was too loud, for the security personnel within the venue quickly took notice. "Comrades, which department are you from?" One of the guards inquired, locking eyes with Jin Shinshin. Caught off guard, Jin Shinshin panicked. As a student from the affiliated high school, his presence on campus was permissible, but disrupting normal operations was not. He had merely noticed the notice board indicating a meeting, thinking it would be an opportunity to impress his new roommates. Little did he know, the situation was far more serious than he had anticipated. Jin Shinshin stammered, struggling for words. The security personnel had already summoned assistance, and two professors from the front row approached. Jin Shinshin, being a student at the affiliated high school, naturally had some connections, but he had also been taught to maintain decorum while visiting Kyoto University and to avoid offending anyone, especially those who appeared unassuming, as they might hold positions such as deans or professors within the institution. Jin Shinshin racked his brains, finally recalling that the two individuals were introduced on the official website, sharing the surname Li and specializing in functional analysis. "Classmates, which year are you in? Are you from the Department of Mathematics or from the Information School?" Jin Shinshin, in a fluster, began to fabricate a response. "No, we are from the Mathematics Department. I attended your course on functional analysis." Professor Li furrowed his brows at this statement. Having been engrossed in research for years, he had not taught undergraduates in quite some time, and it was evident this individual was speaking nonsense. While Jin Shinshin was unfamiliar with this Professor Li, Chun Fan recognized the professor as he would be a decade hence. Given this context, it seemed appropriate to extend a greeting. Chapter 31. Could he be the big shot? As Shi Tianming and Jin Shinshin stood there, bewildered and at a loss, the typically taciturn Chun Fan stepped forward. "Professor Li, how is your recent research on the truncation analysis of neutral stochastic functional differential equations progressing? Any new developments?" Professor Li glanced at the three unfamiliar faces before confirming they were not students from the information school. Initially intending to have security escort them out, he paused upon hearing Chun Fan's inquiry. Professor Li had become utterly absorbed in this topic in recent years, neglecting everything else, including teaching, which he had delegated to his assistant. With 4 graduate students under his supervision, he barely had time for them, maintaining a laissez-faire approach to their training. Though he was indifferent towards teaching, conversing about theoretical research stirred his interest. The 3 students appeared unfamiliar, their youthful appearances suggesting they were novices, but that was inconsequential. Professor Li's eyes brightened as he asked, "Young man, are you aware of my research focus?" Chun Fan certainly was. If following the timeline of his previous life, Professor Li's journey was fraught with challenges. Due to a lack of optimism surrounding this research, he nearly resigned in later years due to the absence of results, with his graduate students disheartened and transferring to other mentors. Nevertheless, Professor Li persevered under pressure until his paper was published, astonishing the academic community in Huaghua and earning him the position of vice dean of the mathematics department. Chen Fan smirked. In his previous life, upon encountering him, Professor Li would have addressed him as academician Chen. Now, having reverted to a younger state, he would be calling him young man to gain a verbal advantage. However, considering their amicable relationship in the past, Chen Fan chose not to dwell on it and continue the conversation. Indeed, regarding neutral stochastic functional differential equations with highly nonlinear characteristics. Your research approach involves establishing suitable truncation methods for Euler and Maruyama numerical solutions, does it not? Professor Li's eyes sparkled, as if he had found a kindred spirit, and he fixed his gaze on Chen Fan. Exactly. Although I have yet to successfully prove that the analytical solution of the differential equation achieves mean square exponential stability, I believe my original approach will yield results. Sure, Tianming struggled to comprehend the technical dialogue, but felt an overwhelming urge to commend Chen Fan's brilliance. He had sensed the security personnel's scrutinizing gazes earlier, yet after Chen Fan's few exchanges, their demeanor had noticeably softened. Jin Xinxin glanced between Professor Li and Chen Fan, a thought flickering in her mind. Could he be the big shot? While Jin Xinxin claimed to know some professors and lecturers, it was only a superficial acquaintance. Having merely perused their profiles online, attended classes for photographs, and exchanged polite nods, it was always others who recognized him. He was merely a novice in their eyes. Engaging in profound discussions with professors was entirely out of the question, given his inferior status. Chen Fan understood Professor Li's current plight. Research was akin to a martial arts tale where one faced a bottleneck, uncertain of how long it would take to achieve a breakthrough. Before achieving fame in his past life, Chen Fan had traversed many winding paths in research, well aware of the heartaches involved. He had reviewed Professor Li's papers from his previous life. Of course, he was not one to plagiarize others' future accomplishments, but he could offer Professor Li some insightful suggestions. Have you considered the conditions for mean square exponential stability of the truncation methods for Euler and Maruyama numerical solutions? Subsequently, proving the conditions under which the coefficients satisfy local Lipschitz conditions and contraction mapping conditions, followed by validating through numerical simulations? Upon hearing this, Professor Li's eyes gleamed with recognition. Was this not precisely the direction of his own research? However, he merely had a tentative pathway laid out, and the feasibility of implementation remained uncertain. Yet, it felt as if this inquiry was inherently meant to be proven in such a manner. Professor Li was filled with excitement, contemplating engaging Chen Fan in further discussion, as this research might yield answers by the end of the month. However, Zhao, the host of the meeting, had already begun testing the microphone in preparation for the session. Professor Li nodded to the security personnel and gestured for Chen Fan and the others to enter. He intended for Chen Fan to sit closer, but the group found their way to the back, blending into the crowd of students and becoming untraceable. Whose students are these? Quite the intellectuals, Professor Li mused, smiling broadly. It was rare to encounter students with such aligned interests. He intended to inquire about Chen Fan's advisor after the meeting, perhaps even consider enticing him away. Jin Xinxin and Shi Tianming sat through a lengthy meeting, over 3 hours, observing the focused and serious expressions of those around them, occasionally borrowing paper and pens from neighboring tables to feign note-taking. Ultimately, they realized that their notes contained merely the title of the meeting, but at least they appeared to fit in. As the meeting drew to a close, others engaged in discussions about their insights and reflections. It was only at the end that they discovered this report was by no means a general science presentation. The front rows were occupied by esteemed professors from Huaghua, while those in the back were either doctoral candidates or young faculty. No wonder security personnel were present nearby. When Shi Tianming returned the pen to a neighboring student, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, having kept his head down, too timid to meet anyone's gaze. "Excuse me, to whom do you belong as students?" Inquired an upperclassman with a receding hairline, adjusting his glasses. Upon noticing Shi Tianming's notes, he smirked subtly and casually asked. Shi Tianming bluntly replied, "We are." Jin Xinxin's face flushed crimson as she grabbed Chen Fan and hurried out of the venue, forcing Shi Tianming to follow suit. Little did they realize the magnitude of the meeting. Their arrival had not been an act of pretension, but rather a mortifying blunder. These two unwitting roommates, having just participated in national competition training, would likely never see each other again if they failed to gain admission to Jingda. Yet he still had to navigate the halls of the affiliated school. Given that their parents knew professors at the school, he was on the cusp of adulthood. Being labeled as a child lacking decorum was unflattering. As they departed, the upperclassman with a receding hairline chuckled. Which professor just took in new students? This is hilarious. Undergraduates sneaking into audit, I suppose. Who wasn't a fool at some point? Just as he laughed, Professor Lee unexpectedly approached the back rows, causing the upperclassmen to straighten up, realizing the need to maintain a good impression in front of the professors. After all, one day, they might serve as his thesis defense committee. Professor Lee cut to the chase. Was the student sitting beside you one of your juniors? The upperclassman quickly shook his head. No. Our advisor, Master Sun, is quite stringent with admissions. Students like them would never qualify. Mid-sentence, he noticed Professor Lee's expression darkening and hastily fell silent. Professor Lee pressed on. Do you know whose students they are? What are their names? I don't know, came the hurried reply. With a sigh, Professor Lee remarked, please do me a favor and ask for their names the next time you see them. Professor Lee had hoped to discuss matters with Chun Fan after the conference, but alas, the others departed immediately. The upperclassmen watched Professor Lee's retreating figure, puzzled. What was so special about those 3 students? Chapter 32. He will undoubtedly achieve a professorship. The next day, the national training camp has officially commenced. Students from all corners of the country have settled into the grand conference room. Having just listened to the inaugural speech, the students are brimming with enthusiasm, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Onward, I shall make a name for myself in the national competition. The mathematical realm of Huaxia needs me. I must secure a place in the national finals, followed by a direct admission to Jingping University, mingling with the elite, thus paving the way for my future endeavors. The training phase operates on a points accumulation system, allowing only those who amass sufficient points to participate in the finals. The test commencing in the morning must be taken seriously. Tremble, fellow students from other schools, and bow before my prowess. However, regrettably, this fervor lasted only until the first problem set of the training camp. Upon encountering the difficulty of the training problems, many students were utterly bewildered. Is this even the same material we faced in the provincial competition? Have I truly studied mathematics? Oh, mother, I no longer wish to be a competitor. I cannot succeed. I long to return and take the college entrance examination instead. Overwhelmed with despair, I shall never again proclaim my mathematical prowess. The first examination of the training camp served as a harsh awakening for the students. While the lecturer's words during the opening ceremony were commendable, how could the difficulty of the problems be so grotesque? Some students, while complaining, attempted to tackle the questions when suddenly a voice emerged from among the competitors from the Linsun region. This is wasting time. Had I known the national training camp would be so arduous, I wouldn't have come. What was I thinking? It was Chun Fan, muttering to himself. In his previous life, Chun Fan had never participated in this competition, mistakenly believing that the national competition was akin to the provincial one, merely an examination to be completed. Who could have foreseen the necessity of this training, all organized uniformly, making it inconvenient for anyone to leave? His participation in the provincial competition stemmed from his aunt's urgent need for money, with the timing of the prize distribution perfectly aligning. He had casually participated in the physics provincial competition. The national competition boasts a grand prize of 300,000, yet Chun Fan felt the cost-benefit ratio was lacking. The training camp allows no absences, wasting at least 2 weeks of his time. Surrounding students gazed at Chun Fan with incredulity, many unable to suppress their thoughts. Is this person unwell? We are all striving to leap over the Dragon Gate, having finally secured a place in the training camp. No matter how arduous the path, we must strive to reach the finals. Achieving a rank in the finals will be documented in our records. An impressive credential for university applications and early admissions. Even those familiar with Chun Fan from the second high school were astonished. Just how far can his limits stretch? He excelled in the school selection competition, carried the provincial competition, and now stands out amidst a gathering of national prodigies. Is he truly the most extraordinary of them all? Sure, Tianming whispered nearby. Wait, Fan, must you be so swift? Dong Wang chimed in. Fan, your speed makes me seem rather dull. Jia Xiaoba had already grown indifferent to life. It's fine, just maintain a normal pace. There's no need to compete with him, or you might suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. There were also students from other schools speculating maliciously. That fool hails from a province with mediocre educational standards. They must have selected a bunch of novices. He got lucky to enter the national competition, and now that he has found himself unable to solve a single problem, he has given up and claims it's a waste of time. At that moment, Teacher Gua, who was patrolling the classroom, happened to stroll by, noticing Chun Fan in a daze, and inquired, "Are you unable to solve it? Why aren't you writing?" Chun Fan replied, "I've completed it." Teacher Guo was taken aback. casually taking Chun Fan's answer sheet and quickly scanning it, his eyes nearly bulging out. Not only had he finished, but he had also answered correctly. How much time has passed? Teacher Gua glanced at his watch. The morning training session was expected to last 3 hours, and only 1 hour had elapsed. The problems designed for the morning were no trivial matter, some even delving into content typically reserved for graduate studies, intended to select the cream of the crop among these competitors. Yet, astonishingly, a prodigy completed them in just 1 hour. Chun Fan tentatively asked, "May I leave now?" Teacher Gua pondered for a moment, suppressing his astonishment, and told the assistant, "This student earns 5 points. Additionally, please bring over the afternoon training material for him." Chun Fan inquired, "If I finish the afternoon's work, can I leave?" "No, there is still tomorrow's work." After the papers were delivered, Teacher Gua took a seat in the back rows, his gaze fixed on Chun Fan. This student's speed of problem-solving was nothing short of astounding. He was eager to discover the limits of this individual. His intuition told him that if he could secure this student under his guidance, he would surely be able to attain the title of professor through the student's efforts. Teacher Gua continued observing Chun Fan as he worked on the problems before turning and exiting through the back door. The recruitment of students must be approached proactively. He needed to speak with the team leader about Chun Fan. Unfortunately, he had not encountered Lu Zhong that morning. The national training camp did not require Lu Zhong's supervision, so he headed to the school library to experience the academic atmosphere of the top-tier institution he had once failed to enter. During lunchtime, the university's dining options were abundant and remarkably inexpensive. I fill my stomach for just 4 yuan, with offerings like rice bowls, spicy hot pot, pea noodles, meat buns, and stir-fried rice cakes. How many varieties are there? If I could earn admission here, I would gladly dine in the cafeteria every day. Mr. Liu, was the cafeteria at your alma mater, Lin Ke University, equally delightful? Lu Zhong, reminded of his bittersweet past, silently consumed his meal, unwilling to engage in conversation. At that moment, Teacher Gua, who had been in charge of the morning session, fortuitously appeared, spotting an empty seat at the round table of Linsuan No. 2 High School. He casually grabbed a meal and sat down. "Hello, students." Teacher Gua greeted with a smile. Members of the school team felt a bit disoriented. Was this Teacher Gua from the Academy of Changing Faces? He had been so gentle during the opening ceremony, so stern during the morning problem-solving session, and now his demeanor was so ingratiating at lunch. "I am Teacher Gua Qiushi, in charge of this morning's training session. Are any of you interested in studying at Jingda? By the way, Chun Fan, what do you think of the cafeteria's flavors? Would you consider applying for early admission to our school? If you become my student, I can promise you free meals in the cafeteria." Chun Fan replied, "Given that you didn't allow me to leave early this morning, I find it hard to believe that you would agree to such a promise." Sure, Tian Ming and the other team members expressed envy. The national competition had yet to officially begin, and someone was already attempting to recruit Chun Fan. "Lu Zhong, how are you settling in at the school? You know your students best. The choice is always more significant than mere effort. High school students often have a narrow perspective and struggle to find direction. As his teacher, you must guide him in making the right choices." Lu Zhong slurped his noodles. He was originally my mentee at Lin Ke University and was particularly promising. I had hoped to take him under my wing. What a predicament. He truly found himself in a dilemma. Chapter 33, The Battle for Talent. Mathematics Department. The secretary gently pushed open the office door and said, "Professor Li, according to the scheduled assignments, you are responsible for the national competition training this afternoon." After hearing Chun Fan's suggestions, Professor Li was greatly inspired, feeling that his research was on the brink of completion, poised for publication. "I'm a bit busy." The secretary hesitated, saying, "The training camp every year selects a number of outstanding students. This group is indeed the cream of the crop from across the nation. You haven't taken on a mentee in several years, and if it continues like this, even Dean Zhao will voice his concerns. Therefore, you should consider attending. Mentoring students?" On the day of the report meeting, Professor Li had already identified a promising candidate, the student with whom he had discussed stochastic functional differential equations in the Mathematics Institute. Only he and Dean Zhao specialized in this field. After inquiring about the student he had previously conversed with, he found that no one recognized him, indicating that he was likely under the dean's tutelage. However, undermining the dean was evidently impractical. It would be wiser to observe the training sessions instead. Cultivating talent from scratch could also prove beneficial. Under someone else's roof, one must inevitably bow their head. Professor Li sighed and made his way to the competition training classroom in the afternoon. Upon arriving, he discovered that the morning supervisor, Teacher Gua, had not left. It was past time for a break, yet he remained in the classroom, which surely hinted at something amiss. Professor Li greeted him. "Ah, Teacher Gua, still here?" Teacher Guo had spent the entire lunch hour persuading several students from Linchuan No. 2 High School, promising that if they performed adequately in the national competition, they could receive early admission to Kyoto University. Yet, no matter how he tried, Chun Fan remained unmoved. Spotting Professor Li's arrival, Teacher Guo felt a sense of dread. He knew his own abilities could not compete with others. Had he known earlier, he would have given Chun Fan a day off. "Good afternoon, Professor Li," Teacher Guo said, attempting to divert attention. "How is your recent research in functional analysis going? Perhaps I could assist you with the training this afternoon?" Professor Li sensed something was amiss. Why was Teacher Guo being so accommodating? He scanned the classroom and quickly spotted Chun Fan in the back row, not working on any problems. His eyes lit up instantly. After searching high and low, there he was, illuminated in the dim light. Following their chance encounter in the auditorium, Professor Li had sought to uncover Chun Fan's identity, hoping to bring him directly for graduate studies. However, his inquiries had yielded nothing, as no one seemed to recognize the youthful face. It turned out that the boy was indeed quite young. Professor Li chuckled, realizing that Chun Fan was merely a high school student, making his debut in mathematics competitions. Such impressive performance in his inaugural endeavor made him an ideal candidate for mentorship. He absolutely could not let Dean Zhao find out, lest the old man attempt to poach him. "Ah, you must be Chun Fan, correct? You have quite the grasp of functional analysis," Professor Li remarked with a smile. Chun Fan stood up. "It's all right." He clarified that the insights he had shared during their last encounter were not his own research findings, but rather suggestions that had merely expedited Professor Li's progress. Modesty, Professor Li thought. Since their last conversation, his research had advanced by leaps and bounds. This student, whether by fortune or talent, was particularly suited for his team. "Have you considered joining me after the competition?" The other students in the training session were envious. Who was this Chun Fan? The national competition had not even formally commenced. Yet professors were already vying for him. But considering the skills of others, they thought better of it. Observing Chun Fan's performance, it was clear he had completed the afternoon's material, while some present were still struggling to secure their school scores, facing imminent elimination. There was indeed a distinction between the academically gifted and the truly exceptional. Chun Fan contemplated his next steps, pondering which unfinished research from his past life to pursue. Yet he had not reached a conclusion. Thus, he hesitated to agree outright. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm only in the first year of high school. I'm merely participating in the national competition for experience. I haven't yet considered my school choices." "Is that so?" The classmates murmured. Many among them had participated in competitions for 3 years, finally earning a chance to reach the finals. Yet here was Chun Fan, in his first year, already in the finals, and the best schools were courting him, and he merely wanted to think about it. Professor Li and Teacher Guo attempted to persuade him further. But their efforts were in vain. As Chun Fan pointed out, "Professors, it's training time. Others still need to work on problems. This matter can be discussed privately." With Chun Fan unyielding, Professor Li and Teacher Guo resorted to bothering Lu Zhong. Teacher Guo mused, "Lu Zhong is quite supportive of Chun Fan. If I can't persuade him, you likely won't have any luck either." To his surprise, when Professor Li first addressed Lu Zhong, he said, "Oh, you're the Lu who studied under Yi Zhiqiu, aren't you? You even applied to be my doctoral student back in the day. Unfortunately, circumstances then prevented you from proceeding. How about this? Convince Chun Fan to apply to Kyoto University and become my student. In doing so, I'll also consider your application for this year's doctoral program. If research isn't to your preference, assisting in the office would suffice. I'll ensure you graduate." Teacher Guo thought to himself, this is quite the underhanded tactic. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just to recruit Chun Fan? Though he harbored similar thoughts himself, Lu Zhong replied, "While I did attempt to apply to Professor Li in the past, I was unfortunately rejected. I'm at a loss as to what Chun Fan has said to persuade the professor to consider me as well." Just days prior, he had called Yi Zhiqiu, expressing his desire to return and bring along a particularly talented student. Now, did that mean he would have to reconsider bringing Chun Fan with him? Lu Zhong wished for his student to find a suitable path, but he also respected Chun Fan's autonomy. "Professor Li, while I would love to collaborate with you, I cannot dictate Chun Fan's decisions. You must speak with him directly. After all, a reluctant person is not likely to yield sweet results." Professor Li replied, "That is fine. Even if a reluctant fruit may not taste sweet, it still quenches thirst." Chapter 34. The national competition begins in dormitory 305. Jin Xinxin felt utterly devastated by the recent events. As a local from Jingping, he had received the finest education since childhood. Yet he found himself outperformed during the training phase by an outsider. Where was his dignity? Just days ago, during a late-night chat in the dormitory, He had boasted about knowing various professors and how he could easily apply for graduate school if he so desired. Now, however, the reality was that his roommate was being courted by professors without even needing to apply. The atmosphere was intensely competitive. After the lights went out, Shi Tianming asked, "Brother Fan, with so many professors vying for your attention, why aren't you accepting their offers? What do you intend to study?" This question piqued Jin Xinxin's interest as well. Ever since his own failed attempts to show off, he had hoped to avoid any association with Chun Fan in college. Otherwise, facing him daily while being reminded of a national competition would be excruciatingly awkward. From Chun Fan's perspective, Shi Tianming analyzed, "With your remarkable grades, securing a place for postgraduate studies is undoubtedly assured. It merely hinges on your desire to study in Huagua. Of course, if you are inclined towards foreign languages, I believe studying abroad would pose no issue." Through the gap in the curtains, Chun Fan gazed at the vast expanse of twinkling stars. You will come to understand soon. In his previous life, Chun Fan had forsaken his homeland in pursuit of scientific truth. However, after enduring numerous risks in foreign lands, he ultimately did not attain a favorable outcome. That, without a doubt, was the most regrettable decision of his past life. Given a second chance in this life, Chun Fan vowed to fully leverage his strengths to propel the advancement of science and technology in Huagua. The 14-day intensive training session concluded swiftly, and the national competition examinations commenced with fervor. At last, on a sweltering midday, the students emerged from the examination hall, feeling a tremendous sense of relief. It's over. What a weight lifted. In victory, we must celebrate. In defeat, we must also rejoice. Those who persevered through the training are all warriors. The students were buoying each other's spirits. Outside, a throng of journalists intercepted the examinees, eager to conduct interviews. The most frequently posed question was, "How do you feel about your performance?" In previous years' national competitions, one could truly sense the confident exuberance of a new generation of students. Yet this year was utterly different. During the training, they had been thoroughly humbled by Chun Fan's prowess. One student, wearing thick glasses, shyly smiled at the microphone, adjusting his spectacles as he flusteredly waved his hands. "Not good. Not good at all." The reporter chuckled and inquired, "What position do you think you might achieve?" "Speculate on the best-case scenario." The nearsighted student replied with reserve, "If all goes well, perhaps I could contend for second place?" The reporter, intrigued, pressed on, "Why second?" The nearsighted student candidly responded, "Well, you should ask who's in first." The reporter, amused, followed up, "Do you have someone in mind for first place? Who is it? And why do you think they are first, rather than yourself?" The nearsighted student quoted the studious Jia. "I believe there's a distinct difference between a top student and a genius. As an ordinary student, I feel it is futile to compete with him. I've already surrendered." When pressed further, he offered a name. His name is Chun Fan. The reporter asked, "Why do you consider him to be first?" The nearsighted student replied, "When present at the scene, you would realize that he can solve the problems you can, and he can also tackle the ones you cannot. The questions that stumped our teachers, he can resolve, while any he struggles with are certainly erroneous. I truly look forward to meeting Chun Fan." The reporter engaged with several other students, all of whom echoed that this year's training had produced a remarkable talent. Eventually, the reporter cornered Chun Fan. "Hello, Chun, I have heard your name from many sources. Is it true that you are only a first-year high school student and are participating in the national mathematics competition?" "Yes," Chun Fan affirmed. "Could you elaborate on why you are confident you can secure first place? Have you considered the possibility of an underwhelming performance?" The reporter, exasperated, felt the need to inquire about scores when encountering an average performer, yet pressed on with Chun Fan, seeking unexpected insights. Chun Fan dismissed the inquiries. "No. It won't happen. Goodbye." Frustrated, the reporter had no choice but to abandon his interview. Liu Zhong was elated, certain that the first place in the national competition was secured, based on Chun Fan's performance during the training. Other candidates were significantly inferior in both foundational skills and breadth of knowledge. Next, the other 9 members of the school team were counted upon. Should any of them emerge as a national awardee, it would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. After the competition concluded, Chun Fan and his peers returned to school. Under the pretense of a physics competition, Chun Fan continued his research in the office. The proof of the Riemann hypothesis had progressed to 90, and he anticipated unveiling his findings by the end of the month, a moment that would truly astonish the world. A week later, the competition results were announced. First place, 120 points, Chun Fan. Second place. Third place. Chun Fan's name soared to the top once again. The other members of the competition team, though not securing top 3 positions, earned commendations, which would contribute positively to their college applications or early admission opportunities. Many members of the team felt immense gratitude towards Chun Fan for the assistance he had provided. Consequently, the team organized a grand celebration dinner in honor of Chun Fan. Congratulations, Fan. You're incredible. Surely you won't participate in a mathematics competition next year, will you? Could you grant us ordinary folks a chance? Chun Fan planned to transition directly from competitions into early college admission, a crucial aspect of his rebirth strategy. Rest assured, I'll compete next year. Everyone, do your best. Although Chun Fan was only 16 years old and in his first year of high school, his accomplishments compelled everyone to respectfully address him as Fan Ge. He was the first in the history of the second high school to achieve first place in a national competition, and the first to do so with a perfect score. The legend of Chun Fan resonated among the students. Wang Qin, as his deskmate, also attended Chun Fan's celebration banquet, humorously lamenting, Fan Ge, why is it that we study the same, yet I fall so far behind? This question was challenging for Chun Fan to answer. Perhaps some individuals simply struggle with academics? Moreover, Wang Qin's future did not lie in scholarly pursuits. Following the trajectory of his past life, Wang Qin would eventually manage his family's business, becoming the first in their class to own a car and a house. The next day, the school hosted a study seminar, inviting Chun Fan to the stage to share his study methods and experiences. A group of parents attended, eager to learn how Chun Fan achieved such remarkable grades and why their own children were struggling. Chun Fan reiterated some time-honored methods, such as taking notes, promptly correcting test papers, and preparing for lessons in advance. While top students claimed these techniques were effective, there were those who followed the entire regimen yet still underperformed. Everyone must genuinely engage in learning. It is not merely for show or pretense. One must delve into the material, think critically, and conduct research, Chun Fan earnestly advised. Subsequently, the session transitioned to a Q&A segment. A parent stood and asked, my child, Xiao Mei, is struggling academically, particularly in mathematics, hovering around the passing mark of 90. Is there a quick method to elevate her mathematics score to around 120? Chun Fan pondered for a moment. I apologize, but my mathematics has never dipped below 140. I lack experience in raising a score from 90 to 120. You might want to consult others on that. Chun Fan was sincere. Mastery of mathematics, after all, seemed to be a matter of innate talent. Whether in this life or the last, he had always excelled in mathematics. From the audience, students murmured, is this some sort of humble brag? Another parent stood to inquire. It is said that Chun Fan has received numerous university offers. How does one go about applying? Chun Fan mused, wondering why the questions were so trivial, yet patiently responded, it is not I who applied to them. They're the ones who sought me. Chapter 35. Reluctantly, once again, students fainted in the audience. The mathematics national competition had concluded, and the physics national competition was on the horizon. At this moment, Chun Fan had already received the prize money of 100,000 yuan from the provincial competition, with an additional 300,000 yuan from the national competition soon to follow. However, what mattered more to Chun Fan was that the proof of the Riemann hypothesis was essentially complete. All that remained was to compile it into a paper and publish it. Chun Fan, the competitions are over. Shouldn't you return to class? Lu Zhong was at a loss. With the competitions concluded, he ought to be able to relax in the office and take it easy. Yet, the office was monopolized by Chun Fan and Xiang Xiaoyuan, leaving no place for a legitimate teacher like him to sit. I'm conducting research, Chun Fan replied. Nonsense. You've been staring blankly at the computer for nearly half an hour. And with the physics national competition approaching, I don't see you reviewing at all. Lu Zhong merely sought an excuse to reprimand Chun Fan. Nevertheless, he was somewhat curious. Was Chun Fan's physics group as formidable as the mathematics team, capable of effortlessly claiming the national title? Master, I don't understand this problem. Xiang Xiaoyuan suddenly approached with a paper in hand. Despite repeated emphases from her teammates, she still habitually addressed Chun Fan as master. Being introverted, she had given up trying to change this after her peers offered no success, turning her attention to Chun Fan instead. After all, they were all of the same age. Was it not a bit unfair to take advantage of others? However, Chun Fan, unflustered, readily agreed to help. The problem indeed warranted a serious solution. And Chun Fan's clarity of thought in his explanation even caught Lu Zhong's attention. Though both physics and mathematics belong to the realm of sciences, their methodologies often diverged greatly. Lu Zhong had some knowledge about the questions Xiang Xiaoyuan posed, yet found it difficult to articulate answers. In contrast, Chun Fan responded effortlessly. Lu Zhong felt a pang of inferiority. Not only in physics, but even in mathematics, he lacked confidence in achieving full marks in the national competition. Truly, the world of geniuses was incomprehensible. After patiently explaining the problem to Xiang Xiaoyuan, Chun Fan casually remarked, "By the way, I'm actually not keen on participating in the physics competition. I've been rather busy lately." Lu Zhong was taken aback. He hurriedly reported this to the authorities. The school was in a frenzy. Initially, after Chun Fan secured first place in the mathematics national competition, Principal Hao had been enjoying a windfall. Funds for the playground had materialized, meals were being generously provided, and parents were clamoring for admission. If Chun Fan were to also achieve first place in the physics competition, Principal Hao felt it would not be unreasonable to renovate the playground and perhaps even construct an impressive new administrative building. Suddenly receiving a call from his secretary, Principal Hao learned that Chun Fan was not going to participate in the physics competition, a development that could not be tolerated. The school was counting on his success. After his provincial competition disappointment, Wang Ziting was in a state of despondency, feeling unworthy of studying physics. Unable to surpass Chun Fan, even Chun Fan's apprentice fell short, causing him to feel utterly defeated. However, the school leaders soon delivered good news. Chun Fan would not be competing after all. Wang Ziting's eyes lit up. Previously, facing Chun Fan had left him with a profound sense of helplessness. But now, with Chun Fan out of the competition, it seemed he had a glimmer of hope. "I want to improve. Quickly, bring me a stack of papers for review. I must strive for first place in the national competition," Wang Ziting exclaimed, filled with fervor. The teachers were bewildered. Were students today so capricious? Did he not give up? They queried, "Are you not afraid of the multitude of experts across the nation? Just because of one Chun Fan?" Wang Ziting's enthusiasm surged. "Bring it on. I am destined to be the rising star of experimental middle school." Though initially reluctant to waste time, the school persisted in its pleas. Each day, members of the physics group urged him, "Chun Fan, you've come this far. Why not participate? We don't require intensive training for physics. Just your presence is sufficient. The competition is being held at Lin University, with only an hour's round trip. It won't take much of your time. Indeed, participating in the national competition is a glory that many yearn for, but cannot attain," they added. Even Principal Hao was relentless. "Chun Fan, just attending is enough. Besides the first place award, I can offer you a substantial bonus. What do you say?" Chun Fan pondered. His participation in the mathematics competition had been driven by financial necessity, as Aunt Chun, who had always cared for him, needed support. Absent that situation, he truly did not wish to take advantage of these students. After all, with his knowledge accumulated from a past life, competing against high school students felt somewhat unfair. Ultimately, it was the unique perspective of Tower Sister from the physics group that resonated with him. "Chun Fan, given your prodigious talent and the multitude of competitions in high school, why not participate in them all? Achieving first place in both physics and mathematics would be an unprecedented feat. Are you willing to create a miracle?" Persuaded, Chun Fan nodded in agreement. "Well, I suppose I shall do it reluctantly." Principal Hao was immensely grateful. On the day of the competition, Wang Ziting encountered Chun Fan in the examination hall, and his heart shattered. What about the integrity between individuals? Wasn't it agreed that Chun Fan would not participate in the physics competition? Why had he suddenly appeared here? To make matters worse, they were in the same examination room. What a twist of fate. As Wang Ziting approached, Chun Fan, assuming he was about to declare war, awkwardly said, "Young man, it is essential to be pragmatic and not to aim too high. Waging a battle against me serves no purpose." Suppressing his inner resentment, Wang Ziting retorted, "Although I cannot compete with someone as monstrous as you, I firmly believe that among this year's national students, my capabilities are undoubtedly among the top tier. I will strive for second place." Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback. Youth was indeed a wonderful thing. He then turned to Xiang Xiaoyuan beside him and encouraged, "Do your best. He is your opponent." "Yes, master," she affirmed. Wang Ziting once again caught sight of Xiang Xiaoyuan. Previously, he had thought her to be rather withdrawn, the type who could go an entire day without uttering a word. Yet at the last competition, she had tied with Chun Fan for full marks. Another encounter with Chun Fan's apprentice, he mused. It was clear he could not compete. Absolutely not. If he himself could not surpass Chun Fan, then this rather inconspicuous apprentice certainly could not either. The outcome of the physics competition was devoid of suspense. Chun Fan, albeit reluctantly, secured first place nationally, while Xiang Xiaoyuan claimed second. Despite her exceptional talent, she ultimately could not surpass the reincarnated Chun Fan. She was nonetheless quite satisfied with her achievement. Had it not been for Chun Fan's guidance, she would not have believed she could excel so rapidly. Goodness, the school is establishing a physics competition team. Chun Fan is single-handedly supporting an entire squad. Such comparisons are futile. Wang Qin sighed again. We all possess brains, Why does mind fail to retain knowledge? Achieving first place in both physics and mathematics. Chun Fan, how on earth do you study? I hardly ever see you studying. Chun Fan smiled awkwardly. This is all knowledge accumulated from past life. He truly hadn't anticipated this. Chapter 36. I will get in by the end of April. Chun Fan finalized his proof of the Riemann hypothesis. After a thorough review of the manuscript, he submitted it and simultaneously uploaded a preprint to AR14. AR14 is an open-access preprint server that hosts a vast array of mathematical papers. Researchers may publish their papers on this platform, with the majority of them first sharing preprints on AR14 prior to formal publication. In a previous life, had Chun Fan wished to publish a paper, the four esteemed journals, Mathematical Annual, Advances in Mathematics, Mathematical Journal, and Journal of the Mathematical Society, would have fervently vied for the rights to print his work. Whenever Chun Fan submitted a manuscript, the editorial inbox would spring to life with an exceptional degree of attention, responding almost instantaneously with a bespoke, professional service. However, after submitting his manuscript and observing the absence of a reply for half an hour, he was reminded of his rebirth. It appeared that the review process would indeed require some time. Chun Fan yawned and leaned back in his chair for a brief respite. For high school students, April heralds the most crucial event, the early admissions examinations for universities. In previous years, only a couple of nearby universities sought students from Linchuan No. 2 High School. But this year, a plethora of prestigious institutions had arrived. The mathematics competition team and the elite class were undoubtedly benefiting from Chun Fan's reputation. This early admission cycle necessitated particular attention to this year's dual champion, Chun Fan. Our objective is to employ whatever means necessary to secure his enrollment at our institution. The professors from the physics and mathematics departments have become obsessively devoted to Chun Fan. The admissions committee at Jingping University convened to emphasize we have investigated Chun Fan's background. He hails from humble beginnings, yet his indomitable spirit and remarkable talent have deeply moved us. To ensure his timely enrollment, our institution has resolved to provide him with a full scholarship throughout his studies, and, upon admission, we will also apply for a special scholarship from the president. Having suffered from the repercussions of the national mathematics competition hosted by Jingping University, we must attract Chun Fan with superior benefits. Adjacent to Jingping University, the admissions team at Shuimu University asserted, though our ranking may not rival that of Jingping or Shuimu, our mathematics program is undoubtedly our crown jewel. Dean Liu has promised to personally mentor Chun Fan if he chooses to enroll. We will spare no effort to secure his commitment. The admissions committee at Dongshan University took their positions. While others were engrossed in pondering whether any university would accept them, Xiang Xiaoyuan sought out Chun Fan. Master, which university should I apply to? Xiang Xiaoyuan possesses considerable talent and a diligent work ethic. Even when faced with challenging material, she would burn the midnight oil to master it. Upon entering university, she understood that one could not solely focus on theoretical knowledge. The research process, whether as a student or an assistant, required such a tenacious individual. Keita, Chun Fan concluded. Huazhong University of Science and Technology boasts a renowned professor with whom Chun Fan had some previous research connections in his past life. Regrettably, when he attempted to reach out to the esteemed elder during his earlier research, the professor had already passed away. Thus, in this life, Chun Fan hoped to meet and consult with him, believing it might benefit his research. I understand, Master. Xiang Xiaoyuan recognized Chun Fan's capabilities and felt that interacting with him would prove to be quite agreeable. In contrast to Shuimu and Jingping, Keita's recruitment team maintained a rather aloof demeanor, primarily due to their admissions officer, Zhou Jing, who had recently joined the institution as a logistical staff member responsible for admissions. Having studied psychology abroad, she now found herself drifting through her days at the school. Her greatest grievance stemmed from feeling undervalued and unrecognized for her talents, which had gradually distorted her disposition. She took particular pleasure in observing the emotions of others. For instance, while overseeing admissions, Zhou Jing had already delivered presentations at several campuses, enjoying the opportunity to analyze students as they showcased their various strengths during the limited interview sessions of the early admission process. From her perspective as a former student, it was a fascinating endeavor to scrutinize the aspirations of these high schoolers. Particularly amusing were those students who clung to their accolades, striving to promote themselves to secure their spots and gain early admission. She intended to write a paper detailing how students exaggerated their abilities in pursuit of entry into prestigious institutions. Xiang Xiaoyuan and Chun Fan happened to be among the candidates in her interview queue. After drawing lots, Xiang Xiaoyuan introduced herself before Zhou Jing posed her question. What are your special skills or awards? With a hint of shyness, Xiang Xiaoyuan replied, I lack any special talents. I am merely a bit more diligent than others. I only received a second place in this year's national physics competition. Zhou Jing nodded, noting that CADA was also among the top institutions, frequently admitting first and second place winners for national competitions. What puzzled her was that this candidate did not boast about her accomplishments during the questioning phase. Despite placing second in the national physics competition, she offered no insights into her study methods. Zhou Jing, having repeatedly inquired, concluded that Xiang Xiaoyuan was simply too modest and reserved, ultimately deciding to let her pass. Next came Chun Fan's interview. I am Chun Fan, a student from Class 15 of Linchuan No. 2 High School, age 16. Zhou Jing nodded, having reviewed Chun Fan's credentials. However, she relished hearing candidates speak about themselves, casually inquiring, have you received any awards? Chun Fan felt that the accolades worth mentioning had all been achieved in his previous life and were no longer verifiable, so he modestly stated, I have won first place nationally in both the mathematics and physics competitions. Aside from that, I have little of note to share. Chun Fan's demeanor was calm, as if recounting a trivial matter. Zhou Jing's eyelids began to twitch. Although she had encountered numerous national champions, he was the only one who remained so unpretentious. This, however, contradicted her thesis, and she felt compelled to elicit further discussion. What sacrifices did you make to win those two competitions? She asked. None. I found it to be quite easy, he replied. What did you find most challenging about the examinations? Zhou Jing pressed. The duration was too long. It became rather tedious once I had finished, he responded. Zhou Jing sensed that while his answers were unremarkable, he was deliberately downplaying his abilities. Unable to resist, she unleashed her trump card. I greatly admire your talent. However, your preceding interviewee, Xiang Xiaoyuan, also performed exceptionally well. Our institution plans to admit only one student from Linchuan No. 2. How should I choose between the two of you? Zhou Jing thought now would be an opportune moment to hear Chun Fan's self-assessment. To ensure there was no ambiguity, she emphasized, Xiang Xiaoyuan is a student in the honors program. According to our admission preferences, she has a better chance of being selected than you. I hope you can provide us with a compelling reason to admit you. To her astonishment, Chun Fan decisively replied, I have no reason. Just admit her. Zhou Jing was completely taken aback. He did not boast or brag, but instead surprised her. Was he truly willing to forfeit such an exceptional opportunity for early university admission? She found herself utterly perplexed by Chun Fan's thought process, which deviated significantly from that of students she had previously encountered. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhou Jing asked, May I inquire why, Chun Fan? Calmly, Chun Fan responded, There is no reason. I can get on my own. Chapter 37. A Hero's Fury for Beauty? The incessant questioning left Chun Fan feeling irritated. Moreover, having been reborn since he had already achieved perfect scores in physics and mathematics competitions, why not aim for an all-encompassing triumph in the college entrance examination? Zhou Jing found herself momentarily speechless, poised to utter something to salvage the situation with the dual champion before her. But alas, it was too late. Chun Fan had already torn up the interview form. Outside the conference room designated for interviews, a throng of students awaited their turn for the early batch interviews. Jia, the academic prodigy, had decided to apply to the University of Science and Technology upon learning of Chun Fan's intentions, and within mere moments of waiting, he spotted Chun Fan emerging. A wave of anxiety washed over him, with each student exiting their interview. He felt compelled to inquire about their discussions with the esteemed interviewers from prestigious universities. How difficult were the questions? Jia hurriedly asked, Chun Fan, what brings you out so soon? Did the professor see you and immediately plead for your admission? Before Chun Fan could respond, Zhou Jing, the admissions officer, dashed out after him, saying, Chun Fan, even if you're the national competition champion, you cannot adopt such an arrogant demeanor. By tearing up our application form, you jeopardize your chances of entry into our university. What does being the national champion matter? We recruit a number of champions each year. I advise you to reconsider your actions. Before Zhou Jing could finish her admonishment, Chun Fan strolled away nonchalantly, thinking it ridiculous. If they wanted to recruit students, why resort to such psychological manipulation? The surrounding students stood in stunned silence. What had transpired? Had the early interview negotiations completely collapsed? As the first day of early admissions concluded, reports flooded in from various regions, and the moods of the faculty from the mathematics and physics departments fluctuated like a roller coaster. Chun Fan has applied to our university. All professors, prepare yourselves to compete for him, they exclaimed. Chun Fan tore up his application. What on earth is happening? Did the admissions officer's psychological tactics backfire? Thinking they could secure just one student? Zhou Jing lost her job due to her negligence. A professor from the physics department expressed his extreme dissatisfaction. Who on earth let this person in? What utter nonsense! The top contenders from the national competition, if they choose to apply to our university, we would have no objections, even if they brought along less capable peers. The mathematics department, bewildered, responded, "What does this have to do with us? I sought the top student from the mathematics competition, not your department's affairs." The two departments erupted into chaos. Through eavesdropping, exaggeration, and hearsay among the students around the examination venue, the tale morphed into one where Chun Fan had relinquished his admission opportunity for the sake of a girlfriend. Who could have anticipated such a romantic gesture from an academic genius? A hero sacrifices for his beloved, they mused, to forfeit a prestigious university's admission for a girl. What audacity! Regretful, are you? Chun Fan was once your classmate. If you hadn't hesitated, perhaps you would have secured his affection by now. Just look at how well he treats his girlfriend. One boy lamented, "I'm jealous, it's killing me." The nearby girls felt perplexed. Our admiration for Chun Fan is our business. What concern is it of yours? A mere man. The boy shook his head vehemently. I'm not envious of that. It's perfectly normal for academic achievers to flaunt their accomplishments while couples showcase their affection. But the spectacle of an academic showing off his romance and a couple displaying their grades is utterly absurd. I simply cannot accept it. Among the students, especially the girl who had previously been rejected by Chun Fan for a romantic pursuit, nearly broke down in tears. She had not only failed to win his heart, but also found her academic standing lacking. By the time the rumors reached Chun Fan's ears, the tale had completely distorted. He was left bewildered, questioning whether students today were overloaded with assignments or simply overwhelmed by pressure, indulging in nonsensical thoughts. Chun Fan had no intention of targeting anyone, not even towards Xiang Xiaoyuan. Primarily, he possessed memories from his past life, believing that his extraordinary gifts had granted him an unfair advantage over his peers. Had he not been reborn, Xiang Xiaoyuan might very well have claimed the top spot in prior competitions. Furthermore, it was evident that the admissions officer's logic was flawed. What pretense was she putting on for the dual national champion? She ought to accept the consequences of her actions. Upon learning of Chun Fan's bewildering rejection, other departments began fervently courting him. "Chun Fan, consider us," they implored. "Our admissions interview service is exemplary, and our admissions officers are exceptionally accommodating. You know, you could simply enroll without examination, no issues whatsoever. Our institution not only has no inquiries for you, but is also open to your suggestions." Principal Hao even personally approached him, urging, what could possibly deter Chun Fan from participating in the early batch exam? Is he facing difficulties in life or in matters of the heart? Chun Fan yearned to explain that he believed Xiang Xiaoyuan deserved the opportunity more, yet the student's misinterpretations only compounded the situation. He resorted to a convenient excuse. Life is finite. If I do not partake in this college entrance examination, my life will feel incomplete. Thus, I wish to participate in this year's examination. Principal Hao was moved to tears. Chun Fan's refusal to join the early batch would only marginally impact the admission rates of Linchuan No. 2 High School. However, should Chun Fan take the college entrance exam, the school would gain yet another prospective top scorer. In the 8 counties and districts of Linchuan City, among over 60 schools contenders, who could guarantee their own top student aside for No. 2 High School as Chun Fan. Excellent. Chun Fan must unleash his full potential to bring glory to our school. They declared, should he emerge as the top scorer, I shall reward him with 500,000 yuan on behalf of the institution. Principal Hao felt he had deciphered Chun Fan's motivations. This young man was undeniably concerned about financial matters. At that moment, Chun Fan interjected, "That's agreeable. But I have a condition." Principal Hao was taken aback. "Why must you impose conditions when I offer you a reward for achieving the top score?" Nevertheless, he conceded. "Speak your mind. I shall fulfill any reasonable request within my capacity." Chun Fan boldly stated, "May I be exempt from attending classes?" With the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, submission lingering in silence, Chun Fan was eager to discover its fate. Furthermore, he had ample research to pursue apart from attending classes. Principal Hao stammered, "Is that all?" Chun Fan tilted his head, tentatively probing, "Do you intend to refund my tuition as well?" Principal Hao replied, "Have you even paid tuition? You are a government-funded student, for heaven's sake." Ultimately, they reached an agreement. "Go ahead, pursue whatever studies you desire. Just ensure you achieve the top score during the entrance examination." Chapter 38, Plagiarism in Academia. In the United States, the associate professor at Vanderbilt University, Gobert Orwell, found himself facing a critical juncture, promotion or departure. The non-tenure system originated at Harvard, designed to enhance faculty research output and filter qualified educators. Under typical circumstances, if a professor fails to produce scholarly work within a span of 7 years, they face termination. Gobert was now confronted with such a perilous reality. At 40 years of age, he had once indulged in a reckless youth, but fortunately, his affluent parents had made substantial donations to the university, ensuring his completion of a doctoral degree. However, securing a teaching position meant he could not rely on charity indefinitely. Tangible academic progress every 7 years was a stringent requirement. In the last 7 years, Gobert had barely scraped by, thanks to his students' efforts, managing to pass the review and continue his tenure as a lackluster academic. In these 7 years, he has endured the darkest moments of his life. His affluent father and mother perished in a tragic car accident, leaving him without anyone to provide him solace in this world. This month, as the assessment approaches, Gobert begins to contemplate how to navigate through it successfully. In light of their past collaboration, a friend from the school arranged some projects for him. However, Gobert's abilities are insufficient to complete the tasks at hand. Additionally, there's one aspect that Gobert finds utterly intolerable: the disdain from his peers. Although he holds the title of professor, he frequently engages in menial tasks, and his research direction and topics are a chaotic tangle. Initially, he had a few graduate students to assist him, but as his reputation deteriorated and resources dwindled, these students began to seek more promising mentors. Gobert, the mathematical model for your rocket propulsion and speed is nothing short of a disaster. If it weren't for your father's influence, you would have been expelled from our research institute long ago. This time, I hope the president is merciless and shows you the door. Gobert had just received a phone call regarding the experimental project he was responsible for. With his graduate students having abandoned him, he was left to complete the model alone, which failed to meet the experimental requirements, resulting in a scathing reprimand from the project leader. Damn it. The mathematical modeling not meeting the standards is not my fault. What gives them the right? I was part of the project team. I once brought substantial funding to the school. Why do they cling to my lack of results? He resolved that this year, he must achieve a significant breakthrough to astonish them. After hanging up the phone, Gobert, in a fit of rage, slammed his notebook onto the table, sending trinkets and cups scattering in a frenzy, his behavior akin to that of a colossal infant. The loss of his parents, coupled with setbacks in research and experimentation, has twisted Gobert's character, depriving him of the respect he once deserved at the school. Yet now, in a desperate attempt to retain his position, Gobert turned his gaze towards the research accomplishments of others. He serves as a preliminary reviewer for the journal Mathematical Annals. He plans to sift through these submissions, hoping to craft a work that closely resembles one of them, at least to safeguard his job. Gobert scrolled through recent submissions, including threshold dynamics of a dual-chain Sears model with distributional time delays and periodicity, a tractor theory study of partial differential equation models bridging BCS and BC, and the structure of simple graphs whose second largest eigenvalue is less than 1, 2, and study of 2 types of stochastic population models. As he continued to browse, he noted that many authors hailed from prominent research institutions in the United States, and should he attempt to plagiarize their work, the likelihood of being reported was high, leading to a tarnished reputation in the academic community. He hoped for submissions from students or papers from other countries, as the enforcement of rights would be more challenging. Suddenly, one paper caught his attention. Its title was deceptively simple yet monumental: Proof of the Riemann Hypothesis. Gobert, as an academic drifter, though devoid of substantial knowledge, was quite familiar with the most challenging conjectures and the most abstract theories in the field. The Riemann hypothesis, proposed in 1859, has seen countless researchers delve into it. Yet in the last 2 decades, publications have been scarce. The Clay Mathematics Institute has offered a reward of $1 million. Yet a century has passed with no one claiming it. The audacity of someone researching this topic, he thought with a scoff. It was a prime example of hubris. When one descends to a certain level of despair, it becomes all too easy to abandon hope. A common manifestation of this is procrastination, akin to the saying, "What's the harm in boiling water?" To submit a paper on a question that has remained unresolved for a century to a journal like Mathematical Annals was a bold move indeed. Gobert now found himself in a similar mindset. The only resolution to his employment dilemma this year would be to plagiarize a paper. This wouldn't require much effort and might not even succeed. Therefore, he thought, why not? Let us see what this paper entails. Gobert moved his fingers to open the document. He anticipated it to be the ramblings of a student, but upon reading, he was astounded. While it was improbable for Gobert to comprehend the paper fully with his limited intellect, all his instincts screamed that it could very well be valid. Quite impressive. Which professor authored this proof? Gobert skimmed through, and due to the abstract nature of the content, he could not grasp it entirely. So he shifted his focus to the contact information of the paper. There, he found the author listed as Chun Fan, Linchuan No. 2 Middle School. Chun Fan, Linchuan No. 2 Middle School? Gobert's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. From initial shock to existential doubt, it appeared that a seemingly legitimate paper was actually the homework of a high school student. No, that couldn't be. Could it be that this school in Huagua, Linchuan No. 2 Middle School, has a teacher devoted to secondary education? Gobert read it again, realizing that with his inept intellect, he was unworthy of comprehending such an elevated paper. Alas, Gobert conceded that he might not grasp the paper as content. However, this did not deter him from the precarious situation of potential dismissal. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Regardless of its validity, the Riemann hypothesis remains one of the most scrutinized issues in academia. The paper originates from an obscure individual in Huagua. Therefore, it seems reasonable to appropriate some of its content and conduct a synonymic transformation, does it not? If this paper were to be attributed to him, regardless of its correctness, surely the academic community would give it a glance, considering his status as a mathematics professor at Vanderbilt University. Such controversy might also serve to buy him time in the impending assessment of whether he would be promoted or dismissed. Resolute in his decision, Gobert rephrased Chun Fan's submission and embellished it in non-essential areas with his own assertions. Chapter 39. The Youth Science and Technology Innovation Competition. Principal Hao personally approved Chun Fan's leave, granting him complete freedom within the school. He even assigned him an office space. In pursuit of the school's top student accolade, Principal Hao transformed into a devoted supporter of Chun Fan. Dear Chun Fan, with 1 month left until the college entrance examination, what are your plans? Do you wish to conduct research? Our school lacks a laboratory, but perhaps you could simply access materials online? How about the math competition office in the administration building? Chun Fan understood the limited resources at Linchuan No. 2 Middle School and did not make any unreasonable demands. That works. Great, then pursue what you enjoy. Lu Zhong, standing nearby, was taken aback. Wait, Principal, I work at No. 2 Middle School. Why do I not have a workspace anymore? Principal Hao cleared his throat. This year's competition is winding down. Your role, working half the year and resting the other half, should suffice. Our math department has openings. When you're free, assist with some substitute teaching, so as not to hinder Chun Fan's studies. By the way, I heard you were considering returning to pursue a doctorate. If you're leaving, you shouldn't be asking for so much. Lu Zhong, begrudgingly, went off to teach first-year mathematics. Chun Fan enjoyed the spacious office alone. Members of the competition team, aware of Chun Fan's presence in the office, would often approach him with questions about their studies. And Chun Fan was happy to assist when he had the time. Just then, Jia, the academic prodigy, brought him a cup of milk tea and sought his help with a chemistry problem. As he was about to depart, he bowed deeply, akin to a reverent worshiper. Thank you. Chun Fan, with furrowed brows, remarked, where did you all learn this chaotic behavior? Jia Shuaba chuckled. Now that the sign for the mathematics competition team has been removed, although this room has lost its name, it still possesses a title in our hearts. Chun Fan inquired curiously what name. Jia Shuaba grinned. The Temple of Learning. Chun Fan responded with confusion. Huh? Jia Shuaba then recited a playful rhyme. Temple of Learning. Worship the deity of knowledge. Worship the deity of knowledge. Attain high scores. Chun Fan retorted, go away, go away, go away. Are you all drowning in homework, or is the curriculum too simplistic? If you keep babbling nonsense, don't come to me with questions. Jia Shuaba quickly made his exit. Though Chun Fan was not required to attend classes, he maintained a disciplined routine. To avoid the morning rush at the cafeteria, which was bustling with students out for their morning exercises, he opted to rise later and eat after the crowd dispersed. He had yet to receive a response regarding his paper on the proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Chun Fan contemplated calling the journal to inquire, but given his current status, which was far less esteemed than before, he deemed it likely futile and decided to wait a little longer. At present, Chun Fan found himself devoid of particularly inspiring research ideas, as most of the project he was involved in necessitated experimental equipment. Even if he wished to replicate the scientific endeavors of his previous life to advance knowledge, the same limitations applied. Thus, his primary focus had shifted to physical training, reviewing papers, and conserving energy for future endeavors. Chun Fan lived comfortably, yet some school officials, particularly those with a penchant for enforcing discipline, found it intolerable, like Shuri Gong. Shuri Gong, who worked in administrative affairs, typically engaged in running around the school after fulfilling his duties. Recently, however, he had encountered Chun Fan during his runs on 2 occasions. Unable to abide by the sight of students at ease, Shuri Gong deliberately coughed as he passed near Chun Fan. Ahem, ahem. After greeting him, Chun Fan quickened his pace to overtake him. Hello. Teacher Sure out for a run? Sure Yigong, pursuing Chun Fan's retreating figure, felt that conversing was rather awkward and, reluctantly, quickened his own pace. Yes. Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the college entrance examination? They made an exception for you this year. Yet here you are, idling about? Chun Fan found this bewildering. Must a diligent student confine themselves to the classroom, neglecting physical fitness and appearing frail? Maintaining one's health is of paramount importance. In his previous life, as he reached middle age, he profoundly understood the significance of good health. Whether in research or work, a balance between labor and leisure is essential. After all, one is a living, breathing being, not a disposable commodity. You must strive to bring glory to the school. Shuri Gong attempted to impart further wisdom. However, Chun Fan accelerated away, and after futilely chasing him for a considerable distance, Shuri Gong, exasperated, sought out the principal to lodge a complaint. Principal Hao. This Chun Fan is far too casual. Principal Hao, aware of Chun Fan's recent circumstances and having personally approved of his current lifestyle, was unlikely to undermine his own decisions. I believe a lifestyle like his is quite healthy for a young person. Shuri Gong frowned. Shifting the discussion, Chun Fan is indeed healthy, but his lifestyle may negatively influence the morale of other students preparing for the college entrance examination. This cannot continue, can it? Perhaps we should simply send him home for a break? At this juncture, Principal Hao had indeed contemplated the issue. After all, other students were observing, and maintaining a normal educational order was necessary. Shuri Gong was prepared to further persuade the principal, but at that moment, his phone rang. Hello. This is the Ministry of Education. Regarding the Youth Science and Technology Innovation Competition, the leaders in Linchuan are very concerned about our school's performance. Why? On the other end, the voice continued. This year, the national champions in physics and mathematics are from your school, while Linchuan is lagging behind. If we do not secure a few more awards, we will be last in the nation again. I recall that Chun Fan did not opt for early admission exams. So he is still at school, correct? Please ask him if he can participate in this competition. The prize money is quite substantial. There is also pressure on our department. If Chun Fan is strong in theoretical aspects, he could contribute to modeling and design projects, innovations that yield practical results without excessive demands. A leader responsible for education in Linchuan remarked. In Linchuan, where the population is considerable but educational resources are scarce, prestigious schools are few and far between. Students desperate to enter university must work relentlessly, ultimately enduring a rote learning environment. Many students graduate high school and enter university, appearing bewildered, following teachers' orders without any initiative of their own. This year, Linchuan produced a standout in Chun Fan, a dual national champion, earning honor but still facing criticism. Thus, the leader wished to remind Linchuan No. 2 Middle School to foster some innovative projects in youth science and technology, as long as Linchuan does not finish at the bottom again. Upon hearing this, Shi Yigong responded, "Oh, understood. I will take care of it." In previous years, this science and technology innovation competition was not a focus for them. Submissions were often half-hearted. But now, with pressure from above, the situation had changed. Principal Hao, having listened to the unfolding situation, remarked with a smile, "It seems we need to consult Chun Fan after all. I believe he is not one to be rigid. I've heard from teacher Lu Zhong that he often reviews various materials. Perhaps we can discuss potential projects with him?" Shuri Gong, feeling the weight of past failures, sighed. Chapter 40. Inviting Chun Fan with the pressure of the task ahead, Shuri Gong reluctantly approached Chun Fan. Principal Hao, fiddling with his teacup in the office, chuckled. Didn't we say to invite Chun Fan home, to not disrupt his studies or the orderly arrangements? Shuri Gong felt overwhelmed. If only Chun Fan had gone home. Otherwise, Linchuan No. 2 Middle School would have had to submit trivial inventions like smart water-saving devices, eco-friendly bags, and water purification gadgets, projects lacking in technical depth. Given Chun Fan's exceptional abilities in mathematics and physics, perhaps he could be persuaded to create something in mathematical modeling, shifting tracks to pursue awards. Shuri Gong knocked on Chun Fan's door. "Chun Fan, are you there? I need to discuss something with you. In need of assistance." Shuri Gong shed his authoritative demeanor from their previous encounters and transformed into a humble supplicant, waiting at the entrance of the Temple of Learning. Chun Fan, disinterested in this administrative figure, simply ignored him, locking the door and pretending not to hear. Researchers must maintain a degree of pride. Otherwise, they would find themselves perpetually summoned by one official or another, bogged down by trivialities and unable to focus on meaningful research. Shuri Gong, at a loss, sought out Principal Hao for assistance. Principal Hao, equally troubled, recalled his prior assurance. This year, You need not worry about participating in the college entrance examination or attending classes. Just focus on your studies. No one will disturb you. To retract this promise would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Forcing the issue would certainly not work. Chen Fan would not easily fall for such tactics, potentially leading to a disastrous outcome akin to the interview debacle with Zhou Jing from the University of Science and Technology. Principal Hao had no desire for chaos. It would be detrimental to have any mishaps during the college entrance examination. Rubbing his temples, Principal Hao finally devised an excellent plan and decided to call Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong found himself rather perplexed upon hearing this. You cannot keep reversing your decisions. You previously assured Chen Fan that he could have free time before the exam. Principal Hao, with an audacious demeanor, replied, "It is precisely because I made that promise that I am asking you to persuade him to participate in the competition. In that case, I shall cover the prize money." Lu Zhong, wearing a grim expression, conceded, "All right, I shall give it a try." Lu Zhong intended to initiate a casual conversation. Knowing that Chen Fan had been engrossed in papers and news related to the Riemann hypothesis, he gathered some information and feigned a casual stroll over to Chen Fan, saying, "Fan Chen, are you reading papers again?" Lu Zhong now followed suit with the school's team, referring to Chen Fan as Fan Chen. After all, having brought 2 trophies back to the second high school, he doubted he could match such prowess in a competition himself. Thus, it was only fitting to honor him with such a title. "Yes," Chen Fan replied, casting a sideways glance before returning to his research, seemingly detached from the world around him, as if everything were utterly irrelevant to him. "Do you need something?" Chen Fan was absorbed in a domain he had yet to comprehend. Even in his previous life, Chen Fan, at his level, would not dare claim to know everything or understand all matters. Life is finite, yet knowledge is boundless. Let's encourage each other. Lu Zhong began the conversation, having frequently discussed mathematical theories with Chen Fan in the past. Halfway through their discussion, Lu Zhong suddenly recalled a topic of great interest to Chen Fan. "By the way, are you familiar with Professor Gobert from the mathematics department at Vanderbilt University?" Chen Fan shook his head. The academic world was vast with numerous professors, even across 2 lifetimes. It would be impossible for Chen Fan to recognize everyone. "You haven't been keeping up?" Lu Zhong asked, astonished. This professor claims to be dedicated to researching the Riemann hypothesis and asserts that he will announce his findings this month. Some of his manuscripts have already been published on his university's official blog. "The Riemann hypothesis," Chen Fan remarked, turning back with renewed interest. According to the timeline of his previous life, the Riemann hypothesis remained unsolved for another 50 years. It was likely that this professor had made some minor advancements or published erroneous viewpoints. Such occurrences were commonplace in academia. A result must undergo peer review and acknowledgement to be validated. However, this individual's efforts would likely be in vain, as the reincarnated Chen Fan had already perfected the solution and was merely awaiting paper review and a presentation. Lu Zhong opened his phone and accessed the web page. Here he is, Professor Gobert. This contains excerpts from his published papers. A robust, bearded Caucasian appeared on the screen. Chen Fan indeed had no recollection of this individual, but he found himself intrigued by the professor's papers. The two began to scroll through the documents together. Lu Zhong inquired, "You seem quite interested in this area. Have you considered pursuing graduate studies in it?" At that moment, Chen Fan was taken aback. The published excerpts bore a striking resemblance to his own thoughts and writing style. Someone had, at this juncture, stumbled upon ideas that had taken him decades to formulate. Why, then, had this inquiry been set aside for so many years? Lu Zhong's interest in this matter was superficial, merely skimming the surface. Noticing Chen Fan's rare focus, he asked, "What do you think? Do you believe this professor has a chance of solving the problem?" By now, Chen Fan had perused the entirety of the article. Although the presented proof manuscripts diverged slightly from his own reasoning, Chen Fan recognized that the author seemed to be deliberately circling the issue. Therefore, he cautiously asked, "Has Professor Gobert been engaged in research concerning prime numbers and the Riemann hypothesis for a long time?" Lu Zhong, not contemplating the deeper implications, responded enthusiastically, "Of course not. He has participated in quite a few projects in recent years. The encyclopedia has details." Lu Zhong pointed out the projects one by one, constructing big data and mathematical models, analyzing data for chemical laboratory research, numerical simulations of low-dimensional nanomaterials, and modeling rocket motion equations. While these projects appeared sophisticated and impressive, they were seemingly unrelated. For most researchers, the projects they undertook were either connected or closely related. Such frequent shifts in focus suggested either an eminent figure in a specific field or someone of ineptitude. Chen Fan conducted a quick search on Professor Gobert's achievements and found little of significance. Apart from project experiences, he noted a title, Gobert was a reviewer for the mathematical yearbook. Upon reading this, Chun Fan understood. No wonder his paper had gone unheard. It had been buried and plagiarized by this individual, who had distorted his impeccable logic into something unrecognizable. What do you say? Shall we place a bet? Do you think he can unravel the Riemann hypothesis, this century-old enigma? Lu Zhong jested, entirely unaware of the shift in Chun Fan's demeanor. Before continuing, all right, Chun Fan, such complex issues are not for you to ponder. Whether he can resolve this monumental challenge remains to be seen. However, you need to engage in some serious matters for the school. The Youth Science and Technology Innovation Competition is approaching, and the school hopes you will participate. Do you have any brilliant ideas you might share with us? The school will offer full support, whether in terms of teammates or materials. Chapter 41. The Angry Chun Fan. Once Lu Zhong finished his statement, he realized that Chun Fan was absent-minded and silent. The room's atmosphere had turned frigid, marking the first time he had encountered such a demeanor from Chun Fan. Lu Zhong bit his lip and asked, "What's wrong, Chun Fan?" Chun Fan's gaze swept over the encyclopedia entry before returning to the page with excerpts of Professor Gobert's paper. The frequency of prime numbers is closely related to the behavior of a carefully constructed zeta function S. The points in the complex plane where the Riemann function takes the value of 0 are termed the zeros of the Riemann function. Chun Fan spoke as if explaining something. Yet it felt like he was murmuring to himself. Lu Zhong could grasp some of what Chun Fan articulated, but other aspects remained too abstract. Often, truth and fallacy exist on a razor's edge, making it difficult to distinguish between genius and madness. Lu Zhong listened intently. He had read Professor Gobert's paper and had done some preliminary research, but since only excerpts had been published, he could only glean limited insight. Yet, it appeared that Chun Fan was discussing matters that Professor Gobert had not addressed, which Lu Zhong had not anticipated and did not understand. After a lengthy exposition, Chun Fan suddenly inquired, "Did you understand?" In truth, Lu Zhong did not. Although he held the title of teacher, in the presence of the current state of Chun Fan, he felt like an elementary student. Observing Lu Zhong's expression, Chun Fan sighed. In his previous life, he had been at the forefront of technology, leading the way. Now, having returned with knowledge 50 years back, the cognitive gap was inevitable. Reborn, Chun Fan understood the value of time, and thus began researching the unresolved challenges of his past life as soon as he returned. Yet, this had led to such a disheartening result. Some matters could not be navigated without the requisite identity and status. In his former life, adorned with numerous accolades, Chun Fan was respected and revered wherever he went, even though he never relished wielding such privileges. Now, lacking fame or a prominent position, he found himself unable to publish a paper without it being appropriated by another. Chun Fan chuckled bitterly. "It seems I have remained too low profile." Lu Zhong was taken aback. Lu Zhong now harbored an impulse to place his hand upon Chun Fan's forehead to ascertain whether he was running a fever. What absurdity was this? The dual champion of the mathematics Olympiad, who seldom attended classes and possessed a private office at school, yet remained so unassuming? If I were to assert that only I could prove the Riemann hypothesis, would you believe it? Lu Zhong found himself both amused and perplexed. Despite Chun Fan's extraordinary mathematical prowess, which far surpassed his own, he could not fathom how Chun Fan could associate himself with such a world-class conjecture. It was truly bewildering where this child's obsession with the Riemann hypothesis stemmed from. Lu Zhong chuckled, "I believe you. However, our mathematics competition team's prodigy, dear Chun Fan, Principal Hao is currently calling for you. Could you participate in the Youth Science and Innovation Competition? It would be an excellent opportunity for you to showcase your talents. After completing your physics and mathematics competitions, and with your confidence for the college entrance examination, which renders revision unnecessary, why not take part in this? Our school lacks notable inventions and creativity, and the leadership is eager to hear your thoughts. Given your mathematical expertise, they are considering modeling innovations. What are your thoughts?" Seeing Chun Fan regain his focus, Lu Zhong posed the question again, eager to hear Chun Fan's specific opinions. He had anticipated a straightforward agreement from Chun Fan to undertake a mathematics modeling project. Instead, he was met with the unexpected response: "Mathematics is not my forte." Lu Zhong. This was the national first prize winner of the high school Olympic mathematics competition, suddenly claiming that mathematics was not his strength. Was this even comprehensible? Yet, Chun Fan spoke the truth. Mathematics, as a foundational discipline, intertwines with everything from calculating prices at the market to astronomical observations, physical experiments, and biological modeling. In his previous life, Chun Fan did not initially choose to study mathematics. It was only when he encountered obstacles in his research that he delved into the subject. His greatest strength lay in technological innovation and practical application. Upon his rebirth, Considering the limited resources of high school, he had decided to postpone this aspect of his development until university. However, it seemed he could not wait any longer. He needed to produce tangible results to demonstrate his capabilities and to garner the respect he deserved. Otherwise, he risked losing the achievements that rightfully belonged to him. Chun Fan, does this mean you are agreeing to participate in the science and innovation competition? What project do you intend to undertake? The school leaders are hoping to see something substantial. Chun Fan pondered for a mere 10 seconds. The Brain Computer Interface Lab, Nuclear Physics Lab, and Materials Research Institute of his previous life required substantial funding and could not be established in the short term. However, there was one project that stood out, low cost yet sufficiently impressive. Most importantly, this project was entirely congruent with one that Professor Gobert, who lacked parental support, had previously engaged in. Armed with knowledge from the future, Chun Fan had the advantage over contemporary technology. Though he initially aimed to advance technology along his own timeline rather than merely replicate past endeavors, known concepts could be easily improved upon with a few pointers. Yet, his research journey was continuously obstructed by others. Contemplating the situation, Chun Fan took a black pen from the desk and eloquently drafted a materials list for his project, handing it to Lu Zhong. This is what I require for my participation in the science and innovation competition. Please report this to the principal. And if there are no objections, proceed with procurement. Lu Zhong. The role reversal was somewhat abrupt. At that moment, Lu Zhong felt as though he were addressing not a student, but a university professor. Yet he couldn't help but inquire, Chun Fan, what kind of scientific innovation are you planning? This question proved challenging for Chun Fan to answer. Although he perceived it as outdated knowledge, to the present observers, the concepts, aesthetics, and power systems were entirely novel. Recalling all the data from the projects he had previously participated in, he stated, science and innovation is certainly not a solitary endeavor. So I require a few teammates. I'll name them directly. Xiang Xiaoyuan, Shi Tianming, and Jia Xueba. Xiang Xiaoyuan demonstrates commendable learning capabilities and has the potential to be a great asset. After some time getting to know him, I've decided to take him under my wing. Shi Tianming and Jia Xueba possess strong mathematical skills, which will be beneficial for our research. I plan to assign them some prepared parameters to handle, serving as a means to enhance their skills. Additionally, I will consider some members from the former mathematics competition team. The most crucial factor in my consideration will be whether they pass the early admission exams. Those who have succeeded will have safety schools, even if the science and innovation competition interferes with their college entrance examinations. If they lack such assurances, I worry they may feel regret if they perform poorly in the exams. Lu Zhong had not expected such a decisive arrangement. Moreover, the number of participants had already reached the maximum allowed for the science and innovation competition team. When Chun Fan chose to speak, he truly astonished everyone. What project was he about to undertake? Chapter 42. Is this what you call youth science and innovation? Lu Zhong informed the selected candidates. Xiang Xiaoyuan, being somewhat introverted, had few friends in class. He preferred to study alongside Chun Fan, consistently gaining invaluable insights. From the first day they met, Shi Tianming had become an ardent admirer of Chun Fan. Having passed the early admission exams, he needed only 500 points on the college entrance examination to attend his desired school. Participating in a science and innovation project was far more engaging than attending regular classes. Jia Xueba was in a similar position. Upon hearing that Chun Fan was inviting everyone to join the competition, he was ecstatic. Uninvited, Dong Wang was taken aback. Chun Fan, how could you not include me? Without a second thought, he followed the others to Chun Fan's office. Lu Zhong decided to accompany them as well. He was curious about what project Chun Fan would propose. Feeling that his demeanor was somewhat off, he hoped nothing unusual would occur. Upon arriving at the office, they found Chun Fan engrossed in his work, oblivious to the visitors. The bright sunlight illuminated his resolute profile, lending him an air of charisma. Observing Chun Fan's concentration, they refrained from interrupting and quietly waited. Lu Zhong couldn't help but pinch his own thigh, lamenting the passage of time and his waning youth. Shi Tianming instinctively touched his face, accidentally aggravating a pimple. If only he had clear skin, might he not also be as handsome as Chun Fan? Xiang Xiaoyuan, uncertain about who was handsome or not, eagerly anticipated the tasks Chun Fan would assign. Half an hour later, having completed his tasks, Chun Fan pushed his chair back, rotated 90 degrees, and addressed the group. In the 21st century, space exploration has become a fiercely contested frontier among nations, with rockets undoubtedly at the center of this competition. The high costs present a significant barrier to development, as the expenses associated with rockets account for over 70% of launch costs and are difficult to recoup. If we could recover and reuse launched rockets, we could potentially reduce costs to below 30% of their original value. This would significantly lower the expenses associated with space exploration, making it more accessible for humanity to venture into space. Chun Fan succinctly articulated his vision. The students summoned by Chun Fan felt somewhat dazed. The scope of this opening was vast, akin to listening to a science news report. Lu Zhong couldn't help but speculate about what Chun Fan intended to pursue next. Was it modeling related to rockets? Or perhaps data computation and simulation experiments? Creating a model or a power system could indeed constitute a noteworthy innovation, especially with Chun Fan's involvement. Shi Tianming and the others were equally curious about what Chun Fan would create. From the campus selection to the conclusion of a national competition, the school team had yet to witness the limits of Chun Fan's capabilities. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Youth Science and Technology Innovation Competition, he declared, "I shall present a magnificent gift to the aerospace sector of Huaguo." With a shift in his tone, Chun Fan continued, "Now I will assign tasks, and I hope each of you will cooperate wholeheartedly." Shi Tianming and the others tensed up. Lu Zhong, you will be responsible for the decomposition of overall technical indicators, drafting technical requirements for each subsystem design, coordinating technical plans and indicators for each subsystem, and calculating, designing, and optimizing overall parameters for the launch vehicle. Lu Zhong's expression darkened. The task at hand sounded formidable and complex. He quickly interjected, "Chun Fan, what are you thinking? Our scientific innovation cannot merely be theoretical. This sounds overly intricate for practical implementation." Chun Fan handed him a booklet and a sheet of A4 paper. "This contains the detailed information for our scientific innovation. Additionally, this paper outlines the content you need to study to facilitate your cooperation." Lu Zhong replied, "But who understands this? I'm merely an ordinary high school teacher focused on mathematics competitions, suddenly assigned a mountain of unrelated tasks by my student." Next, Shi Tianming was addressed. "You will assist Lu Zhong with the design of component indicators and simultaneously prepare for vibration data analysis and the study of fault feature extraction algorithms. This may pose some challenges for you. However, with diligent study, it should not be insurmountable." Shi Tianming received a printed document along with a handwritten list of knowledge to acquire. In mathematics, he was expected not only to possess a requisite knowledge base, but also to become familiar with computation software, such as MATLAB and Origin. Shi Tianming felt a surge of excitement. He had long desired to learn these two software programs, but had been unable to find the time while boarding at school. He had anticipated enrolling in elective courses at university, but Chun Fan had directly recommended the courses to him. You need not be exceptionally proficient in MATLAB. Dedicating 2 or 3 days to mastering its basic functions will suffice. Subsequently, review the papers and materials I assign. Shi Tianming responded with enthusiasm. "Understood, Master Fan." Although the mathematics competition was registered as a team effort, it ultimately came down to individual prowess on paper. Shi Tianming had long wished to collaborate with Chun Fan and explore their potential together. Chun Fan's gaze shifted to Xiang Xiaoyuan, who met his gaze with a calm and vibrant clarity. "I have already drafted the preliminary design for the propulsion system, but you will need to refine the subsequent content, such as pressure calculations, outflow analysis, and bottom analysis. Ensure you complete the materials checklist I provided, and, if time permits, peruse books on aerospace propulsion theory, engineering thermophysics, mechanics, and mechanical design." Xiang Xiaoyun affirmed, "Yes, master." Dong Wang approached, but was not assigned a task, glancing around with curiosity. The project sounded incredibly impressive, and missing out would surely be regrettable. So he hastily inquired, "Master Fan, what about me? I'm also part of the school team, and I wish to contribute my brilliance under your guidance." Chun Fan rubbed his temples. In assigning roles, he had only considered research positions, and now all tasks had been delegated. However, since he was present, he would find a suitable role for him. The research and development tasks have been fully allocated. You will oversee the financial aspects of our innovation project, as well as ensure logistical support for everyone. The prize money from the mathematics national competition has already been deposited into my bank account, which will serve as our project funding. Dong Wang felt momentarily disheartened upon realizing he had no research tasks assigned, but upon hearing he would manage the finances, his spirits lifted, for he relished handling money. "In 1 week's time, all assigned study tasks must be completed, and feel free to come to my office with any questions. Is that clear?" After outlining the tasks, Chun Fan departed the office temporarily to visit the restroom. Once Chun Fan left, the team exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Zhong felt as if he had returned to his graduate school days, experiencing once more the apprehension of being governed by a mentor. Shi Tianming and Jia Xuebai exchanged looks, pondering the overwhelming nature of this undertaking. It seemed less strenuous to simply attend regular classes. Xiang Xiaoyuan immersed herself in studying the materials Chun Fan had provided, with a list of over a dozen books to read within the week. She regarded this as quite the challenge. What kind of project is Master Fan embarking on? This assignment seems rather formidable. Should we take a look? The group gathered around Chun Fan's computer, where the registration form for the Youth Science and Technology Innovation Competition was displayed, requiring the names of team members and the project title. Chun Fan's ambitious proposal left everyone in a state of astonishment as they glimpsed the project title he had inscribed: Reusable Launch Vehicle. Shi Tianming and Dong Wang were left baffled, while Xiang Xiaoyuan gasped in surprise. Lu Zhong seized the opportunity to peruse several pages of Chun Fan's materials, exclaiming, "Is this what you call a youth innovation project?" Chapter 43. Linchuan No. 2 Middle School is merely posturing. A reusable rocket. This concept has emerged as one of the latest innovations in recent years. While it has been seen only in the news, it is said that a company in the United States is specifically researching it, having conducted 13 launch experiments with only 3 successful attempts, indicating a low technological maturity. Currently, Huagua has invested researchers into this field, but has yet to yield substantial results. Having reviewed the technical materials provided by Chun Fan, the school team was exhilarated. Though the content spanned merely 15 pages and included some illustrations, the narrative was impeccably articulated. While they could not guarantee grasping every detail, with the learning resources offered by Chun Fan, they were confident that replicating the designs illustrated was merely a matter of time, regardless of success or failure. Participating in such a cutting-edge global project was undeniably thrilling for everyone involved. Lu Zhong felt conflicted. He believed that Chun Fan's project was overly innovative and fraught with technical challenges, rendering the probability of success relatively low. He feared the prospect of investing effort only to produce naught, potentially leading to ridicule from school. Dong Wang brandished his bank card, stating, "This is Master Fan's card," which contains his national competition prize money totaling over 600,000. For someone who values money as he does, handing over his card to me must mean he possesses great confidence in this project. Chun Fan was left puzzled, wondering when his reputation had become so misrepresented. When Principal Hao received Chun Fan's project proposal, his hands trembled slightly. The project appeared grand, yet the documentation provided by Chun Fan lacked detailed specifications, albeit remaining coherent and credible. Principal Hao, having studied physics in his youth and taught it for over 30 years, could comprehend the knowledge contained within. Unlike certain other proposals he had encountered, which were easily dismissed as nonsensical upon cursory examination. Very well. Our Linchuan No. 2 Middle School's Science and Technology Initiative will surely enhance everyone's capabilities, regardless of the outcome, as long as we adhere to the instructions provided. Let's all commit to this endeavor. Lu Zhong, fully supportive of the school team's efforts, nodded and stepped back. He still had a multitude of tasks left to complete that Chun Fan had assigned. At that moment, Dong Wang emerged from behind, mischievously inquiring, "Principal Hao, are you quite pleased with our science and technology project?" With both of Dong Wang's parents being educators, he had developed a friendly rapport with the principal, affectionately referring to him as uncle in private. Indeed, Principal Hao responded, feeling quite buoyant. Dong Wang, with a charming smile, continued, "Uncle Hao, I too am involved in our school's innovation project. Since you seem to favor our initiative, could we possibly secure a bit more funding?" Principal Hao had indeed managed to acquire a significant sum recently, but construction was underway for a new playground on the west side of the school. Thus, the situation is not as advantageous as one might imagine. According to the regulations of the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition, Haven Tea, we already allocated 100,000 yuan. Dong Wang waved his hand dismissively. That is hardly sufficient. Uncle Hao, we're talking about rockets. Rockets. Principal Hao hesitated. How much do you require? Dong Wang extended a finger, 1 million. Principal Hao's expression darkened. He resides in a 4th-tier city, where his house and car barely amount to 1 million. Do I look like I'm worth 1 million? Dong Wang responded, "Uncle, please don't be angry. Chun Fan has invested his entire national competition prize into this project. Our school has signed an agreement with him, promising a reward of 1 million for the top student in the college entrance examination. Perhaps we could forfeit his prize as well?" Principal Hao wavered at this suggestion. "So, do you believe Chun Fan will achieve the top score in the entrance examination?" Principal Hao replied, "Yes." In the same vein, if you believe in Chun Fan's recyclable rocket project achieving great success, then advancing the funds is not a significant issue. Principal Hao was momentarily baffled. "Right, so let us finalize this. Principal, release the funds." It must be said that Chun Fan's decision to entrust Dong Wang with the financial responsibilities was indeed a stroke of genius. As the deadline for high school registrations approached, the organizing committee of the Youth Science and Technology Innovation Competition began compiling the list of projects. How does this year compare? It is much the same as before. The competition, while testing creativity, often reflects not the students' ingenuity, but rather that of their parents. The Science and Technology Innovation Competition, while ostensibly designed for youth, attracts a myriad of parents eager to assist, especially when it impacts early admissions or college entrance examination bonuses. After all, these highly educated parents wish to see their children excel. Projects on graphene, lithium-sulfur batteries, biosensors, and even one investigating rectal cancer have emerged. One project, intriguingly titled Utilizing Synchrotron Radiation to Study the Thermal Treatment Process of Magnesium Hardness, requires equipment that exists in only 4 locations nationwide. It is perplexing how a high school student could access such sophisticated instruments. 2 young teachers, while compiling the competition entries, began to voice their criticisms. Suddenly, one project caught their attention. Look at this, it's even more outrageous. They're working on a recyclable rocket. This is a rarity worldwide. And someone dares to undertake it. Who is the project leader? Quickly, check their parents' names in the aerospace sector. What is the matter? Who is the student's father? The project lead is Chun Fan, apparently the dual champion of this year's national physics and mathematics competitions. Wow, how enviable. A brilliant student with familial support. If this project succeeds, he will be extraordinary. What an enviable position to enter university with project experience. Our leader's children have also registered a project, but it seems insignificant compared to Chun Fan's proposal. Let us get to work. No more idle chatter. At Experimental High School, Principal Shi grasped the hand of Wang Ziting's father, saying, "Old Wang, this time the school's reputation rests on your shoulders." Ziting is participating in the physics competition, and I'm not overly optimistic. We still have the Science and Technology Innovation competition ahead. Your involvement can provide crucial support. With you on board, our school will not lack for ambitious experimental projects. Ziting, select a few students to work closely with your father during this time. We must excel in the Youth Science and Technology Innovation competition. This engine project, if completed, could suffice for a graduate degree. Its value is undoubtedly significant. You all must exert yourselves. Old Wang encouraged everyone, instilling confidence. He had always been optimistic about Wang Ziting. Yet the emergence of a perfect scorer in the physics competition had taken him by surprise, so he sought redemption in the upcoming innovation competition. "Yes, Dad." Wang Ziting responded eagerly. "By the way, has that student from the national competition registered for this? What project has he proposed?" Old Wang hadn't investigated thoroughly, but had learned through informal channels that Chun Fan's family was not well off, indicating that they would likely not be able to offer substantial help for the innovation project. "Let me find out." When Wang Ziting beheld the recyclable rocket project, his eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. He adored physics and dreamed of contributing to the aerospace industry one day. Yet, his rival was presenting a project that embodied his aspirations for the next decade. This is absurd. Old Wang also noticed Chun Fan's project title along with a brief description and was taken aback. Was this level of capability typical for a student? No, this is impossible. Those who develop rockets possess extraordinary abilities, usually elusive and hard to find. This project must be a result of the recent publicity from the U.S. regarding recyclable rockets. Merely following the trend, he reassured, "Do not worry. This project from the second high school is surely just for show." Chapter 44, It Looks So Real. Chun Fan was in his office drafting the components for the recyclable rocket. From the engine to the tiniest screws, he had already produced hundreds of blueprints. Xiang Xiaoyun sat across from him, quietly engrossed in her studies. She preferred to tackle problems independently before consulting Chun Fan when he was available. Shi Tianming and others were studying in the adjacent conference room. Even during the previous competition, they would typically study until 10:30 p.m. at most. But since collaborating with Chun Fan this week, they had already stayed up until 1 a.m. twice. It was exceedingly challenging. Previously, they had found the final problems in competitions abstract, but compared to the book practical cases in engineering mathematics, they felt trivial. Numbers in case studies had to be precise to 7 decimal places, which was daunting. During competitions, one could gauge the correctness of answers by simply observing the results. But in reality, research numbers were rarely whole. One could not rely on a test-taking mentality for validation and had to proceed with utmost caution. Liu Zhong, with experience from graduate studies, completed his tasks relatively swiftly, yet was utterly exhausted. He was increasingly concerned about Chun Fan. Having worked so hard himself, he wondered what Chun Fan was doing. Thus, Liu Zhong took a moment to visit the office. He found Chun Fan engrossed in computer-aided design, with A4 papers stacked high beside him, having used up more than half. Lu Zhong approached and casually flipped through several sheets. These were intricate components of the recyclable rocket. Had he not witnessed Chun Fan drawing them firsthand, he would have suspected they were stolen technical blueprints from a U.S. company. Lu Zhong could hardly believe that someone could design components with such clarity based solely on imagination. Watching Chun Fan draw, Lu Zhong marveled at the young man's impressive grasp of the drawing software. However, in his distraction, he accidentally knocked over a cup. Clatter. Chun Fan jumped in surprise. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Lu Zhong, usually a teacher, felt like a schoolboy caught misbehaving. Chun Fan, irritated by the interruption, asked, "Do you need something?" Lu Zhong, appearing awkward, replied, No, I just noticed you've been working hard lately and wanted to check in on you." Chun Fan, frowning, said, "I thought you were here to scare me." Lu Zhong chuckled sheepishly. "The principal has shown a particular interest in your scientific innovation project and wishes to know how it is progressing. I came over to take a look and was utterly astounded. Your work is truly remarkable. The rocket's exterior, engine, and control system appear almost lifelike." Chun Fan felt somewhat offended. The rocket is indeed real. The reusable rocket was one of the projects he had participated in during his previous life. However, considering the limited research conditions at the second high school, it had to be proportionally scaled down. In his former life, Chun Fan was only responsible for a portion of the work and did not possess a comprehensive understanding of the technology within. Certain details from his past life still required recalibration. When Chun Fan was busy, he preferred not to be disturbed. "Is there anything else?" Lu Zhong felt a sense of disdain directed at him and awkwardly attempted to make conversation. "Not really. Just taking a look." "Well, this is incredibly precise. Once submitted to the review panel, it will undoubtedly win a grand prize." Chun Fan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Submitted?" Lu Zhong nodded. "Yes. The blueprints you've created for this rocket. Just considering those drawings alone, their level of detail is sufficient to outshine 99 of competitors. The innovation competition evaluates not only creativity, but also effort. Excluding those with significant social contributions, your model, once submitted, would surely rank among the top 3 in the nation." The scope of the youth innovation competition is broad, emphasizing the evaluation of novel ideas or capabilities, with many projects not necessarily resulting in a successful outcome. Chun Fan replied nonchalantly, "Submitted? I am preparing for the launch." That was indeed his plan. After the paper on the Riemann hypothesis was submitted and received no response. Compounded by Gobert's plagiarism, Chun Fan sought revenge. Gobert was involved in a mathematical modeling project for a reusable rocket launch experiment in the United States, which was scheduled for a launch experiment at the end of this month, according to the timeline of his previous life. Chun Fan recalled that the launch test in the U.S. was expected to fail. By selecting this project for the youth innovation competition, he aimed to strike at Gobert. This would first garner significant attention from Huawei, followed by addressing the issues regarding Gobert's theoretical paper. Of course, Chun Fan had reviewed the publicly available portions of Gobert's plagiarized paper, which were utterly nonsensical. Once the results were published, he could challenge Gobert directly. Lu Zhong was left speechless. Chun Fan felt bewildered and responded, "We are submitting scientific achievements, not toy models. Didn't I provide you with the materials for your preparation? The subsequent launch work will require your mathematical calculations and simulations." Lu Zhong felt foolish. "Oh, I see." As he examined Chun Fan's project description, which showcased a myriad of explanations, he had always thought it was merely a concept for their learning. While Chun Fan focused on the drawings, he quite grasped how they were to be utilized. It turned out that Chun Fan had designed the main body of the reusable rocket, while others assisted with the launch phase. Handing some sheets of paper to Xiaoyuan, "Master, the calculations for the propulsion system have been completed. It is expected to achieve supersonic flight." Chun Fan reviewed the documents and nodded in approval. "Well done. There's still some tasks ahead. If you have the capacity, you may attempt them. However, they might be slightly more challenging than before." Xiaoyuan indeed possessed considerable talent, ranking among the top 3 individuals Chun Fan had encountered in both lives. Most importantly, he did not shirk from his responsibilities and consistently completed his assignments on time. After outlining the subsequent work plan, Chun Fan turned to Lu Zhong and inquired, "Have you finished reviewing the materials I assigned? If you feel ready, you may commence the tasks given to you. I still have many component blueprints to complete. Do you have any questions?" Lu Zhong waved his hand, unable to contain his excitement. "None at all. I'll get right on the tasks you've assigned, Master Fan." "Very well," Chun Fan replied. As Lu Zhong exited the office, his heart raced with excitement. The launch of a reusable rocket was something he never imagined he could be a part of. The concept of reusable rockets had only emerged in recent years, and only the technologically advanced United States had the capability for successful launches. Huawei had only begun to invest manpower and resources into research over the past 2 years. However, despite substantial funding, many efforts had gone awry without a trace. Chunfan's experiment, though uncertain in its success probability, was far more advanced than the content available online, especially considering the project materials and the component blueprints he had created, which even an outsider could recognize as innovative. Chapter 45. Shall we record a short video? As the submission period for the Youth Innovation Competition neared its conclusion, various schools began mailing in their project proposals. Some submitted papers detailing their modeling or experiments, while others sent tangible inventions. The delivery point downstairs was piled high with boxes of all sizes, filled with the creations of students from across the country. Inside the office, an array of intriguing student creations cluttered the desks, some of which arrived damaged. The staff busied themselves with tallying and verifying the submissions, leaving little time to attend to these details. Currently, 95 schools had submitted their results, with 13 participating teams yet to do so. With only 2 days remaining until the competition deadline, we urge the remaining schools to expedite their submissions. Soon, the group chat for the student team leaders received a notification. The project team shared screenshots of the teams that had not yet submitted their results and stated, regardless of postal or weather issues, submissions received after the competition deadline will not be considered. Many of the unsubmitted projects were evidently dubious at first glance, such as those proposing perpetual motion machines, which would likely never yield results. A self-water purification device? We are engaging in youth innovation, not elementary school experiments. It's unlikely the school's project team would send activated carbon to the competition committee, haha. But a reusable rocket? This participating student is a technology enthusiast. We are also particularly attentive to SpaceX's reusable rockets. The leaders of various schools began to discuss in the group chat which school is responsible for this project. It seems no one has reviewed it. This technology is currently exclusive to the United States. How could students possibly be aware of it? It would be acceptable if this innovation were merely a model. However, if it were genuinely capable of launching, it would be better not to send it, as I fear it might explode and wreak havoc at the competition committee. You all are too harsh. I can't stop laughing. At Linchuan Experimental High School, Wang Ziding, well acquainted with the school, kept a close eye on the developments surrounding the innovation competition. According to his inquiries at the competition committee, his engine project stood a strong chance of competing for a top 3 position among all submissions. By the way, how is Chunfan's project progressing? Although his father claimed that Linchuan's second high school was merely making empty boasts, having seen Chunfan numerous times and recognizing the depth of his struggles, he was particularly eager to learn about Chunfan's status as the submission deadline approached. Chunfan hasn't submitted his work, the responsible teacher stated. Wang Ziding felt a pang of disappointment. Oh, that is quite normal. Every year, some students have their projects approved but cannot submit them, perhaps due to project failures or similar reasons. All right then, he replied. Wang Ziding is a passionate youth, fervently seeking to establish rivals and challenge them. After narrowly losing the last physics competition, he is determined to compete against Chunfan in the realm of scientific innovation. However, with only 2 days remaining until the competition, he realizes that Chin's results have yet to be submitted, leaving him with little hope. The supervising teacher explains, while Chunfan excels in both physics and mathematics, he is still a student. The gap between academic learning and genuine research and development remains vast. Moreover, the scope of their project is exceedingly ambitious. The concept of reusable rockets is at the cutting edge of current technology, with the United States having only successfully conducted experiments a year prior. Attempting to replicate a rocket model with merely publicly available information is an arduous task. Wang Ziding nods in agreement. Indeed, are you also following the rocket launches by Starlink? Teacher? Yes. This afternoon, the United States is set to conduct its second launch experiment. Shall we organize a class meeting to watch it together? Although high school life can be monotonous and insular, significant scientific breakthroughs or noteworthy events prompt the school to generously provide multimedia resources for students. After all, the Gaokao includes a subject called Chinese, which often requires students to write argumentative essays. Such technological advancements, famous quotations, and commendable deeds are excellent materials for composition. Let's await the outcome with anticipation. In university, I am determined to master physics so that our nation can also replicate reusable rockets. Indeed, aim high. At Linchuan No. 2 High School, Lu Zhong, amidst his busy schedule, glanced at the group messages and wryly reported to Chunfan. Fan Shun, the deadline for submitting our results is imminent. If we neither submit a finished product nor commence the launch experiments, it may not bode well. Under Chun Fan's guidance, the miniaturized reusable rocket was completed the previous week. It could have proceeded directly to the launch experiment, but Chun Fan insisted on meticulously verifying the data and simulating potential scenarios during the launch process. As the submission date for their invention approaches, Lu Zhong finds himself puzzled. When Chun Fan illustrated the component diagrams, Lu was astounded by their intricacy, which surpassed all other designs. Following this, the assembly of the reusable rocket commenced, with many components being exceptionally precise. Crafted using a 3D printer that Chun Fan purchased out of his own pocket, the assembled mini rocket now stands impressively tall, occupying a significant area in the school's large storage space. Witnessing the fruits of their labor, every team member couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Although all component designs originated from Chun Fan, everyone participated in the assembly process. Much like playing with Lego blocks, even if one isn't the designer, completing the structure evokes a profound sense of accomplishment. Throughout the assembly, everyone marveled at the meticulous details. Having participated in the science and innovation competition, the team was well aware of the caliber of past entries. The project led by Chun Fan was on an entirely different level. Each member recognized that regardless of the launch outcome, Chun Fan's design was already superior to this year's, last year's, and indeed all prior entries since the competition's inception. The entire school team shared this confidence. Chun Fan's delay in submitting the results left everyone anxious, prompting Shi Tianming and others to inquire. Fan Shin, what are you thinking? We've prepared for a week, continuously calculating data and simulating scenarios. Why haven't we attempted the launch? In fact, it's unnecessary to launch. Your design concept is extraordinary. Having reviewed numerous science and innovation competition outcomes, I believe none compare to ours. Indeed, Fan Shun, even if the launch fails, we would still be first. The aerodynamic advantages of your design warrant a patent application. Faced with their urging, Chun Fan declared, well then, we shall conduct the launch experiment today. The team, initially stunned, erupted in excitement. What? No way. It became apparent that Chun Fan had orchestrated this deliberately. He recalled the timeline of the previous life, where the rocket project involving Gobert began its experiments today, which would ultimately fail. Thus, he intended to strike at the same moment, making a statement. However, as the moment approached, Lu Zhong felt conflicted. Chun Fan, are you certain about the experiment? We've invested significantly in this rocket. If you ignite it, all our achievements could be lost. Lu, being cautious, was also concerned about the rocket's aesthetic appeal. Should the experiment fail, any destruction or disintegration would render it meaningless. Chun Fan replied earnestly. The launch experiment was established as part of our project from the outset. Moreover, Shi Tianming and the others have dedicated immense effort in anticipation of this moment, abandoning the launch and merely submitting the mini rocket as our result. While it wouldn't impede our chance of winning the science innovation competition, would be a disservice to the contributions of the rest of the team. Chun Fan spoke with conviction. Shi Tianming and the others were moved to tears. Chun Fan had shouldered nearly all the research and development work for the reusable rocket, while the rest had contributed little. They had primarily focused on studying and later on simulating the launch, with Chun Fan verifying each calculation they had completed. Now, when Chun Fan expressed that this was a matter of respect for their work, it struck a deep chord. In Shi Tianming's eyes, the entirety of the R&D effort was essentially Chun Fan's solo endeavor, while they were merely there to meet project requirements. Lu Zhong was swayed, yet still harbored a slight concern. Chun Fan, let me propose the worst-case scenario. What if the experiment fails? We would be losing such a remarkable invention. But Chun Fan smiled, directing, Dong Wang, please prepare to record a short video as we commence the launch experiment. Chapter 46, Rocket Launch. Vandenberg, Starlink Rocket Launch Base. Clad in white lab coats, the researchers busily made final preparations in the immaculate central control room, their anxiety palpable. This marks the United States' second reusable rocket launch experiment. With technological updates and enhanced procedural maturity, the reusable rocket draws global attention. It significantly reduces environmental pollution, as its components can be reused, greatly minimizing post-launch waste. Furthermore, the reusable rocket substantially lowers the cost of space missions by reducing material and fuel expenses for each launch. Lastly, the recovery technologies for the reusable rocket include parachute recovery and vertical recovery, which mitigates safety risks to personnel and property on the ground following a launch. Currently, this technology is exclusive to the United States, leaving other nations enviously trailing behind. To amplify its influence, this launch experiment is being broadcast live worldwide. Consequently, At this very moment, no fewer than 4 billion pairs of eyes are watching my every move. Each team must thoroughly check their equipment and simulate the launch conditions. It is imperative that the launch proceeds smoothly. The Starlink experimental engineer proclaimed. Understood. Acknowledged. Various departments, comprising either lab-coated scientists or elegantly suited scholars, responded with fervor. They conducted one final simulation of a launch. Based on Professor Gobert's mathematical modeling and calculations, they accounted for various extreme data and unforeseen circumstances, concluding that they were sufficiently prepared to commence the experiment. Initiate propellant filling. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. The recovery rocket of the Starlink project soared into the sky. The project team, filled with anticipation, gazed upwards, witnessing the culmination of nearly a year of research and modification. In China, universities across the nation were influenced by the Starlink launch experiment, leading to a unified assembly in classrooms this afternoon, where students attentively watched the launch on projectors. Should the endeavor succeed, it would mark a significant milestone in the annals of human space exploration. Indeed, it was an extraordinary feat if only I had pursued engineering. I could contribute to my country's space endeavors in the future, lamented a girl, lost in thought as she watched the projection. Suddenly, the camera tracked the rocket, and a burst of crimson flames erupted from its base, swiftly igniting the entire structure. Moments later, the broadcast resonated with a deafening explosion. The American recovery rocket erupted like a firework. Students murmured in disbelief. They were there to absorb scientific knowledge and gather inspiration for their writing. Many had already begun crafting their next essay in their minds. Witnessing the launch of the Starlink rocket not only broadened my horizons, but also deepened my awareness of my own inadequacies. I must strive to acquire scientific and cultural knowledge to become a useful individual for my country. Yet, before the sentence could be fully formed, the rocket exploded on screen. At the Vandenberg launch site, a group of researchers fell into a stunned silence. Some clenched their fists, veins bulging, while others hung their heads in despondence, shaking them in disbelief. Some were inconsolable, weeping openly, and the scientists clad in lab coats or tailored suits momentarily lost all composure. What the hell? Our work was flawless. How could it possibly fail? This defies logic. The project leader abruptly severed the live feed, leaving news channels in darkness. Yet behind the scenes, chaos ensued as various departments began reviewing their work, seeking the source of their error. What was intended to bolster their global reputation turned into a public spectacle of embarrassment. At Lingchuan No. 2 High School, Class 15 of the first year was also gathered to witness the rocket launch. At the moment of the rocket's self-ignition and subsequent incident, a chorus of discontent arose in the classroom. Alas, it failed. What a pity. American technology is indeed superior to ours. I wonder how long it will take for us to catch up. Although my grades in science were lacking, I had a profound interest in space and rockets. Relishing the spectacle of launches, this year's Starlink experiments seem doomed to failure. Perhaps we shall have better luck next year? Technological advancement is not an overnight affair. There is no need to belittle others for their failures. Starlink failed, but they have resources we lack. We in China are still unable to conduct experiments. In the classroom, two students, Rabbit and Shun, were embroiled in a heated argument. Voices of discussion echoed through the corridors, creating a cacophony that teachers struggled to quell. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the northern playground of the school. What on earth is happening? Did the cafeteria explode? A group of students abandoned their seats and rushed to the windows, witnessing a cylindrical object spewing flames ascending into the sky, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. What the heck? What was that? Still reeling from their earlier discussions, they were taken aback by the sight. Students who had not been present hurried over, drawn by curiosity. One student pointed skyward. Is that a rocket? I think I saw a Mach ring. It was no illusion. I saw it too. The Mach ring is a phenomenon produced by rocket engines and supersonic combustion ramjets in the atmosphere, characterized by dazzling diamond-shaped shock waves emanating from the tail. The conditions necessary for the occurrence of a Mach ring include, firstly, supersonic airflow, and secondly, a disparity between airflow pressure and environmental pressure. Students who had just absorbed the knowledge from the live broadcast recognized that this indicated the achievement of supersonic flight. While they engaged in discussions and moments of astonishment, the rocket that had just ascended had already executed a vertical landing and recovery, returning to the school as playground. The students were left in awe. What did I just see? Was that a rocket? It seems it was even recovered. Just moments ago, the news was broadcasting about a recoverable rocket. The object on the playground appeared somewhat diminutive, but I clearly saw it. It was indeed a rocket. That is quite impressive. Wait, are we dreaming? Were we not just watching the live broadcast of an American recovery rocket launch? How can we see it here on our own school playground? Pinch me to confirm I'm still at Lingchuan number 2 high school and not dreaming. Ouch, not so hard. Despite teachers repeatedly emphasizing safety, students could not resist leaning out of the windows for a better view. Is that Chen Fan? A student recognized the figure on the playground. The model, no, the rocket, could have been launched by Chen Fan. A throng of students, united in curiosity, flung open the classroom doors and rushed outside, unstoppable. Chapter 47, Attention from All Sides. Principal Hao, in his office, rushed over upon hearing the thunderous sound. On the playground, Chen Fan stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. Other members of the school team glanced between Chen Fan and the recovered rocket body in disbelief. We did it. We actually succeeded in the launch and recovery. This was astonishing. Chen Fan is incredible. A few students hoisted him into the air. Initially, they had thought it was merely a large toy. But who would have imagined it would be successfully launched and recovered? Lu Zhong, after recording and uploading the video, was filled with deep envy. He was awestruck. How could it have succeeded so effortlessly? From participating in competitions in middle school to attending university, pursuing graduate studies, and now leading the school team in various contests. Chen Fan was the most talented student Lu had ever encountered. But was this the limit of his potential? Chen Fan's recoverable rocket, if not merely a miniature model, or if constructed from higher-grade materials, could undoubtedly rival the existence of Starlink. Lu Zhong now understood the saying. A perfect score is merely the ceiling of an exam, not the ceiling of Chen Fan's capabilities. Soon, the entirety of China, and indeed the global aerospace community, would be eager to meet this remarkable 16-year-old. In the United States, at the Vandenberg launch base, departments had submitted their recent work reports, and after thorough discussions and analyses, no faults had been identified. The only point of suspicion lay with the analysis and modeling conducted by Gobert. It must be this fool. His environmental analysis is flawed. Where had Gobert gone? Why had he not come to report? He must have lost his mind. I think I managed to contact him. The researcher stammered. He seems to be studying the Riemann hypothesis. The head of the Starlink project spat in disdain. Damn it, the excuses are just absurd. How could a century-old problem possibly yield results? Gobert clearly has no intention of staying with us. If this continues, we should just let him go. This scene of discord among the leadership was captured by a reporter, causing an uproar across the nation in the United States. A plethora of bizarre and sensational news headlines began to emerge. The chief engineer of the Starlink technology has stated, the launch failure is solely the fault of Professor Gobert. Who is Gobert? Unraveling the enigma of Vanderbilt University's most ironically named professor. In a dramatic turn of events, Professor Gobert has claimed that he is researching the Riemann hypothesis and may resolve this century-old conundrum within the year. Gobert versus the chief engineer. Who is right? A series of sensational headlines has thrust Gobert into the public eye. A radio host has even conducted a special interview with him. Clad in a white shirt and an oversized suit, he exudes a distinctly professorial demeanor. In front of the camera, he articulately expressed, "There are always those who place the blame for failure upon me. This is profoundly unjust. While I indeed contributed to the reusable rocket project, the rocket's disintegration could stem from myriad causes, be it adverse weather, design flaws, or technical malfunctions." The reporter pressed further. "Thank you, Professor. One more question. Are you currently researching the Riemann hypothesis? Are the rumors circulating online true?" Gobert, shamelessly accused of plagiarizing and rephrasing Chen Fan's paper, boldly declared to the camera, "This is a groundbreaking approach to solving the Riemann hypothesis. Once I open this line of thought, I cannot cease. I am inclined to refer to it as a door to truth that God has unveiled for me." In response to the online skepticism regarding his lack of academic accomplishments in recent years, he admitted, indeed, that is the case. However, the evaluation system for professors at our university is exceedingly inhumane. Those who produce countless trivial results and mediocre papers over 7 years can remain, while someone like me, who is grappling with a century's dilemma, is met with doubt. An ancient Eastern proverb says, it takes 10 years to sharpen a sword. Before long, I shall unveil the veil covering this global enigma to the world. The working group of the Youth Science and Technology Innovation Competition in Huagua took a moment to view the live broadcast of the Starlink company's launch failure. After expressing their regrets over the failed experiment from behind the screen, they promptly returned to their tasks. Some schools and teams that had not submitted results previously had either clearly given up or indicated that their innovative achievements had been mailed and would arrive shortly. The United States has faced a setback. By the way, in our science and technology project this year, there's a group of students working on rocket models. I wonder how they are faring. This endeavor is fraught with uncertainty. I recall that the team leader for this project is the dual champion Chun Fan. Had he submitted results, he would have become an unprecedented 3-time champion, and future generations would find it increasingly difficult to surpass him. One member of the working group was scrolling through videos when, suddenly, a rather unprofessional recording appeared on his screen. The video backdrop was a school playground, lacking greenery or grass, appearing somewhat bare. A few students in athletic uniforms were bustling about. The camera panned to reveal a miniature rocket body behind several of the students. What the? Is it a rocket? No, a mini rocket? The staff member was left astonished. It must be said that the recording was exceedingly amateurish. The distance was too great to clearly discern the face of the person directing the scene. Ignition. Launch. The video at this moment provided a compelling visual as the rocket ascended, with a bright Mach ring at its tail captured clearly. To their astonishment, it even showcased a successful recovery landing. What is this? Several colleagues gathered around. These short videos are rather intriguing. Everyone enjoys watching them in their leisure time. The staff member rewound the progress bar to the beginning and played it again. This appears to be a reusable rocket. It may be small, but yes, it seems so. Another person incredulously remarked, "Do we have such experiments domestically? How was I unaware of this?" We do not, as our developers have yet to catch up to the capabilities of Starlink in the United States. But what is this? Quickly check the address. It appears to be a school. Several staff members hurriedly searched, discovering that the video's publisher was located in Linchuan. They scanned through his previously posted content. Is this Linchuan No. 2 High School? I assumed it was a secret experimental base, filming surreptitiously. Wait a moment, could this possibly be their science and technology competition project? One staff member re-examined the list of competition projects, and the names of Chun Fan and others came into view once more. Oh my goodness. Chapter 48, Visitors from All Sides. The successfully recovered rocket is a product of someone else's innovative work? Is it possible that it has been sent to us, either in the past or presently? An employee of the competition inquired. The leader shook his head, a mixture of amusement and disbelief on his face. This year's first prize is undoubtedly his. However, if we're discussing innovative works, it will likely be challenging to obtain them through our channels. Now, the personnel from Jinkong University and the Aerospace Institute are probably frantically trying to secure Chun Fan for themselves. Jinping Aviation Base. Langtiang. One of the researchers responsible for studying reusable rockets in Huagua spent some leisure time after dinner browsing short videos. The recent failure of their competitor in the United States has alleviated some of the pressure on his research. Yet, every time he reflects on the gap between their progress and that of others, a sense of anxiety inevitably arises. The short video app's recommendations are related to browsing habits. Due to his industry affiliation, videos about aviation, astronomy, and popular science frequently appear on Lan Tianhong's feed. By habit, he typically checks the day's headlines or trending searches before exploring other interests. Currently, a rapidly rising video has caught his attention. Reusable rocket successfully launched and recovered. Hadn't Starlink's launch failed this year? Lan Tianhong pondered, preparing to click and investigate further. Suddenly, his WeChat began flooding with notifications. In that moment, he received at least 99 messages, tightening his chest as he feared something had gone awry after work. Upon opening one, he saw, "Link, this high school student is incredible, having built and launched a reusable rocket." Link shocking. The one breaking the technological blockade of the United States is actually a high school student. Link, original video. The entire process of Linchuan No. 2 High School's reusable rocket launch. Link, high school student's self-made rocket achieves supersonic flight, astonishing everyone. Link, a true genius. At just 16 years old, he surpasses a decade of technological achievements in the United States. Lan Tianhong casually clicked on a few to watch. What the? The expertise of a professional is immediately evident. Although the video quality is not clear, it is apparent from the footage that this high school student's experiment is certainly not a mere toy like Lego bricks. If scaled up proportionately, it is undeniably legitimate. Something his team had struggled to accomplish over 2 years had been achieved by a high school student. It must be a fabrication. As Lan Tianhong prepared to delve deeper into the news, he suddenly received an urgent directive from his superiors. Gather immediately. Prepare security personnel. Accompany me to Linchuan. All young members of the team must participate to showcase our youthfulness and vigor. We must secure that prodigious young talent named Chun Fan. The reusable rocket must be brought back. Chun Fan must be brought back. Upon receiving the command, Lan Tianhong packed his belongings, ready to depart at any moment. During the journey, he perused numerous materials concerning Chun Fan. It seems that this year, the experimental base of Jinkong University is poised to produce yet another prodigy. In the office, Chun Fan is quietly engrossed in his research. Meanwhile, the other personnel are restless, particularly Lu Zhong, who enters and exits repeatedly, expressing his inner turmoil. Are we perhaps making too much of this? Numerous television stations have been calling me, inquiring about you. Even universities have indicated that the absence of a special admission examination is inconsequential. Should you be willing to attend, they can confer a doctoral degree at any moment. Moreover, I've received international calls, which I initially suspected to be scams, only to discover upon further inquiry that they were recruitment calls from Starlink. I am beginning to question the workings of your mind, having conceived this. The remuneration at Starlink is at least $500,000 USD annually, isn't it? How enviable. Lu Zhong's admiration is palpable. In his own academic journey, even if he had graduated smoothly with a doctorate, his remuneration would have only amounted to 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. With an exchange rate of 65 to 1 between the yuan and the dollar, it is no wonder he feels a twinge of jealousy. Fan, will you pursue further studies abroad? He inquires. No, Chun Fan responds with a shake of his head. In his previous life, his experiences overseas were far from gratifying. While science knows no borders, scientists indeed possess a homeland. Given the opportunity to start anew, his objective is to advance the technological prowess of his own nation. The video has already been disseminated. This grand gesture should surely warrant attention. No? Principal Hao had just returned to his office after attending to official matters when he received a call from city leader. Xiao Hao, what on earth are you doing? Why aren't you answering your phone? Greetings, leader. Greetings? Soon, a high-ranking official from Jinping will be visiting your school. You must ensure they are well received. Principal Hao, somewhat slow on the uptake, inquires, when will they arrive? How should I entertain them? And who should I address? The city leader, irritable, responds. This was communicated to me from above. My rank does not afford me knowledge of their identities. Suffice it to say, you must make every effort to accommodate them. Also, regarding your student Chun Fan, while it is commendable that he is talented, ensure he does not become arrogant or dismissive of others. Principal Hao hurriedly assents, yes. Of course. He promptly instructs the students to tidy up. From freshman to senior year, all students are to forego classes and ensure that the classrooms, hallways, and playgrounds are immaculate. In short order, the leaders from the aviation base arrive, clad in uniforms and exuding an air of authority. Principal Hao personally steps outside to greet them. To avoid any potential conflicts with the leaders, all students are confined to their classrooms for self-study, and teachers are barred from their offices, with 2 instructors assigned to each class for supervision. However, the students' minds are elsewhere. What are these individuals here for? Such a grand display is a bit intimidating. Are they here for Chun Fan? Chun Fan, the one associated with the reusable rocket? The students whisper amongst themselves. Principal Hao, being courteous, suggests, leaders, please, why not join us for a meal in our cafeteria? I've already asked the chef to prepare something for you. After we rest, I can escort you to meet Chun Fan. He is merely following standard protocol. However, the head of the delegation completely disregards him, adopting a markedly serious demeanor. No need for that. This matter is of utmost importance to our experiments and research. We must meet with Chun Fan immediately. Principal Hao nods in agreement. Then, if you would kindly wait in my office, I shall summon Chun Fan to meet you. Upon hearing this, the leader grows anxious. Furrowing his brow, we came specifically to see Chun Fan. A talent of his caliber should dedicate all his time to research. We cannot afford to waste it on such trivial formalities. There is no need to notify him. We shall find Chun Fan ourselves. Chapter 49. Chun Fan, Forever Young. In the administrative building, the mathematics competition office is abuzz with activity. Principal Hao, now acutely aware of the leader's presence, is cautious in his speech and actions. While he usually relies on Chun Fan to produce results and treats him with respect, the dynamic has shifted. He is unsure of the leader's rank and suspects they may even belong to a classified department. Chun Fan, quickly come and meet the leaders. He calls anxiously, pushing the door open. At that moment, Chun Fan is absorbed in reviewing papers. As a researcher, one must not solely rely on past achievements. One must continually learn, absorb knowledge, and enhance oneself to foster new inventions and innovations in the future. Unexpectedly, the leaders interrupt Principal Hao's chatter, taking it upon themselves to set an example by standing silently to one side, awaiting the completion of Chun Fan's work. Principal Hao, following the leaders, feels uncomfortable in how he stands, internally lamenting. What on earth is Chun Fan engaged in? I had already informed him of the leader's visit, and Lu Zhong had also forewarned him. How can he not even take a moment to greet them? If he could impress the leaders, it would surely lead to unimaginable prosperity. Others have arrived, yet he remains fixated on his computer. This air's a bit too grand for my liking. Principal Hao deliberately coughs twice, hoping Chun Fan might glance back at them for a moment to extend a greeting. Yet, Chun Fan remains oblivious, fixated on the screen, while the leaders exchange disapproving glances towards him, exacerbating Principal Hao's embarrassment. After roughly half an hour, Chun Fan finally swivels his chair to face them. At this point, Principal Hao can scarcely contain his frustration, even if Chun Fan is a champion in both mathematics and physics at the national level. He has yet to earn accolades during his student years. The leaders present, none of whom are strangers to prestigious institutions and a multitude of honors, must be approached with greater decorum. However, to Principal Hao's surprise, the leader steps forward, bending slightly to shake Chun Fan's hand. Comrade Chun Fan, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Your youth is truly astonishing. Heroes emerge in their youth. He introduces himself. I am Cheng Jianhua, the head of the aviation base. Greetings. At this moment, Chun Fan finally rises to shake hands with the nearly 60-year-old balding leader. Mr. Cheng. Chun Fan grasps his sturdy hand, feeling a surge of mixed emotions. In his previous life, he had crossed paths with Mr. Cheng, though it was indeed 2 decades later. At that time, Mr. Cheng was already in his 80s, while the 40-year-old Chun Fan was just beginning to make waves in the scientific community. The two had engaged in discussions at a summit on aerospace technology, contemplating the future of the aerospace industry. Their conversations ranged from aerospace to theoretical physics, even envisioning the curvature engines found in science fiction. Although such technology remains unrealized, it greatly inspired Chun Fan's research. Following that exchange, Chun Fan devoted an entire month to secluded study. However, when he finally emerged with his findings and sought to consult Mr. Cheng, the elder had already passed away. Chun Fan retrieves tea leaves from the cabinet, boiling water, and preparing tea for his guests. Principal Hao feels increasingly uneasy. It is perplexing that, despite being leaders from above, they appear to engage with Chun Fan as if they are peers. Mr. Chen glances at Principal Hao and the others, explaining, "It is not appropriate for me to disclose my work and background here. However, I have participated in several significant projects that have been reported in the news." Young Chun Fan, why don't you introduce yourself? With a smile, Chun Fan responds, "I am Chun Fan, 16 years old, a first-year student at Linchuan No. 2 Middle School. Physics and Mathematics National Competitions, annual first place." Hailing from Yoning Village in Linchuan County, Chun Fan currently has little to boast about. After all, having been reborn, aside from the knowledge retained in his mind, he cannot present future accolades. Cheng Jianhua was momentarily taken aback. Although Chun Fan's resume was rather ordinary, there was an inexplicable familiarity in their exchanges, as if he were conversing not with a mere 16-year-old student, but rather with an engineer or expert of equal standing within an aviation base. The two shared a glance for a moment, and, ultimately, it was Cheng Jianhua who could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Young friend Chun Fan, is the development of this reusable rocket intended for the Youth Science and Technology Innovation Competition?" Chun Fan replied candidly, "In a sense." Cheng Jianhua hesitated before asking, "Currently, the technology for reusable rockets is exclusively held by the Starlink company in the United States. May I inquire where your design plans and blueprints originate? Were they sourced from any particular channels, or are they entirely your own conception?" Regardless of the answer, Chun Fan had certainly made a significant contribution. However, Cheng Jianhua still wished to clarify their origins. After some contemplation, Chun Fan responded, "Part of it is derived from research materials, while another portion is from my reasoning and conceptualization." This was the truth. In his previous life, Chun Fan had solely been responsible for the development of rocket propulsion systems and data calculations. His involvement in other areas had been limited to collaboration with colleagues. Thus, his knowledge was not solely his own. Yet, due to his rebirth, many concepts remained unfamiliar to contemporary individuals, rendering Chun Fan an authority. Cheng Jianhua exclaimed in admiration, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. May I have a look at your design blueprints and related documentation?" Of course, Chun Fan readily agreed, opening a drawer and retrieving the previously printed component schematics to hand over. Cheng Jianhua received them and meticulously examined each page. Chun Fan took the opportunity to explain, "At present, among the research conducted by various nations, the difficulty of parachute recovery is the lowest, with the highest level of technological maturity and minimal impact on payload capacity. However, the primary challenge of parachute recovery is that rockets cannot land at designated points, as they require specific terrain for landing. Rockets utilizing this recovery method can land both on land and at sea, and may also be retrieved by helicopters midair. However, if landing on land, the rocket's landing area must be relatively flat. In my experimental model, I have employed a vertical recovery method. In the design model provided to you, we have resolved the challenge of the rocket engine needing to restart upon return, as recovery necessitates reserving propellant, which significantly affects the rocket's payload capacity. The innovation at the technical level primarily involves the rocket engine being capable of multiple restarts, as well as possessing extensive thrust modulation capabilities. This resolves the need for the engine to restart during the rocket's return descent to decelerate and adjust its landing point. Due to structural overload issues, adjustments to the engine's thrust are necessary to accommodate such overloads. Additionally, during the recovery process, high-precision control of the rocket's speed, descent posture, and landing accuracy must be implemented, which includes the addition of landing legs. Chun Fan spoke eloquently. The more Chang Jianhua listened, the more astonished he became. Did you consider all of this yourself? Chun Fan hesitated briefly before nodding. After all, this technology stemmed from the future. Even if he claimed to have imitated others, no one would dare to believe it. In the back, Principal Hao and Lu Zhong could only listen silently as the two prominent figures engaged in conversation. They had expected Cheng to be there to recruit a protege, yet he was instead enjoying a delightful exchange with Chun Fan. One could only conclude that the glory of the second high school was indeed everlasting. Chapter 50. Lu Zhong. To maintain integrity in the world. Cheng Jianhua, under the pretext of discussing matters, discreetly invited Principal Hao, Lu Zhong, and others to step outside for a private conversation with Chun Fan. Principal Hao, flabbergasted, wished to remind Chun Fan to be courteous to leaders, but sensing that the leader was being even more courteous to Chun Fan, he found himself at a loss for words and could only gesture to leave. Lu Zhong, upon learning of Cheng's esteemed status, felt an intense envy towards Chun Fan. However, recognizing his own limitations, he could only harbor admiration. Once the unrelated personnel had departed, Chang Jianhua straightforwardly asked Chun Fan, "Without your design materials and blueprints, I might have perceived you as a student in need of training and guidance. However, having reviewed these, all I desire is to recruit you into our team. Alternatively, I could offer you the position of chief consultant or chief engineer, even. This is a leap beyond the times. With your command of these technologies, you're already deserving of SSS-level treatment within the aviation base. Our visit is to discuss your compensation. I hope you can contribute to the aerospace endeavors of our great nation. The specifics of your compensation will be handled by our department's Blue Sky Aviation, and you should find it easier to converse with him given your similar ages." Chun Fan recognized Cheng Jianhua's goodwill and understood that he was genuinely considering his welfare. Chun Fan pondered for a moment before Cheng Jianhua continued. "I am aware of your challenging family circumstances. Prior to coming to Linchuan to meet you, we reviewed your entire background. We understand that your journey has not been easy, and we will assist in securing your family's well-being." Chun Fan sighed softly indeed. Aunt Chun had effectively been his foster mother. Had she not adopted him, he would have perished from starvation in the village. Thus, his inability to support her after going abroad in his previous life was a lingering regret. Cheng Jianhua directly queried, "When do you intend to formalize your employment?" At this moment, Chun Fan hesitated. Although he possessed memories from his past life that could indeed address numerous aerospace issues, that was not the entirety of his aspirations. From the moment he embarked on a career in research, his goal had never been to rely on past knowledge, but rather to unravel various enigmas and continuously innovate, expanding the frontiers of human knowledge. Therefore, Chun Fan smiled wryly and said, "Professor, joining you may pose some difficulty. My ambitions do not lie solely here." "Excuse me?" Cheng Jianhua was bewildered. Did Chun Fan truly comprehend what he was stating? He had developed such remarkable technology, far surpassing that of the United States, and yet he claimed his ambitions did not lie therein. "My aspirations are here, and I am present here. After years of research, I have yet to reach your level." Coughing to regain composure, Cheng Jianhua stifled his incredulity. "Do you understand what you are saying? The aviation base is the most prestigious department in the nation, bar none. Countless masters and doctoral candidates vie to join us. What are your plans moving forward?" Unable to explain his rebirth, Chun Fan understood that as long as his rationale was sound, his request would be met. After contemplating, he remarked, "I wish to continue researching knowledge across various fields." Cheng Jianhua frowned, advising, "Life is finite, yet learning is boundless. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. With your current talent and level combined with the platform provided by the aviation base, you could undoubtedly lead in a singular field." Chun Fan replied, "I certainly comprehend. But there remain many unanswered questions in this world awaiting my resolution. I'm still young and wish to explore more unknowns." Cheng Jianhua cautioned, "One cannot bite off more than one can chew." Chun Fan countered, "What if I could resolve 80 of the issues we currently encounter in our research and development?" Although Chun Fan was not specialized in aerospace, He hailed from 50 years into the future. It was akin to a 21st century modern individual wielding contemporary medicine in ancient times, a dimensional assault. Do you understand what you are asserting? Cheng Jianhua was stunned. Chen Fan spoke with confidence. The challenges currently faced are primarily the intricate coupling effects and evolutionary mechanisms of multi-source dynamics in low Earth orbit. The mechanisms of pharmaceutical intervention for long-term extraterrestrial survival, the energy technology of ultra-compact reactors for power stations on extraterrestrial bodies, and the construction and operational techniques for orbital factories. Cheng Jianhua was momentarily taken aback. The topics discussed by Chen Fan are already under the scrutiny of dedicated departments and teams. Had one not known that Chen Fan was a student at the school, one might have assumed he had illicitly acquired technological secrets from the aerospace base. Chen Fan proceeded to present a select few issues, prompting Cheng Jianhua to fall into deep contemplation. After an extensive exchange, Cheng Jianhua exclaimed, "Excellent. With talents like you, Huagua has a promising future." Chen Fan shared some insights he had deliberated upon in his previous life with Cheng Jianhua, which could facilitate the accelerated advancement of technology. Having returned with future technological knowledge, he hoped others could match his pace, collectively advancing scientific progress. He also expressed a desire for Cheng Jianhua to swiftly contemplate these matters, so they could further discuss the curvature engine in the future. Chen Fan, our conversation today has left me utterly astounded. While I understand your reluctance to work at the aerospace base, I would like to propose you become the chief consultant for the base. When challenges arise, we could seek your counsel. Cheng Jianhua hesitated for a considerable time before finally opting for the term consult. Chen Fan humbly responded, "Very well. I'm open to discussions on any issues. However, I have a modest request." Principal Hao and Lu Zhong had arranged a banquet for the leaders. Yet Cheng Jianhua and Chen Fan were engrossed in their conversation, caught in a dilemma about whether to leave or stay. It was not until 8 p.m. that Cheng Jianhua emerged from the office. Upon exiting, he maintained a courteous demeanor, yet his attention was wholly directed towards Chen Fan, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Leader, look, Principal Hao is waiting to host everyone for dinner." Upon seeing the individuals outside, Cheng Jianhua instantly adopted a stern expression, declaring, "Seal off the office. Inform Xiao Lu to rectify Chen Fan's personnel files and all equipment, including the computer Chen Fan used, is to be classified as confidential and returned to the aerospace base." "Understood, leader." After just a few hours of discourse, Cheng Jianhua felt he had discovered the trajectory for the future development of aviation. Subordinates began to move belongings. An amusing incident occurred as they exited. The principal organized everyone to board the vehicle, and naturally, the leader sat in the front row. "Mr. Cheng, please," the principal gestured, opening the car door for him. However, Cheng Jianhua hesitated to enter first and instead offered the seat to Chen Fan. "Fan Shun, after you." "No need for such formality. Mr. Cheng, you are the elder. Please take the front seat." The others in the back were left in a state of confusion. While it was understandable for Chen Fan to enjoy such treatment in high school, it was perplexing that he could receive similar deference in the presence of such high-ranking individuals. Lu Zhong was among those responsible for driving. After dinner, once the guests were sent off, he returned to the office to rest on the sofa, only to find the office completely cleared out. "Where's my computer? It seems to have been taken away." During dinner, Lan Tianheng, who had come with Cheng Jianhua, remarked that Chen Fan was now one of their own. All equipment and materials used by Chen Fan were classified content and required separate management. Lu Zhong pondered. Although the computer was lent to Chen Fan, it truly cannot withstand scrutiny. How could it be surrendered to the organization so easily? We must maintain our integrity. Chapter 51. He is the secret. Jinping Aerospace Base. The premises were heavily guarded, with a sentry post established every 100 meters and patrols constantly in motion. Chen Fan occupied the rear seat of Cheng Jianhua's official vehicle. The interior was lavishly appointed, with high-grade bulletproof glass that obscured the view from outside. Accessing the base necessitated passing through 2 security checkpoints. Vehicles queued for inspections, but upon Cheng Jianhua's slight nod, the security personnel raised the barrier to grant passage. Cheng Jianhua discreetly observed Chen Fan through the rearview mirror, surprised by his composed demeanor. If it were an ordinary person given the opportunity to visit such a place, one would expect them to look around in awe. However, Chen Fan had previously engaged with numerous significant projects, such as the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Experimental Base, the Cutting-Edge Physics Laboratory with minimal radiation background, and the Nuclear Research Center, all of which were under stringent security. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, Cheng Jianhua took the initiative to introduce, the building ahead is the Research and Development Center. The first to fourth floors are primarily dedicated to aircraft design, while the 5th to 8th floors house the propulsion department. My office, along with those of several other leaders, is located on the 9th floor. And above, there are the mathematical modeling department and conference rooms. Chun Fan nodded, attentively listening to his elucidation. In his previous life, Chun Fan had visited this RD building, but the facilities and decor here, 20 years later, were significantly transformed. After a while of introduction, Chung Jianhua received a phone call. Upon concluding the conversation, he explained to Chun Fan, "Please wait here. I need to visit the security department to finalize your onboarding procedures." All right, Chun Fan assented. The research center's corridors were adorned with acrylic panels dominated by a Klein blue hue, showcasing a series of commemorative photographs chronicling the history of the aerospace research base from its inception to its flourishing development. In his previous life, Chun Fan had come here as a mathematician and physicist to resolve propulsion issues for the RD department, but he had not truly been employed. Understanding the past of the aerospace base would greatly aid in envisioning the future. Chun Fan wandered down the corridor, eventually arriving at the staircase, descending while observing the hallways. Just as he was about to conclude his inspection, a figure passed by in the hallway and asked, "Whose child are you? What are you doing wandering about? Do you realize this is a confidential area?" Zhou Chao, having just joined the information center at the research base as an administrative assistant, possessed only an undergraduate degree. In the RD center, aside from custodial and security personnel, all employees were graduates from prestigious universities, placing him at the lowest tier. Nevertheless, he was responsible for assisting in the reimbursement of travel expenses for researchers, meal allowances, holiday gifts, and various office tasks, which he managed competently. Perhaps due to the nature of his work and the employee benefits involved, or perhaps due to the high caliber of his colleagues, he had developed a somewhat inflated sense of self-importance. Aside from a few leaders in the RD center, he felt compelled to respect. He considered himself the office's chief steward and primary authority. Chun Fan was startled, looking up to realize he had unknowingly ascended to the 8th floor. With an apologetic smile, he replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize this area was off limits. My apologies for the disturbance." After speaking, Chun Fan began to move upstairs. Observing Chun Fan's politeness and youthful appearance, Zhou Chao grew bolder. "Is that so? This area is confidential. Does that make it acceptable for you to go upstairs? The 9th floor is reserved for leaders and technical directors. You can't go up there." Zhou Chao directly restrained Chun Fan, demanding, "What is your name? And where do you come from?" The management at the aerospace base was exceedingly strict. Unauthorized individuals were not permitted entry. Even when some professors wished to bring their doctoral students in, they faced numerous hurdles and a rigorous vetting process regarding their identities. Chun Fan's status was not convenient to elaborate upon. "I am Chun Fan, here with Chief Engineer Chung." Zhou Chao scrutinized him, concluding that this boy appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old. Perhaps he was the child of a relative of Chief Engineer Chung? Zhou Chao, having secured his position at the base, certainly had some connections. His great-uncle was also a leader on the 9th floor, handling administrative affairs. Just a week prior, Chief Engineer Chung had a disagreement with his great-uncle over experimental funding. Was he now going to be caught in a compromising situation? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chao began to speak in a melodramatic tone, deliberately elongating his words. He led Chun Fan into the office, gesturing towards a wooden chair by the door for Chun Fan to take a seat, while he himself settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs and preparing a cup of tea. As a research and design staff member passed by to collect office supplies, he inquired, "Chaozi, is this an intern from Jinping or Shuimu? It looks so fresh." Zhou Chao squinted, fabricating an explanation. "Intern? It seems to be a child from General Cheng's family upstairs. I have no idea why they're here. We can't meddle in the leadership's affairs. Just let them stay here for a while. After all, you all have work to do, and much of the information is classified. Kids can be quite indiscreet. We must not let them disrupt our normal experiments and research." Zhou Chao subtly shifted the responsibility onto the leadership, feigning a strong support for confidentiality. The experimenter nodded, gathered some draft paper and pens, and departed. Zhou Chao turned his attention to Chun Fan, scrutinizing him with disdain. "Just wait for General Chung to bring someone here. No sense of decorum at all. You come in and linger here. Everything in this place is confidential, including the developmental history on the walls and the photographic images, all of which are classified as S-level secrets. The classification of secrets in Huagua is divided into 9 levels: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. Historical information and visual materials. Even if they do not pertain to technology, achieving S-level classification is already quite significant. Chung Jianhua collected Chun Fan's data and design blueprints and hastily convened a meeting with the technical chief engineers upstairs. The designs of these components were nothing short of astonishing, leading everyone to a unanimous conclusion. We agree that Chun Fan should serve as a technical advisor at the aviation base, with a salary and benefits commensurate with that of a deputy chief engineer, and his identity file classified as SSS level secret. It was truly remarkable. I never imagined that altering the exterior design could reduce drag so significantly. His enhancements to the power system transformed designs that were merely theoretical into reality. A stroke of genius. It is said that this young comrade Chun Fan was brought back by you. Can we discuss matters with him today? After the meeting, everyone privately reached out to Chung Jianhua, eagerly anticipating a chance to meet Chun Fan. Chung Jianhua wore a smile. This was his prized discovery, and in terms of connections, he was undoubtedly a step ahead of the others, who could not hope to catch up. You must wait a moment. I will fetch the chief advisor for you. Chung Jianhua cheerfully descended the stairs, only to discover upon reaching the 9th floor that Chun Fan was no longer there. Surrounded by leaders, Chun Fan's absence startled him, and after checking the security footage, he realized that Chun Fan had darted to the 8th floor. Upon arriving at the 8th floor administrative office, Zhou Chao boasted about his connections, feeling particularly apprehensive around the leadership. With Chun Fan present, it was as if he had caught someone red-handed, and he felt increasingly justified in his stance. He directly confronted, "Leader, although my rank is lower than yours and my words may carry little weight, the aviation base is crucial for the safety of Huaguo. Regardless of your leadership position, you cannot arbitrarily bring people in, especially children. One careless mistake could expose our secrets to the public." Zhou Chao felt righteous in his posture, while Chung Jianhua shot him a piercing glare. Secrets? What secrets? He is the greatest secret of the aviation base. Chapter 52. The Eternal Flow of Rivers and Mountains. Although Chun Fan was young, Chung Jianhua had already been convinced of his capabilities during yesterday's exchange. Moreover, the component designs on his computer were far ahead of their time. Each one could sustain a project team for years of research. However, Zhou Chao evidently failed to grasp Chung Jianhua's intentions, believing himself to be in the right. Thinking he had backing, he argued fiercely, "General Chung, regardless of your relationship, our work's confidentiality is paramount." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the head of human resources descended the stairs, ready with onboarding materials and an ID badge, politely presenting them to Chun Fan. "Welcome, Chief Advisor Chun Fan, to the aviation base. Is it convenient for you now? You may come at any time to record your fingerprints and undergo facial recognition." Chun Fan followed suit without hesitation. Zhou Chao was left bewildered. Realizing it was time to set things straight, he promptly called his uncle. Even if he was recruited through connections, he at least met the basic job requirements. After all, administrative tasks could be performed by anyone, but it was the leaders who determined who would be hired. Yet, Chung Jianhua, even as the chief engineer, should not be appointing someone with the title of chief advisor to the unit, right? Oh, okay, I understand. After hanging up, Zhou Chao narrowed his eyes. As the administrative head, he was also responsible for the unit's performance metrics. Recently, the technical chief engineer had proposed an unprecedented experiment with significant failure risks, which he had rejected. Now, with the selective issue at hand, the dynamics had changed. After the administrative assistant recorded a series of details for Chun Fan, she sweetly explained, "From now on, you are part of the aviation base. Due to the confidential nature of our work, all records from your previous school will be deleted. This is also a measure to ensure your safety. I hope you understand." "All right," Chun Fan replied. Launching mini rockets at school had indeed been overly ostentatious, but he had garnered the attention and respect of the higher-ups, which was precisely what he desired. Members of the Tanchuan No. 2 middle school team, including Liu Zhong, who had participated in Chun Fan's project, had all signed a confidentiality agreement. Additionally, a recruitment agreement was in place, allowing them to work at the aviation base upon graduation if they so wished. As for the videos circulating online, they had been taken down and filled with misleading information to obscure the truth. The internet's memory is fleeting. Those who love singing and dancing are the current stars. Regarding the science and technology competition, Chun Fan's work had already been sent to the aviation base for research, and the organizing committee had received notice to exclude Chun Fan's project from rankings. The most perplexed was Wang Zidong, who was working on the engine project for the competition. "How did I become the national champion of the science and technology competition? Where's my opponent Chun Fan? Didn't his rocket go to the skies?" Surrounding classmates explained. Did the officials not clarify? They stated that the project did not meet regulations, and the video was fabricated. Wang Zidong. "But I saw it. The rocket's tail had a Mach ring." Classmates advised. "Isn't there a knowledgeable person online who explained it? It's just a normal optical phenomenon, not a Mach ring. It's like the grand fireworks you see during the New Year. They explode in a myriad of colors and shapes." Wang Zidong felt overwhelmed. "I can't tell. I truly can't tell anymore. At the aviation base's conference room, Chun Fan stood at the podium as the main speaker. Rockets must withstand extremely high temperatures and pressures, even enduring hypersonic air friction and gravitational acceleration. To meet these requirements, the materials used for rockets must possess high temperature resistance, high strength, and high toughness. Furthermore, in pursuit of repeated use through multiple launches and returns, new materials that balance durability and lightweight requirements have been prepared. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. It is imperative to recognize that those seated here are the preeminent talents within the field. Each individual diligently took notes, occasionally scribbling calculations on their draft papers. The rocket experiments conducted by Chun Fan at school were merely miniature versions. Many innovative materials were utterly unattainable under the technological conditions of that time, necessitating collaboration with specialized laboratories to achieve their full potential. Initially, attendees found it outrageous that the person introduced by Chief Engineer Chung could directly occupy the position of chief consultant. What justified a newcomer, especially a student, reaching such heights? However, after listening, they felt it entirely reasonable for Chun Fan to replace Chief Engineer Chung, assuming the title of Chief Engineer Chun. Following the conclusion of the meeting, an air of admiration permeated the room. Armed with these theories, coupled with potential advancements from the nanomaterials laboratory, our launch experiments were no longer a mere dream. In this regard, we could undoubtedly surpass the United States in the upcoming phase of our launch experiments. Chief Consultant Chun is truly remarkable. After reaching a consensus, everyone agreed to submit the funding application for the launch experiment project. It was then that the matter arrived at Uncle Zhou's desk. Lacking technical understanding, Uncle Zhou's ire was further incited upon seeing the young Chun Fan. Generally, funding applications are primarily submitted by the main experiment leader and require his approval. If he disapproves, he may opt for a majority rule system. Previously, Chief Engineer Chung had only submitted an application himself, as there were still some unresolved technical issues, and no one had followed suit. After all, the majority held conservative views. However, with Chun Fan's arrival, prior concerns became moot, and a consensus was reached within the meeting, with everyone believing that employing new technology significantly increased the probability of experimental success, leading them to co-sign the application. Uncle Zhou was infuriated. What does this mean? How has the tide turned so suddenly? Although we are an experimental base, we cannot squander funding in this manner. One project based solely on these few pages. And countries like the United States and Japan have no precedent for this. On what basis can we ascertain success? If the experiment fails, do you comprehend the implications? Our positions, salaries, and benefits will all be affected. Chung Jianhua gazed at him and smiled. Our research and development is not aimed at trailing behind others. Our goal is not to be the first in Huagua, but the first in the world. We do not strive for Huagua supremacy, but for global excellence. Individuals like you, who are shackled by financial gain and status, and thus exhibit such timidity, are no longer fit to be the administrative head of the aerospace base. Truth is eternal, while fame and fortune are fleeting. As an old friend, I advise you not to let these temptations cloud your judgment. Your names and bodies will perish, yet the rivers and mountains will endure through the ages. Chapter 53, The Unannounced Inventor. On June 1st, Huagua successfully completed its first reusable rocket launch mission, achieving numerous milestones. The world's first liquid oxygen-methane rocket to successfully deliver a payload into its designated orbit. The world's first rocket with an engine thrust exceeding 270 tons and a launch thrust surpassing 9,000 tons, and more. A series of accolades was announced, and the launch site achieved globally astonishing accomplishments. Chung Jianhua and his engineering team beamed with excitement. Conversely, Uncle Zhou and his associates, who had stubbornly refused to allocate research funding due to their overly conservative stance, faced appropriate repercussions following the aviation experiment's resounding success. Uncle Zhou was demoted 2 levels. His office relocated from the 9th floor, and he was subsequently relegated to administrative duties, with decision-making transferred to the chief engineers. Zhou Chao, who had clashed with key figures in the experiment and spread rumors among the researchers, faced severe consequences, losing his administrative position and being reassigned to oversee storage at the launch base, an undesirable task, given that the facility is classified as SSS-level secret. The storage area is situated in a remote location devoid of cellular service, and even if one could use a phone, it would likely be in an area without 4G coverage, rendering it virtually useless. This predicament distressed Zhou Chao. It felt akin to imprisonment. Moreover, with his uncle demoted, he would be unable to maneuver or make adjustments for the foreseeable future. However, Resigning from such a prestigious position was not feasible. He had no choice but to resign himself to this remote assignment. At the Research Institute, everyone chose to believe that Chun Fan's decision was undoubtedly correct. The funds they collectively applied for had not gone to waste. Under Chun Fan's guidance, they maintained an experiment error rate below 10, achieving near-perfect success in nearly all but the most complex experiments. The young man thrust into the spotlight for a television interview, amidst the reporters' accolades. Modestly credited the team's dedication and efforts, for behind the success of the experiment lay a multitude of anonymous individuals laboring in silence, like Chun Fan. Chief Consultant Chun. Due to confidentiality protocols, these invention patents can be registered, but your name must remain undisclosed. I hope you can understand. Of course, when utilizing these patents for research and development, the compensation due to you will not be diminished. Each time your components and engine technology are employed, a 5 commission will be allocated to your private account. Cheng Jianhua personally approached Chun Fan to discuss this matter. Although Chun Fan was significantly younger than him, even comparable in age to Chief Engineer Cheng's son, he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect in their professional interactions. It is no trouble, it is merely my duty. If I were to receive a proportional share of the funds each time the patent is used, it would amount to a considerable sum. Chief, surely our base has a financial planner? I hope that in the future, these funds can be saved to establish a foundation. If necessary, I aim to establish my own laboratory. Regarding the interest portion, I would like to propose the establishment of a scholarship to support exceptionally talented yet financially disadvantaged students in high school and university. The data on these reusable rockets was brought back by Chun Fan from the future. It merely advanced the timeline of invention and did not contain much of Chun Fan's own contributions. Thus, he felt somewhat guilty about drawing from the aerospace base when utilizing these patents. However, Cheng Jianhua viewed it differently. Initially, he feared Chun Fan might refuse payment, given that he had spearheaded the technological advancements. Upon hearing Chun Fan's aspiration to establish a foundation, he breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. Chief Engineer Chun is truly both virtuous and talented. Cheng Jianhua understood Chun Fan's humble beginnings, so he consistently granted him special consideration regarding financial matters, allocating him a larger share. Yet Chun Fan was discerning. He accepted only the consultant's fee, stating he intended to renovate his family's home and set aside some for his daily living, while insisting that the remainder be managed collectively by the foundation. Cheng Jianhua found himself increasingly impressed by Chun Fan and inquired, if we were to establish a foundation, what name do you intend to give it? Chun Fan pondered for a moment, recognizing that since it would be his foundation, and considering that his future laboratory might rely on its support for development, it should bear an appealing name. Let us call it the Yunfan Foundation. Cheng Jianhua, perceiving the underlying sentiment, clapped his hands in approval. Splendid. A truly delightful name. Long winds and breaking waves will someday allow me to hoist my cloud sails and traverse the vast seas. Though the path ahead is fraught with obstacles, there will come a day when we will ride the winds, unfurl our sails, and reach the shores of our ideals. As researchers, we must embody resilience. Despite the occasional trials and tribulations we face, we cannot afford to lose hope. We must steadfastly believe that one day, our aspirations will come to fruition, allowing us to realize our grand ambitions. With a smile, Chun Fan reflected on how it was no wonder he and Cheng Jianhua had formed such a profound friendship, transcending the boundaries of age, as it had been in their past lives and continues to be in this one. Cheng Jianhua took a sip of tea and inquired, the matters concerning the aviation base have reached a conclusion. What are your plans moving forward? After pondering for a moment, Chun Fan nodded. His original intention upon being reborn was clear. Having been granted another chance at life, he would dedicate ample time to research and continue expanding the horizons of his knowledge. Naturally, at Chun Fan's level, engaging with prominent figures across various industries was essential for any significant breakthroughs. These luminaries were scattered across universities and laboratories, both nationally and globally. Thus, Chun Fan resolved to pursue further studies, seamlessly facilitating interactions with these esteemed professors. Time to return to school, he declared. Cheng Jianhua chuckled. With your caliber, there is scarcely a handful of individuals in this country who can impart knowledge to you. Perhaps it would be best to remain at the Aviation University. I can request a professorship for you. What do you think? Chun Fan, with a wry smile, declined the offer. From the outset, he had expressed aspirations that extended beyond such confines. While the aviation base guaranteed personal safety and a respectable status, it would not afford him the convenience of engaging in interdisciplinary dialogue. His mind was already attuned to knowledge that surpassed contemporary understanding. With countless enigmas awaiting exploration even 50 years into the future. What Chun Fan aspired to was to share his foresight of the future with others, collaboratively delving into the vast unknown. Cheng Jianhua, understanding Chun Fan's perspective, conceded, recognizing that one cannot force a fruit from the vine. All right then, go back and take the college entrance examination. Attend whichever institution you desire and seek out whichever professor you wish. I trust no one will be foolish enough to reject you. But do not forget, you are still our part-time technical consultant at the aviation base. I suggest you enroll in a school closer to Jingping, so we can summon you back whenever difficulties arise. Cheng Jianhua remarked, half seriously, half jokingly. Chun Fan, amused, acquiesced. Chapter 54. The return of fear governed by that person in early June, with less than a week remaining until the college entrance examination. A black Hongqi car entered the campus of Linchuan No. 2 High School. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Chun Fan first visited Principal Hao in the administrative building. Upon seeing Chun Fan, Principal Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, Chun Fan, what brings you back? Chun Fan flashed a bright smile. I came back to participate in the college entrance examination. Principal Hao, taken aback, queried, did you not sign all those confidentiality agreements? Are you not directly affiliated with the aviation base now? Surely, this is a rapid ascent. Many graduate from prestigious universities, yet lack the qualifications and capabilities to even dream of joining such an esteemed institution. As Principal Hao began to speak further, he realized the implications of the confidentiality agreement and hesitated. Chun Fan offered no explanation. The contract he had signed merely stipulated that he would provide technical and strategic support as needed, not that he would remain on site indefinitely. Very well, Principal Hao said, eyeing Chun Fan with suspicion before cautiously asking, you are not jesting with me, are you? Returning to take the examination under the banner of a Linchuan No. 2 student? Chun Fan nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Then it is settled. Those who deceive are but puppies. After Chun Fan departed, Principal Hao wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time. After all, Chun Fan was undoubtedly a top contender. Even if he faltered in other subjects, his accolades in physics and mathematics competitions would add a substantial boost to his score, ensuring his victory. He could not possibly be lying. Chun Fan, amused, realized that joining the aviation base had solidified his status while also contributing to the aerospace endeavors of Huagua. Participating in a college entrance examination as a gifted student and studying under various teachers was a prudent strategy, both low-key and logical. The identity tied to the aviation base was too sensitive, rendering him a target for scrutiny from nations like the United States, as he had experienced in his previous life. In this regard, having Principal Hao, who understood his situation, was indeed a significant advantage. After returning to the competition team, Chun Fan greeted teacher Lu Zhong and settled in his office for a while. To his surprise, Lu Zhong fiercely protected his new computer, exclaiming, wow, you're back. Feel free to chat or review, but do not touch my computer. It's brand new. The last time, due to confidentiality issues, they took away all the computers. My browsing history remains untouched, a blatant invasion of privacy. Thankfully, the higher-ups seem to have overlooked my indiscretions after I bypassed restrictions to watch videos. Chun Fan chuckled and retrieved his own laptop from the classroom. The benefits at the aviation base were impressive, providing everything from computers and phones to socks and undergarments, all free of charge and of the highest quality. Wow, a Lenovo Y9000K, the priciest computer brand on the market. Even the base model starts at $20,000, and the top-tier version is beyond that. How did you manage this? Lu Zhong remarked enviously. Chun Fan replied nonchalantly. It was provided by the organization. Lu Zhong, feeling a twinge of jealousy, said, I wish I could get one too. After nurturing such a genius, Principal Hao must compensate me somehow. Tomorrow, I shall demand a computer from him, if he refuses. After chatting with Chun Fan for a while, Lu Zhong was astounded to learn of Chun Fan's decision to participate in the college entrance examination. This is outrageous. You're taking the examination and not leaving them a chance? I can only imagine how devastated Jia and Dong will be upon learning you're back. I had hoped to treat you and the others to a meal and offer some guidance. But never mind. Those two are currently vying for provincial honors and are likely studying frantically. Informing them of your return would only demoralize them and negatively impact our school-less performance. It's best not to mention it to them, and you should avoid seeking them out as well. Chun Fan nodded in agreement, recognizing that his presence would indeed affect the examination mindset of others. As Chun Fan took a couple of days to recuperate at school, he also reviewed his high school textbooks. After all, the examination prohibited the use of university-level knowledge to solve problems, and any misstep in high school material could lead to ridicule. As for his future academic pursuits, Chun Fan had begun to formulate a preliminary plan. Initially, he had intended to follow the path of his previous life and enroll at the University of Science and Technology, as he was familiar with the environment. However, having been reborn, this life had commenced 2 years earlier than the last, and he anticipated an accelerated growth trajectory. In this phase, the professors he had respected in his previous life had yet to establish their prominence, making immediate enrollment at the University of Science and Technology unfeasible. Instead, he found himself intrigued by Professor Ruan Jiming of the Mathematics Institute at Dongshan University, whose research topics piqued his interest. Chun Fan spent some time reviewing Chinese literature at school, aware that many recitations required preparation. A single misspelled character could cost him points by examination day. Originally, a driver from the aviation base was to escort Chun Fan, but he declined. His intent in returning for the college entrance examination was to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Eventually, a compromise was reached. Chun Fan's dedicated driver would operate the school bus, allowing Chun Fan to travel to the examination venue discreetly while ensuring his safety. Dong and Zhao were also on the bus. Recently, the two individuals have been maintaining an impressive state of diligence. On the eve of the crucial examination, they took the time to review their Chinese literature texts, ensuring they had no uncertainties before boarding the school bus. Fallen petals are not devoid of sentiment. What follows? They transform into spring mud, nurturing the flowers. At the banks of the Xuanyang River, bidding farewell at night. What follows? Maple leaves and reed flowers rustle in the autumn breeze. The two have recently dedicated themselves earnestly to their studies, even engaging in mutual recitations and written tests as the examination approaches. However, as they settled into their seats on the bus, they were startled to discover a familiar figure in the second row. What the heck? Chun Fan? What brings you here? Dong Wang and Jia Xueba were elated, eager to engage Chun Fan in a hearty conversation, much to the dismay of the bus driver, who happened to be Chun Fan's personal bodyguard. Casting a vigilant gaze upon them, Chun Fan withheld the truth from them. I'm back for the college entrance examination. Didn't you both sign an agreement to pursue higher education and then head off? Everyone is in the same boat. I took a detour, but ultimately, I must take the exam. ISNT, that while I'm back. Jia Xueba's eyes widened in disbelief. Dong Wang's mouth fell agape. Damn it. I feel like I've been duped. Me too. I've been tirelessly reviewing and striving for the top. But for what purpose? No wonder teacher Lu Zhong advised us to focus on our studies and to refrain from aimlessly wandering into his office before the exams. It was you he was referring to. So what have we been competing against? No matter how hard we try, we can't surpass you. No way after the exam. You must treat us all to a meal. With Chun Fan's return, the dread of being governed by that individual resurfaced. Chapter 55, Returning in Glory. 20 days later, the results of the college entrance examination were announced as anticipated. Chun Fan, unsurprisingly, achieved a perfect score of 750 in physics, with an additional 20 points from a math competition, securing first place nationwide. The first student ever to attain a perfect score, an unprecedented feat that may remain unmatched in the future. At Linchuan No. 2 High School, a grand banner was unfurled in honor of Chun Fan. Furthermore, all the desks and chairs previously used by Chun Fan in Class 15 were relocated to the Administrative Building's History Museum, deemed of significant commemorative value. During the interval before the results were released, Chun Fan made a rare visit back to his hometown. The promise made by Chief Engineer Chung to build a new house in the village had finally come to fruition. The bricks and tiles were crafted from the finest eco-friendly materials, and the artisans were sourced from across the nation. The architect presented Chun Fan with dozens of designs for opulent country villas, each starting from 4 stories high, complete with independent courtyards on the ground floor. This time, Chun Fan did not hold back, selecting the most magnificent and lavish design, understanding that his future endeavors would likely keep him away from the village for an extended period. He felt it prudent to establish a presence that would deter the more opportunistic villagers. Yet, as construction commenced on Chun Fan's family plot, the village gossip began to swirl. Oh dear, the widow Chun has begun building a house. I hear she has been working in the city and has found a wealthy old man to support her. What do they mean by the widow Chun finding a partner? ISNT, it her daughter Chun Hui, who has been involved with someone in the county? Eventually, the legitimate wife caught wind of it, and to settle matters, the man built a small house in the village, urging them to cease their entanglements. Oh, is that so? We should keep our distance from their family. They're not good people. The villagers, envious of the grandeur of others' homes, indulged in sour grapes. Various rumors and curses circulated throughout the community. Others, however, were calculating their own interests. Hey, did you hear that the widow Chun has adopted a little boy? He went to the city last year. and now he asks back. Should our daughter, Sohwa, go over to propose a match? What is his name again? Chun Fan. No way. Just look at him. He seems too delicate to do any real work. I wouldn't want him even if he came to my house. Oh, what's wrong with being delicate? Just look at the foundation Chun Yi's laid. That is at least a 3-story villa. I still think it's not feasible. That Chun Fan lad is too fair-skinned and delicate. How will he buy a house in the city? Look at Lu's son. He dropped out of middle school to work in the city and now owns a house and a car. Chun Fan also caught wind of some of the gossip, which was one reason he was reluctant to return to the village. He had discussed with Aunt Chun the possibility of moving to the city, but she insisted that at her age, she was more accustomed to rural life, and he could only relent. Chun Fan understood that in the coming phase of his life, whether at university or serving in a research institute, the likelihood of returning home would be minimal. Thus, buoyed by the conclusion of the college entrance examinations, he hoped to resolve matters in the village once and for all. On the morning following the announcement of the examination results, the entire village was abruptly awakened by the clamor of drums and gongs. The village loudspeaker announced that city officials were coming to inspect, urging villagers to maintain a good image and tidy the streets. The villagers, who had long been isolated, became animated at the prospect of the officials' visit, donning their finest attire, eager to catch a glimpse of the dignitaries before they even arrived. At 10 a.m., several official vehicles arrived at the village entrance, followed by a brand-new Audi A6 adorned with a large red flower. The village chief and others eagerly awaited at the entrance, only to find that the officials merely exchanged pleasantries before heading straight to the most remote house in the village. Chun Fan's new building was still under construction, while the old house sat in the village's farthest corner, usually overlooked. However, this time, several notable officials entered the dilapidated little abode. Shen Fun, a gem emerging from humble beginnings. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I had no idea you grew up in such an environment. You must be Ms. Chun Dongmei, the one who adopted Chun Fan. We extend our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the organization. Oh dear, I'm not worthy of such honor. Aunt Chun, a modest rural woman, had never encountered such grandiosity. Being addressed as Ms. Chun felt somewhat awkward. When she worked outside, her employers simply referred to her as Old Chun, Little Chun, or Aunt Chun. In her mind, Ms. Chun was a title reserved for city professionals and leaders. With a smile, Chun Fan bowed deeply before everyone, saying, Aunt Chun, you've raised me with great difficulty. This recognition is rightfully yours. In this second life, Chun Fan hoped to repay Aunt Chun for her kindness in adopting and caring for him. Chun Fan, may I interview you? Could you share your academic journey with us? Chun Fan responded cheerfully to the reporters. The villagers who had come to see the officials were left in utter astonishment. They had anticipated the officials' appearance, but were taken aback to find that the officials seemed to be fawning over Chun Fan's family, as if Chun Fan and Aunt Chun were the true dignitaries. The staff accompanying the officials hung a plaque declaring the village as Scholars Village and adorned Chun Fan's old house with a vibrant banner proclaiming it the home of Scholar Chun Fan, drawing the attention of passers-by. Most notably, the Scholar Award. The principal of Linchuan No. 2 High School presented Chun Fan with a cash reward of 1 million yuan, directly piling the cash upon Chun Fan's dining table. The leaders of Linchuan City awarded him a house and car in the city, with the property deed and transfer contract signed on the spot. The Audi A6, which had accompanied the officials, was now parked at Chun Fan's doorstep. Who was it that doubted Chun Fan's capabilities? All these people and leaders had come to honor him. What of it? Just look at that delicate lad. He doesn't seem cut out for hard work. So what if he excels in academics? In my household, Lu Laoda is currently working in the city, and he has managed to acquire both a car and a house. However, the reality of his situation is rather bittersweet. Having left school before completing junior high to venture into the city, he has spent over a decade in this pursuit. Yet his home is mortgaged and his car is financed, leaving him no better off than those who have graduated from high school. Truly, the value of education cannot be overstated. Many of the village's youth gaze upon Chun Fan with envy, their eyes drawn to the large characters on the wall proclaiming, "Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Complete high school before seeking employment." A revelation indeed. Some children in the village approached Chun Fan with innocent inquiries. Brother, do you think that only the top scholar can attain houses, cars, and money? Chun Fan smiles and nods in affirmation, saying, Indeed, little brother, so you must diligently pursue your studies. Even if you do not become the top scholar, you can still alter your destiny and explore the big city. The child, with pure naivety, responds, No, I want to be the top scholar. I want to achieve this every year so that I can have new houses and cars annually. Accompanying the leader to offer encouragement are other officials from various schools. upon hearing this, cannot help but feel a spark of excitement. If a small investment could secure Chun Fan's admission to a prestigious university, it would be a remarkable gain. After all, this is the top scholar. The cutoff score for Linchuan No. 2 High School has risen by another 100 points this year, making it a coveted opportunity for junior high students across the province. Such excellent promotional material. Thus, discreet contacts are made with Chun Fan, who, of course, declines any propositions. The spectacle is primarily to ensure that Aunt Chun will not be subjected to bullying in the village in the future, rather than for any other reason. As for the city apartment awarded by the officials, it is entrusted to Aunt Chun and her family to reside in. While Chun Fan himself cannot afford to concern himself with owning property in a small city like Linchuan. Chapter 56. Choosing a Major. During the summer break. As the college admission letters begin to arrive, Chun Fan's phone incessantly buzzes with notifications. Members of the school team excitedly relay their good news. Fan Shun. I have been admitted to Summer University. When you have time, come visit me at Xiaoyu. Meals and lodging are on me. Another message reads, the notice from Shuimu University has arrived. I am grateful for your support during the competition. Come to Jingping anytime. I owe you a cup of doji. Which university did you get into? I was admitted to Jingping University, the very place where that professor scrutinized me during math training. By the way, he inquired about you. What do you think? Want to join us at our school? I'll be waiting for you by Weiming Lake. Master, I am going to the University of Science and Technology. Will you come find me? Seeing that his former companions have all found their paths. A smile spreads across Chun Fan's face. The competition team from Linchuan No. 2 High School boasts remarkable learning abilities. They merely lack practical opportunities during high school. He firmly believes that once they enter university and gain access to broader platforms, they will all achieve great things in their respective fields. Chun Fan deliberated for quite some time regarding his choice of major. After all, education serves as a facade. The crucial aspect lies in engaging with professors who are on the brink of groundbreaking achievements, striving to contribute to the advancement of science and technology in Huagua. Initially, he considered following the path of his previous life, but soon realized that the timelines did not align, as many of the studies he was familiar with have yet to commence. Thus, he must recalibrate his plans. Before applying, Chun Fan explored the research interests of professors at all renowned universities in the country and, after weighing the pros and cons, decided to embark on a journey in chemistry. Currently, a professor specializing in high-temperature bismuth oxide superconducting materials has caught Chun Fan's attention. Professor Yu Xiaowei, aged 40, serves as a doctoral advisor at Dongshan University. Although this individual remains relatively obscure in the annals of Chun Fan's past life, the research he is currently undertaking has the potential to alter the global landscape, as advancements in high-temperature superconducting materials could very well resolve the critical material issues surrounding controllable nuclear fusion technology. This was one of the large-scale experiments Chun Fan participated in during his past life, yet remains unfinished. One of the technologies he aspires to realize in this lifetime. Controllable nuclear fusion, akin to a man-made sun, promises safe, continuous, and stable energy output, representing one of the most ideal forms of ultimate energy. In Chun Fan's personal notebook, the challenges of controllable nuclear fusion are delineated into 7 unresolved issues. 1. The achievement and maintenance of high-temperature and high-pressure environments. 2. The stability and control of plasma. 3. The design and fabrication of magnetic fields. 4. Fuel circulation and radiation management. 5. An assessment of energy sustainability. 6. Energy control and product flow technology. 7. Issues concerning the inner wall materials. Notably, the second item has been checked off, while the 7th item features extensive notes. The reaction product neutrons will damage the inner wall, necessitating the discovery of materials capable of withstanding such extreme conditions to reduce the frequency of inner wall replacements. New materials must address the challenge of maintaining stable operations within the same system, where the ultra-high temperature plasma exceeds millions of degrees, while superconductors need to remain below -100 degrees Celsius. In Chun Fan's view, Professor Yu Xiaowei's current research on high-temperature bismuth oxide superconducting materials may very well meet the requirements for inner wall materials. Experimental chemistry in materials involves not just technical prowess, but also a significant degree of luck. Others might toil for decades without satisfactory results, yet Chun Fan, armed with the experiences of his past life, can navigate the path with far fewer detours. The unfinished Riemann hypothesis from his previous life has now reached completion. Thus, Chun Fan sets his sights on controllable nuclear fusion as his next career objective. With a well-structured plan, he decisively applies to the chemistry department at Dongshan University. A few days later, he receives his admission letter. Dear Chun Fan, Welcome to the Department of Materials Chemistry at the Osawa Joint College of Dongshan University. The name of the institution is somewhat lengthy and is often mispronounced as the Osawa Joint Reasonable College. However, the correct pronunciation is Osawa Joint College. While researching, Chen Fan frequently encounters searches related to this institution, such as, what is the educational level of Dongshan University's Reasonable College? Are the dormitories at Reasonable College equipped with private bathrooms? Is Dongshan University's Reasonable College an elite institution? What exactly is reasonable about the Reasonable College? These inquiries cause Chen Fan's eyelids to twitch in irritation. The term joint refers to cooperative education. While college pertains to the study of modern foundational theories and applied sciences in fields such as mathematics, physics, astronomy, chemistry, geography, geology, biology, and psychology. What on earth is this Reasonable College? Such ignorance. As the summer break unfolds, besides Chen Fan, everyone else finds themselves in a relatively leisurely state. Aside from obtaining their driver's licenses, they are indulging in a carefree existence, having not truly relaxed after 12 years of rigorous study. Fan Shun, where on earth have you been admitted? Please respond. Shi Tianming, who received his admission notice early, has secured a spot at Shuimu University. Riding on Chen Fan's coattails to success, he has been persistently pestering Chen Fan. Only today did Chen Fan finally receive his admission letter, promptly sending a photograph to Shi Tianming. In Shi Tianming's eyes, it was only natural that Chen Fan would choose between Jingping University and Shuimu University. He could hardly fathom why Chen Fan opted for such an obscure institution. Shi Tianming is left with a head full of question marks. Fan Shun, have you lost your mind? Why abandon Jingping and Shuimu for this unknown university? Chen Fan is at a loss for words. In Huahua, the hierarchy of universities is as follows. The most prestigious degree is from XX University, followed by XX College, and further down the list is XX University XX College, which is typically a private third-tier institution. It is no wonder that Shi Tianming is looked down upon for attending a so-called chicken university. However, the Rational College is distinct from such inferior institutions. It was jointly established by Dongshan University and Oshawa College, with investment from both Huahua and Maple Leaf Country that facilitated the construction of a state-of-the-art materials laboratory. After all, Dongshan University ranks among the top 10 in the nation, and it would never tarnish its reputation by establishing a subpar college. Besides Professor Yu Xiaowei, Chen Fan is also drawn to this laboratory. Many high-precision experimental projects require equipment that cannot simply be acquired with wealth. The establishment of large laboratories may take 5, 10 years, or even longer. Therefore, for certain specific experiments, specialized laboratories are irreplaceable. It is akin to attempting to produce televisions on a production line originally designed for bicycles, which poses a considerable challenge. With his rebirth, Chen Fan's greatest advantage lies in time. Thus, he would not squander it waiting for a new laboratory to be constructed. He must capitalize on the resources currently at his disposal. Fan Shen, why is that? Did the admissions office of the University of Science and Technology offend you? Yet, Shuimu and Jingping have done nothing to you. Why not apply? Choose a good school. Shi Tianming, however, could not contemplate such complexities. He simply applied wherever had a good reputation. After being propelled by the mathematics competition, the university studies would have to rely on their own efforts. Chen Fan did not elaborate much, smiling instead. Just focus on your studies. If there is an opportunity in the future, perhaps we shall meet again in our experimental projects. Shi Tianming felt a pang of regret. During high school, having a mentor and friend like Chen Fan brought immense assistance to his studies in life. Upon entering university, he feared he might never encounter a teacher like Chen Fan again. All right, Fan Shun, if you ever wish to pursue graduate studies here, I will gladly introduce you to my advisor. Of course, with your dual championship titles, you would be in high demand wherever you go. Chapter 57. You are studying chemistry? Aside from classmates from Linchuan No. 2 High School, Chen Fan's choice of school and major has drawn attention from various parties. Professors Li and Guo from Jingping University's mathematics department have been closely monitoring the college entrance examination system since the admissions began, eagerly anticipating Chen Fan joining their ranks. After all, isn't he the top scorer nationwide? Shouldn't he be the first to enter the system? Who is this Wang Haitao who has just been admitted? Did Chen Fan not choose our school? That seems illogical. Admissions team, hold off on everything else. Let us check if Chen Fan's name appears in the basic mathematics, information, and computing mathematics programs, aside from applied mathematics and computational mathematics. What? Chen Fan did not apply to Jingping University? Where'd he go? Did he poach from Shuimu University? Right, keep an eye on the physics department as well. Besides being the champion of the national mathematics competition, Chun Fan also won the physics competition, so he might very well apply for physics at Shuimu University. The report is complete. Chun Fan did not apply to our school. The professors from their mathematics and physics departments are quite persistent. It doesn't matter if he didn't apply now. Members of the admissions team, be sure to follow up. If we cannot admit Chun Fan during his undergraduate phase, we must bring him back for graduate studies. Maintain contact with him at Huaka University. Due to Zhou Jing's blunder, the admissions office staff has faced continuous reprimands since the start of the college entrance examination admissions process. All of it is because of the incompetence in your department. Chun Fan will not apply to our school now. We must keep an eye on this student's developments. As long as Chun Fan has intentions of pursuing graduate studies, I, as the dean of the mathematics department, am always willing to be his advisor. Additionally, I've heard that the new recruit, Xiang Xiaoyuan, is Chun Fan's protege. Maintain a good relationship with her. Other prestigious institutions are experiencing similar situations. Closely monitoring Chun Fan's whereabouts. When Chun Fan's admission results became accessible in the system, all the universities were left in shock. What is this? He applied for chemistry? Was he coerced? This makes no sense at all. No, we must investigate the reason behind Chun Fan's choice to study chemistry. And he also applied to Dongshan College, which is absurd. Within the hierarchy of disdain, Jingping and Shuimu look down upon C9 schools, while C9 schools disdain the other 985 institutions. Although Chun Fan is exceptionally talented, he has played a strong hand poorly within the university hierarchy. To avoid trouble, Chun Fan did not consult anyone when selecting his college major, directly blocking all unfamiliar calls on his phone. Even Professor Chang Jianhua from the aviation base only reached out to Chun Fan once he believed the results should have been released. Hello, is this consultant Chun? Upon answering the call, Chun Fan replied with a smile. Chief Engineer Chung, there's no need for formality. You could just call me Xiao Chen in private. Chang Jianhua felt an involuntary shiver. In the realm of research, merit prevails. Although Chun Fan is young, he has brought forth new technologies to the aviation base that they have struggled to achieve for 20 years. Ahem, may I ask, where have you decided to attend university? Shuimu, Jingping University, or Huaka? Chang Jianhua focused on the distance from the aviation base to these schools. Given that the admission results had already been confirmed, there was no longer anything to conceal. Chun Fan honestly replied, none of those. Chang Jianhua felt his heart shatter. He had been counting on Chun Fan to visit the base on weekends to provide guidance. Then where are you going? Dongshan University, Oshawa Joint College. Chang Jianhua exclaimed. This school is quite far from Jingping. Even by high-speed train, it would take at least 5 hours to return on weekends. It seems I won't be able to find this fellow on weekends. However, he could not comprehend why Chun Fan would choose such a distant institution, and one that is a joint college at that. Dongshan University ranks 9th nationally, but the joint college is independently ranked, with comprehensive strength already beyond the top 20. The mathematics and physics departments of Jingping, Shuimu, and Huaka are all ranked at the pinnacle within the nation. Why did Chun Fan not select any of these? All right then. Chang Jianhua resigned. The admission results are out, and it is indeed Chun Fan's own choice. Well, there's nothing to be done. Chang Jianhua jested. You really chose a rather obscure school. So, study hard, and strive to produce some noteworthy research achievements during your undergraduate phase. Chang Jianhua's mention of noteworthy was not meant as sarcasm. In truth, the components and engine design blueprints, as well as the power control systems, that Chun Fan submitted to the aviation base would suffice for his doctoral graduation on their own. However, these matters are of greater significance to the safety of Huagua. In the grand scheme, Chun Fan has become an undisclosed inventor. Chun Fan recognized the jest and responded, all right, thank you for your kind words. Chun Fan has chosen to study materials chemistry, a field with a high probability of yielding results. Even if the outcomes are not remarkable, there are certainly many comrades who manage to publish mediocre papers. Chang Jianhua continued, by the way, Chun Fan, which professor at Dongshan University caught your attention? While on the phone, Chang Jianhua began to search for information about the professors at Dongshan University. Chun Fan had provided considerable assistance in the propulsion and orbital calculations of rockets, and among the faculty at Dongshan University, there are 3 professors with notable achievements in this field who have even collaborated with the aviation base. Chang Jianhua pondered that although Chun Fan had taken a low-profile approach, he should not be overlooked among the student body. It would be prudent to extend a greeting to those old-timers, thereby lending Chun Fan a helping hand. Chun Fan did not conceal his intentions. Oh, I plan to reach out to Professor Yu Xiaowei. As Chang Jianhua typed away, he was taken aback to discover that this individual specialized in chemistry delving into a rather esoteric subject matter within the current academic circles. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, he repeated, "You shall we?" "Indeed," Chun Fan affirmed. The more Cheng Jianhua scrutinized the details, the more absurd it appeared. Male. 40 years old, doctoral supervisor, focusing on ultra-high temperature bismuth-based superconducting materials? Correct, Chun Fan replied. Cheng Jianhua's mind was in disarray. You are pursuing chemistry? The propulsion engineer and chief consultant for the aviation base is now studying chemistry? The leap is quite vast. Chun Fan remained unfazed, responding with tranquility. Yes, materials chemistry. Cheng Jianhua still felt a sense of dissonance. But didn't we discuss life at the RD base? My goal is to explore the unknown. So the choice of major may indeed be quite expansive. Cheng Jianhua retorted. Is that a bit ambitious? Perhaps a tad excessive. If one were unaware of Chun Fan's intellectual prowess, they might consider it ludicrous. A champion in both physics and mathematics competitions during high school. Now opting for materials chemistry. Was this a distortion of human nature or a degradation of morals? Selfishly speaking, Cheng Jianhua wished for Chun Fan to struggle in this discipline, so he could transfer to Jingheng University and command operations at the aviation base directly. Cheng Jianhua questioned, "Did anyone coerce you when you filled out your application?" Chun Fan replied calmly, "No, it was entirely voluntary." Cheng Jianhua further probed, "Then, how much funding did the school provide you?" Chun Fan found this curious. "Why would the school pay me to attend? I have to pay tuition." Cheng Jianhua countered, "You pay to attend school. But if you work here, I would have to cover your expenses." However, he could not voice this sentiment outright, and instead wished Chun Fan well. Very well. The most important thing is your happiness. It matters not what you study. With your capabilities, the aviation base will always welcome you back. Chun Fan responded, "Thank you for your concern, leader. Should the aviation base have any inquiries, feel free to contact me by phone." After hanging up, Cheng Jianhua paced around his office several times. Finally, he reviewed the National Research Workers Contact Directory on his desk and dialed a private number for the Dean of Dongda University's Joint Institute of Engineering. Fortunately, they had previously collaborated, which facilitated smooth communication. "Hello, is Dean Yijiqiu there? This is Cheng Jianhua from the aviation base. I have a student I would like to request special consideration for." Chapter 58. Enrollment Report. As the new semester approached, Dean Yijiqiu found himself inundated with responsibilities. There were always some overly presumptuous parents attempting to arrange student council positions, class committee roles, and even recommendations for further study from the very start of their first year. However, Yijiqiu, dedicated to the principles of education, remained steadfastly impartial, refusing to entertain any trivial requests from parents. The best way to avoid such nuisances was to ignore all private calls. Yet, upon seeing a number beginning with 010, he hesitated before picking up the receiver. To his surprise, it was Cheng Jianhua from the aviation base. "Ah, Chief Engineer Cheng, hello," Yijiqiu greeted, unable to suppress a frown. While the two shared a degree of familiarity, they both understood each other's temperaments well. Cheng Jianhua had always left an impression of being stern and decisive in his work. It seemed out of character for him to seek special consideration for a student. However, he recalled that Cheng Jianhua had a son who was around 17 or 18 years old and had likely just taken a college entrance examination. This posed a dilemma for Yijiqiu. Their professional interactions were inevitable, and given Cheng Jianhua's higher rank, it complicated matters. After a moment of silence, Yijiqiu took the initiative to inquire, "Chief Engineer Cheng, what specific consideration are you seeking for this individual?" On the other end of the line, Cheng Jianhua's voice brooked no dissent. "His name is Chun Fan. He should be the first in your school's admission system. There is no need for further inquiries. University admissions prioritize students based on their exam scores, and Chun Fan, being the top scorer in the nation, would undoubtedly be granted admission to any institution he applied to." Yijiqiu flipped through the list of newly admitted students and noted that Chun Fan was indeed at the top. Stunned, he asked him, "This Chun Fan, could he possibly be the dual champion in competitions?" "Yes," Cheng Jianhua confirmed. "Goodness, ah!" Yijiqiu exclaimed with delight. Each year, the top scorers from various provinces and champions for national competitions were typically snatched up by prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida. While Dongda occasionally had the opportunity to enroll a few, it was rare for a subordinate college to encounter a top scorer. Chun Fan, being the only perfect scorer and dual champion in history, was a coveted recruit, and it was unfathomable that he had chosen to attend their Joint Institute of Engineering instead of more illustrious schools. This was an incredible boon. Cheng Jianhua cleared his throat twice. Cough, cough, cough. Yijiqiu quickly stifled his laughter, swearing, "Rest assured, Chief Engineer Cheng, this student will be well taken care of." If he wishes to pursue further studies, he can remain here, and if he prefers a direct doctoral route, we can arrange that immediately. This is absolutely not a backdoor deal or favoritism. On the other end of the line, Chang Jianhua's expression darkened. He had hoped that Chun Fan would pursue graduate studies or a doctorate closer to home, frequently visiting the aviation base for guidance. After just a few exchanges, Yi Zhiqiu had already claimed an advantage. I was referring to assistance in daily matters, not academics. Chang Fan's choices regarding graduate studies should not be dictated by anyone. His preferences must be respected. Yi Zhiqiu adjusted his glasses, perplexed by Chang Jianhua's sudden fervor, as if he had been provoked by something. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, Chang Jianhua interjected decisively, and concerning safety assurances, if anything were to happen to Chun Fan at your institute, do not blame me for flattening your joint institute of engineering. Though the latter part was said in jest, it still made Yi Zhiqiu's eyelids twitch. After all, rockets and missiles are technically quite similar, differing only in minor modifications to the guidance systems. After hanging up, Yi Zhiqiu accessed Chun Fan's profile, but aside from his award information, other details were inaccessible due to confidentiality from his part-time work at the aerospace base. Chun Fan, the highest score in history on the college entrance examination, yet he chose our institute. A dual champion in physics and mathematics competitions, now pursuing a chemistry major. One intriguing young man. I eagerly anticipate his enrollment. Time passed swiftly, and before long, summer had faded, giving way to the cooler days of autumn and the arrival of the new students. During the latter half of his summer vacation, Chun Fan spent his time at the aviation base. Although Chief Engineer Chung had intended to send a special vehicle to take Chun Fan to school, he graciously declined. This was because Aunt Chin wished to personally escort the child she had raised with such devotion into university. Naturally, Chun Fan had no reason to refuse. Furthermore, the East University branch of the College of Arts and Sciences was situated along the coast, where the seafood was particularly delectable during the school opening season in late August, featuring succulent shrimp, squid, and blue crabs. After a lifetime of hard work, Aunt Chin felt that this trip could serve as a well-deserved reward. Chun Fan had done well to keep his identity confidential, and since he was traveling within the borders of Huaguo, the aviation base agreed to the trip after thoroughly assessing his personal safety. Although purchasing high-speed train tickets during the school season was notoriously difficult, Chun Fan was unconcerned, as he could have the travel expenses reimbursed by the aviation base according to regulations. With a wave of his hand, he arranged for a business-class seat. Aunt Chun, whose previous travels had primarily been limited to rural areas and county towns, often relied on unlicensed taxis and buses, which were typically cramped and dirty. Thus, the clean and spacious high-speed train felt particularly novel to her, and she hesitated to touch anything. My, how incredible! Over 1,000 miles. And we can arrive in less than 6 hours. The advancements in technology are truly astonishing. Fan, you must study diligently and contribute to the nation's technological progress in the future, Aunt Chin urged. Chun Fan smiled in acknowledgement, a behavior befitting his age. Although he had already begun his employment at the aviation base, his identity remained a closely guarded secret, even from his family. Elevating the technological level to ensure that every ordinary person can enjoy a better life than before is, after all, the aspiration of every researcher. The high-speed train sped swiftly, and before long, they arrived at their destination. A short 30-minute taxi ride later, they reached the university. Established over a century ago, the East University branch of the College of Arts and Sciences boasted grandiose gates that bore witness to the passage of time. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the imposing 11-story library standing proudly at the center. Chun Fan presented his registration certificate to the guard and stepped inside with confidence. It was the first day of orientation, and the campus was adorned with banners warmly welcoming new students. Following closely behind Chun Fan, Aunt Chun observed the vibrant, youthful faces around her, and a smile of satisfaction spread across her own. Chun Fan produced his file and identification, seeking assistance from a senior student at the new student reception area. Hello, senior. I'm here to complete my enrollment, he stated, despite the chill in the air. The senior student wore a sleeveless top and a fashionable short skirt, and upon noticing the handsome newcomer, she couldn't help but smile brightly. Hello, junior, she exclaimed. As she prepared Chun Fan's meal card, she also guided him in filling out the basic information form. Orientation was indeed a delightful role, especially for the unattached students. Oh, you're just 16, still a minor. Chun Fan reiterated earnestly. Yes, I'm a minor. Is there an issue, senior? The senior's smile faltered for a moment before she shifted the topic. No worries, being young is great. By the way, are you really the dual champion Chun Fan? That is correct, Chun Fan replied. The senior's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh my, that's impressive. I always thought top students were rather bookish. But I didn't expect such a handsome face and excellent grades from you. Here is your enrollment handbook, meal card, and library card. Do you need any assistance with your luggage to your dorm? Chun Fan graciously accepted the items, but politely declined her offer. Thank you, but my guardian is here. With that, he and Aunt Chun, pulling their suitcase, followed the directional signs to complete all necessary procedures before heading toward the dormitory. He casually discarded the Foreign Language Society's recruitment pamphlet and the senior's personal business card that had been tucked within the new student materials. The senior felt a chill run down her spine. In such a brisk autumn wind, she had dressed beautifully in hopes of catching the junior's attention, only to be met with such indifference by the very first student. However, Chun Fan felt no discomfort in his actions. In university life, while it may sound glamorous, the reality of being involved in student organizations often turned one into a mere cog in the machine. Once you joined, you were treated like a brick in the school's wall, either carrying books and supplies for events or clapping mindlessly during meetings. Instead of wasting time on such trivialities, he preferred to run a few laps on the field to stay fit. Chun Fan visited a supermarket to purchase some basic living necessities before moving into the dorm with Aunt Chun. The dormitories at East University's branch of the College of Arts and Sciences consisted of small suites with 2 bedrooms, a living area, and a bathroom, complete with a washing machine and air conditioning, accommodating 4 students per suite. While cleaning, Aunt Chun, holding a broom and dustpan, couldn't help but express her astonishment. University life is wonderful. The living conditions here are not inferior to our newly built home. Fan, you're going to enjoy this. Schools that could provide such reasonable living conditions were rare in the country. Even prestigious institutions like Peking University and Tsinghua University couldn't boast better accommodations for graduate students. Most ordinary universities housed 6 to 8 students per room, often lacking air conditioning and sometimes requiring students to share communal bathrooms and hallways. Of course, such quality living arrangements came at a price, all factored into the tuition fees. Due to the collaborative nature of the program and the prestige of East University, the tuition at the College of Arts and Sciences was set at 120,000 yuan. In contrast, a typical university charged around 5,000 yuan per year, with teacher training and agricultural programs being even cheaper, hovering around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. This meant that the cost of studying here for a single year could equate to attending an ordinary school for 24 years. However, Chun Fan need not worry about tuition. Chief Engineer Chung had already assured him that as a part-time chief consultant at the aviation base, all expenses associated with his further education will be covered by the base. Aunt Chun busied herself, perspiring profusely, and despite several attempts to persuade her to take a break, she remained steadfast. Fan, let me help you set up your bed. Remember to dress warmly in this cold weather, and be sure to get along well with your classmates. You shouldn't become complacent just because you've scored high marks. All right? Lacking formal education, Aunt Chun's advice was filled with simple wisdom and heartfelt experiences. Understood, Mom, Chun Fan finally replied after a moment of hesitation, the last word slipping from his lips. Though not by blood, Aunt Chun had raised him with tremendous dedication, embodying the essence of a mother in his heart. Aunt Chun was taken aback by this address, tears glistening in her eyes. Fan, the two continued their conversation, with Aunt Chun adding, the scholarship money you earned. I've saved it for you. I'll give you 2,000 yuan each month, and the rest will be set aside for your future wife at this. Chun Fan felt overwhelmed. There's no need for that. You should enjoy the money yourself. The house in the county has been completed, and the new house in the village is nearing completion, so we need to purchase furniture and appliances. Also, Sister Hui is a national college entrance examination top scorer. Her cash reward alone amounted to nearly 1 million yuan, not including any physical prizes. Chun Fan, with a share of patent royalties and a base salary, was financially secure enough not to worry. Thus, he decided to give all his bonuses to Aunt Chun, hoping she could enjoy a more comfortable life in her later years. However, Aunt Chun, accustomed to a frugal lifestyle, did not squander the sudden windfall. Instead, she opened a separate bank account to save it as a fixed deposit for Chun Fan. Embracing her role as a typical mother, she said, Fan, since you've just arrived this month and still need to acquire many essentials, I'll give you 3,000 yuan for living expenses. Chun Fan chuckled in disbelief. That's really unnecessary. As a part-time chief consultant at the aviation base, his basic salary was 20,000 yuan per month, more than sufficient for an average person's expenses. This does not even take into account the components and engine technology patents submitted by Chun Fan. With Chun Fan's technological support, the aviation base is poised to upgrade a substantial number of rocket design plans. It won't be long before the royalties from Chun Fan's licensing will reach astronomical figures. Just as the two were at an impasse, a new roommate completed his registration and entered the room. This young man was robustly built, with well-defined muscles that clearly indicated he had undergone specialized training. He wore a Burberry jacket emblazoned with a large logo, paired with Versace jeans featuring the Medusa emblem on the right side and the latest Air Jordan sneakers. His accessories, including a watch and sunglasses, exuded extravagance and opulence. Behind him trailed two associates, both around 30, each carrying two Louis Vuitton luggage bags. As he set down his baggage, he called out, "Hey, hello there. Are you also a freshman? I'm Rodaway, having scored an impressive 606 in the college entrance examination to join Dongda. Additionally, I secured first place in a high school English speech competition. The admission score for Dongda's main campus hovers around 640, but the joint college requires a minimum of only 580. With just over 600 points, Rodaway felt that attending a prestigious 985 institution was nearly impossible. However, he was unwilling to endure the hardships of repeating a year. After much deliberation, he finally decided that the environment at the noble Dongda Joint College of Science was appealing, and the name itself sounded impressive, so he enrolled. When registering, Rodaway reviewed the historical admission scores and felt that applying with his score was a bit of a stretch. Moreover, upon hearing that he was accepted into a prestigious school, his family celebrated with extravagant graduation banquets throughout the summer, showering him with praise and indulgences. Leaving Rodaway in a euphoric state, he glanced at Chun Fan, who appeared to be of similar age, and then at the weary-looking Aunt Chun, chuckling classmate. "Is this your hired aunt? Perhaps she could assist me with my cleaning as well?" Chapter 60, The Dormitory Brotherhood Conflict. Aunt Chun had worked part-time cleaning and domestic services in the county, and instinctively felt compelled to comply with Rodaway's directive, a habit that had nearly become second nature. Just as she reached for a broom, Chun Fan intervened. Rodaway, lacking social experience and overly sheltered, presented himself as a typical rich heir. Yet his companions quickly discerned the situation and whispered among themselves, "Rodaway, that might be your roommate's mother." Rodaway, though somewhat arrogant, was not entirely oblivious. He slightly turned his head to mask his embarrassment. "Oh, my apologies. Well, could you assist me with the cleaning?" Though he spoke these words, his impression of Chun Fan had shifted. Having moved to a new school after his father's midlife success, he was steeped in elite education. With the social circle vastly transformed, his previous ordinary friends were replaced by various wealthy heirs and second-generation entrepreneurs. At Dongda Joint College of Science, Rodaway sought to cultivate a high-quality social network. He viewed students like Chun Fan as individuals he would prefer not to associate with after his family's rise to prominence. The circumstances surrounding Chun Fan's family left him puzzled about how they could afford to attend such an institution, given that tuition fees had already served as a filter. Rodaway dismissed any curiosity regarding Chun Fan's name and busied himself with unpacking. At that moment, the other two roommates arrived. They had met on their way to registration, and upon discovering they were in the same dormitory, chatted as they walked. "The tuition here is exorbitant, damn it. Honestly, if it weren't for Dongda's reputation, I wouldn't even consider enrolling. I'm from Jingping, having attended the affiliated high school. I initially aimed for Jingda, but I was hit by a car right before the exams, missing one foreign language test, and ended up with a total score of 560. Otherwise, with the competition points, I would have surely been a city champion. I received a second prize in the national math competition, but due to my low overall score, my application was relegated to the chemistry major. It's infuriating. The system of determining admissions based on exam scores concentrated excellence, as everyone was a top student from their previous schools. In this new environment, they all felt exceptional and were eager to showcase their prowess to those around them. As the boys pushed open the dormitory door, ready to introduce themselves to their new roommates and flaunt their accomplishments, they were taken aback upon seeing the occupants. "No way. Is that really you, Godfan?" The new roommate was none other than Jean Xin, who had previously trained with Chun Fan for the national competition. Jean had boasted endlessly, subtly implying that had it not been for an unfortunate accident, this institution was not worthy of his talents. He vividly recalled being thoroughly eclipsed by Chun Fan's prowess during their training sessions. "Hey!" Chun Fan greeted his old acquaintance with a smile. Accompanying Jean Xin was a quieter boy named Qin Yu, who was patiently waiting to hear stories, but Jean abruptly fell silent. Internally, Jean was seething with frustration. This bragging isn't going to work anymore. The national top scorer has enrolled in the same college and chosen to study materials chemistry. What a joke. Yet, he maintained a polished demeanor, Chun Fan, it's been a while since the math competition. Chun Fan replied amicably, yes, it has been a while. Aware of his own inferiority to Chun Fan, Jean nonetheless felt compelled to maintain his status in front of the other roommates, so he added, I was the second place in a math competition, while Chun Fan was the national champion, achieving full marks in the college entrance examination, math competition, and physics competition. Chun Fan's ability truly astonished me. I lost with complete acceptance. Qin Yu, who had no competition experience, was in awe of his roommate's accolades, exclaiming in admiration. Rodaway felt a slight pang to his pride. Having gained admission to Dongda and celebrated with lavish banquets, he had heard countless praises from his father's business associates, who called him a prodigy and a top scholar. He had once believed that his acceptance into a prestigious school marked the pinnacle of his life, that he would be among the elite in this new environment. Little did he know, upon entering the dormitory, he was faced with two formidable competitors. Jin Xinshin exclaimed, my mock exam scores were around 680. Had it not been for my absence in English, I would have been qualified for Qingbei. Chun Fan countered, I achieved the highest score in the nation on the college entrance examination. I can apply wherever I wish. There was no further discussion to be had. Rodaway couldn't help but interject, what are the national champions and runners-up doing in the chemistry department? Jin Xinshin shrugged innocently, I missed the English exam. My math score wasn't high enough to secure my place. Otherwise, who would choose chemistry, dealing with all these toxic substances? I'm even considering changing my major. It's said that our school's dean, Yi Zhiqiu, has a straightforward temperament. No leniency is given for changing majors. One must rank in the top 3 of their program to qualify for a transfer. Damn it, if I could rank in the top 3 in this major, why would I even want to change? Chun Fan, as always, spoke the truth. But no one believed him. I'm here to promote the development of materials chemistry in Huagua. The other roommates exchanged glances, stifling their amusement. Qin Yu coughed repeatedly, attempting to disguise his laughter. You're impressive, truly impressive. As the new acquaintances aimed to boast about their achievements, the presence of Chun Fan rendered such discussions futile. In terms of college entrance scores, he had achieved full marks. In terms of competition results, he was a dual champion. The conversation inevitably shifted from academic accolades to lifestyle expenditures. On this subject, Rodaway excelled. He was the sole heir of a wealthy family, accustomed to indulgence, intimately familiar with luxury goods, prestigious cars, and high-end watches. Rodaway once sought validation through academic excellence within the elite circle of wealthy young masters. Now, he has resolved to gain recognition by leveraging his financial resources among the top scholars. Rodaway has a penchant for standing out and aspires to be the leader of his dormitory. However, the current dynamics within the dormitory present a challenge. Jin Xinshin is acquainted with Chun Fan and holds a deep respect for his abilities. Qin Yu, though taciturn, is also drawn to strength, having developed admiration for Chun Fan after listening for a while. Consequently, Rodaway decides to make a small but impactful display of his affluent background. While academic performance might suffice for routine group projects and bear some weight during final examinations, the pleasures of daily life, including dining and entertainment, are best catered to by someone of his financial stature. Upon everyone's arrival at the dormitory, Rodaway meticulously observes their attire and living conditions. Jin Xinshin hails from Jingping, but his family's financial standing appears to be a notch below his own. Qin Yu maintains a low profile, yet his backpack and watch are of high-end brands, indicating a middle-class to upper-middle-class background. As for Chun Fan, Rodaway finds him inscrutable. He questions how someone from such a family background could gain admission to the prestigious Eastern University Joint Institute of Science without being a scholarship student. Taking the initiative, Rodaway proposes, since we are all roommates now, how about we dine together this afternoon? I arrived a week early and have made some connections with upperclassmen, counselors, and professors. They are quite familiar with one another. In the future, should there be competitions, publications, or laboratory work, these connections will prove invaluable. I will invite them to join us for a meal. Chapter 61, The Dinner Gathering. At the mention of this, everyone perked up. As newcomers to university, everything feels fresh and they're eager to explore and engage. Getting to know upperclassmen can expedite their acclimatization to the campus and facilitate future endeavors. More importantly, the relationships with mentors, publications, and laboratories are directly linked to their prospects for graduate school. Jin Xinshin immediately adopts a sycophantic demeanor. Rodaway, do you have such strong connections? My family has several relatives who are university professors. I was hoping to find someone to help me switch back to the mathematics program, but Dean has been quite unyielding. I don't expect to persuade him, but if you could introduce me to a professor in the mathematics department, I would be willing to consider you as a godfather. Rodaway smiled enigmatically. That can certainly be arranged. What about you, Qinyu? Do you have any plans for university? He inquires. To be honest, I chose chemistry because my father donated 10 million in research funds to Professor Mo's lab upon my enrollment. If all goes well, I could co-author a couple of papers and secure a recommendation for graduate school by my junior year. Qinyu smiles shyly. That sounds quite promising. Rodaway raises an eyebrow at Chen Fan. Although he cannot compete with Chen Fan academically, he must bolster his social network and financial influence. Rodaway, when shall we have the dinner gathering? Rodaway fiddles with his phone and steps onto the outdoor balcony to make several calls. Let's postpone it a bit. The professors and upperclassmen are quite busy. All right. At that moment, Chen Fan interjects. I want to be able to join. I need to take my family to the train station this afternoon, and I have other matters to attend to. Rodaway is elated. This presents a perfect opportunity for him to win over the others. No waities. Chen Fan, you go ahead with your plans. We have plenty of time ahead of us, and we can always gather again later. Definitely, we shall. After seeing his mother off at the station and ensuring she boards the correct high-speed train, Chen Fan returns to the university. Cheng Jianhua has sent several messages urging Chen Fan to meet with Ding Yi. After all, being a student there, it would be prudent to establish a rapport for future dealings. During dinner time, after much persuasion, Rodaway manages to secure 2 graduate students and 1 undergraduate student to join them, while the lecturers politely decline, citing their preparations for the new term. As for professors, only Rodaway's father could muster enough influence to extend an invitation, as a direct invitation from him would be seen as presumptuous. The upperclassmen claim they are coming to offer guidance and exchange ideas, but in reality, they are merely looking to enjoy a free meal and boast. Nonetheless, making new friends at the start of university is always exhilarating. The group cleans up and gathers in the parking lot beneath the dormitory. Rodaway flamboyantly brandishes the keys to his Audi, declaring, the upperclassmen will ride with me. You two should introduce yourselves first. Then catch a cab to the school gate and tell them to take you to the Jinjiang restaurant. Okay, I suppose. Jin Xin feels a twinge of doubt. What was supposed to be a meeting with professors has now turned into a meeting with upperclassmen. What was promised as a ride has turned into us taking a taxi first. Will the dinner he claimed he would pay for turn into a split bill? As time drags on, dinner is postponed until after 7 p.m. The group has only just arrived at the dormitory, having spent the entire afternoon tidying up, and they are now ravenous. Jin Xin and Qin Yu feel a pang of regret, but having already committed to the dinner, neither wants to back out and lose face. Especially as they watch Rodaway drive off with the upperclassmen. They feel a stark contrast, sensing they're merely there to fill numbers. Jin Xin grumbles to himself, damn it. If I hadn't ended up in this godforsaken place, I could have been just as arrogant at Jing University. Qin Yu chuckles wryly. Shall we head to the school gate to catch a taxi? As they converse, they suddenly see the headlights of a Bentley flicker, and an older man and a younger one emerge from the administrative building. Qin Yu gazes at the car with envy. Jin Xin, well-versed in such matters, explains. Most of the luxury cars on campus belong to the professors. Despite their base salary being around 10,000, many professors hold equity in companies, serve as consulting advisors, or even run their own laboratories or tech startups. Nevertheless, I hope to encounter a wealthy mentor when I pursue my Master S. Qin Yu nods. His vision isn't severely impaired, but he begins to recognize the younger individual approaching. Isn't that Chen Fan? Jin Xin squints, and, after a moment of realization, exclaims, holy crap. He hastily removes his sunglasses and earbuds, shoving the unnecessary items into his pocket, standing straight, as if he were a high school student. What's going on? Qin Yu asks, puzzled. Jin Xin leans in closer, whispering, the one next to Chen Fan is our joint institute dean, Professor Yi Zhiqiu. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu promptly straightens his shirt, wanting to avoid making a poor impression on the university leadership. Ding Yi, appearing to be in his early 40s, sports a center-parted hairstyle and black-framed glasses. Today, he is dressed in a sharp casual suit, exuding an air of competence and diligence. He is preparing to treat Chen Fan to a meal, recognizing that Chen Fan is this year's top student and, at the behest of his former colleagues, has chosen to join their modest joint institute instead of attending prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Get in, Chen Fan, no need to be polite. Chen Fan, wanting to show respect as a junior, would typically reciprocate the courtesy, but being underage and without a driver's license, he must let the dean drive while he takes a seat. Chen Fan has no intention of appearing aloof, but the circumstances dictate otherwise. I apologize for the inconvenience. Not all, Ding Yi replies warmly. Jin Xin and Qin Yu watch intently as Chen Fan follows the dean into the car. Chen Fan notices them and says, hey, weren't you supposed to go eat? We were just about to catch a taxi at the school gate. Unexpectedly, Dean Yi lowers the car window and asks, "Are you Chen Fan's roommates? Aren't there four of you in a room? Where's the fourth person?" Qin Yi responds, "It's our first dorm gathering. Rodaway went to the hotel to reserve a table. We arrived late and took longer to tidy up, so we decided to take a taxi." Dean Yi, with a warm smile, turned to Chen Fan and said, "Am I such an old fellow that I have delayed your social activities? If you don't mind, how about I join your gathering?" Jin Xin and Qin Yu exchanged glances, silently communicating, and promptly responded, "Of course, no problem." The dean's willingness to dine with us speaks volumes about his desire to avoid spending 4 years in school before declining such an invitation. Dean Yi brought out the car. "Then, let us embark. I relish engaging with the youth." It was Qin Yu's first encounter with such a prominent leader. "Dean, would you allow me to drive?" Jin Xin chimed in. "Let me take the wheel. I can see your hands trembling." Considering the value of the dean's car, "I wouldn't want you to cause any damage." Chapter 62, An Odd Thought Process. At Jinjiang Hotel, Luo Dai arrived first with the senior students. The 3 invited guests were all direct disciples of Professor Mao, and Luo Dai was counting on them to usher him into the laboratory and help him publish papers. "Luo Shitty, is it too early to order? Your roommates haven't arrived yet." After paying the bill, Luo Dai became exceedingly excited. "No worries. As a newcomer, my priority today is to host my seniors. My roommates are merely an afterthought. After all, they're the seniors I will rely on in the future." Senior A, feeling buoyed by Luo Dai's enthusiasm, assured him, "Rest easy when we achieve results. I will certainly reserve a spot for you as the second or third author on the paper." Senior B laughed heartily, "Since we have invested in this group, they will be ours moving forward. As a member of the student council, I will be sure to look out for you in the future." While the group was exchanging pleasantries, Chen Fan and his companions were guided into the private room by the waiter. Naturally, Dean Yi led the way. "Why did you arrive so late, Jean?" Just as Luo Dai was about to assert himself, he recognized some familiar faces among the newcomers, though he couldn't quite recall their names. Following behind, Chen Fan and his 3 roommates entered the private room. Luo Dai scratched his head, pondering, "Who are these individuals? Did my father bring me to meet these professors during his visit? Why can't I remember their names? They look so familiar." Suddenly, he noticed that his fellow seniors were rising to their feet. "Dean, greetings, Dean Yi. Dean, what brings you here?" Luo Dai broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly standing up, only to accidentally knock over his teacup, spilling water all over the tablecloth. This was a leader his father had never met. The soundproofing of the private room was mediocre. The students had been discussing various topics that Dean Yi could hear quite clearly. With a cheerful demeanor, Dean Yi remarked, "I wanted to immerse myself in the student community and understand your daily lives. Is there a problem? Surely, you wouldn't exclude this old fellow from your activities?" The graduate students shook their heads vigorously. "How could that be? Please, Dean." In recent years, Dean Yi had served as a reviewer for graduate thesis defenses. Whether or not they could graduate successfully depended on his benevolence. After treating the group, Luo Dai, who had been occupying the main seat, knew he had to yield to the dean. However, having spilled water earlier, the chair cushions were slightly damp, leading to an awkward moment. As Luo Dai shifted his chair aside, Senior A moved a dry chair closer. "Please, Dean, no need for formality." The dean replied as he took his seat. During the meal, Luo Dai felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. He couldn't help but think, with such a powerful background, why did my family choose to dress so modestly during the report? Dean, you could not possibly be an ordinary rural woman. The other seniors wished they could find a hole to hide in. Surely. The boastful tales I shared with Luo Dai weren't overheard, right? This is mortifying. After some interaction with Chen Fan, Dean Yi found the young man mature and composed despite his youth, and he appreciated their exchange of academic viewpoints, noting that Chen Fan had a distinct perspective. In his mind, he thought, no wonder he is this year's national champion. His caliber is exceptional. If only all the students at my university possessed such quality. What is so remarkable about Tsinghua and Beida? Aren't they merely adept at plucking the best talents from everywhere? If our Institute of Combined Science had such a plethora of talented individuals, dominating the academic sphere would be a mere formality. Chief Engineer Chung had a keen eye. He had heard that Chen Fan was already acquainted with someone before he became the champion, and he felt compelled to look after such a treasure. As Dean Yi received compliments from several students and enjoyed a bit of wine, he became somewhat elated. "You all are the promising youth of the future. Seize your youth and enrich yourselves through learning. Should you encounter any challenges in your studies or lives, feel free to reach out to me anytime." Although the seniors knew this was merely rhetoric, they echoed his sentiments. However, the inexperienced Jin Xin, overwhelmed by the dean's praise of young talent and the country's future, found his spirits soaring. Hearing the dean's promises, Jean Shinshin seemed to glimpse a ray of hope and asked, "Dean, may I change my major?" Dean Yi chuckled, "Oh, you wish to switch majors? Which department are you considering?" Jean Shinshin boasted, "Mathematics." "Mathematics? Dean, I was the second in the national mathematics competition. I possess great talent. I believe this is my true calling." Dean Yi nodded in agreement. "Very good." Jean Shinshin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's wonderful. So, Dean, when can I process the paperwork for my major change?" Dean Yi tapped the table thoughtfully. "After you place in the top 3 of the chemistry program." Jean Shinshin was taken aback. "Huh?" Dean Yi continued with a laugh. "You have arrived here, so you must find peace in your situation. Enrolling in the materials chemistry program is fate. If you truly love mathematics, you could pursue a second degree. I can inquire with the professors on your behalf." Jean Shinshin fell into despair. "Dean, I no longer wish to study chemistry." This was a far cry from the leisurely, relaxed college life he had envisioned. Dean Yi's gaze shifted past him to Chun Fan, and with a smile, he asked, "Chun Fan, what was your ranking in the national mathematics competition?" "First. Would you like to switch to the mathematics program?" "I would not." Dean Yi squinted and turned back to Jean Shinshin. "You see, even those who are more capable than you have no desire to change majors, which indicates the promising future of our chemistry program." Jean Shinshin felt as though he had received 1,000 blows. Was the thought process of scholars truly this peculiar? During the national competition training at Kyoto University, professors had already expressed interest in taking Chun Fan as a disciple, and he was already feeling quite overwhelmed. It seemed that trouble was destined to follow him. In the 4 years of university ahead, he would undoubtedly have to navigate this person's whims. Wait, if Chun Fan were to pursue graduate studies here, would he have to endure this difficult individual for another 3 years? After the meal, the expressions of the seniors were far from pleasant. What was intended to be a casual meet and greet with the newcomers turned into a scenario where the juniors introduced themselves to a big shot. Luo Dai felt similarly. After the meal, he found himself at a loss for words. What was meant to be an opportunity to show off had been completely disrupted by Chun Fan. Jealousy caused him to feel detached. Isn't it just because he excels academically? It's absurd. A national champion who could have gone to Tsinghua or Beida is here trying to flaunt himself in front of me. Alas, what is the benefit of being favored by teachers for excelling in studies if it merely leads to serving others? My father possesses ample wealth. Henceforth, I shall ensure they witness the prowess of my extraordinary abilities. Though Jean Shinshin has not succeeded in his ambition to change majors, he now, like Qin Yu, is unwaveringly devoted to Chun Fan. Brother Fan is indeed remarkable. Even Dean Yi, a figure of such stature, has been summoned by you. From now on, he shall follow your lead. Chapter 63. You scored a 9 in IELTS as well? The following morning, Chun Fan received a text from Dean Yi Jiqiu. "I have advocated for you regarding Professor Yu Xiaowi's laboratory. However, he seeks a mature researcher, not merely a bookworm who excels at examinations and rote memorization. Since you aspire to join him, best of luck." It seems he has been labeled a bookworm, which left Chun Fan both amused and perplexed. In his past life, he had not encountered Professor Yu Xiaowi. Hence, he sought information about the professor on the Mentor Evaluation Network. Professor Yu, with his overseas research experience, exclusively mentors students engaged in graduate studies, shunning undergraduate and examination candidates, making him rather elusive within academic circles. His rationale is straightforward. Those adept at examinations may not necessarily excel in experimental and research endeavors. Yesterday, Chun Fan met with Dean Yi Jiqiu and, without breaching confidentiality agreements, expressed his desire to engage with Professor Yu Xiaowi. Dean Yi promptly indicated that he could facilitate the connection, but whether to join another's research team would depend on Professor Yu's specific opinions. Chun Fan bore no grievances regarding this outcome. It signified that the United College of Science and Technology operates with fairness, where merit prevails. There are no sordid transactions of connections or finances. The work of researchers remains untainted. If one wishes to pursue research under a specific professor or publish particular papers, merely a casual mention to acquaintances suffices, which would inevitably lead to a corrupt environment. Professor Yu desires to assess capabilities, and Chun Fan possesses an abundance of them. This morning's freshman orientation includes an English proficiency assessment. Our college collaborates with partner institutions, and the administration places considerable emphasis on our academic performance. It is said that those who fail to meet the standards will be required to take an additional English course in their freshman year. An examination? I excel at examinations. Chun Fan, along with his companions, rose early, prepared, and after breakfast in the cafeteria, engaged in discussions while walking. Chun Fan positioned himself at the center, flanked by Jean Shinshin and Qin Yu. Following their initial gathering in the dormitory, Chun Fan subtly assumed the role of the dorm leader. Luo Dawei, feeling disgruntled yet unwilling to demean himself by flattering Chun Fan, made an excuse to act independently. Once everyone settled in the classroom, some even purchased answer pens upon hearing about the examination. A trivial matter. With a perfect score of 150 in English during the college entrance examination, I am ready. I have already reviewed the vocabulary for the CET 4 and CET 6. To be admitted here, one must have achieved at least 560 points, ranking within the top 3 across provinces and cities. This assembly of academic achievers boasted of their impressive scores and remarkable past performances. Jin Xin and Qin Yu ventured to boast in the front and back rows, leaving Chun Fan somewhat sidelined. Aware that Chun Fan was the National College Entrance Examination champion, they deemed comparisons futile, as it might affect their morale. Chun Fan attended the collective activity out of obligation. He harbored little interest in competing in English, viewing language merely as a tool for communication. Luo Dawei, seated apart from his roommates in a corner of the classroom, feigned profundity, refraining from initiating conversation with any classmates. Yet internally, he chuckled with anticipation, determined to overshadow Chun Fan this time. Just moments ago, he had received a notification. His meticulously prepared IELTS score, achieved during the summer following the college entrance examination, had arrived, an astonishing 9. A score of 9 in IELTS signifies expert-level proficiency, akin to that of a native English speaker, demonstrating complete command over the language, with appropriateness, accuracy, fluency, and full comprehension. A mere written examination, effortlessly accomplished. Luo Dawei toyed with his pen, unaware that 2 students and a striking blonde teacher had entered the classroom. The students, members of the student council, were responsible for maintaining order. Dear classmates, this year our United College's English proficiency test will be conducted in the form of spoken dialogue, without a written component. The majority of the class responded with surprise. This change has been implemented to better acclimate everyone to foreign instructors. In previous years, the English proficiency tests for our joint program mirrored those of regular classes, relying on listening and written assessments. However, many students who passed the test struggled to comprehend lessons from foreign teachers by the semester's end, leading to a dismal failure rate, bordering on a teaching crisis. Thus, under Dean Ye's initiative, this arrangement has been set in motion. Strict requirements are in place. Additional classes will be added for students. The foreign teacher introduced herself. I am Winona, an assistant professor in materials chemistry. I would like everyone to begin with a self-introduction, and thereafter we shall engage in discussions about topics of mutual interest. The first student stood, perhaps already aware that English was not his strong suit, and as Winona approached him, he stumbled through his introduction. Hello everyone, I am Xinhui Li. I enjoy playing basketball. Many in the class lowered their heads, stifling laughter at his awkward accent and speech. He was promptly bypassed for further dialogue. Sit down, please. In subsequent introductions, a few students managed to engage in brief, stilted exchanges with Winona before taking their seats. The flaw in exam-oriented education is that what is learned does not necessarily translate into practical application. A somewhat cold yet relatable joke echoed the sentiments of all present. I have been learning foreign languages since the 1st grade, and now, as a freshman, after 12 years of study, I still cannot converse normally with foreigners. As for Luo Dawei, the process of this proficiency test mirrored that of the IELTS speaking examination. Having recently participated in the IELTS and having engaged in English speech competitions in high school, he employed an array of sophisticated vocabulary in his introduction, drawing the attention of his classmates. Impressive. No wonder my father urged me to attend a good school. It truly is a gathering of talent. Chun Fan, could you please introduce yourself first? I would like to draft a rough outline, Luo Dawei remarked. Certainly, Chun Fan agreed with enthusiasm. Noticing that all eyes were on him, Luo Dawei, aiming for a more complete presentation, concluded his introduction with a passion for chemistry and a desire for further interaction with the professor. Winona nodded in approval. Luo Dawei believed he had performed admirably, only to find himself bewildered as Winona launched into a discussion filled with specialized English chemical terminology. This posed a challenge for him. Indeed, Luo Dawei's English was commendable, yet his knowledge of chemistry was limited to high school teachings, leaving him ill-prepared for such advanced technical vocabulary. He stumbled through a few responses, while Winona offered encouraging nods. With a forced smile, he vowed to improve, all the while inwardly lamenting, "This is far from smooth. Had we discussed everyday knowledge, I would have been the star of the class." At that moment, Chun Fan unexpectedly stood up, seamlessly continuing the dialogue between Winona and Luo Dawei. To the other students, it was as though they were witnessing an arcane script. University-level chemistry was an entirely new subject for everyone. They were all novices, unacquainted with the material. As for English, even those with some experience found it challenging without the supporting language environment. The two conversed in a language they barely understood, discussing a subject they had never studied. In the class, 99 individuals have become withdrawn. Luodui wore a grim expression, having intended to show off but ended up being overshadowed. He could not suppress his inner question. Do you really have an IELTS score of 9? Chapter 64. The Invitation to the Laboratory. After the discussions, Winona directly inquired about his name. Although Chun Fan had not introduced himself, his eloquent speech ensured that everyone remembered his name. Once seated, the surrounding boys eagerly gave him thumbs up and quietly asked, "Dude, did you attend an international school in high school?" This is astonishing, simply outrageous, truly. A master among the commoners. Are you planning to study abroad for your masters? Preparing for IELTS so early? Chun Fan shook his head. Even in his previous life, he had never participated in IELTS or TOEFL exams. Prestigious foreign institutions were eager to invite Chun Fan, even if it meant utilizing a translator. However, studying abroad inevitably entails communication with others, whether participating in seminars, teaching students, or even the most basic activities like grocery shopping. One cannot escape the necessity of a foreign language. In his previous life, without formal certifications, Chun Fan traveled across nations, proficient in 6 languages, and could engage in basic communication in the languages of 11 other countries. While everyone was still in shock, Professor Winona had already called for the next speaker. Chin Yu spoke after Chun Fan. His English-speaking skills were average. He had initially planned to draft his speech. But Chun Fan's performance was so astonishing that he understood not a word, left in a state of stupefied awe, and his speech notes were in utter disarray, leading to peals of laughter throughout the classroom. It was painfully embarrassing. Chin Yu, a boy with a gentle appearance and fair skin, blushed deeply to his ears after his awkward presentation. Jin Xinshin remained composed, performing moderately well, but compared to Chun Fan, he felt completely overshadowed. Was this truly the caliber of the national exam's top scorer? It was astounding. The disparity was undeniable. Jin Xinshin recalled a quote from his classmate Jia, who had been on the same team during the national mathematics competition. There is a difference even among top students. Ordinary individuals should not make things difficult for themselves. The results of the English proficiency test were released swiftly, relying solely on Professor Winona's subjective judgment. The students lamented, "This is so arduous. If the school is going to add foreign language classes, why must they belittle our abilities? If your speaking skills are up to par, you don't need to attend speaking classes. I envy you all. What is there to envy? Have you encountered specialized English? Those terms are incredibly abstract. If I don't learn this year, I won't escape it next year either." All the students were assigned to the courses, with only Chun Fan being the exception. Professor Winona called him to the front, saying, "Chun Fan, I find your ideas quite intriguing, and your familiarity with materials chemistry is not that of an ordinary high school student. Therefore, I would like to invite you to our laboratory. Fortunately, first-year students do not have English classes, giving you ample time to study." Upon hearing the words laboratory and invitation, some students displayed expressions of envy. The experimental projects were typically conducted by graduate students under the guidance of professors, with only a handful of 3rd and 4th year students participating early. Being able to access the laboratory in the 2nd year, even if only to wash test tubes, wipe tables, or sweep the floor, was considered a success, allowing one to become familiar with the professors. Chun Fan, despite being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, faced doubts. What did he know about university-level specialized knowledge? Was he familiar with the various regulations of the laboratory? Envy and resentment filled the air. Sun Iran, this year's champion of the national chemistry competition, had come to the Joint Institute, having weighed her other subjects' shortcomings. With such results, she believed she was among the best in the chemistry department. Why was it that she was not the one being invited? After all, she was the champion of the national chemistry competition. She fell out of place, as her major did not align. Although Sun Iran wanted to raise her hand in protest or recommend herself, her foreign language skills were too poor, making communication with Professor Winona impossible despite her capabilities. If only I were proficient in English. Sun Iran had never favored language subjects, relying on other subjects to boost her overall score during her 3 years of high school. She often justified her lack of foreign language study with the notion that one does not need to learn a language unless planning to study abroad. This was the first time her inability to communicate had cost her an opportunity with the laboratory. Determined, Sun Iran resolved, "This year, I must excel in foreign languages and strive to surpass Chun Fan." While everyone looked on with envy, Chun Fan did not rush to agree. He had come for Professor Yu Xiaoyi's research on high-temperature, bismuth-based oxide superconductors, not for trivial matters. He inquired in English, "Could you please specify what the project entails?" Professor Winona smiled mysteriously. "Well, this is a bit complex. Although its feasibility has yet to be proven, it is likely related to the artificial sun. If you're interested, please find time to come to my office tomorrow, and I will take you to the laboratory." She intentionally used a euphemism. However, Chun Fan, as someone who had been reborn, could not fail to grasp the implications. The sun is a nuclear fusion reactor. Within its high-temperature, high-pressure environment, isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium continuously collide and undergo fusion reactions, converting mass into energy and releasing immense heat. Therefore, controlled nuclear fusion is also referred to as the artificial sun. It was indeed a serendipitous connection. The project that Winona was collaborating on was likely related to Professor Yu Xiaohui's experiments. Moreover, from her words, it seemed they considered this to be an ideal material for the interior of nuclear fusion. Regrettably, until the eve of his previous life's journey, this technology had not been realized. In this life, Chun Fan hoped to leverage his extensive experience to successfully develop this new material. All right, Chun Fan agreed. After the meeting concluded, Jin Xin rallied everyone to go for a run on the playground, secretly hoping to catch a glimpse of the beautiful legs of athletic female college students. Luodui and Qin Yu readily agreed. Chun Fan declined, stating, "I have to visit Professor Winona's laboratory tomorrow. I plan to head to the library for a bit. Enjoy yourselves." Chun Fan intended to sit in the library's reading room for a while, with the project about to commence. He needed to familiarize himself with current papers and materials related to the experiments. This was research he had never touched in his previous life. Experience does not negate the need for learning. A few roommates grumbled, "TSK, how boring. A college student should be enjoying the university experience. It's just the beginning of the semester, and you're already heading to the library. You're killing the vibe, even if you must conduct research. You shouldn't be in such a hurry. After all, our major sometimes requires a bit of luck. But finding a partner doesn't require luck. Just run a couple of laps on the playground and show off those abs when the girls pass by." Then, Chun Fan, "When all of us are in relationships, don't be crying alone." Chun Fan replied, "Well, let's just say our thought processes differ from those of the top students. Best of luck in your pursuits of graduate studies, while we seek out our wealthy partners." Chun Fan. Chapter 65. That is my thesis. As the semester just began, the library was not very crowded, allowing one person to occupy a large part of the table. Chun Fan chose a seat by the window, sharing the table with a senior. The senior wore black-framed glasses, had an oval face, and her hair was styled in a bun at the back of her head. She was dressed in a casual sweatshirt and fitted jeans, busily typing away on her keyboard. The university library is spacious and bright, with a self-service coffee vending machine conveniently located near the entrance. In contrast to the arduous study sessions of high school, learning in such an environment is a true pleasure. However, Chun Fan does not indulge in coffee. For him, conducting research is akin to immersing oneself in a captivating game, where he cannot rest until every task is completed. Consuming coffee tends to invigorate him, making it difficult to sleep at night as thoughts of research projects swirl in his mind. Chun Fan utilizes his laptop for gathering information, yet he prefers to write down significant content by hand. After all, a poor memory is no match for a diligent pen. Furthermore, while digital notes are easily amendable, they can easily become disordered with the slightest mishap. Thus, during the drafting and brainstorming phases, Chun Fan favors using notepads and pens. It is only when his paper begins to take shape that he transcribes his findings onto his computer. Unbeknownst to him, his notebook is gradually filled with dense lines of text. In Chun Fan's mind, he possesses some knowledge regarding high-temperature bismuth oxide from future sources. However, research is not akin to writing a novel. It requires a solid theoretical foundation and experimental plans for validation. Chun Fan must peruse contemporary literature and synthesize it with his own knowledge and experience to avoid falling behind the times. Once he completes the task to his satisfaction, he yawns. Youth has its advantages. Prolonged sitting does not leave him with aches and pains. Nevertheless, the body is the capital of revolution, and he must work healthily for his country for another 50 years, so overexertion is unwise. Chun Fan stretches, stands up to move around, and prepares to make a trip to the restroom. Suddenly, he trips over something. Clang! Startled, he bends down to inspect what he has kicked, only to hear a senior student across the aisle exclaim, "Wow, the computer screen has gone black." Chun Fan picks up the power cord and reconnects it, offering a sheepish apology. The senior, however, is too preoccupied to acknowledge him, frantically pounding on her desk. At last, with a chime, the computer reboots. Just as Chun Fan is about to leave, the senior erupts in distress. "What happened to my document? Oh my goodness, this is the culmination of my entire afternoon's work." She then glares at Chun Fan. How could you be so careless while walking? Chun Fan retorts, honestly, the power cord is wrapped around my own chair. It's not entirely my fault. Yet, he realizes that had he not chosen to sit in the window area, this incident might have been avoided. Chun Fan is familiar with the frustration of losing documents and understands the chaos that ensues from such misfortunes. Moreover, he has ample experience in document recovery and immediately steps in to assist her. Have you checked the version history? What about the temp files? Or the cloud version of Office? The senior, in her anxiety, does not heed his words, desperately sifting through the history records and recycle bin for any trace of her document. But alas, it is all in vain. She shoots Chun Fan an exasperated glare. Ultimately, she follows a suggestion, but finds nothing there. Chun Fan covers his face in dismay, suddenly recalling that during this time, the paper software lacked an automatic save feature, rendering the history versions non-existent. The senior, overwhelmed, buries her head in her hands. It's all gone. I'm going to lose my mind. I just organized the procedural arguments this morning, and now I'm left with nothing but a title. My entire line of thought is in disarray. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Losing one's work is a universally harrowing experience, and Chun Fan stands beside her, feeling profoundly apologetic for not being able to locate her document. As he contemplates how to make amends, he notices the title of her paper, Research on Polynomial Algorithms for Prime Discrimination and Large Number Factorization. Introduction. Prime discrimination and integer factorization have applications not only in cryptography, but also in... So, it's a mathematical issue. The senior is from the mathematics department. In that case, her assignment may still be salvageable. Chun Fan breathes a sigh of relief and quickly scans through the introduction and abstract. He has made significant contributions to the realm of prime number theory. Although the paper on the Riemann hypothesis has not yet undergone peer review, he believes that with the knowledge gained over 2 lifetimes of research, it is merely a matter of time before it is validated. Rather than comforting the senior, he deftly shifts the conversation, gently inquiring, when researching large number factorization. Did you assume the Riemann hypothesis to be true? Initially, the distraught senior glances at him. Despite having caused her distress, he possesses an appealing demeanor. Having wasted a day's work and unable to recover her document, she decides to indulge in some idle chatter. Yes, many studies are conducted under the assumption that the Riemann hypothesis holds. Otherwise, they simply cannot proceed. Chun Fan nods in agreement. Indeed, the Riemann hypothesis is of paramount importance. Should it be proven, over 300 axioms of mathematics would be elevated to the status of theorems. He finds her assignment quite intriguing, and without hesitation, he takes a pen and begins jotting down calculations on a scrap of paper, quickly outlining a slew of processes. Having reviewed your introduction, I find the reasoning rather conventional. The theorems cited seem somewhat outdated. Have you considered this approach? Given the integer to be factored is n, one can derive integers a and b using the mod method. The senior's eyes brighten. She sizes Chun Fan up. He appears youthful, yet he possesses considerable insight. She has discussed this topic with her professor, who provided several insights, one of which was the most promising. However, she grasped only a fraction of it and merely followed her professor's lead, unsure of how to proceed further without his assistance in revising her paper. Chun Fan's line of thought aligns perfectly with her professor's, and his explanations are much clearer. She is eager to hear how he will continue. Chun Fan deftly writes a few formulas on the paper and continues to elucidate. Next, compute PGCD of n until p is not equal to 1, or a and b exhibit a cycle. At this point, evaluate p. If p equals n or p equals 1, then n is a prime number. Otherwise, p is a factor of n, and we can recursively calculate Pollard's p and Pollard's n, thus determining all factors of n. The senior is momentarily stunned, but soon experiences a sudden clarity. She gazes at Chun Fan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, this seems feasible. All her previous confusions are now effortlessly resolved as she follows Chun Fan's reasoning. Then, the polynomial fx iterates to yield the values x0, x1, and so forth. After setting initial values for x and y, using the polynomial for iteration, Chun Fan smiles and nods in affirmation, precisely. The senior successfully derives the final piece of the overarching framework of her paper, yet she is left doubting herself. She stares at the scrap of paper in her hand, her expression vacant. ABA, Chun Fan feels bewildered. Having inadvertently disrupted her assignment, he cannot assist her in writing it. But surely he can help her organize her thoughts? Contemplating, he asks, "Do you have any further questions?" The senior fervently shakes her head. No. Chun Fan gazed at the senior with a curious expression. Why are you so excited? The senior, equally perplexed, replied, "This is my graduate thesis. I originally came to the library to propose a topic, but after our conversation, I feel confident about my impending graduation." Chun Fan raised an eyebrow. What? Chapter 66. Senior? Junior? The senior stared at Chun Fan in astonishment. "Do you conduct research in this area as well?" Chun Fan hesitated for a moment before responding candidly. "You could say that. I have studied the distribution of prime numbers for a while, which gives me a slight understanding of the problem of large number factorization. A branch of the P versus NP problem." The senior, in a fit of excitement, exclaimed, "You are far too modest." With this line of thought, "I cannot discern whether this is my thesis or yours." Chun Fan sighed silently. "I didn't mean to. In the pursuit of research success, one requires experience and energy. However, these two are inversely related. The older generation possesses experience but lacks vitality, while the youth are brimming with energy yet lack experience. Therefore, the age at which researchers can yield results is quite limited, often leaving them with lofty aspirations but insufficient strength." With the experience from his past life and the vigor of youth, Chun Fan felt as though he were wielding a cheat code. Accidentally overshadowing another's thesis could strip away much of the joy from their research journey. The senior shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, that is inconsequential. My admiration for you flows like an endless river." Chun Fan, feeling the urgency of nature's call, had already intended to visit the restroom, but had spent over an hour helping the senior refine her thesis. Upon hearing her words, he felt an even stronger urge to relieve himself. Holding it in would be detrimental to his health, so he quickly made his exit. "Ahem, I need to take care of something," he said, gathering his belongings before leaving. The senior called after Chun Fan's retreating figure. "Hey, classmate, I don't even know your name yet. Where are you going?" Only halfway through her inquiry did she realize he was heading to the restroom. Her face flushed crimson. Chun Fan had already tidied up his desk, indicating he had no intention of returning to study further. She hastily packed her backpack, but by the time she finished, she could only catch a glimpse of Chun Fan's figure at the end of the corridor. The library silence forbade loud conversations, so she rushed after him. However, upon exiting the library, Chun Fan chose to jog back to the dormitory, compensating for the lack of physical activity from sitting for too long. Alas, the poor senior could only see Chun Fan's silhouette, and amidst the bustling playground, her shouts were drowned by the din. After a lengthy pursuit, she finally reached the entrance of the boys' dormitory, just as Chun Fan disappeared around the corner of the staircase. "Wait, senior." Chun Fan paused momentarily, but continued onward upon hearing the term senior. "That must not be directed at me," he thought. The senior stood breathlessly at the foot of the boys' dormitory, having noticed the boy sitting across from her. He was somewhat handsome, youthful, and precisely the type of charming young man that girls adored lately, albeit looking a bit too young. However, girls are often drawn to strength. As a female graduate student, her ideal partner would undoubtedly be a doctoral student or at least a fellow graduate student. Seeking out an undergraduate felt too uncertain. Yet, Chun Fan's casual assistance in developing her thesis ideas was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an undergraduate. He was capable, academically proficient, and handsome, truly the embodiment of her ideal type. Alas, she regretted not having asked for his name. Outside the boys' dormitory, 3 young men clad in athletic were returned from the playground, while others stroll hand in hand. "Here we are, 3 lone wolves jogging together. Count your blessings. Our university's gender ratio is 1-7, making it 1 couple for every 3 single men. It's torture for the single dogs, yet the base of the dormitory is filled with couples. What nonsense. Just earlier, that muscular girl passed by, and you stared the longest. Who could resist such a scene, such a spectacle? Wait a moment, I just see Chun Fan sprint past?" One of them exclaimed. "This guy, he claims to be studying at the library, yet he returned to the dorm before 9? What a facade." These 3 were none other than Chun Fan's dorm mates, Jin Xin, Luo Dawei, and Qin Yu, who chatted and laughed as they walked by. The senior in the library observed them, then thought of Chun Fan's figure and approached. "Excuse me, seniors. Do you know the boy who just ran upstairs?" Luo Dawei, captivated by the beautiful girl, fluffed his hair. "I know him. He is my roommate. But I'm not a senior. I'm your adorable junior. My name is Luo Dawei, a charming second-generation rich kid from Harbor City." The senior, too preoccupied to listen to his rambling introduction, urgently asked, "Is your roommate named Chun Fan?" Luo Dawei, feeling his introduction had been overlooked, nonetheless remained courteous. "Yes, indeed, beautiful senior." The senior hesitated before speaking. "Are you all freshmen? Graduate students?" No, we're first-year undergraduates." "Mixed dormitory?" "Chun Fan is. We're classmates." The senior felt a twinge of disbelief. Had her thesis been outshone by a first-year mathematics major? Was she truly lacking, or was the world simply too bewildering? With unabashed confidence, Luo Dawei, believing himself to be both charming and handsome, flirtatiously asked, "Senior, would you like to add me on WeChat?" The senior retrieved a textbook from her backpack, jotted down her phone number, and tore out the page, folding it into a small envelope. She then earnestly stated, "Classmate, I'm studying in a library and didn't bring my phone, so I'm afraid it's not convenient to add you right now. E.M. Shinjeki, a third-year mathematics graduate student. Please pass this to Chun Fan." Shinjeki was so awed by Chun Fan's capabilities that she unconsciously still regarded him as a senior. Luo Dawei was taken aback. It's inconvenient to add yourself, yet imperative to add Chun Fan. Moreover, I've introduced myself for ages, yet no one remembers my name. Ouch. In the dormitory, Chun Fan had just brewed a pot of hot water and was soaking his feet when Jin Shinshin and Qinyu returned, grinning mischievously. Luo Dawei appeared as though he had just been through a rigorous ordeal, his spirits low. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Chun Fan inquired, "What is going on with you guys?" Jin Shinshin quickly leaned in, wrapping an arm around Chun Fan's shoulder, grinning broadly. "Fanzi, how could you be so inconsiderate? You met a beautiful senior at the library and didn't share it with us." "Really?" Chun Fan raised an eyebrow. He had indeed encountered a senior sitting across from him while reviewing literature and had inadvertently derailed her thesis proposal. But how did they know about this? How did you manage to snag such a stunning catch in just 2 days since the semester started? Jin Shinshin exclaimed excitedly. This was indeed a juicy piece of gossip. Chun Fan shrugged. "It's not what it seems. I did not engage in a romantic relationship with the senior." Jin Shinshin emphasized, "It's not just any senior, but a beautiful senior." Chun Fan earnestly asserted, "I cannot distinguish who is beautiful and who is not." Consequently, he did not pursue any romance either. Qinyu, intrigued, chimed in, "So, did you encounter a senior at the library? She even came all the way to the bottom of our dormitory just to get to know you. What did you do to leave such an impression on her?" Chun Fan, visibly vexed, replied, "I believe this is a misunderstanding." How would he explain? Should he confess to having ruined someone else's thesis proposal and then provided them with a concept for a paper? Jin Shinshin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A misunderstanding? I also desire such a delightful misunderstanding. What about Luo Dawei? Hurry and give Chun Fan the senior's little note." Luo Dawei, perturbed by the situation, grew increasingly envious upon witnessing the camaraderie between Jin Shinshin and Chun Fan. He grabbed his water bottle and headed back to the dormitory, muttering indignantly, "No. What love letters or notes? University students should prioritize their studies, not just chase after relationships." The note was already torn and flushed down the toilet. Chun Fan exclaimed, "What is all this nonsense? Who is the one preoccupied with romance? Are these people going mad with their desire for love?" Chapter 67. This fellow I desire. Graduate school. Girls' dormitory. Shun Jiaqing returned to her dormitory, forlorn and lost in thought. Throughout her journey, she contemplated the events that transpired in the library. The seemingly insurmountable challenges of her thesis had been miraculously resolved in such a bizarre manner. Upon entering the dormitory, she overheard her roommates joking, "Oh, Jiaqing, you're back? I thought you were spending the night with your boyfriend." Shun Jiaqing, who had never been in a relationship, felt her cheeks flush crimson. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Roommate A, casually fiddling with her computer, glanced up nonchalantly. "Oh, I saw you earlier at the boys' dormitory, asking someone to deliver an envelope. I thought you were dating some freshmen." Shun Jiaqing's face turned beet red upon being spotted, but she quickly retorted, "That's impossible. I am not. I have not. You are spreading rumors and slandering me." Yet, deep down, she pondered, if that freshman named Chun Fan were to be her boyfriend, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Roommate B attempted to mediate. "All right, we all know Jiaqing is single, so let's not tease her anymore. How is everyone's thesis coming along? I finished my proposal today." Roommate A, ever the show-off, declared with pride, "Oh, my thesis is nearly complete. I'll show it to my professor in a few days. Before that, I'll send it to my boyfriend at Jingping University for some polishing." The others exchanged knowing glances. Roommate A reveled in displaying her relationship, often mentioning her boyfriend within 3 sentences. Everyone was well aware that her thesis was likely written by him, as she spent more time pampering herself and shopping than working on her paper. However, living under the same roof, they were reluctant to create discord. Roommate B, the peacemaker, sighed, "Oh, I envy you so much. If I could find such an excellent boyfriend, I wouldn't lose so much hair over my thesis." Roommate A, basking in the praise, became completely disoriented. "Indeed, a refined and elegant girl like me deserves a genius from Jingping University. You should all hurry and find one too. You don't need to aim too high. Even the boys from our school will suffice. Even roommate B, who was usually mild-mannered and avoided conflict, fell silent in frustration. Shun Jiaqing spent the night restless, preoccupied with thoughts of Chun Fan and his ingenious thesis ideas. She tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. This was the first time she had been so consumed by academic concerns. Unable to resist, she propped herself up in bed, set up her small desk, and brought out her laptop to begin drafting her thesis. The following day, mathematics department, professor's office. The middle-aged professor, Yin Wenzhong, sporting a receding hairline, stood before his desk with a serious expression, inquiring, "Have you completed your proposal? Do you have any ideas for the subsequent writing of your thesis?" Jiaqing, "It's not that you aren't diligent, but sometimes choices are more crucial than effort. How shall I put it?" Professor Yin acknowledged Shun Jiaqing as undoubtedly the most industrious among all graduate students. However, her luck often faltered, and her talents were rather unremarkable. Consequently, as graduation approached, her thesis lagged significantly behind her peers. Shun Jiaqing replied, "I have completed it, Professor. Here is the printed version for your review." After returning home yesterday, she had worked tirelessly to finalize the lost proposal and attempted to build upon Chun Fan's ideas. Although not entirely finished, her work had taken shape. Professor Yin scrutinized the document with skepticism. However, after reviewing the proposal, the furrow in his brow began to soften. Yet, as Professor Yin typically refrained from praising others, he maintained his stern demeanor and refrained from commenting on the quality of Shun Jiaqing's work. Instead, he pivoted. "The proposal is merely a formality. The key is whether you truly have a direction for your thesis. I have never been particularly optimistic about your topic. What are your current thoughts?" Shun Jiaqing had studied this matter thoroughly, recounting Chun Fan's ideas from start to finish. Professor Yin initially intended to engage in casual conversation with the student. However, to his surprise, despite the thesis being incomplete, the final conclusion had become glaringly evident. "I have a small question. Regarding this point, I think this approach is quite reasonable." Professor Yin posed a question. Shun Jiaqing responded effortlessly. Professor Yin inhaled deeply. Based on his experience, the proof's reasoning was flawless, leaving no room for optimization. In other words, no revisions or guidance were necessary. After an hour of productive dialogue, the two exchanged a long, silent gaze. Professor Yin, astonished, asked, "Did you come up with these ideas all by yourself?" These concepts had not even crossed his mind during the proposal. Who had guided Shun Jiaqing? That person must be exceptionally talented. Shun Jiaqing, being straightforward and honest, replied, "No, to be precise, it's a first-year student. His name is Chun Fan." Professor Yin, bewildered, remarked, "He is merely a freshman?" This was even more outrageous than what Shun Jiaqing herself had imagined. Professor Yin Wenzhong, intrigued by the matter, seized his laptop and accessed the faculty management system, scouring the mathematics department's roster. "Is he from our university? How come he is not listed?" Shun Jiaqing hesitated. "That's impossible. I saw him returning to the male freshman dormitory." Yin frowned and dialed the academic secretary in 3 minutes. "I require the complete profile of a student named Chun Fan from our institution." The secretary replied, "Professor, are you indulging in some sort of power play?" Nevertheless, she complied. Shortly thereafter, Chun Fan's enrollment details arrived in a packaged file on Yin Wenzhong's computer. This year's freshman, a dual champion in mathematics and physics competitions, and the top scorer in the college entrance examination. "Ah, so it's indeed that Chun Fan? He enrolled in our university? I thought it might be a case of a namesake. What on earth is he doing in the chemistry department?" Yin Wenzhong couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder his information was elusive. It turned out the lad wasn't affiliated with the mathematics department. Shun Jiaqing, too, was astonished to discover that Chun Fan was not her direct junior. That old dog Yi Jiqiu had secretly lured him away. What kind of frivolous discipline is chemistry? Merely tinkering with bottles and concocting potions like an old witch. When faced with challenges, wouldn't they need to rely on our mathematical computations? What kind of enchantment did they use to deceive Chun Fan into joining them? The Institute of Unified Sciences comprises 3 departments: physics, chemistry, and mathematics. Under the fair and just leadership of Dean Yi Jiqiu and his dedication to research, all professors maintained harmonious relations. Yin Wenzhong called the dean's office. "Oldie, impressive. You've managed to recruit the top scorer, Chun Fan. But aren't you squandering talent? The champions of physics and mathematics, and you place them in your mediocre chemistry department? I give you 3 days to transfer his affiliation to our mathematics department." "That lad is mine," Yi Jiqiu replied. "To be honest, I'm quite perplexed by Chun Fan's pursuit of chemistry. But ultimately, the choice of major must align with personal will. However, seeing my old friend in a state of urgency, I can only suggest, why not invite Chen Fan for a meeting? Chapter 68. Do you comprehend the significance of this paper? Yi Zhiqiu had already posed this question to Chen Fan, but it bore no fruit. He had asked before, but the young man was unwilling to switch. What could he do? What excuse could he present? Chen Fan was a champion in Olympiad mathematics, deeply interested in mathematics. Why should he be in the chemistry department? He was also the national champion in physics. Why hadn't the physics department come to recruit him? This was sheer obstinacy. After listening to Chen Fan's problem-solving approach, which was nearing the completion of a master's thesis, Yi Zhiqiu fell into contemplation. Throughout his years at the university, he had encountered students who professed a love for certain disciplines, yet due to a lack of aptitude, they squandered their youth, finding graduation a significant challenge. Pursuing graduate studies meant confronting research, not examinations. One could not rely solely on rote memorization as in high school. Was Chen Fan truly suited for chemistry? This remained an enigma. However, placed within the mathematics department, he had already developed a draft of a graduate-level thesis by his freshman year. Graduation would be a mere formality. With a stroke of luck, should inspiration strike and he publish a few more papers, his future could be boundless. Yi Zhiqiu finally relented. All right, I'll summon Chen Fan. You two can converse in person. If he declines, then there's nothing I can do. Yan Wenzhong, his face flushed with frustration, finally felt he had heard a sensible remark. That's more like it. When the time comes, you two shall compete fairly. You, old Yi, pride yourself on fairness. So do not offer Chen Fan any undue advantages. Yi Zhiqiu could only manage a wry smile. Chen Fan had been recommended by Chief Engineer Chang Jianhua, excelling academically. And from the outset, he had attempted to recruit Chen Fan, offering various incentives, scholarships, and benefits. The problem was that the young man simply did not care. On Yan Wenzhong's side, while he spoke of fair competition, he had summoned a few students to his side. He instructed, this afternoon, your junior will come for an interview. Be sure to exhibit a friendly demeanor and showcase our team's vibrant atmosphere. The students were bewildered. It had been several months since the semester began. Surely, even transfer students had already been admitted. So who was this junior? Master, who is this junior? A new arrival? How are his grades? Is he handsome? Damn it, why are you so lewd, Lao San? After your breakup, are you now eyeing the brothers in the same department? Finding them increasingly handsome? Professor Yan Wenzhong regarded them with a stern expression, his gaze seemingly ablaze, his lips tightly pressed, yet subconsciously curling downward. The students, sensing the tension, fell silent. Yan continued, furthermore, this junior may come here to study. If he has any questions, you must assist him wholeheartedly. Remember, when Dean Yi and the junior arrive, let us arrive early to the conference room, feigning that a group meeting has just concluded. We must demonstrate our group's rigorous scholarship, passion for research, and diligent work ethic. As for the graduate students, they pondered what kind of extraordinary student was their professor seeking. In the male dormitory, room 305, life was good. After a morning class, the rest of the day was free. I'm planning to hit the basketball court. What about you guys? Qin Yu inquired. Jin Xin initially considered joining, but hesitated. He still wanted to transfer to the mathematics department. Yet the transfer conditions required him to be among the top 3 in his major. Currently, he was struggling to keep up with both mathematics and physics courses, planning instead to audit classes in other departments. Luo Dawei proudly proclaimed, I've arranged to meet a graduate student to explore his laboratory. Our dean is renowned for his integrity. To pursue graduate studies, one must work diligently. It's either publish papers or secure patents. There's no room for shortcuts. One must take the initiative. Qin Tianyu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. What about you, Chen Fan? Chen Fan expressed a slight conflict, saying, I was originally invited by Winona to visit Professor Yu Xiaoyi's lab. However, Dean Yi has requested to meet with me first. As Professor Yan Wenzhong from the mathematics department wishes to see me, I plan to stagger the timing to meet both. The others in the dormitory reacted with disbelief. This is outrageous. Other freshmen are eager to please, but have no upperclassmen willing to engage with them. And you have 2 professors vying for your attention? Luo Dawei smacked his lips, falling into silence. Jin Xin was enviously close to feeling ill. As Chen Fan prepared to leave, he remarked, You go ahead. But once you go, don't come back. In the afternoon, Chen Fan arrived punctually to meet Dean Yi Zhiqiu as arranged. Yi Zhiqiu, showing a fondness for Chen Fan, greeted him with a smile. Chen Fan, welcome. Chen Fan returned the gesture with a smile. Dean Yi, it's been a while. Yi Zhiqiu chuckled. We mean, it's been a while? It's only been a few days. My old bones can't bear such sentimental proclamations of one day apart feels like 3 autumns. The two exchanged pleasantries and proceeded to Professor Yin Wenzhong's office. At this moment, Professor Yin and his students appeared as if orchestrated to conclude their group meeting, engaging in lively discussions. Shun Jiaqin discreetly cast a glance at Chen Fan. Although she was aware that, due to Chen Fan's replacement of her, Professor Yin might compel her to abandon this paper and choose a different topic, she bore no resentment. After all, the conceptual framework of the thesis was solely Chen Fan's creation. She merely transcribed it into a Word document. To publish the paper under her name would be a disservice to her conscience. The others, upon realizing that it was none other than Dean Yi Zhiqiu personally guiding him, were momentarily taken aback. Several graduate students exchanged furtive glances, having studied at the Joint Institute for at least 2 years. Who among them was unfamiliar with each other? The fact that Dean Yi himself had brought him along was indeed remarkable. Everyone knew of Dean Yi's notoriously meticulous demeanor. It was truly a rarity. Professor Yin had instructed them to be serious and rigorous, forbidding whispers, so they resorted to typing messages on their phones to communicate discreetly. The dean's presence was significant. Hadn't it been said that the dean never engaged in such introductions? This junior, it seemed, was rather handsome. Get lost. Are you out of your mind? Stop rambling. We'll get scolded by the professor if we burst into laughter. Let us see what they have to say. By the way, Shun Jiaqin, do you know this boy? Why does his expression seem to have changed? Upon spotting Chen Fan, Professor Yin instantly donned a beaming smile, disregarding Dean Yi altogether. Hello there, young man. You must be Chen Fan, the one who discussed the graduation thesis with Jiaqin at the library? Chen Fan stepped forward to shake hands. Hello, Professor Yin. The cordial handshake from Yin Wenzhong left several graduate students in disbelief. Was this newcomer really so impressive? Such a display was unexpected. Professor Yin appeared to have developed a certain admiration for this young man. Many who encountered esteemed professors or high-ranking officials often felt nervous and hesitant to speak. Yet, Chen Fan was different. He exuded confidence and even seemed to convey a sense of camaraderie. Professor Yin addressed Chen Fan directly. The reason I called you here, as I believe Dean Yi has informed you, is that talent and passion do not always align. You are the champion of this year's mathematics competition and the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I hope you will consider transferring back to the mathematics program. Chen Fan smiled wryly. He had already been urged to change majors too many times. However, he had set his sights from the very beginning to utilize his time wisely, exploring uncharted territories and advancing scientific progress in pursuit of truth. To coast along on the laurels of past achievements or plagiarize others' future works was, in Chen Fan's view, unworthy of the title of scientist. With sincerity etched on his face, his voice deep and resolute, Chen Fan sought to dispel any doubts or misunderstandings in Professor Yin's mind. Professor Yin, I am genuinely interested in chemistry, particularly in Professor Yu's laboratory. Professor Yin furrowed his brow. I am well aware of that. However, you are merely a freshman, and the ideas you have proposed for your thesis were the culmination of 2 years of research by others. Your mathematical talent is internationally recognized. I have mentored many students who have won first prizes in mathematics competitions during their graduate studies, yet none compare to you. The graduate students present were utterly astonished. No way. So that asks why Shun Jiaqin hasn't he come to ask me for advice. She must have received guidance from a prodigy at the library. What an absurdity. How old is this boy? I heard them mention he just started high school this year. This is outrageous. Professor Yin continued to speak at length to Chen Fan, urging him to enroll in the program. Typically known for his fiery temperament, it was surprising to see him exercise such patience and even commend a student, leaving the graduate students in awe. Realizing that declining the offer was futile, Chen Fan directly replied, I'm sorry, Professor, but even so, I cannot agree. Professor Yin frowned, picking up the draft paper that Shun Jiaqin had given him, and stated earnestly, I have reviewed your ideas. They are more than sufficient to be organized into a master's thesis, and undoubtedly, it will hold a significant place in the study of large prime numbers. He paused deliberately and added, this proof concept perhaps a mere afterthought for you. Do you realize what it signifies? Chen Fan was indifferent to this matter. During the process of formulating these proofs, he had not considered that they could constitute a paper. He merely regarded it as a routine assignment for others. The arguments he constructed were nothing more than an inadvertent compensation for accidentally disconnecting someone else's computer during a discussion with a senior. Professor Yin spoke earnestly. From a short-term perspective, with your abilities as a freshman, pursuing a doctorate is a given. Even if you are reluctant to pursue a PhD, this paper would suffice for your master's graduation. The uncertainties in materials chemistry are considerable. Have you contemplated the possibility of not achieving results after 3 to 5 years and, consequently, extending your studies? Professor Yin shared many heartfelt thoughts. The surrounding graduate students were envious to the point of tears. A freshman, still in his first year, had managed to secure a master's thesis for another and caught the attention of a mentor, promising an immeasurable future. Had they encountered such an opportunity during their own undergraduate years, they would have jumped at the chance without hesitation. This junior, whether genuinely naive or feigning ignorance, was perplexing. Professor Yin appealed to reason and emotion, and even Dean Yi, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Yet, no matter how much those around him implored, Chun Fan remained unmoved. After a moment of silence, Chun Fan spoke again. Dean, Professor, given my achievements, my choice not to attend Tsinghua or Peking University should indicate that I am not solely a proponent of academic elitism. My decision to be here is genuinely based on my admiration for Professor Yu's project on bismuth oxide superconductors. I am indifferent to graduation or the attainment of degrees. As a researcher, pursuing superficial accolades would inevitably skew one's scientific journey. I firmly believe in the promising application prospects of Professor Yu's superconducting experiments. The future is boundless. I seek only truth, nothing else. Your promises of degrees hold no value for me. The individuals present fell into silence. Particularly, the graduate students who had desperately sought Professor Yan's leniency for their own graduation felt a wave of shame wash over them when compared to this junior. Professor Yin realized that he could not sway Chun Fan from this perspective, yet he couldn't help but mentally commend him. Many students, and even some professors, pursued research solely for the sake of papers and graduation, which rendered the endeavor less pure. If every student possessed an attitude akin to Chun Fan's, devoid of greed for fame, the academic community would be free from numerous scandals. Professor Yin then shifted his approach. Since Chun Fan was dedicated to academia, there was still a path forward. Your pursuit of mathematics does not lack potential, he continued. I wonder if you have been following academic news. Recently, Professor Gobert from the United States announced that he is working on proving the Riemann hypothesis. Your paper is predicated on the assumption that the Riemann hypothesis holds true. Should the Riemann hypothesis be validated, your work would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a theorem. While it remains uncertain whether Professor Gobert will achieve success, even if it takes another century, once the Riemann hypothesis is proven, your paper will not be overshadowed. By the way, if you are inclined to consider it, I can accompany you to Professor Gobert's academic presentation at Vandenberg this month. The Riemann hypothesis has yet to be proven in a theoretical sense. However, supercomputers have verified over 300 million data points that unequivocally adhere to the hypothesis's stipulations. In the realm of mathematics, numerous inquiries are predicated on the acceptance of the Riemann hypothesis. Chun Fan initially harbored no intentions of engaging. Yet, upon hearing Gobert's remarks, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. From Lu Zhong, he learned that his paper had been plagiarized and rehashed, and Chun Fan was ever ready to retaliate. However, it seemed Gobert had taken a convoluted route, delaying the publication of this paper by 2 months. If this opportunity could be leveraged, observing Chun Fan deep in thought, Professor Yin found it somewhat peculiar and inquired, "What troubles you? Your expression appears rather unusual." Professor Yin was keenly interested in the happenings within the academic community. The Riemann hypothesis, being the foremost among the Millennium Prize problems, has plagued humanity for a century. How could he not be attentive to its developments? Yi Zhiqiu interjected, saying, "I too have been following this matter." Unfortunately, Gobert's uploaded proofs are far too scant to draw any conclusions. Professor Yin concurred, indeed. However, Vandenberg University has extended invitations to mathematicians worldwide. An academic conference will be held this weekend. Yet, such a world-class conjecture will not be readily accepted within the community. Peer review will require considerable time. At that moment, Chun Fan snapped back to reality and suddenly asked, "Professor Yin, may I accompany you?" Chun Fan yearned to confront this academic charlatan and deliver a resounding blow to his reputation. Professor Yin, having awaited this very response, beamed with delight. "In principle, that is not permissible. However, should you agree to join our mathematics department, it would certainly pose no issue." The other graduate students were left envious, lamenting, "Is this truly a demonstration of our research group's harmonious atmosphere? But, Professor Yin, are you here to treat us to lemons? You'd rather entice a fresh first-year student than acknowledge us, your devoted protégés? Many of us have followed you for 3 years, and while we may attend domestic academic conferences, the prospect of going abroad is but a distant dream. Spare a thought for the children. It's utterly disheartening. Today, why did Professor Yin summon us? Was it merely to have us serve as a backdrop for this junior?" Yi Zhiqiu half-jokingly remarked, "Old Yin, are you attempting to entice him?" Professor Yin dismissed him, focusing his gaze on Chun Fan, filled with anticipation. Chun Fan acquiesced, I agree. However, according to Chun Fan's plan, he intended to transfer departments and present his findings after the conference concluded. As for Gobert, his plagiarized paper was publicly paraded at the weekend conference. Chun Fan would expose his deceit in one fell swoop. Chun Fan uploaded a preprint of his paper to Arxiv, and he believed that the process of proving the Riemann hypothesis, informed by the experiences of 2 generations, could not be surpassed in its conciseness. Gobert's plagiarism would surely leave him subject to ridicule among his peers on the day of the presentation. Yi Zhiqiu inquired, what prompted this sudden agreement? Are you certain? Professor Yin's delight was palpable. I am certain, Chun Fan replied with conviction. However, I hope to retain the opportunity to continue my studies in the Department of Materials Chemistry. May I pursue mathematics as my second degree? Chun Fan needed to prepare for contingencies. Professor Yin, keen to retain him, responded, no problem. If you have any mathematical inquiries, feel free to come to my office and discuss them with my students. If you enjoy our group's atmosphere, do seek me out after your undergraduate studies. He added, by the way, regarding the proof approach you shared with Shun Jiaqing, my opinion is that it should return to its rightful owner. Chun Fan waved his hand in refusal. That won't be necessary. Senior Jiaqing is no longer young. A woman's youth is fleeting, and post-graduation, matters of work and marriage are significant milestones. If I take credit for the paper, she would face a lengthy extension. Shun Jiaqing cast a grateful glance at Chun Fan. In truth, Chun Fan wished to convey that even if the paper were published, it would likely only appear in a subsidiary journal. He felt it was beneath him, yet refrained from voicing this concern, wary of potential backlash from his fellow graduate students. Chun Fan explained to Shun Jiaqing, I merely provided a direction. The length of the thesis is considerable, and there will be many cumbersome procedures to navigate. The defense will require your preparation, and I shall refrain from intervening. After all, I inadvertently disconnected your computer's power supply. If you feel uncomfortable about this, you may treat it as a standard paper publication and simply list me as the second author. In the academic realm, authorship is of paramount importance. Typically, the first author is the individual who has made the most substantial contributions to the work, while the second and third authors are listed in descending order of their contributions. Furthermore, the first author is usually the principal executor of the specific work, with the second author's responsibilities following closely thereafter. Ultimately, the order of authorship significantly influences future evaluations for promotions, and the impact factor within the academic community is something all professors are acutely aware of. Chun Fan contributed the proof's direction. Regardless of his involvement in the research, he was viewed as the principal contributor in Shun Jiaqing's eyes. Shun Jiaqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, blurted out, "Isn't that inappropriate, senior?" Chun Fan replied, somewhat exasperated, "Senior, you're in your 3rd year of graduate studies. You can't keep calling me senior." Shun Jiaqing blinked. "Oh, it's because you excel beyond me that it has become an ingrained habit. There's nothing I can do about it." Chun Fan face-bombed, "Please, do not call me senior anymore. It makes me feel old. I'm only a freshman, and unless you're a 0-year student, it's improper to address me as such." Shun Jiaqing was rendered speechless. 0-year student? What kind of nonsense is this? How could I possibly be looked down upon? Ultimately, Shun Jiaqing, feeling guilty for appropriating Chun Fan's ideas for her graduation paper, opted to meticulously complete the article and then submit it for discussion with Chun Fan, listing him as the second author. Professor Yin observed, his eyelids twitching. Was this not the standard operating procedure for advising students? Why did Chun Fan appear so adept at it? Chapter 70, Joining the Laboratory. After formalizing arrangements, Professor Yin and his party waved farewell to Chun Fan. Do remember to visit the mathematics department, Chun Fan. We shall meet at the conference at Vandenberg the day after tomorrow. Also, kindly send me your identification and other information for processing your passport and purchasing tickets. Professor Yin rambled on. Thus, a connection was established. Perhaps during his graduate studies, this young man would reconsider and choose to study mathematics under his guidance. Therefore, taking him to the academic conference and establishing a rapport would undoubtedly prove beneficial. After bidding farewell to Dean Yi and Professor Yin, Chun Fan hurried towards the chemistry laboratory. Professor Yu Xiaoyi's lab was located in a rather secluded area due to the presence of many hazardous reagents, requiring at least 10 minutes of brisk walking to reach. Chun Fan could only manage a wry smile, realizing he would inevitably arrive late. As he had surmised, Professor Winona had indeed invited him to join Professor Yu's laboratory. Upon entering the room, he was intercepted at the door by a senior student clad in a white lab coat. "Excuse me, which department are you from?" This is Professor Yu's private laboratory, which contains a vast amount of experimental data, and entry is prohibited without an invitation, she stated firmly. Chun Fan explained, I was summoned by Professor Winona. My name is Chun Fan, the senior student who was busy compiling data at the reception. Checked the visitor applications on her computer and found a newly added entry. Chun Fan, 16 years old, a freshman majoring in materials chemistry. Upon realizing he was a first-year student, she immediately lost her prior politeness. Yet seeing his name on the approved visitor list, she reluctantly permitted him to enter. Concerned that Chun Fan might inadvertently disrupt the work, she adopted a serious demeanor and said, Professor Yu and Professor Winona are not in the lab today. I'll find a senior to guide you. She then called out to a male student who was hunched behind a massive piece of equipment, seemingly engrossed in tinkering with something. Lee, a new junior has come from Professor Winona's side to help out. Great, Lee replied, bustling around and failing to even greet Chun Fan or inquire about his name. The lab was severely understaffed. Anyone willing to come and help was welcome. He hastily instructed, you go monitor the measuring instruments, will you? That'll free up Lao Wei to assist me. Just go ahead, and if you need help with interpreting the data, Lao Wei will guide you. Data compilation is often deemed the most tedious task, typically assigned to newcomers. Many freshers find it monotonous and devoid of significance, unlike their expectations of laboratory work. However, Chun Fan found joy in this endeavor. From his perspective, every piece of data could be subjected to mathematical modeling for analysis. The subtle discrepancies between experimental results and ideal models were all reflected in the data. Looking back from the future, Chun Fan firmly believed that Professor Yu's experiments would ultimately succeed, though he remained puzzled about the cause of their failures. With the opportunity to engage with the data, he could model and analyze it effectively. After placing the samples into the instrument, readings would appear in 10 minutes. The third line would display the valid data we required. As for the rest, just record for now. The senior, referred to as Xiao Wei, provided Chun Fan with a brief introduction, apprehensive that he might be overwhelmed, and thus only explained a small portion before returning to his own tasks. After imparting a few key points he deemed critical, he immersed himself in the intricate workings of the experiment. Chun Fan diligently engaged in the data compilation that others deemed tedious, while simultaneously observing the laboratory's operational processes. Although he was a newcomer, his previous life experiences and extensive research on relevant data allowed him to gradually deepen his understanding of the project as he accessed today's experimental data. Reflecting on the data, Chun Fan mused, I truly miss the assistance of Deep Blue from my past life. Deep Blue was an artificial intelligence developed by Chun Fan's team, equipped with its own supercomputing center. By connecting to experimental devices via computers, it could undertake over 80 of the data aggregation work. Once the data was organized, Chun Fan merely needed to refine the valid data based on experience and make decisions regarding experimental improvements. The task of data collection was indeed monotonous. In his previous life, Deep Blue assisted in the laboratory, making this an expected routine. The current technological level seemed too limited. It appeared to be high time to prioritize the development of such convenient black technology from his past life. As he organized the data, he contemplated these thoughts. Time flew by as he became engrossed in his work. The morning session swiftly concluded, and it was almost time for lunch. Senior Xiao Wei approached to check on the work. Evaluating data organization was subjective. It was hard to ascertain what constituted the best arrangement. But even the least competent newcomer would not stray too far off course. Xiao Wei planned to casually oversee the work, believing that trust was never as reliable as personal verification. He intended to offer some guidance and invite Chun Fan to lunch at the cafeteria. However, upon reviewing Chun Fan's neatly organized data, which was clear and comprehensible, Xiao Wei was taken aback. Apart from the necessary records, even the extraneous details had been meticulously arranged. This left Xiao Wei with his mouth agape. Was this newcomer poised to supplant him? Instantly, his demeanor shifted. Oh dear, which professor referred you? It's rare for an undergraduate to enter a lab, and you are indeed exceptional. The level of detail you've achieved surpasses that of many graduate students. Chun Fan smiled lightly. I was recommended by Professor Winona. By the way, senior, I would like to ask a question regarding the reactions in bismuth-based ceramics during production. He continued, I analyzed today's experimental data and found that temperature, humidity, and current intensity all exert slight influences on the final product thus. Xiao Wei was astonished. He had been working under Professors Yu and Winona for over 2 years, yet in terms of data analysis and decision-making, he felt like a mere appendage, doing as instructed. While he recognized the specialized terms Chun Fan mentioned, he grasped only a fraction of the details and had never paid them much heed. He wondered, How is this relevant to the experiment? Unable to contain his curiosity, he stole a glance at Chun Fan, whose serious expression and furrowed brow reminded him of the professors when they were reviewing data. Chun Fan, have you consulted with Professor Yu or Professor Winona privately? Xiao Wei inquired. Chun Fan shook his head. No, but prior to my arrival, I reviewed all of Professor Yu's published papers and the relevant materials that the lab has made publicly available. Xiao Wei was taken aback. Good grief, this is absurd. Do you realize that your approach makes me appear foolish? After nearly 3 years in this lab, I feel like a novice in your presence. Contemplating the morning's work, Chun Fan summarized, the yield of the morning's experiments was too low, and the chemical properties of the materials produced were highly unstable. I believe there could be adjustments to the concentration of the reducing agent. Xiao Wei was overwhelmed. Had he just enlisted the help of a junior or summoned a prodigy? The experimental protocols certainly could not be amended lightly. He could only listen with a forced smile as Chun Fan spoke, ultimately deflecting, Junior, these matters require the professor's decisions. You see, the raw materials for the experiments are quite costly, and we cannot simply alter the ratios at will. Chun Fan understood. If everyone in the lab had their own ideas and acted whimsically, it would hardly function as a cohesive unit. He had yet to meet the principal investigator, so he could afford to take his time. He casually remarked, however, we can derive results from the data and propose adjustments to Professor Yu, can't we? Xiao Wei silently nodded, listening attentively. Professor Yu's arrangements have not been executed to satisfaction, and there are numerous objections. Next time, we may well be dismissed home. Very well. Chun Fan nodded. This is indeed understandable. However, Chun Fan is determined to achieve success in research, so he inquired further. The data records you previously provided are rather rudimentary. This analyzer should possess a built-in storage, correct? I would like to examine the experimental data from the past few months for analysis. Xiao Wei nodded. Indeed, it does. However, the laboratory's data is confidential. Should you wish to replicate and study it, you must obtain Professor Yu's approval. Very well then. Chun Fan expressed his understanding. The junior will also come to the lab this afternoon to assist with the analysis. Your data is remarkably well crafted. If we could be so meticulous, perhaps we would not face reprimands? Chun Fan waved his hand. Senior, please continue according to my template. I have classes to attend this afternoon. Senior Xiao Wei felt like a novice in front of the other students in the lab. How had he ended up with an undergraduate junior assigned to assist him, only to find himself feeling like a novice again? Chapter 71, Journey to Vandenberg. Evening. The laboratory is closed today. So Chun Fan compiled what he had observed and summarized the research from his previous life, analyzing where the issues truly lay. Unfortunately, a skilled artisan cannot work with insufficient materials. While Chun Fan had a general direction, without the specific data from Professor Yu's experimental products, analysis remained unattainable. He could only create a folder on his desktop to store the papers and materials he had read and collected thus far. We now live in an age of digitalization, where everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs. Luo Dawei lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone, suddenly exclaiming with excitement, Hooray! Tomorrow, a sophomore senior has invited me to a mixer. I will surely make friends and learn new things. He relished bragging about knowing certain seniors or mentors, flaunting his own significance. Even after voicing his enthusiasm, he persisted in questioning his roommates. The senior said, I could bring friends along. Do you want to join? Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Since his enrollment, he had shown little interest in his major, spending his days engrossed in a book without understanding what he was studying. Jin Xin was diligently studying solely to transfer to the mathematics major, having no interest in chemistry. He didn't even want to attend classes, let alone mixers. Knowing seniors from the mathematics department was acceptable, but from the chemistry department? Luo Dawei buzzed with excitement for a while, but seeing no one engage with him, he sought to provoke Chun Fan. Chun Fan, what about you? Are you going? Chun Fan had no intention of attending. A mixer, he mused, would likely be more dreadful than the student council, a sheer waste of time and life. Just as he was about to decline, his phone rang. It was Professor Yin Wenzhong. Chun Fan, the school has arranged for us to travel tomorrow. We will be flying to Vandenberg. Please pack your luggage. The flight ticket will be sent to your phone shortly. Chun Fan responded promptly. Oh, understood. This is indeed a serious matter. Shortly after hanging up, he received a screenshot of the flight ticket via WeChat. Chun Fan, first class, C021. The sound of Chun Fan's phone was somewhat loud, and Jin Xin had already overheard. He immediately leaned in, curious about Chun Fan's destination. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the all-English ticket and first-class designation. Shouting in the dorm, Are you going abroad? To Vandenberg? Yes, Chun Fan replied calmly. First class? Jin Xin exclaimed, nearly in tears from envy. This ticket must cost a minimum of 50,000 yuan. Jin Xinxin's family was considered upper middle class in Jingping. His father occasionally had first-class tickets reimbursed, so he didn't envy that too much. However, Luo Dewei, feeling overshadowed by Chun Fan's display, snapped his mouth shut and grumbled. It's just first class. What is there to brag about? You'd be better off networking more with seniors at school than gallivanting about. By the time you return, the seniors will have already moved on. But Jin Xinxin's focus was elsewhere. With a look of anticipation, he turned to Chun Fan, saying, I've heard that Professor Gobert from Vandenberg University has successfully proven the Riemann hypothesis. An academic conference will soon be held at the university. I am exceedingly eager to attend. Chun Fan, if you go, could you please take a photo of Vandenberg University for me? As for the conference, being a mere underling, I doubt I will have the opportunity. However, if you do attend, I hope you can bring back a newspaper from there. Chun Fan smiled and replied, In fact, we're going primarily for the Riemann hypothesis conference. This revelation sent Jin Xinxin leaping from his bed, rushing over to Chun Fan. Wait, brother. How can you participate in such a conference? Aren't we all competitors in the national mathematics competition? Is the gap between first and second place so vast? How did you get an entry ticket to such an event? Only the giants of the mathematics world are invited, right? Even among our professors. How many are fortunate enough to receive an invitation? Jin Xinxin pressed urgently. Chun Fan, will you be watching from outside Vandenberg University or attending the venue itself? Chun Fan replied nonchalantly, Of course, I will be inside the venue. Our department's Professor Yin, along with 2 other professors, will jointly attend this conference. Jin Xinxin was overcome with envy. That's incredible. Chun Fan added, I have a seat as well, but it is in the audience section. The first row of the conference is reserved for the review committee, with the next 2 rows occupied by distinguished scholars, each seat adorned with a nameplate indicating their identity. Those seated from the 5th row onward lack nameplates and typically consist of university lecturers and doctoral candidates attending as observers. In his previous life, Chun Fan's position was usually right in the middle of the first row of the review committee. Jin Xinxin was agitated, flailing his arms. Wow. Even being a mere observer is remarkable. My cousin is studying at Vandenberg and couldn't even obtain a ticket to the conference. How did you manage that? As someone who cherished mathematics to the core, Jin Xinxin fervently followed the frontiers of science. The Riemann hypothesis, a century-old conundrum, is on the verge of receiving its ultimate answer. I am in absolute admiration of Professor Gobert. Jin Xinxin transformed into a chatterbox, unable to contain himself. I've read online that Professor Gobert has quite a story. His research journey has been fraught with difficulties, and he has struggled for over a decade without producing significant results. Yet, he perseveres in his research day in and day out. Hard work eventually pays off. This time, having proven the Riemann hypothesis, his name will echo across the globe. Chun Fan remarked, While the story is compelling, one cannot elevate mud to the wall. Lies will inevitably be unveiled. After his paper was plagiarized, Chun Fan examined Professor Gobert's academic achievements. Suffice it to say, the level was less than commendable. As for his ability to prove the Riemann hypothesis, it was purely a product of sensationalist media hype. Utter nonsense. Yet, Jin Xinxin, oblivious to the underlying reasons, continued to pester Chun Fan with relentless inquiries. Chun Fan, if you meet him, please make sure to take a photo together. You will witness a miracle. The one who proved the Riemann hypothesis. A great mathematician. If I could just shake his hand, I believe my mathematical journey would be smooth sailing. Chun Fan, with an exasperated expression, replied, All right. Chun Fan was destined to disrupt the gathering. The prospect of capturing a joint photograph seemed exceedingly improbable. In the presence of the entire mathematical community, Gobert would undoubtedly feel too ashamed to take a picture with him. He would likely prefer to vanish into a crevice of the earth. The fact that he was a reincarnator was perhaps the most unscientific truth in this scientific realm. Upon discovering that his paper had been plagiarized, Chun Fan had contemplated rebelling in the digital sphere. However, at that time, his identity was merely that of a high school student, and even with a preprint, a name without any recognition could hardly stir significant waves. Chun Fan had been patiently awaiting this opportunity. Rodaway, consumed by jealousy, abruptly sat up, donned his pants, and laced his athletic shoes. Unable to bear the conversation any longer, you all continue your discussion. I'm going out for a run. Qin Yu, charmingly straightforward, inquired. Isn't Lao Luo usually the laziest? What has prompted this sudden desire to exercise? Rodaway, with a scowl, retorted, Come on, give me a break. I'm merely attending a social event with the seniors. You're directly participating in an international academic conference. That's a world apart. What was I just saying about making friends and acquiring knowledge? Their gathering truly embodies the essence of friendship and learning. This monumental moment of proving a world-class conjecture is graced by the presence of the foremost masters of the global mathematical community. It is said that one's social circle is equivalent to the average of the people one knows. Having been acquainted with these individuals since my freshman year, that is the true network and resource. Rodaway slammed the door behind him as he left, declaring, "I'll be back before the lights go out. Goodbye." The following day, the school's dedicated driver assisted Chun Fan and Professor Yin with their luggage, transporting them to the airport. After passing through security, they settled in the VIP lounge. When the airplane glided smoothly to the boarding gate, and the sweet voice of the flight attendant announced the boarding process, a flicker of trepidation crossed Chun Fan's face. In his previous life, he had met his demise in an aviation disaster. That incident was indeed a calamity, or perhaps a meticulously orchestrated murder by certain factions. It was difficult to ascertain. This made Chun Fan subconsciously uneasy at the sight of the aircraft. Professor Yin noticed Chun Fan's discomfort and inquired, "What troubles you? Is this your first time flying?" Chun Fan masked his inner unrest and replied, "Indeed, it's my first flight in this lifetime, haha." Given that they were embarking on a journey of exchange, Professor Yin did not maintain his usual stern demeanor. "You lucky fellow, your inaugural flight is in first class. Should you eventually find yourself in the chemistry department, where they're notoriously frugal and only purchase economy class, you may find it difficult to adjust." Chun Fan responded, "I suppose I'll take a motion sickness tablet shortly. Many people feel uneasy during their first flight, especially since it will last for over 10 hours. If you feel unwell at any point, do not hesitate to contact me." "Thank you, Professor," Chun Fan replied. Chapter 72. Attending the conference? The airplane landed smoothly, and Chun Fan's anxious heart finally found solace. The school had arranged accommodations for the participants near Vandenberg University with single occupancy rooms. The professor received a luxurious suite, while Chun Fan was assigned a standard room. This arrangement was quite understandable, given that Chun Fan's overt identity was that of a student. However, he remained unfazed. He was not picky about accommodations, as long as they were clean, hygienic, and provided shower. Professor Yin glanced at the itinerary prepared by his secretary and advised everyone, "Having endured a 12-hour flight, you must all be weary. Please return to your rooms and rest early. Tonight, at 7 p.m., we will have a banquet at the auditorium of Vandenberg University. The next 3 days will be dedicated to the conference on proving the Riemann conjecture. If you wish to sleep, ensure you set your alarms." "Understood, Professor," Chun Fan replied, while the others retreated to their rooms to catch up on sleep. Chun Fan took a shower and retrieved a black notebook filled with notes from his previous life at Linchuan No. 2 High School. This was a habit of Chun Fan's. Prior to attending a conference, he would meticulously organize the points he needed to present. Subsequently, he would adopt the perspective of the audience, contemplating the questions he might pose to the speaker and then devise how to respond. After all, being caught speechless on stage in front of the world's esteemed scholars would be quite embarrassing. In his past life, Chun Fan had excelled in this regard. Even the most challenging questions posed by his peers would not leave him flustered for more than 2 minutes. His thought process was rigorous, and his responses were detailed. In fact, each time he presented a paper, he would supplement it with additional content to address questions he had thoroughly prepared for, yet were never asked, enlightening many in the audience. Chun Fan diligently reviewed the previous proofs submitted, marking several key points. He was confident that tomorrow, the lackluster Professor Gobert would receive an unexpected surprise. "Chun Fan, are you ready? It's almost time for the banquet." Professor Yin called Chun Fan's room phone. Chun Fan, having completed his preparations, replied, "Understood, Professor. I'll head downstairs immediately." Chun Fan changed out of his pajamas and into the formal attire he had purchased prior to this journey, clad in a white shirt, suit, and leather shoes. His professional appearance exuded a sense of vigor and competence. After tidying his hairstyle, he stepped out. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found not only professors from his university, but also several foreign scholars in attendance. Naturally, Professor Yin switched to English, introducing Chun Fan. "Chun Fan, this is Lewis. Although he is only 28 years old, he has already been appointed a mathematics professor at Stanford University, primarily researching elliptic curves and rank issues." Chun Fan recognized Professor Lewis. In his previous life, he had gained significant acclaim in the mathematical community for his contributions to partial differential equations. Unfortunately, his poor interpersonal skills led to his eventual ostracism within the community. Later, overwhelmed by psychological pressure, he confined himself to teaching at university, yielding little further achievement. Behind him stood his student, Mike, who smiled broadly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, and then spoke in authentic American English. "Nice to meet you. I'm Mike, a doctoral student in the mathematics department at Stanford, and Lewis is my advisor." Adhering to local customs, Chun Fan responded, "I'm Chun Fan, an undergraduate in the chemistry department at Dongshan University, with a minor in mathematics." A few seconds of silence enveloped the air. Professor Yin was unbothered by this. He first shook hands with Professor Lewis, and then extended his hand to Mike. While the American academic environment is relatively open, the academic circle still requires a degree of formality. A handshake suffices, no need for hugs or embraces. After the handshakes concluded, Chun Fan, positioned at the end of the line, extended his hand as well. The first handshake was naturally with Stanford's Professor Lewis. Yet Chun Fan found himself left hanging. Professor Lewis had his hands in his pockets and showed no intention of shaking hands. Chun Fan's hand hovered in the air. Professor Lewis, with his tousled blonde curls, had slicked back his hair with oil for the academic conference, and his suit deviated from the basic style, appearing somewhat ostentatious. He smirked, displaying a uniquely American brand of confidence. "Sorry, but I don't believe you belong to our circle." Chun Fan thought to himself. No wonder this guy was unpopular in his previous life. This ostentatious and arrogant demeanor was indeed unappealing. Not one to harbor grudges, Chun Fan said nothing further, stepping aside to shake hands with others. With the basic pleasantries concluded, everyone was about to embark on their journey to Vandenberg University. Due to an animated academic exchange between a professor from the University of Tokyo and another from Stanford, the two engaged in a spirited discussion that necessitated a shared vehicle, thereby prompting a rearrangement of seating for the others. Professor Yin took a moment to observe Chun Fan's demeanor. Mindful of his youth and the cultural dislocation he might be experiencing in a foreign land, concerned that he might harbor unwarranted thoughts. However, Chun Fan appeared remarkably composed, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Professor Yin exhaled in relief, gently patting Chun Fan on the shoulder, and advised, "We may be separated for a while. The professors will be engrossed in their discussions and may not be able to attend to you. For now, accompany Mike in the same vehicle. Your command of English is sufficient for basic communication. Simply participate in the banquet normally, and should any urgent matters arise, do not hesitate to call me." Chun Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Professor." Under the driver's guidance, Chun Fan, Mike, and an unfamiliar lady boarded a stretch limousine. Chun Fan and Mike settled into the back seat. Given the vastness of America and the inconvenient transportation, the journey from the hotel to Vandenberg University would take approximately 50 minutes, inevitably leading to conversation between the two. Mike remarked, "I truly envy you." Chun Fan inquired, "Why is that?" Mike elaborated, "To have a professor guide you from the onset of your university journey, attending such a significant conference and meeting exceptional doctoral candidates like myself, the future luminaries of American mathematics." Chun Fan pondered, where does their confidence stem from? Even among doctoral candidates, there exist hierarchies. Many possess mere facades devoid of substantive research achievements. In his past life, he had witnessed Mike fade into obscurity despite his seemingly ordinary demeanor. "Mike, why the silence?" Chun Fan quipped dryly. "I did respond, albeit with silence." Mike shrugged. "Well, while it is true that most attendees are indeed from the mathematical community, a few scions of prestigious families are also present. I am uncertain which enigmatic Eastern faction you hail from, but since you are here to observe, do so quietly. Soon, you shall witness the most renowned scholars and experts in mathematics." Chun Fan suppressed a smile. Although he technically was a mere observer, many of the eminent figures soon to arrive were familiar from his past life. He recalled their peculiar habits, who would meticulously proofread their papers thrice before seeking student validation, or who eschewed smartphones. Such minutiae were vividly etched in his memory. Chapter 73, Rumors. In the Grand Hall, after completing the registration process, Chun Fan and his companions were directed by the staff to collect wine glasses and proceed to the beverage station. The opulent crystal chandeliers illuminated the dimly lit venue, while the swaying goblets and sharply dressed youths exuded an air reminiscent of an aristocratic soiree depicted in films. Mike poured himself a glass of red wine, rumored to be a special selection from Chateau Mouton, known for its exquisite vintage and flavor, each bottle worth a considerable sum on the market. As Mike savored a sip and raised his thumb in approval, he noticed Chun Fan veering off course. Chun Fan bypassed the red wine entirely, gravitating instead towards the neglected beverage section, where he filled a cup 1/3 full with cola, gingerly holding it between two fingers as he approached. Mimicking his earlier gesture, He swayed the wine glass with a similar grip. Mike, taken aback, exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing?" Chun Fan replied earnestly, "I am underage." Mike chuckled. That is indeed an irrefutable reason. In the United States, the regulation of alcohol is stringent. One must be at least 21 years old to purchase alcoholic beverages and present identification. Chun Fan abstained from alcohol, aware that it numbs the nervous system, with long-term, irreversible consequences. As Mike led Chun Fan into the banquet hall, he intended to tease him, but soon realized the dim lighting rendered it impossible to discern the contents of his glass. The banquet hall was both lavish and elegantly understated, with each table adorned with a porcelain vase of white flowers. The gentle strains of saxophone music permeated the atmosphere. Chun Fan followed closely behind Mike, acutely aware that the mathematical luminaries he recognized did not yet know him. Approaching them without proper introduction would only result in being perceived as an interloper, perhaps even being asked to leave. Mike, long time no see, greeted a familiar voice. Indeed, it has been a while, Joanne. Mike, a self-proclaimed socialite, had already raised his glass to a multitude of attendees. Who is the yellow-skinned individual behind you? Is he a new protege of Professor Lewis? Mike's tone dripped with disdain. Yes, just a child brought by a friend of the professor. They hail from Dongshan University or Shishan University. You know how convoluted Chinese names can be. Ha. As they conversed, laughter erupted, entirely disregarding Chun Fan's presence. Yet, Chun Fan remained unfazed. He was merely an observer to their banter. His primary concern was to sate his hunger. Although Western cuisine did not offer the same immediate satisfaction as braised chicken rice, indulging in a variety of dishes, such as Orleans-style grilled wings and bacon potato salad, would ensure he wouldn't return to the hotel hungry. This habit was a remnant of his past life. He often occupied significant positions where neglecting to eat could lead to being pulled into conversations or toast by others. The mathematical community, including himself, could endlessly debate academic philosophies, often returning to their accommodations with empty stomachs after banquets. Thus, it was prudent to eat promptly. What a true conference crasher, Mike and his companion chuckled. He likely hasn't been exposed to much. An ancient Eastern proverb states, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Mike shrugged, gesturing, I find that highly improbable. Chun introduced himself as a freshman, just starting out. By the time he graduates, I will already be a faculty member. Of course, I wouldn't accept such a student into my ranks, lest he embarrass me at a banquet. At that moment, a portly, rotund man with a somewhat unsavory appearance approached. Though his initial impression was less than favorable, his arrival elicited gasps of surprise from the crowd. Professor Gobert. Esteemed Mr. Gobert, may we discuss the Riemann hypothesis? Following Gobert was his disciple, Vida, who exuded an air of arrogance, relishing in the attention. The adage goes that when one ascends, their entourage rises with them. Vida was indeed Gobert's student. Previously, due to Gobert's lack of action, both had languished in obscurity at various academic gatherings. However, since Gobert announced his research into the Riemann hypothesis, set to unveil results soon, public perception of them had shifted dramatically. They had become the stars of social events. Gobert, graciously raising his glass, addressed the assembly, "Please do not rush. I shall provide a comprehensive presentation on the Riemann hypothesis and its related proofs at tomorrow's and the day after's academic conference. I encourage all young scholars to immerse themselves in research and diligent work." The hall erupted in applause. Chun Fan observed Gobert, shaking his cola, as bubbles danced within the wine glass. Surrounded by admirers, Professor Gobert regaled them with tales of his tumultuous research journey. Chun Fan nearly burst into laughter. If he possessed such abilities, he would have long since made a name for himself, rather than resorting to plagiarism at the last minute. Within the venue, a reporter followed up, "Professor Gobert, it is said that you have adopted a groundbreaking approach to prove the Riemann hypothesis. May I inquire about the sources of your inspiration?" Gobert stroked his sparse hair and replied, "Well, it's quite complex. Mathematics is an abstract discipline. My inspiration might stem from my teaching experiences or everything I observe in daily life." He could hardly admit that his inspiration was derived from a plagiarized paper submitted from Hua country. Yet, life is often filled with coincidences. Gobert initially sought to delve into a profound area of research, intending to publish a paper that would secure his position under the institution's stringent non-promotion policy. However, sometimes fortune arrives unbidden. Gobert meticulously revised Chun Fan's paper, replacing what he deemed nonsensical with his own conclusions, and subsequently submitted it to the university. He had intended to deceive and escape scrutiny, yet unexpectedly garnered attention within the mathematics department. The very colleagues who had once derided him now greeted him with enthusiasm, as though he had returned to the days when his parents were still alive. Gobert felt a sense of respect. Thus, driven by his burgeoning pride, Gobert's arrogance swelled, and the trust placed in him by Vandenberg University deepened. Ultimately, it was only natural for the institution to announce to the world, "Our Professor Gobert has proven the Riemann hypothesis." Presently, it seems that even with the aid of supercomputers, disproving the Riemann hypothesis through exhaustive methods remains an arduous task. Therefore, Gobert's greatest hope is that his published paper might deceive the academic community's discerning gaze, akin to the seminal work on Alzheimer's, ensuring that no issues arise before he can enjoy his twilight years. The reporter posed further inquiries, but then abruptly shifted the topic, launching a rumor. Based on the portions of your manuscript that have been released, someone has discovered a similar paper on Arvix, authored by a self-registered user named Chun Fan. There is much discussion regarding whether your validation cites this unpublished and unreviewed work. Gobert cleared his throat, asserting, "Absolutely not. I am a meticulous professor." Chun Fan chuckled inwardly. "Absolutely not. You're a shameless fraud. This does not constitute citation. It is mere rehashing, a theft of another's intellectual prowess." The reporter laughed, subsequently lightening the atmosphere. Just a jest. After all, the author identified as Chun Fan is registered with a high school in Hua country. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, and Gobert joined in, though his smile was more of a grimace. For this may not merely be a joke, but rather an undeniable truth. Chapter 74, The Future Professor. Gobert meandered through the area designated for young scholars, garnering 99 approval from those present with his fabricated anecdotes, greatly satisfying his vanity. "Professor, the Secretary General invites you to dinner to discuss your nomination for the Fields Medal this year," he was informed. The Fields Medal is one of the highest international honors in mathematics, awarded every 4 years during the International Congress of Mathematicians hosted by the International Mathematical Union. Between 2 to 4 mathematicians making outstanding contributions are recognized each time. Recipients must be under 40 years of age on New Year's Day of the award year, receiving a prize of $150 Canadian dollars, 000, and a gold medal. With no Nobel Prize for mathematics, this award is often regarded as the Nobel Prize of the mathematical community. Gobert smiled, his face laden with excess flesh, causing myriad wrinkles to cascade together, blooming like a radiant chrysanthemum. "I must take my leave now, dear students. Let us reconvene at tomorrow's lecture. Remember, if you wish to grasp the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, refrain from excessive drinking today." As he spoke, he swayed unsteadily, needing his assistant as support. Chun Fan could only sigh in disbelief. He truly could not fathom how this individual had achieved a professorship, particularly when he was to deliver a speech before the world the following day, and yet he appeared in such a precarious state. Chun Fan had prepared a grand surprise for him, and if Gobert were to become inebriated to the point of confusion, it would render the occasion utterly devoid of merit. Chun Fan hurried to the refreshment area, pouring himself a glass of water, finding the soda a tad too sweet. In the venue, everyone was engaged in discussions about Professor Gobert, while Chun Fan found a rare moment of tranquility in the corner. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. "Hi. What are your thoughts on the analytic properties of the series expression of the Riemann function S in a complex plane?" The speaker was a tall, blonde woman clad in a low-cut evening gown, holding a notebook. American culture is open, and the attire of the lady accentuated her self-expression. However, this was still a prelude to an academic conference, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the ensuing dialogue was predominantly serious. Any frivolous exchanges would likely occur at midnight. At least, not at this moment. Chun Fan, having finished his meal and feeling somewhat bored, was keen to engage in discussion. Thus, he followed the direction of the lady's inquiry. The frequency of prime numbers is closely linked to the behavior of a meticulously constructed zeta function S. All meaningful solutions to the equation S0 lie on a single line. The lady's question was intriguing, and Chun Fan took the paper and pen she offered, inscribing his derivations in her notebook. Standing at approximately 175 meters tall and wearing high heels, the lady towered over Chun Fan, who sat with his body bent slightly to observe as he recorded the process. Her inquiry was valuable, pinpointing a critical juncture, and Chun Fan was delighted to respond. It is essential that questions align with the interlocutor's identity. While Chun Fan was indeed approachable, queries concerning why 11 equals 2 or how to solve a linear equation would be somewhat misplaced. The lady was also eager to learn. Chun Fan elaborated. Along the critical line of the Riemann zeta function, where the real part equals 1 or 2, the limit of the Todd function coincidentally matches the fine structure constant, and T will map the critical strip to the critical strip, with the critical line mapping to the critical line. The formula simply represents the distribution of prime numbers within the natural numbers. After some time, Chun Fan concluded his explanation of the series of deductions, asking, "Have I made myself clear?" The lady gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive. Regarding that previous question, I have consulted many, but your explanation was the clearest." Chun Fan maintained his humility, responding with a smile. "Thank you. This is a fundamental issue. I believe many professors present, such as Lewis, Rowe, and Anderson, could address this question adeptly." The lady flashed a smile. "But you don't seem to be a professor?" Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had been so engrossed in the discussion that he momentarily reverted to his former identity and status. To ease the awkwardness, he made a jest about the future tense. "I will be." The striking lady winked and then complimented, "I believe you will soon be appointed as a professor." "My name is Lillian. You are Chun Fan, correct?" Though this might be an undeniable truth, being called out left Chun Fan feeling a tad embarrassed. After some contemplation, he finally recognized where he had seen her before. Before the banquet, Chun Fan, Mike, and she arrived in the same vehicle. However, during the journey, she remained silent. Chun Fan extended a gracious handshake, saying, "Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you." Lillian, with her emerald green eyes, gazed at Chun Fan, remarking, "Although you are quite young, I am astonished by your accomplishments in mathematics. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." Chun Fan smiled broadly, acknowledging the compliment. Americans are known for their straightforward praise, openly acknowledging brilliance rather than resorting to insincere flattery behind one's back. Yet at that moment, Lillian shifted the conversation from compliments to academic inquiries. "What are your thoughts on the Riemann zeros and prime numbers?" Chun Fan regarded her intently. This question lay at the heart of his proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Though Lillian was elegantly attired, she was far from being a mere ornament. Nevertheless, Chun Fan preferred to avoid any complications before the report conference the following day. He sought a diversion, smiling as he shrugged, "I cannot answer that question. It may well be within Professor Gobert's realm of study. Perhaps you should wait to inquire about it at tomorrow's presentation. He will provide you with an answer." Lillian responded with a sardonic smile, "No, it's certainly 1 TBM. I would sooner believe that an undergraduate from Vandenberg University proved the Riemann hypothesis than to credit Professor Gobert with such an achievement. That man is nothing short of a complete charlatan." Chun Fan was taken aback, about to question her further when Lillian jotted down a series of characters in her notebook. "You must be Chun Fan, right?" Chun Fan had submitted his proof of the Riemann hypothesis to Arxiv, but due to his new account lacking any prior publications, it had been entirely overlooked. He had no intention of concealing this. After all, the truth would be revealed at tomorrow's conference. "Indeed, that is me," he confirmed. Lillian expressed her genuine admiration. "I must say, I did not expect to meet a youthful prodigy. I initially thought that paper was authored by some teacher from Linchuan High School. Now that you are here, I feel reassured. I hope you can fully showcase your talents at tomorrow's seminar and reclaim what is rightfully yours. I have the utmost respect for you, future Professor Chun." Chapter 75, The Riemann Hypothesis Conference. A bright morning dawned. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows into the grand auditorium of Vandenberg University. The hall was abuzz with anticipation, filled to capacity. Governors, presidents, and professors filled the first 3 rows of the 8,000 seat auditorium, all of significant stature. The president of the Clay Mathematics Institute and 7 executive members were present, for this pertained to the $1 million prize. I had perused Gobert's initial draft. If these questions can be successfully addressed, I believe the proof will be validated. Some researchers may have stumbled upon success by sheer luck. The proof he submitted was poorly articulated, yet the underlying logic was sound. I have 4 queries that need clarification. If he can address them satisfactorily, I will consider approving his peer review. The distinguished individuals in the front rows engaged in light banter, while the professors in rows 4 and 6 were less renowned, choosing to remain silent in the presence of their eminent counterparts. To witness the validation of such a world-class conjecture was a matter of great honor. Professors from Tokyo University occupied the 6th row. Chun Fan found himself randomly assigned to a corner in the 36th row, hindered by a large stone pillar that obstructed his view of the podium. As the clock struck 8:45, just before the meeting commenced, Professor Yin sent a text to Chun Fan. "Please adhere to conference etiquette and ensure your phone is turned off. Let us collectively witness this historic moment." Chun Fan checked the time and prepared to turn off his phone, only to find an array of notifications flooding his browser. Let greatness rise again. Professor Gobert of Vandenberg University proves the Riemann hypothesis on the superiority of genetics. Research indicates that Caucasians are more intelligent than other races. Witness history. The Riemann hypothesis proven by our nation's mathematician, Gobert. A series of clickbait headlines had already stirred up a frenzy even before the conference began. Chun Fan smiled serenely and switched off his device. The more publicity there was, the more painful the backlash would be later. After a brief introductory speech, Gobert approached the podium and connected his presentation to the computer. In front of such a multitude of mathematical experts and scholars from around the globe, Gobert embodied the notion that ignorance breeds fearlessness. A plagiarized paper, reported by the university, had unexpectedly garnered considerable attention in the academic community, something he had not anticipated, compelling him to press on despite his apprehension. However, at this juncture, Gobert had little left to fear. Once the conference concluded, untold wealth and honor awaited him. Years ago, his wife had divorced him due to his alcoholism and ineptitude. But ever since he announced that he would soon prove the Riemann hypothesis, young journalists and female faculty members had flocked to him, eager to assist him in life and even offering additional services. Gobert had begun contemplating how to sustain his newfound prominence after the conference. The PowerPoint presentation was launched, and Gobert commenced his exposition. The presentation had been prepared by himself and his students. Gobert had initially intended to completely rewrite Chun Fan's paper in his own words. However, while crafting the presentation and preparing for interactions with peers, Gobert realized that revising those elements was ultimately futile. The original manuscript that he had pilfered, although only half the length of his own work, possessed a certain elegance in its simplicity. In the hours leading up to the conference, Gobert had diligently endeavored to comprehend this paper. As the 3-hour presentation drew to a close, the conference staff began distributing refreshments and beverages. Scholars within the auditorium began to converse quietly amongst themselves. Although Gobert's proof process appeared somewhat clumsy, it seemed that he had, through the most rudimentary methods, addressed a century-old enigma. At least, within my own understanding, the main structure of this article posed no issues. Ultimately, we cannot judge. Only when the review panel and leading professors in the front row nod in approval will peer review be considered complete. Discussions swirled throughout the auditorium. Mike, seated in front of Chun Fan alongside several of his friends, turned to engage him. "How are you feeling, young brother? Attending such a conference for the first time? It's natural to feel a bit anxious." The next segment will be the open questioning. Over the next 2 days, Professor Gobert will address all inquiries from the audience. He paused, then added, "Oh, I forgot you're only a freshman. I should ask whether you can grasp the concept Professor Gobert is presenting. The subsequent proceedings may become rather tedious. If you find it utterly incomprehensible, I advise you to take a break tomorrow or the day after. Since you made the effort to come, you might as well experience some diving or nightlife instead, allowing someone else to take your seat." One of Mike's fellow graduate students chuckled and remarked, "I would be willing to pay you $10,000 to relinquish that seat." His new girlfriend was a master student, and securing a seat at this conference would surely deepen their relationship. Chun Fan smiled and quickly wrote a note, inscribing his bank card number upon it. "Of course, this seat can be yours tomorrow." The half-hour intermission swiftly came to an end. Gobert had arrived at the question-and-answer session of 1 versus 8,000, addressing inquiries from the audience. The individuals bold enough to pose questions were, without exception, of 2 types: the graduate students and young lecturers seated in the back, who, like fearless young calves, were daring and resolute, and the distinguished professors in the front rows, whose incisive inquiries wielded the power of life and death over peer reviews, typically emerging as the grand finale. The 4th and 6th rows were occupied by professors who, while not renowned, adhered to a moderate approach during the conference, as questioning might expose their own limitations. Should they experience a mental lapse and pose a rudimentary question or inquire about something with an obvious answer, they risked becoming the subjects of ridicule among their peers. Gradually, individuals from the back began to rise. "Esteemed Professor Gobert, greetings. I have a query regarding the Riemann function on page 17, line 22 of your paper. Pardon my intrusion, Mr. Gobert, but I would like to inquire about your 6th slide. I also have a question to pose to you." Armed with Chun Fan's manuscript, Gobert adeptly responded to the students' inquiries. Thunderous applause reverberated throughout the auditorium multiple times. With their questions addressed, the audience lingered in contemplative silence. After all, the Riemann hypothesis is a globally recognized conundrum. If mere speculation could yield answers, it would be rather trivial. However, the silence of others did not compel Chun Fan to remain mute. He raised his hand, signaling the auditorium staff. Chapter 76, Chun Fan's Inquiry. The questioning segment of the morning had reached its midpoint, and the atmosphere had grown somewhat hushed. The staff, clad in suits, traversed the aisles of the auditorium, finally locating Chun Fan, who occupied one of the last rows. "Gentlemen in seat 45 of row 36, please proceed." While the front row bore nameplates, the back rows were designated solely by seat numbers. Chun Fan glanced around to confirm that no one else had raised a hand and stood up. Many in the audience turned to look back, creating a stir. In such a setting, daring to pose a question in front of prominent figures in the field of mathematics was a mark of courage. Yet, upon seeing such a youthful Asian visage, whispers ensued. Whose student is he? He looks so young, perhaps 16 or 17. Can he even speak English? He appears too young to comprehend the conference proceedings. Mike stifled a laugh, turning back to give Chun Fan a thumbs up. In a gathering of this caliber, as a doctoral candidate, would scarcely dare to speak freely. Professor Yin, part of the Todai team, also cast a glance at Chun Fan, his brow slightly furrowed. In a distant corner of the auditorium, Lillian noticed Chun Fan rising, a smile gracing her lips. Chun Fan shifted to the side so that the majority of attendees could see him clearly. He began to articulate in fluent English. It is well known that Riemann investigated the distribution of non-trivial zeros of functions in the complex plane. The integral theorem, corresponding to curves on the elliptic complex plane, is also encapsulated in Cauchy's integral theorem. Let C be any simple closed curve within region D. Then Chun Fan's narration was deliberate, meticulously recounting the proof process outlined in Gobert's presentation. Initially, the audience appeared somewhat astonished, for this youthful questioner possessed an Eastern complexion and seemed remarkably young. Gobert's proof had spanned 3 hours. Yet this young man had distilled the core ideas in merely 5 minutes. It was noteworthy that many present, including the professors in the front, were still grappling with certain points. There are the following items regarding the theorem on your first slide. Number 1. 3. Let D be a bounded region in the complex plane whose boundary is a simple closed curve. Concerning your third slide, the Fourier series yields the Fourier integral formula on the elliptic complex domain. Chun Fan continued to elaborate. This lengthy exposition began to test the patience of some audience members. They had anticipated Professor Gobert's lecture and responses, and as a questioner, Chun Fan's elaboration was indeed excessive. While it was impressive for a young individual to clarify such concepts, far exceeding the capabilities of his peers, today's gathering was a conference dedicated to the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, not a university speech competition. From the podium, Gobert, who had initially fixated on Chun Fan, now found himself flipping through papers. He had prepared extensively to address everyone present, and the previous inquiries had fortuitously aligned with his preparations. However, Chun Fan's question was of a different caliber. From the outset of Chun Fan's exposition, Gobert realized this individual possessed clarity surpassing his own. While revising Chun Fan's manuscript, Gobert had taken circuitous routes in many arguments. If A could deduce B, he would deliberately set A equal to C, using B to infer C, and then C to infer B again. This standing youth, seemingly posing a question, was in fact simplifying the complexities. More importantly, all the points he raised were processes that Gobert had unnecessarily elaborated upon. In the front 3 rows, some top-tier professors had already fallen into contemplation. They had harbored doubts regarding Gobert's proof process and academic caliber. Gobert's countenance darkened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it. The auditorium staff promptly ordered the temperature of the air conditioning to be lowered a few degrees, interrupting Chun Fan. Apologies, young man. The time of the professors present is invaluable. We have gathered here to hear Professor Gobert's discourse, not your elaboration. Please succinctly state your question. Mike's expression underwent several transformations, from stifled laughter to admiration for Chun Fan's reasoning, and finally to jealousy as Chun Fan was reminded by the staff of his time limit. Fame can attract attention. In such a setting, to flaunt one's knowledge in front of numerous luminaries in mathematics was ill-advised. Professor Yin also furrowed his brow. While Chun Fan's exposition was indeed coherent, this was a conference on the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, not a suitable venue for students to showcase themselves. In previous interactions, Professor Yin did not perceive Chun Fan as an impolite student. Thousands of eyes in the auditorium fixated on Chun Fan. Were he an ordinary individual, he might have faltered, rendered speechless by the weight of scrutiny. Yet Chun Fan remained composed, treating the gazes of suspicion, scrutiny, and disdain as though they were non-existent. He calmly began. To be brief, my inquiry is, Professor Gobert, is the proof of the Riemann hypothesis your original conception? As the final syllable of Chun Fan's question lingered in the air, the auditorium fell into a silence that lasted half a minute. Subsequently, a wave of laughter erupted within the hall. Was he jesting? If the individual proving this century-old enigma were not Professor Gobert, why had they traveled such distances? This yellow-skinned monkey must be causing a disturbance. The staff should escort him out. If the proof paper were not authored by Professor Gobert, then who could it possibly be? Him? However, Professor Gobert felt a deep discomfort within. From deftly navigating through the non-promotional dismissal system, to the submission of his paper, and finally to the grand symposium meticulously arranged by the school in his honor. Each step felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. He thoroughly erased Chun Fan's submission to the mathematical annual. As for the preprint he uploaded to Arvix, it had yet to garner even 100 downloads. That platform was a veritable cacophony, where anyone could upload their insights, often leading to students or amateur mathematicians sharing their rudimentary thoughts. The Riemann hypothesis, being a world-class conundrum, attracted a plethora of talents and misfits alike, making Chun Fan's download figures indicative of a work that had likely gone unnoticed. He began to grapple with his inner turmoil. Had anyone in the audience actually read that paper? Impossible. It was merely a piece of amateur science. What I later corrected is the true line of thought. The promise of glory and wealth lay within reach. He must continue the performance. Gobert steeled himself, feigning indignation. You are causing a disturbance. If the author of this paper is not me, then who could it be? You? Chapter 77. Exposed. The audience erupted into laughter once more, with some young students in the back even whistling in derision. The staff had to take up the microphone, urging everyone to maintain order. Once calm was restored, Chun Fan resumed. On the first slide of the PPT, the real-valued Riemann zeta function appears in the inverse transformation formula, which redundantly circles back to the introduction of the gamma function on page 3 into a new algebraic system. Allow me to provide a simple counterexample. Given the integral definition domain of the gamma function, the audience responded with considerable jeering. Didn't we just say to maintain order? Why is he still going? Hand the microphone back to Professor Gobert. Indeed, what was this student doing? He should be escorted out. The staff were on the verge of seizing Chun Fan's microphone. Yet, the elderly gentleman seated in the middle of the front row suddenly interjected. Silence. Let him continue. This venerable figure, with hair as white as snow and in his advanced years, still exuded vigor. His name was William Haas, a luminary in the field of mathematics. Upon his authoritative command, the audience promptly silenced, some even turning to glance at Chun Fan. He maintained a calm demeanor. Despite the multitude of doubts cast upon him, he remained undaunted. Professor William Haas nodded approvingly. Please continue. Professor Gobert, be prepared to respond. Chun Fan continued his exposition, in demonstrating that the limit of the contour integral approaches zero as the principal axis tends to positive infinity. The residue theorem expands this contour integral. In essence, the content presented by Gobert from slides 4 to 7 is mere filler. The entire process a futile exercise devoid of significance. Chun Fan articulated his points with appropriate pace and intonation, elucidating the problem clearly without the aid of a blackboard or PPT. A remarkable feat. He paused momentarily to allow the audience to digest his assertions, plunging the room back into silence. Some professors took out notepads or scrap paper, jotting down notes while engaging in hushed discussions. Graduate students in the back huddled together, whispering their thoughts. The clarity of thought was unmistakable. While it was evident that Chun Fan had performed better, Gobert had provided the overarching framework for proving the Riemann hypothesis. It would be unreasonable to fixate solely on this one aspect. However, this young man was indeed formidable, while others had only heard his arguments once. He had grasped the concept with clarity and discovered the optimal solution. Now, some began to align with Chun Fan's perspective. Professor Gobert wiped the sweat from his brow. This was indeed a deliberate alteration made during his revision. However, before such a large audience, he could not concede. He had to stubbornly defend himself. This is merely a minor oversight. All paths lead to Rome. My proofs approach can inspire the youth, which brings me immense satisfaction. A sardonic smile crept across Chun Fan's lips. Mathematical proofs, much like the art of language, possess their own logical conventions. Those who plagiarize often distort the truth, rendering the obvious convoluted. If one were to liken it to writing, it would be akin to failing to communicate coherently. Now, let's move on to the next question. In Gobert's discourse, I identified at least 20 deliberate modifications. 17 of these involve circular reasoning in the proof process, while 3 indicate a lack of scholarly precision, resulting in flawed content. For the elliptical complex C, when C, y, represents geometry in an oblique coordinate system, it can be transformed back to an orthogonal plane. At this, many held their breath. Did he still have doubts? No, this was not mere questioning. It was a direct challenge. A challenge? What do you mean by that? This is a normal academic exchange. If your proof contains issues, is it not permissible for others to voice dissent? But then, the elderly professor in the front row interrupted. But what do you mean by but? This is precisely what I noted and intended to bring up after reading the paper. If no young minds present here are bold enough to question or critique, how can we entrust the future of mathematics to them for safeguarding and exploration? The surrounding audience fell silent, attentively listening to Chun Fan's narrative. Professor Gobert's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. His chest heaved violently. If the previous issues could be explained away as simply different paths leading to the same conclusion, this had now become a logical trap. Perhaps I made an error? Professor Gobert found himself cornered at the podium, unsure of whether to speak or remain silent. Whispers circulated among the audience. Who would have thought that Professor Gobert would falter against a young boy before the front row faculty even intervened? The audacity of youth. If the value obtained after invoking the Cauchy theorem is invalid, would not the Riemann hypothesis remain unproven? At this moment, however, Chun Fan provided his own resolution, which was none other than the original text he had published on Arvix. The audience fell silent for the third time. This time, the students in the back were quiet, while the professors in the front began to murmur. Though Gobert's proof was flawed, this young man's impromptu demonstration has rectified Gobert's erroneous conclusion. Remarkable. Although Professor Gobert did not succeed, his approach has propelled a young mind's contemplation. It seems I may yet witness the Riemann hypothesis proven in my lifetime. The gazes of all present shifted towards Chun Fan. What began as concern for a junior turned into reproach for a naive youth, ultimately culminating in reverence. At that moment, Chun Fan delivered his final blow. Regarding your argument about the elliptical complex C, you have admitted to an error. Yet, based on flawed logic, you have arrived at the conclusion that the Riemann hypothesis is valid. My inquiry remains unchanged. Once more, I ask you, Professor Gobert, is the proof's conceptual framework your original work? Gobert gasped intensely at the podium. His obesity already predisposed him to heart disease and hypertension. Now, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a rush of blood surging to his brain. Fortunately, the staff, sensing the impending crisis, promptly provided a life-saving pill, thus averting a tragedy. However, the audience was already in a state of turmoil. Oh, now I understand. No wonder this thesis and presentation were so obscure and convoluted. It was a deliberate obfuscation stemming from plagiarism. Another student in the back also recognized the truth. He had initially believed it was his own inadequacy. It turned out that this paper was nothing but a deception. A multitude of professors and scholars had gathered, only to be duped by him. For those engaged in research, time is as precious as life itself. I'm a student of Van den Bergh, and I had previously heard of Professor Gobert's name. He had never achieved much, and I had thought it was a case of latent talent finally emerging. Now it seems he was merely a fraud. Outcries of denunciation echoed throughout the hall. Amidst the collective outrage, a woman's voice rose above the din. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for such indignation. Professor Gobert's deception was only a matter of time before it was exposed. Yet, the Riemann hypothesis remains valid. As an academic journalist, I have compiled at least 10 accusations against Professor Gobert for plagiarism. Moreover, the true prover of the Riemann hypothesis is also present here today. This lady is Lillian. As a journalist, she has mastered a range of techniques in stage performance and broadcasting, her speech imbued with rhythm, swiftly capturing the attention of the entire audience. Following the turmoil caused by Gobert's fraudulent actions, she suddenly announced that the allegations of plagiarism had been confirmed and that the original paper was present at the scene. Consequently, all eyes turned to the front row of the grand auditorium. However, the professors seated there exchanged glances, hesitating to look back at the rear. Ultimately, everyone's gaze converged on the young man who had just stood to speak. Chapter 78, Professor Williams' Inquiry. Facing the scrutiny of the crowd, Chun Fan rose and approached the stage. Those seated nearby involuntarily stood up, shifting aside to make way for him. Chun Fan offered no explanation. Instead, he walked forward while reflecting on and organizing the proof process. The impure reveal their own impurity, while the pure reveal their clarity. The individuals present were not fools. They believed that their reports would soon lead to the revelation of the truth. Some attendees were left speechless in shock, while others stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. Professor Gobert remained at the podium, yet as Chun Fan approached, he instinctively took a couple of steps back. However, the auditorium was filled with mathematicians who had come to witness the Riemann hypothesis. There was no extra seating available, not even in the aisles. Gobert could leave the podium, but where could he go? He was left standing awkwardly at the far right of the lectern, unsure of what to do. Chun Fan had overestimated Gobert's capabilities. He had initially intended to correct and elucidate his proof based on Gobert's plagiarized paper. Yet, the core content had been so altered that it was unrecognizable, and many minor arguments had been convoluted beyond recognition. Even if he were to annotate and modify it on the spot, it would be an enormous undertaking. Suddenly, Lillian stood up, calling for the staff. I have read the original paper by Chun Fan on Arvix and have made a PPT. I have it on my USB drive, and I hope it will be of assistance. The staff realized that once Professor Gobert's deception had been unveiled, the order of the venue could no longer be maintained. The audience was now eager to discover what the original paper contained. The staff opted to retrieve Lillian's USB drive. The overwhelming majority of attendees had already been captivated by Chun Fan's earlier performance. Is there an original manuscript? Someone inquired. The lady mentioned that it seemed the original paper was on Arvix. Such an impressive proof of a world-class conjecture. Why have I never seen it before? There were simply too many amateur attempts to prove the Riemann hypothesis, a muddled mix of quality. How can we locate his paper? At this moment, Mike, one of the earliest acquaintances of Chun Fan, made a significant contribution by shouting at the top of his lungs, Chun Fan. The author of the paper is Chun Fan. The attendees, disregarding decorum, hastily pulled out their phones and even retrieved laptops from under the tables, all searching for Arvix. They quickly found Chun Fan's name. The account appeared rather perfunctory. The avatar was the default gray-suited figure from the registration system, and only a few mandatory fields had been filled, leaving the rest blank. Resembling a novice. The only item in the work section was a straightforward title, Proof of the Riemann Hypothesis. Simple and unadorned, a quintessential example of brevity. Many rubbed their eyes and then examined the automatically generated introduction for Chun Fan. Chun Fan, Linchuan No. 2 Middle School. The dissonance was palpable. Are high school students in Huagua this formidable? Can one casually prove the Riemann hypothesis? Several students were dispatched to print the paper. Some older professors believed that having a physical copy in hand felt more substantial. 5 minutes later, the PPT from the USB drive was ready and displayed on the large screen. Chun Fan reviewed it on the computer at the podium. The PPT was surprisingly well-crafted, simple and elegant, encompassing the essential points of the thesis. Even if there were flaws, they could easily be corrected during the presentation with a whiteboard marker. As he aimed to present his findings effectively, Chun Fan remarked, "It is getting late. I suggest we take a break for lunch, and this afternoon, I will report on the proof of the Riemann hypothesis." However, no one in the audience moved. Their eyes were fixed intently on Chun Fan and the PPT behind him. Very well, since everyone is so eager, I shall begin now. Chun Fan commenced his narrative. The catering staff outside, unfamiliar with mathematics, peeked through the back door several times. Realizing the meeting had yet to conclude, but the dishes prepared in the dining hall had already grown cold. The waitstaff contemplated entering to inquire, but were dismissed by the students guarding the entrance. We are witnessing the resolution of a world-class mathematical problem. Leave us be. Eating? How trivial that seems. This is a moment to witness history. Anyone who obstructed our witnessing of a mathematical miracle would be our adversary. Eating was out of the question. Lillian's PPT was commendable, with much content easily comprehensible, allowing Chun Fan to succinctly convey the core ideas of the paper within 2 hours. It must be said that without comparison, there is no harm. Chun Fan's presentation was several magnitudes clearer than that of Professor Gobert. Yet, the room remained utterly silent. In his preparation, Chun Fan had already scrutinized the paper himself, aware of where emphasis was needed. Coupled with the prior questions posed to Professor Gobert, Chun Fan's thesis had effectively addressed all concerns. The vast majority of those present had fallen into a preconceived notion, believing the argument to be indisputable. Ordinarily, after Chun Fan finished his extended presentation, attendees would be free to leave for the dining hall, yet no one stirred. Within the conference hall, an air of silence enveloped all mathematicians as they scrutinized Chun Fan's paper through computers, mobile devices, or printed manuscripts delivered by students. This silence endured for half an hour, with no inquiries yet posed. Some students, lacking the requisite proficiency, stared blankly at Chun Fan, grappling with the proof's intricacies. Had the Riemann hypothesis been proven? A world-class mathematical conundrum, witnessed firsthand, was it truly validated by someone significantly younger than themselves? They gazed at Chun Fan's youthful figure on the podium, then glanced at the professors seated in the front row. The ultimate authority and peer review resided in their hands. Chun Fan, too, awaited the scrutiny of his peers. If one were to liken the presentation on the Riemann hypothesis to a game, the students' queries would resemble minor obstacles, while the professors' inquiries would represent the formidable bosses. At that moment, Professor William Haas, the chief, broke the silence. The proof's approach warrants commendation. Regardless of your subsequent responses, we shall acknowledge your substantial contribution to the advancement of mathematics. However, contributions must not overshadow the facts. Mathematics is a discipline grounded in logic. On page 67, section 7. For there exists a contentious perspective within academia regarding the Mortal-Weil theorem and the structural theory of finitely generated abelian groups. The question of whether the rank of elliptic curves can be arbitrarily large remains unresolved. Should this issue remain unaddressed, your proof of the Riemann hypothesis is deemed invalid. The spirited elder fixed his keen gaze upon Chun Fan, brimming with expectation. This question had been identified by Professor Haas when Gobert submitted his initial draft. The proof Chun Fan articulated, having discarded the nonsensical portions fabricated during the rewriting process, was now lucid and coherent. Yet, by eschewing traditional methodologies and innovatively employing the theory of elliptic complex functions, he could not circumvent the undeniable reality that the issue concerning the rank of elliptic curves lacked a definitive conclusion. Professor Haas admired Chun Fan's youth, talent, and courage. Yet such attributes could not replace logical validation. How would Chun Fan respond to this inquiry? Gobert, now cornered, scoffed quietly. Such a world-class problem was far more suited for him to exploit, and the prospect of proving it seemed nearly impossible. His emotions oscillated, from being overshadowed by Chun Fan's assent to the revelation of his entire proof. Jealousy gnawed at him. If my revised proof fails, then you ought to fail as well. Let the Riemann hypothesis be damned. In the audience, murmurs began to ripple. Professor Lewis, as an expert in elliptic curves, do you have any insights on this matter? The young Professor Lewis shook his head. Although Chun Fan's research on the Riemann hypothesis astounded him, elliptic curves were his area of expertise. He provided a formal response. Given an abelian scheme over a global field, it is conjectured that the rank of its Mordell group equals the order of the zero of its L function at 1. Chun Fan's citation is not a proven theorem, but rather another world-class conjecture, Baer and Swinnerton-Dyer's conjecture. While the generalization of the class number formula for cyclotomic fields is not considered, the weak BSD conjecture remains unresolved. The audience, all possessing at least a master's degree in mathematics, understood the gravity of the issue upon hearing Professor Lewis's words. The BSD conjecture, a mathematical enigma on par with the Riemann hypothesis, was also a superboss, as proclaimed by the Clay Mathematics Institute, with a reward of $1 million for its complete resolution. Mike exhaled in relief. Jealousy had fragmented his composure. Chun Fan, who had been ridiculed by him at the dinner the previous night, was now dazzling in the conference, unsettling him greatly. Yet now, as Chun Fan stumbled in his and his mentor's domain, he found solace. Hey, without my and my mentor's research on elliptic curves, the Riemann hypothesis is unlikely to yield an answer in the next decade. Perhaps by then, collaboration could be sought. It would be best if my and my mentor's names were also inscribed in the paper proving the Riemann hypothesis. Immortality in history. The staff handed Chun Fan the printed paper, with Professor Haas's query marked in red on section 7. 4. Chun Fan fell into a brief silence, inhaling deeply as all eyes fixated upon him. With a weak BSD conjecture serving as an obstacle, this presentation seemed destined to reach no conclusion. Yet, unexpectedly, Chun Fan closed the paper, seized a spare whiteboard beside the electronic multimedia setup, and retrieved a whiteboard marker, swiftly inscribing on the conic sections and the weak BSD conjecture. Before the audience could fully grasp the implications of this title, Chun Fan commenced his writing and exposition. Let dpq, where p and q are distinct primes. For an elliptic curve E with k over q, if kq, 3, then an additional requirement is that there is a potential supersingular reduction at p5. The mathematicians in the audience exchanged bewildered glances. What is he doing? He was demonstrating the establishment of the BSD conjecture. Although it was not the complete form of the BSD conjecture, it was undeniably a miraculous occurrence. Astonishing. Chun Fan continued to write, oblivious to his surroundings. He possessed knowledge from a future life, wherein the weakened BSD conjecture was a part of his prior research achievements. Thus, while investigating the Riemann hypothesis, he had instinctively incorporated this content into his paper. Now, having returned to this era, no one yet comprehended the validity of this conjecture. Chun Fan wrote fervently, in Q, a quadratic twist at P has a good supersingular reduction. Soon, the whiteboard was nearing its capacity, and as Chun Fan sought an eraser, he was halted by scholars in the front row. A renowned professor shouted back to the rear, "Have you lost your mind? Hurry and fetch another whiteboard from the other classrooms." The prominent figures in the front row endeavored to keep pace with Chun Fan's thoughts. Yet the gravity of the weakened world-class conjecture was not to be underestimated. A moment's lapse could lead to confusion. Graduate students in the back were chastised and hurriedly dashed out of the conference room to retrieve another whiteboard. Z is the group of integers under addition. R is a non-negative integer, and EQ. F is a finite group composed of all elements of EQ of finite order. As he wrote, narrating the proof process simultaneously, Chun Fan was unprepared and thus spoke rather hastily. Many mathematicians in the audience initially managed to follow along, but as Chun Fan became absorbed in writing his proof, his exposition became increasingly abstract, akin to listening to an incomprehensible text. Many transitioned from taking notes to photographing with their phones, ultimately just watching Chun Fan write in a daze. 2 hours passed. Chun Fan's inscriptions on the 20-second whiteboard concluded. Concerning ESP advance, the weak BSD conjecture is established. Chun Fan gently rubbed his aching wrist, bowed to all present, and calmly declared, the theorem of part 7 has been resolved. Please feel free to pose your inquiries. The gathered colleagues remained dazed and bewildered by Chun Fan's demonstration, utterly unprepared to ask questions. Even Professor William Hawes fell silent. The conference on the Riemann hypothesis had commenced following Gobert's submission of his paper, with all attendees having prepared extensively in advance. Notably, the professors in the front row of peer reviewers had meticulously scrutinized the material, finalizing their questions only after thorough contemplation. After Chun Fan dismantled Gobert's arguments, Hawes had identified the citation issue regarding the theorem in Part 7.4, which was already quite impressive. However, Chun Fan's live proof was enough to leave everyone utterly flabbergasted. As a prominent figure in the realm of the Riemann hypothesis, the attendees felt intellectually overwhelmed. The prospect of an additional BSD conjecture, even in its weakened form, seemed beyond their grasp. This encapsulated Chun Fan's response to the inquiry at hand. 2 world-class mathematical conjectures, each a magnificent blossom with its own distinct merits. Chapter 80. The Riemann hypothesis is validated. Professor William Hawes inhaled deeply and remarked, Chun Fan, your insights are remarkably advanced. Even if I have an inkling that you are correct, we shall require some time to digest and deliberate on this. Let us adjourn the morning session here. I will arrange for my secretary to organize the manuscript on the weakened BSD conjecture, and we shall further discuss it tomorrow. Chun Fan nodded in agreement. Very well. Professor Hawes. Hawes cast a glance at Gobert in the corner, indignantly stating, I hope that the mathematical yearbook can clarify how Chun Fan's original manuscript found its way into Gobert's hands and how it was subsequently plagiarized. As for Gobert, you have brought disgrace upon the American academic community. Let the relevant departments of the university handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. The mathematical community tolerates mistakes, but will not condone treachery. William Hawes is indeed a towering figure in the mathematical world. His words carry immense weight. Though not explicitly stated, his arrangements effectively sentence Gobert to an academic death. Imagine Gobert draping himself in borrowed prestige, promoting a plagiarized paper with great fanfare. Even if the Riemann hypothesis yielded no definitive results, it would merely represent a dispute of academic viewpoints, subject to refinement and exchange in the future. However, when mathematicians from around the globe flocked in admiration, the situation would shift dramatically. For Gobert and his affiliated institution, irrespective of whether the academic community ultimately acknowledged the Riemann hypothesis, there would be no room for reconciliation. While some errors in papers may be forgiven due to technological limitations or cognitive misunderstandings, deceit is inexcusable at any time, in any place by anyone. Awaiting Gobert were only dismissal and a permanent black mark on his academic reputation, barring him from ever stepping foot in the sanctum of academia again. Professor Gobert, well aware of this impending fate, collapsed in the conference hall with a resounding thud. The academic community scorned him, and no one dared to extend a hand in assistance. Ultimately, it was the service staff summoned by the auditorium who, out of humanitarian concern, took him away for aid. Yet, in America, medical assistance often entails long waits. Previously, as a university professor, he could have accessed private hospitals or special expedited services. Now, as an ordinary individual, his fate was uncertain. The door to the conference hall swung open, yet no one departed for an extended period. Mike felt utterly foolish. Since the previous day, he had been mocking Chun Fan. Even before the morning session commenced, he had inquired if Chun Fan wished to relinquish his seat. Now, with seat 45 and row 36 vacated, no one dared to occupy it. It was abundantly clear that Chun Fan had garnered Professor William Hawes' recognition. His achievements extended beyond merely resolving the Riemann hypothesis. He had also demonstrated the weakened BSD conjecture. Mike had envisioned leveraging his own research to contribute to Chun Fan's proof, but that opportunity had slipped away. Instead, Chen Fan's exploration of the BSD conjecture and elliptic curves had provided him with significant insights. As Mike's Master S and doctoral studies focused on elliptic curves, he recognized that Chen Fan's on-the-spot reasoning on the whiteboard contained no logical fallacies. Following this conference, it was highly probable that it would evolve into a theorem. Consequently, for an extended period henceforth, Mike's research on elliptic curves would invariably intersect with Chen Fan's paper, necessitating repeated citations, an idea that filled him with embarrassment. Mike's mentor, Lewis, bore a similar expression. He had attained his doctorate at the age of 24 and was promoted to professor 2 years later, proudly claiming to be the youngest genius in the field of mathematics. This genius bore an air of arrogance, evident when he failed to shake Chen Fan's hand during their initial meeting. Yet now, before the 17-year-old Chen Fan, he felt utterly insignificant. If given the chance to start anew, Lewis would only wish to say, "I apologize." To the representatives from the University of Tokyo attending the conference, "May I contact you to introduce you to Chen Fan? Is it still possible?" But alas, it appeared that opportunity had vanished. In the aftermath, countless scholars with accomplishments surpassing Lewis's and capabilities exceeding his awaited the chance to meet Chen Fan. Professor Yin and several other members of the University of Tokyo delegation were similarly in a state of shock. They had intended to introduce Chen Fan to the world, yet he had just presented proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Moreover, the authorship of the paper read, Chen Fan, Huagua, Linchuan No. 2 High School. What was this madness? A world-class mathematical conjecture had been validated by a high school student. An accompanying academic secretary inquired, "Professor Yin, would you consider Chen Fan your student?" Yin Wenzhong nodded and then shook his head. Chen Fan was indeed brought along by him, but to claim him as a student? He wouldn't dare, even if given the courage. He had not imparted any knowledge to Chen Fan. Yet now a mathematician who had proven the Riemann hypothesis would be calling him teacher, a notion he could hardly accept. Professor Yin swallowed his words and quickly clarified, "Well, not exactly. However, he is currently a student at the Joint Institute of the University of Tokyo." Several surrounding professors nodded vigorously. This conference slot was a lucrative investment. No wonder Dean Yi Zhiqiu regarded Chen Fan as a treasure. There was indeed more to it. Lilian, witnessing Chen Fan's proof gaining nearly universal acceptance within the academic community, exhaled in relief. Her brother had once been a student of Gobert, who frequently appropriated his students' research outcomes, ultimately leading to her brother's tragic demise. Lilian had become a journalist to investigate the circumstances surrounding her brother's case. Acutely aware of the truth, she understood that Gobert lacked genuine academic prowess, which is why he relentlessly scoured the internet for papers. Had Chen Fan not been present, she would have personally produced the papers from Arvix to expose Gobert's plagiarism. Yet, as she was not from a mathematics background, her efforts would undoubtedly pale in comparison to the explosive impact of Chen Fan's approach. At noon, when Chen Fan entered the banquet hall for lunch, he faced no queue whatsoever. Professors of mathematics from around the globe parted to create a path for him. In their eyes, the inability to identify any logical flaws in Chen Fan's paper essentially confirmed the validation of the Riemann hypothesis. Though still youthful, this individual may very well find themselves seated alongside Professor William Hawes in the near future, or perhaps even sooner, after the adjournment of this gathering. Chen Fan forewent his midday respite. The staff at the auditorium meticulously compiled the documentation of Chen Fan's presentation and delivered it to him. He needed to invest some time to reformat these materials into a paper for prompt submission. The conference scheduled for the following day proceeded as anticipated, albeit with Chen Fan taking center stage instead of Gobert. The atmosphere mirrored that of Chen Fan's initial presentation. The subsequent graduate students and lecturers dared not voice their opinions on the matter at hand. The disparity in intellect and capability was simply too pronounced. This success was attributable to Chen Fan's diligent preparation. He had anticipated every conceivable question, addressing each detail with precision. Much like a teacher guiding their students, an exemplary educator knows how to emphasize key points. Ultimately, the professors on the front row posed a token question to Chen Fan. Whether regarding the weakened BSD conjecture or the complete Riemann conjecture, Chen Fan provided flawless responses, leaving the review panel unable to identify any shortcomings. The weakened BSD conjecture had, after all, been one of Chen Fan's prior research endeavors. Having faced inquiries about it before, he found it relatively undemanding. In discussions pertaining to the Riemann conjecture, he also identified minor corrections that needed to be made, though these were merely formalities, as the substance had already been corroborated by all. On this very day, the mathematics community was rocked. The Riemann conjecture which had perplexed humanity for an astonishing 162 years, was proven. Chapter 81, Aftermath. Thanks to the advent of the Internet, journalism has flourished immensely. The events of the Vandenberg-Riemann Conjecture Conference were swiftly captured and disseminated by the media. At the United College of Science, Jean Shinshin lay in bed, scrolling through his phone, lamenting his inability to attend the conference, resorting instead to circumventing barriers to indulge in Twitter. The professors in the mathematics department were indeed miserly, opting for Chun Fan over him. Damn it. He had no idea what Chun Fan had been preoccupied with lately. Even inquiries about his well-being in the United States went unanswered. Ludwig, persistent as ever, continued to regard Chun Fan as his hypothetical rival. What academic conference? Who knows where he is off gallivanting? I hold no expectations. Your current institution is commendable as well. Upon graduation, you can apply for studies abroad and still attend Vandenberg. Jean Shinshin scowled, realizing that he and Ludwig were simply not on the same wavelength. His focus remained on developments within the mathematics community, while his roommate seemed perpetually preoccupied with leisure. Ignoring Ludwig, he continued scrolling. Suddenly, a barrage of news alerts popped up on his phone, all from sources he had designated as favorites, the cacophony startling him. Gobert accused of plagiarism. Dismissed by Vandenberg University. Riemann conjecture proven. Weakened BSD, conjecture validated. Vandenberg, academic conference. Mysterious Eastern youth disrupts proceedings. At only 17, proves 2 world-class mathematical conjectures. A flurry of 7 or 8 notifications, all from the science and official accounts Jean Shinshin typically followed, compelled him to investigate. Given the sensationalist nature of current headlines, anyone would be hard-pressed to doubt the veracity of these reports. Initially inclined to examine the proofs of the Riemann conjecture or the BSD conjecture, he found himself drawn to the last headline concerning the mysterious Eastern youth. Chun Fan's visage spontaneously appeared in his mind, and upon clicking, he confirmed his suspicions. The opening image of the article depicted Chun Fan eloquently addressing the audience from the podium at the conference. To the far right of the photograph, a middle-aged, portly man, the dejected Professor Gobert, was circled by a journalist. After perusing the news, Jean Shinshin was left astounded. What? Chun Fan proved the Riemann conjecture? This can't be real. Doubting the authenticity, he registered for an Arxiv account, as the article suggested, and searched for Chun Fan. Indeed, he uncovered the paper on the Riemann conjecture. Jean Shinshin exclaimed, "What the hell? The individual who proved this globally significant mathematical conjecture is my own absurd roommate." He felt as though the world had gone mad. Hastily, he attempted to download Chun Fan's paper, but the Arxiv website, overwhelmed by interest from mathematicians worldwide, had crashed, displaying a 404 error page. Only on Chun Fan's personal homepage did he find the English version of the introduction, still indicating his affiliation with Linchuan No. 2 High School, confirming that this Chun Fan was indeed the one he knew. The idol he had admired had suddenly transformed into a classmate he interacted with daily. Anyone would be utterly bewildered. Absurd. Jean Shinshin was suddenly reminded of their training camp for the National Mathematics Competition. Back then, after completing the training problems, Chun Fan would head to the library. He had been curious about what Chun Fan was so engrossed in every day. Little did he know, the thought alone seemed preposterous. Moreover, his phone was inundated with messages. Professors from Jingping University, whom he had previously felt unworthy to approach, were now reaching out. Jean Shinshin, can you get in touch with Chun Fan? I would like a copy of the proof for the Riemann conjecture, if you could send it my way. Hello, Jean Shinshin. As this year's second-place finisher in the National Mathematics Competition, how well do you know Chun Fan? We would like to invite him to join our faculty. And as a reward for facilitating this connection, you may enroll in our master's and doctoral program. Jean Shinshin was left speechless, despite multiple unsuccessful attempts to switch majors. Here he was, potentially reaping the benefits of his roommate's achievements to secure a spot in the mathematics department. Although Ludwig did not study mathematics, he too was rendered speechless by the whirlwind of news. He felt like a mere clown in comparison to Chun Fan, whose accomplishments seemed to eclipse his own entirely. The principal's office. Principal Yi Zhiqiu received a report from Professor Yin, leaving him utterly astounded. Truly, the individual recommended by the aviation base was exceptional. No wonder when Chun Fan arrived, Chang Jianhua had specifically called to advise him to keep a close eye on this treasure. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Chang, only to be met with a rebuke. You are reaping the rewards while being ungrateful. I never wished for Chun Fan to leave Jingping, had he not insisted on it. This situation would never have arisen. I warn you, Chun Fan is one of ours from the aviation base. He will return upon graduation, so do not harbor any other intentions. Principal Yi Jiqiu attempted to ask another question, but the line had already gone dead. He decided against dwelling further on the matter. Chun Fan's secrets were his own, and for now, he was a student of their college. His research achievements could certainly serve to promote their institution. Principal Yi Ziyu Musit Hapidi. At Linchuan University of Science and Technology, the former mathematics team leader, teacher Lu Zhong, finally chose to resign and pursue a doctoral degree at the university. He too had taken note of the recent academic news. The Riemann conjecture had been proven. The individual behind this monumental achievement was one of his former high school students. His immediate reaction was that the world had gone mad. Reflecting on his time with Chun Fan, he recalled a statement Chun Fan had made. Let me clarify, that is not a rumor. He had assumed Chun Fan's aspirations were merely youthful bravado, perhaps an aim toward the Riemann conjecture. Little did he know, amidst the shock, Lu Zhong suddenly contemplated. In accordance with the hierarchy within the school, Chun Fan, upon encountering me, was compelled to address me as teacher, which instantly inflated his ego. Unfortunately, his charm lasted no longer than 3 seconds. His office phone and personal mobile device were inundated with calls from professors of the School of Mathematics. Lu, are you at school? Chun Fan, he was your student, correct? Lu Zhong dreaded receiving calls from professors. Ah, yes. Could you possibly facilitate some connections? I am eager to see those 2 papers of his. By the way, our school is in dire need of talent. See if you can persuade him to join us. Lu Zhong, well aware of Chun Fan's temperament, hesitated. Professor, this might prove somewhat challenging. The professor, clearly irritable, retorted, challenging? If you cannot accomplish this, then don't even think about that doctoral student graduating. Reach out immediately. Why waste such valuable networking resources? Lu Zhong thought to himself. Have we fallen so low that we must rely on students for our achievements? Chapter 82. Chun Fan's Doctoral Defense in Mathematics. After Chun Fan proved the Riemann hypothesis, it sent shockwaves through the academic community. The scientists present quickly began to contemplate recruiting Chun Fan. Naturally, they were no longer considering him as a mere student. This was a luminary who had just solved the Riemann hypothesis, possessing abilities that surpassed those of anyone else in the room. The institutions of Princeton, MIT, and Harvard, among many other prestigious academies, extended extraordinarily favorable conditions to Chun Fan, both in terms of living arrangements and research opportunities. However, certain officials in the United States, lacking an understanding of academia, questioned the wisdom of allocating such substantial subsidies to support a mathematician, only to face opposition. The Riemann hypothesis, unlike the Navier-Stokes equations, does not directly address turbulence issues. If it were a matter of turbulence, we could resolve numerous complexities in atmospheric flight and even controlled nuclear fusion. The Riemann hypothesis, however, is too abstract, residing almost entirely within the realm of pure mathematics, and its impact on societal and economic development is not immediately apparent. Indeed, it is both difficult to comprehend and highly abstract. Such remarks often stem from jealousy or a sour grapes mentality. Additionally, the old guard in the U.S. was reluctant to let China outpace them in technological advancements. A scientific principle that currently lacks application does not imply it will hold no future value. It may, in an intangible manner, propel technological progress. Fortunately, this perspective was swiftly met with resistance from scientists. You are only considering immediate benefits. Questioning the utility of the Riemann hypothesis is as absurd as asking what purpose a newborn serves. Upon hearing this, the ignorant critics fell silent. If they failed to accord Chun Fan the respect he deserved, it was likely they would face vehement backlash from their own scientific community before China could even retaliate. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to remain quiet and withdraw from the discourse. Due to Chun Fan's groundbreaking revelation, the originally scheduled 3-day conference was extended to a week. The final day of the reporting period was a bright afternoon. Chun Fan intended to rest at the hotel and retire early, yet his phone rang incessantly. Professor Lewis, leveraging Mike's influence, persistently pleaded for Chun Fan's contact details. However, not only did Chun Fan decline, but he also took the opportunity to delete Mike from his contacts. He refused to entertain academic sycophants. When they had crossed paths at the hotel, he had displayed an air of indifference, only to now be subjected to such duplicity. There was a knock on the door. Chun Fan assumed it was Professor Yin seeking him, but upon opening the door, he was greeted by the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Lillian, who chuckled and said, "Esteemed future Professor Chun." Clad in his pajamas, Chun Fan felt it somewhat impolite to invite a lady inside, and he partially closed the door. "What brings you here?" Lillian had come specifically to extend an invitation. "Chun Fan, in addition to being an academic journalist, I also bear the title of the eldest daughter of the Mao family. In the future, I shall inherit the largest technology conglomerate in the United States, and I wish to recruit you under my wing. I can offer you the highest level of remuneration, encompassing everything you desire, including but not limited to housing, vehicles, financial support, and companionship. I believe we are kindred spirits. Chun Fan replied, "It's rather embarrassing. I'm merely an academic, not a celebrity, yet I seem to attract such propositions from women post-rebirth." Nevertheless, Lillian indeed possessed remarkable talent. Through subsequent revelations, Chun Fan learned that while she only held an undergraduate degree, she had diligently pursued the truth behind Gobert's plagiarism, sifting through materials and preparing presentations for her paper, which required considerable effort. Lillian produced a thick contract and earnestly stated, "As long as you come to the United States, I can assist you in any location across the country." However, Chun Fan declined, saying, "I apologize, but I prefer the environment of China over here. Science knows no borders." Yet the reality is that the United States is home to more scientists and talent, facilitating your research and exchanges. In a previous life, Chun Fan had survived a plane crash precisely because he possessed China's most precious technology, which posed a threat to others, leading to his entanglement in such a fate. Thus, in this life, after experiencing the Riemann Hypothesis Conference, it was unlikely that Chun Fan would contemplate leaving. The outside world, no matter how alluringly portrayed, was not his true home. He shook his head, gazing into the distance, and remarked, "You are correct. Science knows no borders. However, scientists do have their homeland." After lingering for 2 more days, the delegation from the University of Tokyo concluded their visit and returned to China. Professor Yin made arrangements. "Chun Fan, this achievement is sufficient for your graduation. Upon returning to school, I will contact you to apply for your doctoral degree and honorary professorship. Thanks to you, the mathematics department at the University of Tokyo has gained international recognition." Chun Fan responded with righteous fervor. Combating academic dishonesty is a responsibility shared by all. Indeed. Professor Yin concurred. Upon returning to the school, Professor Yin, disregarding any jet lag, hurried to Dean Yi Zhiqiu's office to discuss awarding the honorary professorship and degree. However, he was met with Dean Yi's cunning retort. "Why should we grant Chun Fan an honorary professorship? We must retain him." Retain him? If it weren't for Professor Yu from our chemistry department having some leverage, he would have left long ago. Dean Yi had reached out to Cheng Jianhua at the aviation base. Although the specifics were unclear, he suspected it was likely that Chun Fan held a position there, having merely come to study and conduct research. Professor Yin was somewhat conflicted. "So, we want to grant him the professorship? The doctoral degree should be straightforward, right?" Given the generous offers from 4 institutions, he was genuinely concerned that if they provided nothing, Chun Fan might betray them. Dean Yi Zhiqiu cast a sidelong glance at him. "Do you think this awarding of a degree is compliant?" Professor Yin slapped his thigh in exasperation. "Dean, let us make special provisions. Given Chun Fan's situation, the Educational Council will likely be lenient." Dean Yi Zhiqiu scoffed. "You, with your professor's title, will never be able to manage the academy. Trust my judgment. Here's the arrangement. The professorship and degree remain as is, but he must go through a thesis defense as a formality." "Professor Yin?" Dean Yi was utterly exasperated. "Are you really that oblivious? Such remarkable resources are housed within your esteemed academy, and it is conceivable that he may delve into his research for 3 to 5 years in seclusion. It is imperative to expedite his public defense, allowing him to elucidate the process of proving the Riemann hypothesis. This endeavor would be immensely beneficial to both faculty and students alike, thus securing advantages for the students of our institution." Professor Yin, in a moment of realization, remarked, "Indeed, the dean is astute." Upon returning, Chun Fan first sought solace in his dormitory, taking a brief respite. Knowing of his arrival, his roommate, Jean Xin promptly opted for the sofa, fearful of disturbing him. When Chun Fan eventually awoke, he discovered a refreshing assortment of water, beverages, and a beautifully arranged platter of sliced fruits upon the nearby table. Even the shoes that had been haphazardly strewn about before sleep had been neatly arranged. Jean Xin, adopting the demeanor of an ardent admirer, exclaimed, "Has the esteemed one awakened?" Chun Fan responded, "Huh?" Jean Xin's eyes sparkled with admiration. "I never anticipated that the esteemed one would be so close by. The Riemann hypothesis and the BSD conjecture, both originating from your pen. What a revelation." Chun Fan corrected him. "Only the Riemann hypothesis. The BSD conjecture is merely a weakened version. The complete proof will be one of my forthcoming tasks, although it may be a while before I revisit it." Jean Xin, nearly prostrating himself, declared, "Esteemed one, let us not forget each other should fortune smile upon us." Chun Fan chuckled softly, If you so desire, you may apply to my graduate program upon your undergraduate graduation. Jean Xin, with tears of gratitude, agreed. It is a promise. Chun Fan advised, if that is your wish, then focus on your studies henceforth. I believe these materials will be quite beneficial to you, so it is best to commence your learning immediately. Jean Xin's mathematical prowess was commendable. Had he not been overshadowed by Chun Fan in the national competition, he might have emerged as the top contender. Chun Fan produced a list of resources from an unknown source. Upon seeing the meticulously printed list of papers and documents in a clear, legible font, Jean Xin fell into deep contemplation. Was pursuing graduate studies under such a luminary truly the right choice? The next segment was Chun Fan's defense. While other students faced a barrage of questions from their professors, the panel of examiners for Chun Fan feigned ignorance. As he presented his findings, they diligently took notes, resembling students themselves. Even the most esteemed paper review committee in the realm of mathematics found themselves outmatched by Chun Fan, rendering their own status insignificant. Chapter 83, Aspirations. The following day, the school hosted a grand ceremony in the most spacious auditorium, accompanied by the finest service. At merely 17 years of age, Chun Fan donned a white shirt, black suit, polished shoes, and a tie, seemingly intent on projecting an adult persona. Yet, all present understood that this individual was not to be underestimated. He was poised to become the youngest doctoral candidate in Huagua. Standing at the podium, he faced an audience of professors and students seated in rows, including several renowned scholars who had traveled great distances by train to attend. Even those standing in the aisles made a concerted effort to listen to Chun Fan's presentation. Clearing his throat, he began to share an even more refined version of his theories than those presented at the Vandermonde conference. Ahem, he announced. I shall now present the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, which will serve as my doctoral dissertation. I extend my gratitude to all the leaders and colleagues for their attentive listening and insightful guidance. The 4-hour presentation concluded swiftly. While many were willing to listen, none dared to challenge him. Having previously stumbled before Chun Fan, the international dignitaries refrained from posing questions, fearing they would only embarrass themselves further. During the question and answer segment, all inquiries were respectful and courteous. Consequently, both Chun Fan's doctoral dissertation and professorial title were swiftly approved by the higher authorities. As his title was conferred, the esteemed principal of the main campus personally sought to recruit Chun Fan, hoping to entice him to conduct research at headquarters. The Union Institute, being a branch campus, could not compare to the prestige of the main institution. The principal promised Chun Fan that should he relocate to headquarters, he would be provided with a villa as staff accommodation, along with a female graduate student assigned as his secretary to attend to his daily needs. This arrangement echoed certain unsavory aspects of his past life, and Chun Fan, with a furrowed brow, unequivocally declined, stating there is no need for such provisions. I appreciate the dean's goodwill, but having a companion would not reflect well should it become known. The principal, taken aback, responded with a gentle demeanor. I have already coordinated with the living department. A 1-bedroom apartment has been reserved for you in the faculty housing, conveniently located near the chemistry laboratory and the mathematics department office. Additionally, the school is currently organizing a sports event, and I have saved a mountain bike as a prize for you, facilitating your commute on campus. If you require transportation off campus, you may use my vehicle. I am more than willing to drive you. Chun Fan expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you very much, Dean Yi. His needs were simple. Basic living arrangements were sufficient, allowing him to devote his full attention to scientific research. While the principal offered much, Chun Fan found little that was necessary. He sincerely hoped for an academic community populated by individuals who were straightforward, pure in intention, and devoted to the pursuit of truth. The mathematics department had arranged an office for Chun Fan, and he made a point to visit. Good day, Professor Chun. Good day, Professor Yin. As he entered, he encountered Yin Wenzhong, who had initially hoped to take Chun Fan under his wing. But now they stood as equals, though Chun Fan's academic achievements clearly positioned him as the more authoritative figure. What are your plans moving forward? Will you continue your research on the BSD conjecture, or will you embark upon another world-class problem as your research topic? The proof of the Riemann hypothesis, however, the mathematics department believed they had struck gold, only to discover that the paper had been submitted under the affiliation of Linchuan Second High School, seemingly unrelated to them. Upon encountering the news of Linchuan Second High School student proving a world-class conjecture, Yin Wenzhong and his colleagues were taken aback. Only the authors of the elliptic curves and weak BSD conjecture papers were affiliated with the mathematics department. The weakened conjecture had merely proven half of the claim, diminishing their prestige. The mathematics department, recognizing Chun Fan's youth, was eager for him to pursue further research. Chun Fan pondered aloud. Titles such as honorary professor are merely nominal. I'm still a student in the chemistry department. Yin Professor replied. Isn't that a rather abstract stance? Having proven the Riemann hypothesis, it is only a matter of time before you receive the Fields Medal. For a mathematics PhD, to seek refuge in the chemistry department is quite excessive. Chun Fan earnestly explained. The BSD conjecture is too abstract. It may take a decade or more to yield results. My immediate plan is to return to the chemistry department for experimental work. Yin Professor retorted, you have already proven the Riemann hypothesis, and you dare to claim the BSD conjecture is abstract? Moreover, why would a promising mathematician abandon his comfort zone to pursue chemistry? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Yin Professor adopted the approach of Dean Yi. According to our school's regulations, professors are required to mentor students. Your title and benefits have already been aligned with those of Dean. Your compensation now surpasses mine. According to the regulations of the mathematics department, each professor is required to mentor at least 3 students each year. This time, it was Chun Fan's turn. As a member of the Joint Institute of Science, he had little choice but to comply. Chun Fan acknowledged, indeed, mentoring students is an unavoidable responsibility for every professor, myself included. Rather than being coerced, it is preferable to take the initiative. Subsequently, as his own research project commenced, he would require a substantial workforce to assist him. Chun Fan acquiesced, saying, please inform Dean Yijichio that during next spring's graduate admissions, I will personally select a few students to mentor. Professor Yin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, very well. However, Chun Fan's intention was not to mentor graduate students from the mathematics department alone. To realize his forthcoming core objective of achieving controlled nuclear fusion, merely having mathematical talent would not suffice. Therefore, the graduate students he intended to recruit would likely encompass a variety of fields, including physics, engineering, chemistry, and energy mechanics. Once he had attended to the matters of the mathematics department, Chun Fan could return to his chemical research with peace of mind. At the high-temperature bismuth materials laboratory, Chun Fan had not encountered the head, Yu Xiaowei, during his previous visit. This time, the situation was markedly different. Professor Yu personally greeted him at the laboratory entrance, accompanied by all the students in the lab, who lined up to welcome him. Welcome, Professor Chun Fan, to our laboratory. Chun Fan felt somewhat awkward and smiled. There is no need for such extravagance. Hello, Professor Yu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Professor Yu is a slender, short, middle-aged man with dark skin, wearing spectacles. I cannot accept such praise. Welcome, Professor Chun. We are in need of a mathematician to assist with the analysis of experimental data. Chun Fan replied, I applied to the Joint Institute of Science specifically for your laboratory. During my last visit, when you were absent, I analyzed some data with Xiao Wei. Professor Yu nodded while listening, but cast a sharp glance at a student when hearing Xiao Wei's name. Without considering the other accolades brought by the Riemann hypothesis, he and Chun Fan were peers in terms of professional titles. This fellow has inexplicably gained half a lifetime's worth of recognition, he thought. Xiao Wei, sweating profusely, waved his hands. It's a misunderstanding, Professor. I didn't intend to take advantage of you. Professor Chun, Xiao Wei struggled to find the right words, feeling flustered, as Chun Fan was far too young. Chun Fan diffused the tension, suggesting, how about I call you Xiao Wei Ge? We can keep our discussions separate? Xiao Wei nodded eagerly. Professor Chun, calling me Xiao Wei is perfectly fine. In the realm of research, merit prevails. Professor, you opened the door to the laboratory. Shall we discuss this in my office? I heard from Xiao Wei that you wish to access the laboratory's specific data. The detection instruments can indeed export data, but the items you seek have been proven by countless professionals in the industry to have no impact on the experimental results. Different fields can be as distant as mountains apart. Professor Yu, your mathematical achievements are renowned worldwide. However, each discipline possesses its own unique characteristics. I wonder what aspect of my laboratory specifically drew your attention? Yu Xiaowei queried, somewhat puzzled. The project he was researching employed relatively obscure technology within the chemistry field, making it challenging to publish papers or yield results. Yet, Chun Fan had demonstrated considerable talent and accomplishments since high school, suggesting he was not a hasty individual. Chapter 84. Chun Fan's Limited Understanding. Chun Fan was invited into Professor Yu's office. A large desk was cluttered with academic journals, A4 papers, notepads, and a plethora of materials. In the corner of the room, a military-style cot was set up, complete with bedding, indicating that Professor Yu often worked late and rested there. Ahem, please excuse the disarray, he remarked. Chun Fan smiled gently. No need to worry, it's quite all right. During his previous life, when engrossed in research, he too often neglected to return home at night, frequently sleeping in the laboratory. He pulled up a chair and seated himself opposite Professor Yu, who was tidying up the desk while introducing, "You should be somewhat familiar with bismuth-based materials, but I must caution you. My research direction is somewhat niche. Currently, the mainstream materials for nuclear fusion first-wall applications include graphite, carbon-carbon composites, beryllium, beryllium oxide, and tungsten. Some American chemical laboratories have even produced finished graphite materials for nuclear testing. My bismuth-based superconductors are not highly regarded among my peers domestically. My hope is to witness my laboratory produce ideal results before I retire. Chen Fan, you're still young. I am pleased that you wish to join my laboratory. But I must inform you that the potential for success in my direction remains uncertain." Professor Yu was presenting facts without embellishment. Unlike some professors who would boast about their achievements merely because students showed interest in their research, he candidly shared the risks of the project and his own plans, allowing Chen Fan to make an informed choice. As someone who had been through the struggles, Chen Fan was fully aware of the current market conditions and research landscape. However, hearing Professor Yu's straightforward honesty moved him. Achieving nuclear fusion reactions requires temperatures exceeding 1,000,000 degrees Celsius, and stable operation necessitates temperatures above 100 million degrees Celsius. The development of materials aimed at finding suitable containers for such reactions is crucial. Phillips once stated, "Failure is the mother of success." In scientific research, producing results can lead to soaring recognition and respect. Yet, often, the reality is far from satisfactory. Sometimes, conducting thousands of experiments merely to prove an idea unfeasible is, in itself, a form of scientific achievement. While the general public may forget such endeavors, those within the field will remember you. In his previous life, Chen Fan had encountered myriad setbacks in his quest for superconducting materials, which ultimately led him to the direction of bismuth-based superconductors. This was also the reason he chose to work with Professor Yu. He smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, since I have chosen to come here, I have thoroughly considered the associated risks and market conditions." Professor Yu remained silent. Chen Fan understood that when a project fails to yield results over an extended period, one can easily succumb to existential doubt. However, returning from the future, Chen Fan recognized that the currently popular paths in the market were indeed unfeasible. He decided to share some insights to bolster Professor Yu's confidence. The materials available in the market are limited to a few types. Although tungsten has a sufficiently high melting point, using it as a first-wall material can lead to significant damage from radiation and particle impacts. When the outermost layer of tungsten is struck, it may be ejected, forming tungsten ions that enter the plasma flow within the reactor, posing a toxic threat to the plasma beam and potentially causing it to rupture, resulting in safety hazards. Much of what Chen Fan articulated comprised sensitive experimental data, which, according to the current timeline, might not be disclosed for another 2 or 3 decades. Yet, science follows a logical framework, and although such experimental data is presently undisclosed, Chen Fan's explanation illuminated Professor Yu's understanding. Bismuth, as a green metal, is currently applicable in semiconductors, superconductors, flame retardants, pigments, chemical reagents, and electronic ceramics. In the future, it holds great potential to replace materials such as lead, antimony, cadmium, and mercury. While laypersons may observe the spectacle, those with expertise discern the subtleties. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Professor Yu immediately recognized their reliability. The exchange continued throughout the morning, leading Professor Yu to significantly alter his perspective on Chen Fan. While he held great admiration for Chen Fan's achievements in mathematics, his discussions during the morning had subconsciously positioned Chen Fan as an equal in the realm of material chemistry. "Where did you acquire such knowledge?" Inexplicably, Chen Fan could not elucidate his past life experiences, so he simply replied, "Primarily through papers and computational deductions." Professor Yu marveled. "Indeed, the youth are formidable. I never anticipated that your independent literature review would lead you to such profound insights. And yet, you remain modest, claiming to know only a little?" Chen Fan chuckled. "Perhaps my proficiency in mathematics affords me an advantage in deduction. I have a basic understanding of many subjects." Professor Yu cast a sidelong glance at him. "Indeed, you seem to possess a smattering of knowledge across the board. As a chemist who has devoted nearly half a lifetime to research, conversing with someone as young as you feels like engaging with a peer. If only my graduate students could be as self-sufficient as you." Chen Fan replied, "That is quite an optimistic thought." The two continued their discourse on technical matters, experimental topics, and research inquiries for a while longer. Eventually, Chen Fan glanced at the time, concluding that the morning session had reached its natural end, and he expressed, "Thus, I believe that the failure of the experimental output to meet requirements is likely influenced by external factors. I hope to gather data from the laboratory spanning a year or even longer." Professor Yu, engaging in conversation with Chun Fan, felt as though he had glimpsed a ray of light. Previously considering his research to be niche, a mere endeavor of a lifetime, he now brimmed with confidence in his work after Chun Fan's insights. Many avenues of thought previously overlooked were now firmly within consideration. No problem. You may take the data. Research can commence at any time, and we can converse whenever necessary. By the way, you are acquainted with the students in the lab, correct? Feel free to delegate tasks to them. I'll invite everyone for a luncheon today. Cool, me. Let's all meet. At noon, Professor Yu's students gathered, and they reserved a large private room at the Jinjiang Hotel adjacent to the school. According to the customs of the Huagua people, the seat of honor is typically reserved for the most distinguished individual. Previously, Professor Yu would directly occupy this position, with other students arranged in order of seniority from the innermost to the outermost seats. This time, however, it was different. Professor Yu, please take a seat. No, no, no. Professor Chun, you should sit. That would be inappropriate, Professor Yu. After all, you are the elder. As guests, you are now integral members of our laboratory. Ultimately, Professor Yu took the seat of honor, with Chun Fan seated beside him. Due to Chun Fan's youth and Yu Xiaoyi's comparatively older appearance, the group of graduate students found the arrangement somewhat disconcerting. The students who had previously disregarded Chun Fan in the lab now observed his demeanor with newfound respect. The senior student who had assigned him data statistical work during his last visit felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. This is so awkward. The junior who once managed menial tasks in the lab has now become my professor's collaborator. Who can understand this? He won't bear any ill will towards us. Will he? Once the dishes were served, the group began exchanging pleasantries. Professor Chun, I toast to your academic achievements. Professor Chun, here's to your youthful accomplishments. Please take good care of your students, Director Chun. A throng of students raised their glasses in salute to Chun Fan, noting the bubbling Sprite in his glass. Chun Fan cited his underage status as an excuse to abstain from alcohol, leaving the students visibly exasperated. Professor Yu, who cherished a modest drink, had a small cup and then suggested they cease drinking. Emboldened by the spirit, he began to make his own calculations, declaring, next week, I will attend an academic conference in Jingping. Chun Fan felt an odd sensation within. Professor Yu's gaze was markedly peculiar. The student's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, Professor Yu continued, however, the experiments must proceed. After careful consideration, I believe Professor Chun is quite capable. So I would like you to lead the experimental research with the team. Chun Fan's lips twitched. I've only joined this morning, and now I'm already being tasked with leading the team over lunch. However, it is not entirely unacceptable. Professor Yu elaborated, in our laboratory, you may freely access the materials and historical data. These students will be entrusted to your guidance.